The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I, of course, am your host, Matt from the past, and I certainly hope you've had a good week and that you had a very pleasant Friday. It is April the 11th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1512 AD, Battle of Ravenna, French forces under Gaston de Foix defeat the Holy League in a major battle of the Italian Wars. In 1783, hostilities formally cease in the American Revolutionary War after the Continental Congress proclaims the cessation of arms against His Britannic Majesty. In 1814, Napoleon Bonaparte abdicates unconditionally and is exiled to the island of Elba in the Mediterranean. In 1868, the shogunate is abolished in Japan. In 1955, charter Indian plane, the Kashmir Princess, is bombed and crashes into the South China Sea in a failed assassination attempt on Zhou Enlil by Kuomintang secret agents. In 1968, U.S. President Lyndon B. Johnson signs the 1968 Civil Rights Act. In 1979, Tanzanian army captures Kampala, the capital of Uganda, forcing Ugandan dictator Idi Amin to flee into exile in Libya. In 2015, Barack Obama and Raul Castro meet in Panama, the first meeting of U.S. and Cuban heads of state since the Cuban Revolution. In 2019, Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir is overthrown and arrested by the army in Cameroon after 29 years in power following massive street protest. In 1955, Marty, directed by Dilbert Mann and starring Ernest Borgnine and Betsy Blair, premieres in New York. Best Picture, 1956. In 1966, Frank Sinatra records Strangers in the Night, single for his album of the same name, later reaches number 1 on the Billboard charts. In 1750, Jack Slate retains champion of England boxing title, beats Frenchman Jean Piet in 7 rounds in Harleston, England, acknowledged as first international prize fight. Born on this day, Septimius Severus, John I of Portugal, George Canning, Mashira Iboka, Ethel Kennedy, Richard Kulinski, Joel Gray, Jeremy Clarkson, Tracy Halfer, Al, who you might know from voicing Edie in my Mass Effect videos, Alessandria Ambrosio, Oliver Rendell, Josh Stone. Dying on this day, James Anthony Bailey, Luther Burbank, Enver Huxley, Kurt Vonnegut, Jonathan Winters, and Maria Talcha. And that was This Day in History. And just to remind you, there is a stream on tomorrow morning that you can watch anytime of classic films and TV shows called the Saturday Morning Matinee on this same channel. It premieres at 8 a.m. But other than that, here for tonight, let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
A copyrighted program created by Rio Grande. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 179 regarding a holdup on 3rd Street between Spring and Broadway. This man is there now, so hurry over. Rosenquist. Gasoline, like good food, adds to the pleasure of living. If you are used to the best of either, the commonplace is not acceptable. That's why the best authorities on gasoline, those to whom gasoline means most, overwhelmingly recommend Rio Grande Crack. That's why more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered with Rio Grande Crack's gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. That's why for month after month, Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Pasadena, Monterey Park, Glendora, Linwood, San Diego, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa County, Coconina County, and many, many other cities and counties specify Rio Grande Crack's gasoline for all their emergency equipment. Let this fact, then, be your guide to finer motor performance. The fact that last year your law enforcement agencies drove over 50 million miles, the equivalent of more than 2,000 times around the world, powered with Rio Grande Crack's gasoline. This is the most conclusive, authoritative proof of gasoline superiority ever made in the West. This superiority is due to the internationally famous Sinclair cracking process, which in the West only Rio Grande can use. Tomorrow is the time to get police car performance in your car. See your independent Rio Grande dealer. You'll get more power, greater pickup, better mileage with Rio Grande Cracked gasoline. As is our custom on this program, we have the privilege to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The life of a peace officer is, to say the least, varied in the extreme. There may be days, even weeks, in which no act of violence occurs, which calls for anything more than mere routine investigation. Sometimes periods come in which activity is at fever heat. In some cases, the solution of the crimes is swift and sure. But in many cases, much work has to be done before the criminal is brought to justice. But eventually, every crook will be caught and justice administered to him. Such a period of feverish activity was the week of March 11th to March 17th. It was literally murder week in Los Angeles. 8 homicides were reported in that week. 6 of the cases were marked solved on the day of the occurrence. The other 2 were cleared the day after they happened. Thus is the efficient work of the Los Angeles Police Department ever ready to protect the citizens of this locality. But the show is ready. I'll have another word for you at the end of the program.
On the night of March 11th, John Morrison Snelling was standing at 3rd Street and Broadway selling papers to passers-by.
Read all about it. Paper, morning paper, all about it. Paper, sir.
What edition is this?
Oh, this is the last one this evening, mister. Next one's the morning edition. You get it home.
All right, I'll take it. Here you are.
Thanks, mister.
Well, wonder what's going on down there. Sounds like somebody throwing bottles.
Comes from that liquor store, too. Maybe it is bottles. Yeah, there were one out in the street. Let's get down there.
Wait a minute. Here comes the man out of the store. Hey, that's a hold-up. Get a cop.
Stop it, hold up. Stop it. I'll get him.
Oh, help somebody. This newsboy's was stabbed. Help police. Somebody help. What's going on here? Come on, stand back, everybody.
I saw him do it, officer. My wife and I had just bought a paper.
You saw him do
I
what?
saw the man come out of the liquor store and start to run. The newsboy tried to stop him, and the man stabbed him.
All right, stand back now. Let's have a look. Right over here, Doctor.
What's the trouble? Oh, stab wound, huh? Well, pretty bad. Won't do much good, but we'd better get him to the hospital. All right, men, let's go. Steady. Oh, there you are. See you later, Hill.
Anybody see which way the killer went?
Well, he ran down Spring Street towards 4th Street.
He crossed 4th. I saw a man running and noticed he had a gun in his hand.
He tried to hold me up in my store vest. When I wouldn't give him $20, he was going to take it himself. And that's when I started throwing bottles at him. We'll get your statement later. Come on, Ed. Let's take a run down Spring and see what we can find. All one checking. 6th and Spring. Anything doing?
Just had a stabbing at 3rd and Broadway. Killer running your way. Watch for him.
Okay. Hey, lady, you can't make a U-turn there.
Officer, quick. I just saw a man running down the street near 5th. He had a gun in his hand.
Well, let's drive back up there.
Well, stand there on the running board. There was a lot of excitement on 3rd Street when I came by.
Yes, I know about that. Take it slow now. You see the man?
No? No, I don't. Yes, there he is. He's hiding in that doorway there under that hotel sign. Do you see him?
I see him all right. Hey, what are you doing here? You want to play tag, huh? Okay, pal. Boy, when I catch you... Here, you mug. What do you think? Cut me, will you? I'll show you. Hey, stop. Stop or I'll shoot. You asked for it. Well, that settles that.
11:30. The evening of March 13th. Officers Olivis and Stanger speed to 956 East 23rd Street. The call is man lying on porch of house.
Well, this looks like the place.
956 is the address. Yeah, there he is, right in front of the door.
Looks like he's still alive. How you feeling, fella?
Oh, not so good, boss.
Who shot you?
Oh, never mind, boss. Let's get to a doctor. They'll fix me up. I'll tell you all about it later.
We haven't got time to call an ambulance. Let's get him in the car. We'll drive him down ourselves.
Okay, boys, come on in. You can talk to him. Costello, here's an officer wants some information.
Okay. I'll talk now, boss.
Well, what happened?
Well, Bud and Rudy and me was arguing about splitting the Columbus stuff. And
Mr. Marshall, them St. Paul bonds ain't no good. It's too hot to try to unload in Los Angeles. You ain't going to count them in, see? We're going to split that Columbus stuff 4 ways.
Oh, no, we ain't. We're going to split it just 3 ways. Me and Albert here and Rudy. You didn't do nothing on that Columbus job, and you knows it. And, big boy, you ain't going to get none of it.
Yeah, that's what you say.
And you heard me say it.
Yeah. Well, see if you can hear this.
You hadn't ought to have done that, Bud. Ain't right to shoot a man like that. I ain't never done you no dirt. I crawled over to the telephone after the others beat it, and then I called the cops. Reckon I must have passed out there on the porch, though.
Well, what did you do with the St. Paul bonds?
Find Buddy and Rudy and Albert, and you find them.
Passed out again. Well, I've got a hunch we'll find those birds at 956 East 23rd Street. Let's go.
The hunch was right. Less than 30 minutes after Costello talked to the officers, the men he had implicated were in custody.
Los Angeles Police calling car 124, car 124, 8510 South Broadway, investigative shooting. That's all. Rosenquist.
Sid, where you been? We've been looking everywhere for you.
Oh, I've been down to Georgia Street Hospital.
Hospital? What's wrong?
Well, you're sick, Gloria. No, I just didn't remember who I was or where I lived.
Well, what happened to you?
Well, they told me I'd been wandering around town, and an officer picked me up and brought me into the hospital. They're awfully nice to me. Where's John?
Your beloved husband's out looking for you. You better be in bed when he comes
Yeah,
back.
I think I will go to bed.
Well, when did you get back?
Well, just a few minutes ago, I was sick.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're not as sick as you're going to be. Get in your room.
You can't talk to her like
I
that.
can't, huh? Listen, punk, you take another crack at me and I'll poke your face in.
Go on, get in there like I said. I'll smack your teeth
You'll
out.
hit my sister again, I'll kill
Oh,
you.
yeah? Simple looker.
Now, Charlie, don't meddle in your sister's affairs. She's old enough to take care of herself.
Oh, that guy's nothing but a broken-down prize fighter. He never will amount to anything. He's always beating up Sissy. Well, if he doesn't stop it, I'm going to take a poke at him.
No, he's bigger than you, Charlie. If I were you, I'd keep out of it. What was that?
Sounds like he's beating up Sis again. Oh, I'm going in there.
Now, don't butt in, Charlie.
You little tramp, I'll teach you. Come back in here.
Charlie, where you going?
I'm going to stop this.
Oh, put that rifle down, Charlie. Charlie, do you hear me?
Take your hands off my sister. Told you to keep out of here. What are you going to do with that gun?
I told you what I'd do if you ever touched her again.
Oh, no, you won't.
Get out from in front of him, Gloria.
I can't. He's holding me. Oh, Charlie, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Turn her loose, Hennessy.
Okay, punk.
Lieutenant, that veteran Hurst found John Hennessy dead. Within a few minutes, Charles Luntz had told his story. He told it again and again, first to juvenile authorities and then in court. Obviously, it was a case of self-defense and the defense of his sister. Consequently, today, he's a free man.
Los Angeles Police calling car 12, car 12, 11th District, 627 East 5th Street. See the manager.
You the manager?
Yes?
Who are you? Joe Filkers, Police Department. This is Officer Baker.
Oh, yes.
You called?
Yes. There's a dead man in room 33.
How do you know he's dead?
How do you know you're alive?
Funny, huh?
No, but I know a dead man when I see one.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Down the hall. First door after the turn.
All right, come on. Neat brawl.
Brawl is right.
How many men live here? 2.
Well, where are they? Guy named Jesse Blair and that one, Joe Javitic. Dead or not, Darnell?
How long ago did you find him?
About 10 minutes. Only been dead half an hour.
Shot?
No. Looks like a blow on the jaw.
Yeah, that wouldn't kill him.
You wouldn't say that if you knew Blair.
How do you know Blair killed him?
I don't. I only know that this evening about 10 o'clock I passed by here and I heard Blair say that...
Go out with that game, I'll go, see? And you ain't gonna stop me, see? I do as I please, and if you don't like it, you know what you can do, see?
See. Can't you ever say anything but see?
So what? Don't you like it? Well, what you gonna do about it?
What? Nothing, I guess.
Yeah, nothing. You're right, you ain't, see? I'll smack you so hard they think we're having an earthquake.
Why don't you go on out, Jess? Get a little fresh air. Take a walk or something.
Oh, trying to get rid of me, huh? Well, I ain't going, see? I know. You think you'll get me out of here and call up that blonde dame, don't you? Well, let me tell you something. You're wrong, see? You ain't never going to call up no dame. You ain't never going to call up nobody. Not anymore, you ain't. I'm fed up with your advice and your preaching. I'm going to teach you a lesson, see?
No, wait a minute, Jess. You got me all wrong.
Get up, you rat. Get up and fight. Come on, get up, or I'll... Hey, Joe, come on, get up, Joe. Come on, I didn't mean to hit you so hard, fella. Come on, get up, get... Joe.
Then he went out and staggered down the street. Which way to go? Toward Maine. Come on, let's go.
And so, before midnight, March 15th, Lieutenant Silkus and Baker had found Jesse Blair and had obtained a confession. Murder Week marches on.
Los Angeles Police calling car 133, car 133, 5737 Duarte Street. A stabbing, possibly a murder. That's all. Rosenquist.
Oh, am I glad you got here. I sure am.
Well, what's going on?
Oh, man, that fella sure must be crazy. He done come in there and he run us boys out of that house like we flies. And he run and raised a ruckus all over the place. I heard Mrs. Valier yell a time or two, but I ain't seen it since he left.
Is he gone now?
And how, and boy, am I glad.
Well, didn't you try to stop him?
Me try to stop that dog when he had that knife?
How did it happen?
Well, me and Louis Logan was sitting in the kitchen drinking beer.
I tell you, I'm sick of this waiting. Waiting, it's always wait a while. For what do we wait? Why do we not get married like you say before?
Listen, Frank, I've told you 1,000 times why we can't get married. We don't have to go through all that again. Come on in, close the door, and neighbors will hear us.
Who cares about the neighbors? All the time you worry about people hearing us, people seeing us. All the time you are ashamed to be with me. That is it. You are ashamed of me, Francisco Cancino. It is so much.
I'm tired of your ranting. Who cares whether you're Francisco Cancino or Joe Dope? I'm sure I don't. If you can't be decent, get out of here and stay out.
You expect someone, no?
No.
Who is it?
I told you I don't expect anyone.
But you lied to me.
I'm not lying to you. I don't expect anyone.
Who is that?
Why? I don't know. Cat, I suppose.
You have no cat, that I know.
Well, there's no one else here.
We shall see. Who are these men? Who are these men, I say?
Who are those men? Why, that's Herbert the gardener and a friend of his.
You laugh at me?
Oh, Frank. You jealous fool.
You laugh at me?
Frank, no.
That's how it happened, Captain. So help me.
Well, which way did the man go?
Well, Lordy, Captain, I don't know. He just went.
Broadcast Los Angeles Police Department. Murder suspect is Scottish Mexican, about 5 feet 8 or 9 inches, dark complexion. He is thought heading for Mexico. Was last seen in the vicinity of 517.
Say, that fits the description of the man we passed back there on the road.
It does, at that. Let's turn around and get another look at that bird.
Right. There he is, right there on the bridge.
We'll stop and ask him a few questions.
Okay.
Hey, you. Come over here.
Look, he jumped over the railing.
Come on, we'll soon catch that baby. Hey, wait a minute, you.
What is it you want with me?
Where's your gun?
I have no gun.
Well, what did you kill that woman with?
With a knife. I cut her heart out with knife just as she had cut mine with her laughter.
And at 2:35 on the afternoon of March 18th, the day after his crime, Francisco Cansino was in custody. Another crime of murder week.
Los Angeles Police calling car 11, car 11, 110 North Main Street, 110 North Main. See the man. That's all. Rosencliff.
That's the joint.
Yeah, 110 North Main Street.
I'll go ahead and see what it's all about. You phone for an officer?
Yeah. There's a man just left here and said he killed a woman.
Where?
Up on Commercial Street in a hotel.
You know this man?
Yeah, he's an old guy. Always talking about when he was a jockey.
What's his name?
He calls himself Wells.
I'll go over there and have a look. Sounds like murder.
The call came in while you were gone. Some dame's been stabbed over on Commercial Street.
Well, say, that's the story I just got from Christmas on the waiter back there.
You'd better take her on over there.
Quite a crowd around here.
Yeah, it looks like the ambulance beat us to it.
Hi, Doc. How does it look?
It looks bad. He'll probably die. No one did it?
I have a pretty good idea. Where's the manager of this place? Hey, you're the manager?
Yep.
Got a bird registered here named Wells?
Yes, right upstairs. First door to the right.
Thanks. Friend of yours, Wells.
I got no friends. Go.
Come on, open up.
Who are you?
I want to ask you some questions, Wells.
Oh, go away, Cap. I gotta wash my hands.
Go ahead. Don't mind me. Why all the washing?
Got blood on them.
How'd you do that?
What's anybody here?
How'd you like to take a ride, Wells?
On your horse?
Oh, no, not exactly. Thought you might like a nice auto ride.
Hate 'em.
You'll like this one.
Got any women?
We might find one for you.
Okay. Where are we going?
To the General Hospital.
What for?
To see if Doris Sylvia can identify you as the man who stabbed her.
Right in here, Lieutenant Patton, please.
Right on in, Wells. How is she, Doc?
Pretty low.
She's conscious?
Yes, but she's suffering pretty badly.
Able to make an identification?
Well, I think so. We'll try anyway. Mrs. Sylvia. Mrs. Sylvia. She's coming around a little. Mrs. Sylvia.
Yes?
Mrs. Sylvia, we want you to help us. Is this the man who stabbed you?
Yes. That's John Wells.
Wells is gone.
Yeah, it's coming, sir.
How long Doris
Where Sylvia remained in that hotel room before she was found and taken to the hospital, no one knows. Fortunately, she was able to identify her assailant before she died. Another victim of Murder Week.
Los Angeles Police calling car 66, car 66, 65 deceased. 6748 Franklin Place. A dead body reported in a garage at that address. Maybe a murder. That's all. Rosenquist.
Look, Whaley, you go back and take a look around the garage, and I'll go in the front door and talk to the landlady.
Okay. See you back there.
What did you find, Whaley?
Nice mess.
I'll say you did.
Looks like somebody smashed his head with a brick. Oh, you know Johnson and Simpson, don't you?
Sure. How are you, boys?
Okay. Just got the call on this a few minutes before you fellas came up. Been looking the place over.
Whoever did this did a complete job. Beat him over the head with a brick and then cinched his necktie around his neck. From the looks of the car here, the fight must have started inside.
Yeah, take a look at that bumper and headlight. Blood everywhere.
Probably ran into him, too.
Say, Johnson, did you find out the landlady's name?
Yeah, I got it here in my book somewhere. Mrs. Biscara.
I think we'll have a talk with her. You see, this boy always seems to have plenty of money. You know where he works?
No, senor. But some of the boys say he, how you say, shoot the guy.
Tin-horn gambler, eh? Know anybody who didn't like him?
No, senor. Oh, but wait. It was yesterday. I think I hear a boy who lives in room below say he didn't like the way Felix play. Maybe he...
Where is he?
He has work now, but he come in very soon. You wait for him? No?
Yes, in his room.
Oh, I did not expect
Must have be here so soon, eh? Come on in, Max. Don't stand there with the door open.
What is it you want?
We want to know why you killed Felix Pignon.
Me, senor? I did not kill anybody.
Now, listen, Max. I'm not going to stand here all day arguing with you. You want to make a statement here or at headquarters?
I have no statement to make. I do not kill anybody.
Mrs. Biscara says that she saw you leaving the garage at midnight last night, and you told her nothing had happened.
It was not midnight. It was...
Yes, go on.
I was not there at midnight.
But you were there earlier, weren't you? What time did you see Pignon last night?
About 8 o'clock.
Where?
Downtown.
What were you doing?
We were playing cards.
Who won?
Felix and the other two. Their names, Ramirez and Pablo.
Ramirez and Pablo what?
I do not know other names.
Don't lie to me, Max.
I know. Lie, I do not know other names.
Then you lost your money gambling and started a fight.
No, I do not. Started Felix here.
So that's it. Pignon attacked you, eh? That right?
Yes, that is it. He hit me, sir.
You started a fight downtown, did you?
No, we fight in car.
Oh, so you did fight in the car,
No,
eh? Well, that's your own story.
We do not fight at all.
Okay. Was the car in the garage then, or did you drive it in later?
It was in the garage.
And the brick? Was that in the car or in the garage?
It was in the... I do not know. There was no brick.
Okay, Max. Now, look. We know you quarreled with Pignon. We know you were short of money. We find bloody trousers in your room and a bloody shirt. Your fingerprints are on the car. Now, we can wait until you're ready to talk, or you can talk now. But you might as well know now I'm going to take you down to headquarters and book you for the murder of Felix Pignon.
No, I did not murder him. He would have killed me.
Now, then you did do it.
Yes, I will tell you everything. Felix cheated me. He robbed me. Many times he beat me. So I killed him.
And to officers of the police department, Vergara told his story. Another crime of Murder Week.
Los Angeles Police calling car 112, car 112, 5625 North Figueroa, 5625 North Figueroa. A hold-up in progress. That's all. Rosenquist.
Give me a bottle of scotch.
Prince Bomb.
And the cash out of that drawer.
Say, what is
Let's stick up, buddy. Move fast.
You can't do this to me.
Cantor, hey, say, listen, you pop-eyed runt. Get back of that counter and get that quick. Al, get that money out of the drawer.
Okay.
Yeah, well, what's coming off here, anyhow?
Scram bum.
Hey, you can't call me a bum. I'm a respectable citizen. I don't have to stand for talk
Smack
like
him with
that.
a bottle, Al.
Oh, tough guy, huh? Okay, pal. You want to wrestle?
Yeah, I'll wrestle you.
Hey, nice going. Missed me. Strike one.
Hey, don't be throwing my liquor around like
Pipe
that.
down. Here, you mug. I'll help you out.
Look out, don't. Look out, the old man's got a gun.
Why, you old... Slam. Slam, Al. Stop. Who's that bird?
I don't know. He walked in trying to stick the place up. That man over there started a fight, and I shot this one.
Where'd the other guy go?
He jumped in the car and beat us.
We'll never get a line on him in this weather. Find anything over there, Lopez?
This guy keeps saying we'll find the other bird's fingerprints in this broken glass.
Take years to find it.
He tried to smack me with the bottle. He's trying to see fingerprints on the glass. He picked it all up with fingerprints on it.
Well, it's a gamble. Might try it.
Boys downtown will murder you if you bring all that glass in there.
He was going to hit
I
me.
know. I was going to hit you with a bottle. Well, so am I if you don't shut up.
I just thought maybe you'd find his fingerprints.
Say, did you hear me?
Sure, I heard you, but you better not get your fingerprints all over this.
Come on, let's take this junk down to the office.
Seat number 22, no print. 23, no print. Number 24, no print. Say, you sure the guy did pick up a bottle?
That's what the customer said, and you know about customers.
Maybe this customer was wrong. Number 29, no print. Number 30, no print. Number 31. 31, wait a minute. Here's something, chap. There's definitely something here.
You know whose it is?
Well, that, in all my years of experience, is the most original remark I've heard. Yeah, take it run it through the latent prints and find out for yourself. They won't need this stuff anymore. Sure smells of gin. Hello, Brian. Find anything in the dead bandit that was bumped off helping his pal?
No, every mark's been taken off his clothes. Oh, I found this pamphlet in his coat pocket.
The Gospel according to St. John. I wonder where he got that.
Down at the Union Mission on Main Street, apparently.
Hey, look, Brian, here's a verse underlined.
What does it say?
Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friend.
The slain bandit was later identified as George Rudd. Thus, Murder Week in Los Angeles comes to a close. Again, it is demonstrated that crime does not pay. 8 out of 10 automobiles are using the wrong grade of oil. How about yours? Or do you know? If your oil is wrong, you are, unfortunately, wasting many dollars every year, and it's so easy to remedy. The Law of Lubrication is written by Sinclair, refiners of the world's finest motor oil. Your Rio Grande dealer can tell you by the Sinclair Law of Lubrication the exact grade for your make of car at its present mileage. You must know this to lubricate your car intelligently. You'll save money on gasoline, oil, repair bills, and add to the life of your car. There are hundreds of oil companies, but 1 out of every 10 gallons of oil used in the United States is refined by Sinclair. More than 150 railroads, 8 transcontinental airlines, great fleets of ships use Sinclair motor oils exclusively. Motorists of 45 nations depend upon the internationally famous Sinclair motor oils to lubricate and protect their motors. Tomorrow is the time for you to start saving money and saving your car. See your Rio Grande dealer tomorrow. Sinclairize for safety with Sinclair motor oils and get police car performance with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And now again, we hear Chief James E. Davis.
I wish to express my thanks and the thanks of the people I represent, you, our listeners, to the officers who participated in the arrests which we have heard tonight. The splendid work of peace officers and the cooperation of citizens will make our communities dangerous for lawbreakers. Thank you, and good night.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 179. Suspect now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
Narrator, Cedric Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande.
Dreams can be the playground of the imagination.
No! Data!
Where nightmares are normal.
No!
Even for an android.
Who are you? I do not know.
But sometimes the mysteries of the mind
I recommend full psychoanalysis.
may hold the secrets of survival.
Her tissue is breaking down on the cellular level.
Initiating dream program.
On the next episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Far away from the sound of music and being crossed. Crosby is up next.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell,
then you'll smoke 'em.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ben Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears, and Bing's guest, Mr. Fred Astaire. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present Gary Crosby's father, Mr. Music.
Thank you. Now, wait a minute, Ken. Thank you a lot, but I really think, Ken, the folks heard enough about Mr. Music on the show last week. Now, let's
Bing, that was only the beginning.
Oh, no.
Well, the month of January is here, and letters and telegrams are pouring in from all over the country, congratulating you on your 20 years in show business.
No kidding.
Why, sure. Not only that, carrier pigeons are arriving by the thousands every day with messages.
Well, why carrier pigeons with messages?
Well, Bing, what a lot of the folks have to say just can't be sent through the mail.
I'll bet Hope sat on the eggs that hatched those pigeons.
I wouldn't accuse Bob of that.
No, I'll retract that. I must, because Bob doesn't sit in one place long enough to hatch anything. Ken, whether the messages are good or bad, they are all in the beloved American traditions.
Right.
I tell you, it's wonderful living in a country where even the president can say what he thinks. But don't say it with ink, huh?
No. Would you like to see some of the messages, Bing?
Well, certainly.
Here's a telegram from Benny Stubeck in Spokane, Washington.
Oh, good old Benny. Is he still running the pool hall up there?
Apparently.
Yeah?
It says, now that you've been chosen Mr. Music, I would like to join in the celebration and mark your old account paid.
Isn't that sweet of Benny?
Yes,
He thinks of everything.
Here's a P.S. I'm putting your brother Everett's bill in the hands of a collection agency.
Listen, he might as well tear that one up, too.
Well, Bing, here's another wire. Well, I don't know. I don't think you'll care too much for this one.
I can take it.
It says, Bing Crosby, Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Why all this hullabaloo about you? I got bigger in 6 weeks than you did in 20 years.
Who's that from?
It's signed The Thing.
All right. Okay, Ken. Now read me some of the good ones.
Those are the good ones.
Oh. Well, I better go to singing then. Our opening number is Life is So Peculiar, which oddly enough is from a Paramount picture called Mr. Music. Oh, life is so peculiar. You get so wet in the rain. You get so warm in the sunshine. But it doesn't pay to complain. When I get up each morning, there's nothing to breathe but air. When I look in the mirror, there's nothing to comb but hair. When I sit down to breakfast, why do you laugh? Life is so peculiar, but you can't stay home and prove.
Yes, life is so peculiar.
The desert's only got some sand. The ocean's loaded with water.
You never know where you stand.
When I go out to dinner, there's nothing to wear but clothes.
When I get sleepy, nothing to do but doze.
And whenever I get thirsty, there's nothing to do but drink.
Oh, life is so peculiar that it makes you stop and think.
Oh, life is so peculiar.
A bird can usually sing. A pearl is made by an oyster.
Man, you can't be sure of a thing. get tired of resting,
there's nothing to do but walk.
And when I don't care to listen,
there's nothing to do but talk.
When I'm up there buzzing around in my airplane,
there's nothing to do but fly.
Life is so peculiar, and I often wonder why. Yes, life
is so peculiar.
A fork belongs with a knife.
Ba-oo, ba-oo, ba.
Corned beef is lost without cabbage.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
A husband should have a wife. Well, you know that life is so peculiar, but as everybody says,
that's life, that's life.
Well, ain't it a mess?
That's life.
Bing and boys and girls.
We thank you, Mr. Cartman. Now, should we spread the good word about those ever-loving Chesterfields, huh?
Delighted, Bing, although I do think better tasting is a bit more apropos than ever-loving.
Well, I sometimes get carried away when I'm talking about my favorite cigarette. But anyway, folks, ever-loving, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yes, that's absolutely right, friends. But you can prove it yourself. Buy a pack of Chesterfields, then open it and enjoy that delicate, milder Chesterfield aroma. Compare it with the brand you've been smoking, and you'll find Chesterfields are milder.
And tobaccos that smell milder, smoke milder. You light a Chesterfield, and you see how true that is. Chesterfields do smoke milder.
You'll notice, too, that they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So always buy Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. Here's a song written by Kalmar and Ruby. It's been revived in the last few weeks, till it's now, I think, number 1 or 2 or 3. Maybe I'm right, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm weak, maybe I'm strong, but nevertheless I'm in love with you. Maybe I'll win, and maybe I'll lose. Maybe I'm in for crying the blues. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you. Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Fine at the start, then left with a heart that is breaking. Maybe I'll live a life of regret, and maybe I'll give much more than I'll get. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you.
Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Falling for you, fine at the start, then left with a heart that is breaking. In spite of all I can do,
maybe I'll live a life of regret. Maybe I'll give much more than I'll get. But nevertheless, I'm in love.
Might as well confess it,
I'm in love with you. Group. The time now approacheth where we usher in our visiting personality of the evening. Tonight we're setting sort of a precedent here by bouncing right back with a guest star whose last appearance was such a smash that fan mail poured in from all over the country requesting a return engagement of this great artist.
Bing, are you talking about Fred Astaire?
That's the boy.
Oh, but last time Fred Astaire was with us was 2 years ago. Is that bouncing right back?
Well, on our lackadaisical type program it is, yes.
Well, Bing, I
Don't quibble now, don't quibble. Ladies and gentlemen, in answer to your thousands of insistent letters requesting his immediate return, we bring you once again the nimble-witted, nimble-footed Fred Astaire.
Thank you, Bing. Thank you.
Now, Fred, here we are again.
I know. And I feel like a pest bouncing right back like this.
Oh, now, don't be silly. We can't get enough of you.
But, Bing, I was here only 2 years ago.
Well, that's what you call showmanship, Fred. You were on, you were good, so we grab you right back while you're hot.
I still think we should have waited another week.
What, and let you get cold?
Just so I don't get overbearing.
Oh,
I'd hate to be one of those guys you turn on your radio every 2 years, and there he is.
Oh, now, Fred.
One Arthur Godfrey is enough.
Now, Sir Fred, as far as we're concerned, you'll never wear out your welcome here.
Oh, it's not me. You're just enthusiastic about dancing. I can tell.
How can you tell?
By your clothes.
How do you mean that?
You're always dressed like you're on your way to a square dance.
Either a square dance or a snipe hunt. I'm ready for or a duck blind. Anything you want.
Bing,
what?
Is that on the level about that fan mail, though?
What I said about you up there? Yes, the folks demanded you. Wow. Thousands of fans wrote in. They absolutely demanded your return.
Then why'd you wait 2 years?
Because I don't like people telling me what to do.
Say, you are a headstrong boy.
Well, as a boy, I had the strongest head in Spokane.
You'd have to hold up those ears.
Now, just... You may, my Fred, we're too classy, you and I. We shouldn't be doing this. We have too much soigné to stand here and resort to this rowdy, rugged type of dialogue. It isn't for us at all. It's for Hope and those kind of people. Jerry Lewis.
I was only kidding, Bing, really.
When you talk like that, you make me sorry I waited so long to bring you back.
Well, Bing, you always were a procrastinator.
Yeah, I always used to be known as that. What was I? Procrastinate. Well, I turned over a new leaf. I don't procrastinate anymore. I don't put things off like I used to.
No.
No, I've reformed.
Give me a for instance.
Well, for instance, this afternoon I attended to some work that I've been meaning to do on my car.
Finally put on your 1950 plates, huh?
No, I scraped that NRA sticker off the windshield. That thing has been bothering me.
Say, you're really getting caught up.
Yeah. Now I'm all ready to go on that trip, you know, the one I've been postponing for so long.
What trip?
Dixie and I are going on our honeymoon.
Well, congratulations.
Would you like to go along with us?
On your honeymoon?
Yeah.
Wouldn't I be in the way?
Not at all. You can play with the kids. You'd make a nice fifth for basketball.
Well, okay. Tie a pair of sneakers on the back of the car and count me in.
Oh, you are a pal. Fred.
You're my buddy, Bing. You know, in our house, you're our favorite radio personality.
You listen to the program regularly?
Every 2 years.
Well, you never were much of a fella to form habits, were you?
But I want to tell you one thing, Bing. I saw Mr. Music, and I enjoyed it very much.
Well, on behalf of the large and talented cast in Mr. Music, I thank you very much.
And Bing, I think it's wonderful that ASCAP, the American Society of Authors, Composers, and Publishers, has bestowed upon you the title of Mr. Music of Show Business. And furthermore, I understand the entire month of January is being dedicated to you.
Well, frankly, Fred, I'm just a little embarrassed about that.
What do you mean embarrassed? I heard that originally they were going to make it the month of February, but you put up a terrible squawk because it only has 28 days.
That wasn't my beat. I wasn't complaining about that. I just didn't feel right moving in on Washington and Lincoln right.
Why not? You all came up together. What are you going to call this month? Binguary?
No, it's a good idea. You know, the way they explained the idea to me was that they hoped that when people thought of January, they'd think of me.
Well, frankly, Bing, I have an Esquire calendar, and when I think of January, I'm not thinking of you.
Well, you've never seen me in my new Munsing wear with the drawstring.
You know, it's hard to believe you're celebrating your 20th year in show business. It doesn't seem you've been around that long, does it?
Well, it wasn't so long ago I saw you dance for the first time.
Oh, yes, it was.
Oh, it was. And I remember when it was Fred and Adela Stair.
I was a gay young blade.
Oh, you were a handsome devil. You had everything. Youth, charm, looks. Always puzzled me, though.
What?
All that going for you, and you were out dancing with your sister.
At least it wasn't my brother.
Well, Everton.
And remember, Bing, Adele wasn't my only partner.
No, that's right.
No, we split up when she got married.
Well, see, I wanted to ask you something about that, too, Fred. Adele was so talented and attractive. When she left, I imagine lots of trouble, huh? Getting a beautiful partner? I mean, for a guy like you?
What do you mean for a guy like me?
Well, you know, a guy that hangs out with his sister.
While we're discussing family life,
yes,
right here, I'd like to say never have I worked with my son.
Fred, now that we're fortunate enough to have you here, what would you like to do to entertain our listeners?
Well, let's see. I dance.
Well, that doesn't work too good for radio. Dancing's great, Fred, but if they ever invented something where people could see you as well as hear you.
You mean television?
Quiet. We've been telling our listeners that the television is still on the drawing board.
Being your listeners must lead a pretty sheltered life.
Oh, most of them are on the lam. Folks, Fred and I have a little special arrangement here of a big hit tune, which we now submit for your approval. Are you ready, Fred?
Ready.
John Scott? Let's have it.
While we were walking down the beach one bright and sunny day, we saw a great big wooden box a-floating in the bay. We pulled it out and opened it up, and much to our surprise, we discovered a right before our eyes. Yes, they discovered a right before their eyes, a genuine real life before their very eyes.
I thought I'd take it home with me and teach it how to sing. We'd go on television then, the team of Thing and Bing. We practiced McNamara's band and dear old Donegal, but I couldn't sing with that. It had no voice at all.
He couldn't sing with that. It had no voice at all.
I took it to my studio to teach it how to dance. To polka, waltz, and jitterbug, I gave it every chance. I taught it every step I knew. Its training was complete. And then I noticed that hadn't any feet.
He couldn't dance with it. It hadn't any feet.
I took it out to Pittsburgh then to join the Pirates team. And every time it came to bats, showed a lot of steam. 4 times it circled the bases, but it made no score at all. That silly son of a forgot to hit the ball.
That silly son of a forgot to hit the ball.
I introduced it to my friends, this mystifying pet. It soon became the darling of the international set. I said to Rita Hayworth, "Is it beast or is it man?" She said, "I can't figure that, but maybe Allie can."
He made a joke, but maybe Allie can.
We put it back into the box and tied it tight with rope. And then we sent it COD to Mr. Robert Hope. Oh, how we'd like to be on hand to watch the luckless goof. When that, see that, he'll really hit the roof. When that, see that, he'll blow his top, he'll call a cop and really hit the roof. I guess we took care of that thing, huh?
We sure did, old thing. But, Bing, now that you're celebrating your 20th anniversary, I think the folks would like to hear one of your old songs. I know I would.
What, for instance, do you think they'd like to hear?
Just one more chance?
Well, I tell you, if John Scott can take the old arrangement and slide it down about 4 tones, I may be able to handle it without popping a gasket. Just one more chance to prove it's you alone I care for. Each night I say a little prayer for. Just one more chance. Just one more night to taste those kisses that enchant me. I'd want no others if you'd grant me just one more chance. I've learned the meaning of repentance. Now you're the jury at my trial. I know that I should serve my sentence. Still I'm hoping all the while you'll give me just one more word. I said that I was glad to start out, but now I'm back to cry my heart out for just one more chance. I've learned the meaning of repentance. Now you're the jury at my trial. I know that I should serve my sentence. Still I'm hoping all the while you'll give me just one more word. I said that I was glad to start out, but now I'm back to cry my heart out for just one more chance. Thank you.
Wonderful. Very, very good, Bing. You never sang that song better.
Ken, this is the start of the new year. Now, let's not start out by conning.
Okay. Bing, this being the start of the new year, I think we should go all out to remind the folks what a wonderful cigarette Chesterfield is.
Now, you can count me in, Ken, because nothing makes me happier than to see a smoker change over to Chesterfield.
And now's the time to do it, friends. Once you get a pack of Chesterfields, then open them, smell them, and smoke them. You'll convince yourself they're milder.
And once you start smoking them, you'll find milder Chesterfields leave no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yes, that fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So make 1951 the year you change to better-tasting Chesterfields, the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
Always buy Chesterfields. They satisfy.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open the pack, give 'em a smell,
then you'll smoke 'em.
Isn't that cute? where the sea is dark and cold. My love has gone, and our dreams grow old. There'll be no tears, there'll be no regretting. Will she remember me? Will she forget? I'll send 1,000 flowers when the trade winds blow. I'll send my lonely heart, for I love her so. Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then my heart'll be beyond the
Couple of acknowledgments to supporting artists. That was Miss Lulie Jean Norman singing Out There Beyond the Reef, and Danny Stewart was on the steel guitar. And that song certainly gives me the old wanderlust. I may jump on a freighter in the morning if the Southern Star's in the harbor down there and leave for the Southern Seas.
I'll go with you. It'll be a good place to hide until Bing Crosby month blows over.
You bring some trinkets, I'll bring the dice, and my ukulele will be a riot down there.
But really, Bing, I do want to offer my congratulations and best wishes for next Wednesday, which will be Bing's Day all over the country.
What's this Bing's Day now?
Why, it's in your honor.
Get out.
Next Wednesday, they'll be dancing in the streets, balloon ascensions, 1-cent sales, cornerstone layings, grass fires, smog protest meetings, and to top off the whole thing, thousands of carrier pigeons flying in formation are going to spell out Bing Crosby.
In the sky?
In the sky, on the ground, all over.
Isn't this thrilling?
Who's going to help you celebrate Bing's Day on your program next week?
Well, next week, Fred, our guests are going to be Bob Hope and Bob Crosby.
Well, that's better than a grass fire.
Yeah. better than the pigeons, too. Well, we're going to have just a lot of fun. Thanks, Fred, for dropping in, huh?
It was really jolly, Bing. Good night.
Good night, Fred. Folks, see you next week for Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke.
This is Sherman Billingsley reporting from my store club in New York. You know, our number one cigarette is Chesterfield. And when customers ask for a long cigarette, I always recommend Fatima. It says right on the gold and yellow package, they're extra mild, and they sure are. At the Stork Club, we only recommend the best. Number 1, Chesterfield. And King Size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Fred Astaire will soon be seen with Jane Powell in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor musical Royal Wedding. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Bob Hope and Bob Crosby.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We've all had the experience of meeting someone who bears a remarkable resemblance to someone else. In a country peopled by 220 million individuals, is it possible that someone, somewhere, is your double? Not just someone who looks like you, but a complete and exact double? Susan Hollis can answer that question better than I.
I was waiting for the light to change at 5th and 49th when it began. A stoutish, stylish, older woman was headed past me for the door to Saks when suddenly she stopped and her jaw dropped, looking for all the world as if she was seeing a ghost.
Helen Roberts! I can't believe it.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
Oh, not me, honey. Don't try to tell your one-time friend and next-door neighbor that you're not Mrs. X. Daniel Rogers of Sterling Drive in Sandport.
Nope, just plain Susan Hollis of Jackson Heights, Queens.
Okay, that's the way you want it. Heaven knows I want no part of you. I'm only sorry to see you looking so well after what you did. By this time, the way you were going, I thought you'd have been long dead.
Our mystery drama, Double Exposure, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the Brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Remember when you were a kid and how neat it felt to come into a warm and secure home after school or after playing in the rain? And you probably thought that when you grew up, you'd want your own home to feel that same way. Well, time has taken you into a home and a family, but that feeling that you and your home long for seems to be missing. Well, Kay and Bill Evans have a simple solution. Drapery's Unique, the home of distinctive custom decor in Keystone Park. Choose exciting wallpaper for the kitchen. Give warmth to the den by the addition of woven wood shades, of which Drapery's Unique has the Southwest's largest selection. Or make the living room more livable with custom draperies available in over 6,000 different fabrics. And right now couldn't be a better time to give your home that feeling by taking advantage of Labor Less Savings, now until September 15th. 50% savings on labor and 25% savings on lining for custom draperies. Once again, 10-day delivery available at Draperies Unique in the Keystone Park Shopping Center.
This is a tale of today, a search for a dark and clouded past. A haunting story of chance encounter, if there is such a thing. Or is everything predestined from the moment we come into the world, crying for the warmth and comfort we have left? This is a story whose present is buried in the past, to be lost and found again in the future. But it is not my story. It belongs to Susan Hollis.
Well, it wasn't a very pleasant encounter, but it was just a small mistake in identity, something to be disregarded. But in the meantime, the light had changed, and I stepped off the curb. And it happened again. This time it couldn't be waved away as easily. It changed my whole life.
Helen. Well, I'll be damned.
Look, I'm not...
All these years looking for you, and the first day I'm back again in the U.S., you're the first person I run into.
Look, I'm sorry, but I am not Helen.
Oh, now, look, you can't get away with that. Don't you think I know my own wife?
What?
Oh, come here. We better get back on the curb. We're blocking traffic. Here, let me give you a hand.
But I wasn't going back this way. I wanted to cross. And I wish you'd listen to me. I am not Helen Roberts. And I'm certainly not your wife.
Well, technically, of course, the Roberts is out. What is the name now, anyway?
My name is of no importance to you. Now, if you'll be kind enough to let me go...
Come on now, Helen. Give me a break, huh? Now, let's go somewhere for a drink, and I can at least tell you about the children. Or don't you even want to hear about them?
Mister, will you listen to me, please? I have never been your wife. I've never seen you before in my life.
But I just saw you talking to Lillian Freiberg before she went into the store.
I never saw that woman in my life before either. This is getting like a nightmare. Look, I just...
Helen, please, be reasonable. Now, if you don't want to talk here, give me a phone number or an address where I can reach you.
Let me go. Or I warn you, I'll holler like all get out for a cop.
I'm sorry.
And once more, just so maybe it will sink in, I am not who you think I am. I would have laughed at the whole thing, except they both seemed so darn positive. All afternoon, the incidents came back to haunt me and annoy me. Because of them, I kept making typos and got so behind in my work. I finally did forget the whole silly thing in a rush to get all my letters typed in time to make the subway before the rush hour. But having dinner with Ed that night, it came back to me. And I told him about it.
You sure you don't want dessert?
No, thanks, Ed. Just enough room to finish my coffee. You go ahead, though.
Not me. I'm having trouble squeezing into my uniforms right now. Sitting in that squad car does it.
On you, it looks good.
On me, it looks just as bad as anyone. Except it don't matter all that much.
What do you mean?
If I got all the way back down to 175, I still couldn't get anywheres with you.
Ed, please. Our friendship is too valuable to me. Let's not start that again.
Oh, don't worry. I took my licks on that 2 years ago. Well, I say 1 year ago.
You were sweet and kind, Ed. To wait that whole year after Carl died.
Well, I had to give you a chance to shake down, Susan. That was one rough marriage.
Poor Carl. 2 months we had. And then 4 years in a wheelchair.
Well, it's the risk you take when you're a cop. At least the way it's turned out, he left you a pretty rich woman.
All the money in the world couldn't make up for... Oh, Ed, for heaven's sake, let's get off this old merry-go-round.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Guess I started it because I keep reaching for the brass ring. So, yeah, let's change the subject. You still a little shook over what happened this afternoon?
You're stupid, I guess, but I am.
Honey, you should spend a couple of days at the precinct house where we run lineups. You any idea how hard it is to get a solid identification from a witness or a plaintiff?
You're talking about someone who's seen the other person once. These two people were a next-door neighbor and a husband. Whoever she is, boy, this woman has got to practically be my twin. It's fascinating. I'd love to see her just once.
If I was you, I'd just leave it lay.
Why?
Well, maybe it's just I'm a cop and I smell things that ain't there. But, you're worth a lot of dough. And you were in the papers.
If anyone who could recognize me from that graduation picture would have to be psychic. But, I guess you're right. It's kind of a funny feeling knowing that somewhere around you have a double. But, I'll take your advice and put it out of my mind. Cheers. I wasn't going to be allowed to forget it. Ed drove me home to that sad, ugly bottom floor of a two-family house which had held so many years of unhappiness for me. Hello?
Good evening. Is this Susan Hollis?
Yes. Who's talking, please?
Now, please don't be alarmed, and please don't hang up. It's Dan Roberts.
Who?
You're the man who stopped you on the street today at lunchtime on 5th Avenue, remember?
How did you find my phone number?
Oh, the way the visiting fireman always forgets to do. I looked in the phone book.
But how did you know what book to... And how did you know my real name?
If it is your real name.
It is. I have a good mind to report you to the police. Why, you must have been following me.
Now, please, Miss... or Mrs. Hollis, or whoever you are, I'm a consulting engineer, not a private eye.
Then how did you know how to find me?
Well, I saw you bump into Lillian Freiberg just before I caught up with you. I followed her into the department store, naturally, and asked her if you'd given her the same story as me, and she said yes, that you'd claimed to be a Susan Hollis from Queens.
Which now you know I am. So that ends...
Helen, I mean, Miss, or is it Mrs. Hollis?
I don't think that's any of your business.
All right, then, Susan, for want of something more polite, please. I want to see you again. I want to talk to you.
Well, I don't. I want you to stop bothering me.
It's not for me. It's for two little girls named Kim and Jenny. Don't they mean anything to you?
No, of course they don't.
Now, damn it, Helen, what kind of a mother... Please, forgive me. I wish I could make you understand, but if you really are who you... Well, you couldn't be. But I've got to see you again, Miss Hollis, or whatever your name is.
Look, oh, for heaven's sakes, if it'll make you talk in sentences instead of gibberish, it's Mrs. Hollis.
You're married.
My husband is dead.
I'm sorry.
So am I. Now, may we say goodbye?
I beg you, I plead with you. There are things I want to say to you, to explain. I can't do it over the phone. Can we meet again? May I meet you for lunch tomorrow at say, the Palm Room at the Park Plaza?
You're the most persistent man I've ever met. And I'm really not a prude, but I don't like pickups.
I really don't see how you can get in much trouble at the Palm Room, do you?
Well, it's a little outside my normal stamping grounds, but... Well, okay. But I'm a working girl, and my lunch hour's limited. Can we make it at 12:30 sharp? The coldness in my voice as I hung up was more than anything to cover the excitement I couldn't help feeling. I'd never been to the Palm Room. Also, I was intrigued. Intrigued by the mystery of the whole thing. Yes, admit it, Susan. Intrigued by his voice and my memory of a very handsome man that unexpectedly I was about to meet again.
Well, here's to better reacquaintance.
I'll just drink to acquaintance. Buy that?
With pleasure. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do quite a bit of talking.
Well, I'm a good listener.
Now, where to begin? Well...
Do you have every credit card in that wallet?
Well, most. When you travel as much as I do. Oh, here we are. Of course, these photographs were taken 7 years ago, but who would you say that woman is?
Well, it isn't me, of course, but it could be. Oh, Lord, it could be. Helen, I suppose.
Uh-huh. That's Helen. And these?
Oh, how adorable.
You, don't recognize them?
No. I suppose these are your daughters.
Yes. Well, they've changed quite a bit in 6 years, of course. But then, they looked like this.
Well, the baby, it's difficult to tell.
Well, she wasn't quite a year old, but Jenny.
Oh, yes. Even then, quite a little lady.
Mm-hmm. 3 years old. The day my wife walked out.
Mr. Roberts, if you
Just a moment. Now I will do the talking. A consulting engineer with a large firm has to do a great deal of traveling, particularly in his first years with the firm. Well, in the 5 years we were married, I was well aware of the fact that I was gone to Europe, to the Far East, South America, wherever I was sent for over half the time. Now, it's unfair leaving a young wife and later a mother alone for long periods of time in a suburban area, but, well, that was the nature of my job. And then came that terrible day I came back from Brazil. I was tired. The plane was way overdue, and I came home to an empty house. Empty, except for this.
Oh, I really...
Read it, please.
Dan, I'm getting out just before you get home. I couldn't face it. It's all over. I'm going away and I won't be back. I guess it doesn't do much good to say I'm sorry. Helen. P.S. I'm leaving the kids. They'll be better off with you.
And she dropped completely out of sight. Oh, I was mad at first. I made no attempt to trace her. I had to go to England on a job, so I sold the house and took the kids with me. They're still there. Except now I'm home again and looking for somewhere to bring them back to.
And Helen?
And Helen. With no luck till yesterday.
But I'm not Helen. I'm someone else. However, I do, I know a lot of policemen. Maybe I can help. What was the date she disappeared?
April 14th, 1968. What? Is something wrong? What is it?
Why would Susan start so at a particular date? There's been no doubt in our minds from the very beginning that she is exactly who she says she is. Is it possible that in some way there is doubt in her? But as I said, this is Susan's story, so we'll let her tell the rest of it when I return shortly with Act 2.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Spruce and maple trees give us the violin. And if we don't stop burning them down, we'll have a little less music. We'll also have a little less lumber, a little less paper, a little less rayon, a little less alcohol, a little less maple syrup, a little less printing ink, a little less turpentine.
A public service
charcoal
on behalf of the Forest Service, State Foresters, and the Ad Council.
Morning, Mr. Green. Say, haven't seen this big car in a spell.
Nowadays, Caleb, we use our small car mostly.
You know, this big engine might not be getting the exercise it needs.
Exercise?
Yep, to get rid of harmful engine deposits. Make sure you're using Quaker State motor oil. It's fortified to fight deposit buildup.
Is Quaker State still available most places?
Yep, but people need it now more than ever.
Quaker State's your car to keep it running, yeah.
In the beginning, this was a simple case of mistaken identity. The only complication possibly being that both the identifiers seemed so positive, so unconvinced by Susan Hollis' claim that she was not Helen Roberts. Then, just at the moment when the more important of the two people, Dan Roberts, appeared to indicate he had been mistaken, Susan herself hearing the date that Helen Roberts disappeared has a strangely guilty reaction.
What is it? Something wrong? What is it?
Nothing. It's just you're mentioning the 14th. It's a date that happens to be very important in my life, too. That's all.
Important how?
How long were you married to Helen?
4 years.
And you met her in how did you meet her?
That's not what you were going to say at first.
You haven't answered my question.
Okay. I met her in a hospital. Nothing serious. I broke my damn fool leg skiing, and they flew me down from New Hampshire to have it set.
What hospital?
Physicians. Why? Why all the questions, the interrogation?
Look, I don't want to talk about it. As a matter of fact, I think I'll just skip lunch.
No, wait a minute. I brought you here to make a truce.
Well, it's having that drink in the middle of the day. I'm not used to it.
What you need is some food, and here it comes.
I really think I should leave.
Will you do me one favor? Finish lunch with me. Food is what you need, and I promise we won't mention Helen or the past.
What shall we talk about?
Us. Just as if it was our first date, which I hope it is. But what I really mean is, I hope it's not the last.
Thank you for the palm room. I have to confess that's really what lured me into accepting your invitation.
Oh? Where would you like to go next time?
Well, I'm not sure there should be a next time.
Well, why? Haven't I told you I'm ready to believe you're exactly who you are, Susan Hollis?
Yes. But you haven't told me exactly why.
Well, I'm afraid I was desperate enough to engage in some skullduggery.
Like what?
I stooped to snoop. You see, I went out to Jackson Heights and your neighborhood this morning, and by posing as a survey taker, I got quite a bit of information about you from the butcher, the baker, your landlord, and so on.
Well, I think you had one hell of a nerve. What did you find out?
Just that you are Mrs. Hollis, that your husband was a policeman, and that while going to the aid of an old lady who was being mugged, he was shot in the back, in the spine, to be exact, by the mugger's accomplice, and that he spent the rest of his life almost completely paralyzed. I'm sorry, Susan. I want somehow to make up some of it to you.
Why?
Well, it's too complicated and too intimate to be talked about here and now.
Look, this is my building anyway, and I'm already late getting back. Goodbye, Dad.
Please, Susan.
Look, I don't know what I'm getting into.
Nothing you'll be sorry for, believe me.
How can you convince me of that? How can I convince... All right, I'll make a bargain with you, Dan.
I accept without hearing the terms.
Don't call me or come to my house. I'll call you within the next 3 days, I promise. Just give me your number where I can reach you.
I still think it was a crazy thing to do, Susie.
Oh, I should never have called you last night to tell you how he'd gotten my phone number.
Well, that's why I trailed you today. Well, what did he want to talk to you about?
2 things, really. And they both sort of surprised me.
How?
Well, first off, he showed me a picture of his wife.
Huh?
And even given the fact that it was taken 7 years ago, the resemblance was absolutely uncanny.
A picture can be touched up so you couldn't tell it from your own mother if you start from someone who looks near enough alike.
But why would he want to do anything like that? What would be the point? Just to meet me?
Why not?
Oh, Ed, you're sweet. Maybe I'm something very special to you, but I'm not nearly as attractive as you.
You'd be surprised how attractive even the ugliest dame with 250,000 fish in the bank, to say nothing of Carl's insurance and your own savings, can look to a guy who lives off of women.
Look, you can't think that about someone as sweet and as nice as Dan.
Oh? Hey, we're on a first-name basis now already?
Well,
Oh, you don't have to tell me. I could tell by the way he was turning it on. He was getting to you.
Oh, look, damn it, I don't like being spied on.
Well, I'm just trying to watch out for you.
Ed, I know, I'm sorry. It's just the way he talked about his wife. Even after she'd walked out on him like that.
Walked out on him like what?
I sat down on the couch with Ed and told him everything that had happened. Everything except one thing, of course. He was a good listener. Finally, there wasn't any more to tell except my own side. And that I wasn't telling anyone, except Dr. Vane.
Are you going to see him again?
I don't know. If we do see each other, I'll be the one to decide. And if I do, I don't want to be followed.
I'm going to make you mad, Susie. But till your Mr. Dan Roberts checks out A-OK with me, I'm keeping my big nose in this.
Oh, Ed, you don't have to worry about me and fortune hunters. That money that Mrs. Westingate left to Carl when she died is in escrow. I'll never touch it. It was to make up for Carl being hurt and saving her from the mugging. It isn't my money. It's only being held till the lawyers and I decide on the best charity for it to go to.
Your Mr. Roberts doesn't know that.
So the next time I see him, if I ever do, somehow I'll try to let him know.
You want to see him again, don't you, Susie?
Yes.
You really go for him in a big way, huh?
I didn't say that.
I've seen you hurt so bad once through nobody's fault. I wouldn't ever want to see you hurt again.
Well, I'm sure Dan would never do anything like that.
How can you be sure? Why did his wife run out on him? Where did she go? How come she dropped out of sight like a stone in a pond? Where is this Helen Roberts, if there ever really was one? There's a million questions to be asked, Susie. And what's more, answered.
Look, they can all wait, Ed. There's one of my own that has to be answered first. I'd made the appointment the moment I got back from lunch with Dan. Heaven knows I'd have made it for that same day, but Dr. Vane was out of town. It had to be tomorrow. Oh, how I wished it could have been my sweet old Dr. Chandler who treated me for the accident, but that dear, good benefactor was over 9 years dead. His secrets, if there were any, had to lie with Dr. Vane.
I do remember you, Miss Ainsley. I'm sorry. Mrs. Hollis now, isn't it?
Yes, that's right, Dr. Vane.
Even though I was Dr. Chandler's assistant at the time, I don't know if you recall me.
Oh, of course I do, vividly. Those were the days when I knew who so few people were, including myself.
Terrifying thing, amnesia. Fortunately, yours was very short-lived.
Well, I hope it was. I thought it was then.
Does that mean you think you've been blanking out recently again?
No, I mean, not exactly. What I really want to make sure of is...
Is what, Mrs. Hollis?
Is whether the results of that whack on the head I got were ever really cleared up. I mean, maybe Dr. Chandler's the only one who really could have told me. I don't know if you have the facts to answer me. I just pray to God you have.
Well, we keep a record on all patients. Yours may take a little while to dig back to. Excuse me a moment. Nurse, will you look up for me in the inactive file a patient of Dr. Chandler's, Miss Ainsley. That's Ainsley, first name Susan. Now, while we're waiting, why don't you tell me what's worrying you?
I'll have to begin at the beginning. I was 17 in 1964, fresh out of high school, and fresh out of Nebraska, arriving in the city, the big one, the only one where every dream comes true. Some of this only came back later, you understand, but I'm trying to tell it in one straight line, or maybe I'll get you lost, too.
I understand. Tell it any way you want to.
Well, my mother died when I was 15, and I'd been sort of keeping house for Pop. Just the two of us. Then he died, just after my graduation, and that was the end of my family. By the time I settled up everything and buried him, there was less than $1,000. I had to get away. So I paid my bus fare, kept $20 or $30 in my handbag, and stuffed the rest in my bra. That, with 2 big suitcases, were all I had. I could hardly lift them. New York, when I got there, was freezing cold, and there was black ice on the streets. Coming out of the bus terminal, I slipped and fell. Hit my head. When I came to, I was in Bellevue Hospital.
A lucky thing you had those suitcases. I can recall Dr. Chandler telling me about you and saying if they hadn't broken your fall, you'd probably have broken your neck or ended up with a really serious skull fracture.
Oh, not to know where I was, where I came from, my name, nothing. Somebody had stolen my pocketbook with every piece of identification I had. I don't think I'd have ever remembered anything if Dr. Chandler hadn't tracked things down for me.
But he did.
Not only that, he got me the job and training here at Physicians Hospital as a nurse's aide. And when he died, he left me enough money to go through secretarial school. In every way, he gave me a chance at life.
Yes. Amnesia is a frightening condition, but it didn't take you long to get your name back.
Well, it was 2 months. I know that Dr. Chandler gave me an identity and a name. But was it the right one?
What?
Was he just so sorry for me that he made up a name and a background and got people to call me from Lincoln and to write letters just so I could be called somebody named Susan Ainsley?
But that's who you are.
It's who I thought I was 2 days ago. Now I'm not so sure. I'm here today to find out if it's possible that I might be someone else. Someone called Helen Roberts.
Surprised? Or as is usual with good listeners, were you already ahead in this story as it unfolds, and at least half suspected this might be the case? Well, it will be up to the lady herself to tell you that when we return shortly with Act 3.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
I saw this perfectly darling mirror in the showroom, so I bought it. But when the truck came, they delivered this thing I never saw before. Now what am I going to do?
I'll tell you what to do, madam.
But who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Now, the first thing to do is to call the store manager and tell him what happened. But in the future, when your merchandise is delivered, you should examine the item before the delivery truck leaves. And if it's to be delivered from a warehouse, have a clear understanding with the dealer that unless it is the same as the sample shown to you, you will not accept it or pay for it.
Oh, thank you.
Just part of my job, madam, to help people with their shopping problems.
On the corner, Church's Kitchen's making golden fried chicken. Right before your eyes, always crisp, deep fried. The way chicken should be fried. Golden crisp flavor, fresh in every bite. Drop by Church's Fried Chicken Kitchen. The golden taste of Church's comes ringing through.
Chicken was made to be deep fried, so crispy it crunches when you bite into it. Well, that's what Church's does. Deep fries your chicken right before your eyes till it's golden brown and golden crispy crunchy on the outside, moist and tender on the inside. Makes your mouth water just thinking about it. So what are you waiting for? Drop by Church's on your way home and pick up a box of the Crispy Lovers chicken. Your family will love you, and so will we.
Drop by Church's Fried Chicken Kitchen. The golden taste of Church's comes ringing through. The golden taste of Church's.
Confusing story, isn't it? With all its twists and turns. But then, that's the fault of the young lady who's telling it. Because if anything has ever exposed you in your life to sheer and sustained panic, Even the threat of its returning is enough to make the strongest understand the ostrich and feel like hiding your head in the sand. Susan, or Helen, or whichever she is, seems made of stouter stuff.
I went on naturally to explain about Dan and who Helen Roberts was, while the nurse came with the folder. Dr. Vane listened without interruption. When I finished, he sat back.
All right, Susan. Well, that's who you are. Now it's my turn. Amnesia is not a disease. It's a symptom, a byproduct of physical or psychological shock. In your case, a good solid bang on the noggin. Now, what on earth would make you think you might be getting it again? Just because you and Helen Roberts worked as nurses' aides at physicians about the same time?
No, not so much that.
I should hope not. Because you were in children's ward, and she must have been in orthopedics. And you know the buildings are 5 or 6 blocks apart in this huge complex.
It wasn't that so much. It was the date.
The date?
April 14th, 1968, the day Helen left Dan. That was the day I met Carl.
Your husband?
Yes.
Well, I sense you're still uncertain about your identity. There are plenty of other ways to clear up, you know.
I know. I just wanted to take the shortest cut.
This man you met, this Dan Roberts, he rather swept you off your feet, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm afraid he did.
Then if you won't trust me, see your gynecologist.
What?
You and Carl never had any children, did you?
I never had a child.
Then how could you possibly be Helen Roberts, who had 2?
I was out of all the dark caves and the twisting caverns and into the sunlight. And the first thing I did when I got home was ring Dan.
Hello?
Dan?
Yes, who's this?
The problem lady.
Susan.
Is that offer of a date still open?
Just name the time.
All right, tomorrow. Friday night. Where do we go?
I'll pick you up at your office after work, and, we'll drive up into the country and have dinner.
Oh, it was a heavenly evening, Dan. I haven't danced in years. I was so clumsy.
Oh, that was me. I haven't danced in even longer, but it was good. I'll take every bunion and blister happily and come right back for more.
Oh, you couldn't have stepped on my feet. I was floating. What are we stopping for?
We're home. That is, you're home.
Oh, shucks. Well, I'd invite you in for a nightcap, but I haven't anything.
Madam, you have everything in the world. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll make a bargain. I know you're tired. I'll let you go right to bed if you promise me tomorrow.
All right. What time?
All the time. I meant all the tomorrows. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, etc., ad infinitum. I love you. I love you, and I want us together.
Oh, Dan.
Kiss me.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, Helen.
Helen. Helen, you mean after all my long explanations this evening, you still think I'm Helen?
No, wait a minute. That just slipped out. I don't know what I think. It's just that you look so like...
No, Dan, no. That tears it. Don't you see it wouldn't ever work for us? No matter who you accept me as, you'd always be seeing Helen in me. And I won't. I can't be a substitute wife and lover. Goodbye.
Helen, I mean, Susan, wait.
Okay, buddy, just stay in the car.
Now, get out of my way. Who do you think you are?
There's the shield, Mr. Detective Sergeant Benton, New York Police. You heard the lady. Goodbye. Final. Now get in the car and drive.
Oh, I know you meant well, Ed, but why did you have to butt in?
The way it looks, you're better off without this guy.
You could be right about that, but I'd like to mind my own business.
This isn't any business for you. I'm telling you, I got this straight from the Sanford police. They ain't closed the file on this guy Roberts. The way his wife disappeared and all. Okay, so she took a powder. That happens. But why doesn't she show up anywhere else? Huh? How come she never even comes back for the clothes and jewelry she left behind? Wait
a minute, Ed. Are you trying to suggest that Helen is dead?
He could have done away with her.
Dan? Oh, don't be silly, Ed. But if she isn't alive anymore... Oh, if I just knew that. Maybe there'd be a chance for both of us. I'd made up my mind before I got rid of Ed. The picture of Mrs. Freiberg was suddenly fresh in my mind, looking at me as though she'd seen a ghost. And I knew I had to talk to her. I took the 9 o'clock train to Sandport the next morning, looked her up in the book, and took a taxi to her house.
It's the craziest, mixed-up thing I ever listened to. But I believe you, Susan Hollis.
Well, with a birth certificate, driver's license, Social Security card...
Oh, forget those, honey. They could be faked. I'll tell you why I believe you. I thought about it that day after I bumped into you this week. You couldn't have been Helen. Not in a million bunch of Sundays. Not the way you look.
But I've seen a picture of her. We're practically double.
You saw a picture of her the way she was before she ran out on Dan. But the way she was the last time I saw her. Nobody could come back from that to looking like you.
When was the last time you saw her? Where?
Year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I went with some friends to an off-Broadway theater. There was a block right around the corner that's Frosty Row. You know, the men come down and pick them up by car or taxi. Helen was one of them. Oh, what a mess she was. She pretended not to know me. Said her name was Crystal White. I remember that name because it was such a stupid alias. And, oh, my dear, the way she looked. She was on drugs. I could tell.
Why did she run away from Dan, Mrs. Freiberg?
Oh, the bored, the jaded suburban wife. Oh, this kind of routine was never for someone like Helen. You could have pushed a meat skewer through her ears and hit nothing. Nothing in her head but bells.
And Dan married someone like that?
I'll give Helen her due. She tried. Even the kids. But she just couldn't cut it. Dan being away so much didn't help. She started in with marijuana. I could smell it sometimes when I went over there. Then when Dan came home, I suppose she graduated to the hard stuff. Easier to cover up. Oh, and that damned Ernie.
Ernie?
Oh, he used to drive the delivery truck for High Hill Markets. Everybody takes from them around here. He was a pest. Tried to make all the housewives, and with that set of muscles and that wavy hair, I'll bet his score wasn't bad. I'm sure he was also peddling drugs. I know he was Helen's supply. Just as I know it was him she took off with that day. Oh, that poor, silly jerk.
Does Dan know about this? Are you kidding?
Everybody in this town loved Dan Roberts. Anybody who knew the truth about Helen, and there weren't many that did. They knew they'd get plenty from me if they let it out. You'd be surprised the goods that Lillian Freiberg has on folks in this town. I deal in real estate.
But just to let Dan think she'd walked out on him and the children...
The best thing that ever happened to him. And the best way to leave it.
Well, it was a sad, long ride in from Sandport. It didn't help to find Ed waiting for me in his car outside my house.
Susan, I've been waiting for you over an hour and a half. Where have you been?
It doesn't matter, Ed. I don't want to see anybody.
That's where you're wrong. You and me are taking a ride. Hop in.
I just had one. I don't want another.
You want this one. You don't know it, but it's Christmas. You listen to Santa, Ed, and I'll explain while we're on the way. Doors open. Get in.
All right.
First off, clean bill of health on your boy, Dan Roberts. He checks out A-OK. Owe him and you an apology.
Are you taking me to Dan?
No, he's on his way down where we're going in his own car. I broke the whole story to him. Now I gotta break it to you.
I could have saved myself the trip to Sandport. Ed and his boys, with the help of the Sandport police, had checked out that whole story. Only they'd taken it a giant step further, to a halfway house in Brooklyn, where we were headed for now. A
She had all her things out on the desk already, you see, for the other gentleman, her husband.
Mrs. Whittle, this is the young lady I told you about.
Oh, yes. Oh, just let me change my glasses. These are for reading, and the others are... Oh, my, yes, you do. Just like her. Before, you know.
Before?
Before she got hooked on those awful drugs. They come here only at the end, really. Oh, I can't get over it. The sergeant only showed me your picture, and you didn't look like more than, well, sisters. But seeing you in person and comparing it to this picture, regular twins.
Oh, Ed, why did you bring me here? What difference does it make?
I just thought, Susie, that you ought to know your rival is gone for good and all. Now, if he's what you want, you don't have to play second fiddle anymore. Where's Mr. Roberts?
He went over to the grave. He said to ask the lady if she'd join him there. You know where it is, Sergeant.
Yeah. I'll show her where.
I came, Dan. Mrs. Whittle said you wanted me to.
I put some flowers on the grave. It looks so bare.
Oh, Dan, what can I say?
Thank God.
What?
You can say thank God for both of us. No, I'll change that. For all of us. Poor Helen. No, it's a terrible gift, but the best she could have given us. Oh, Susan, Susan. There's only one name now, only one woman, and she's not Helen. I can offer you total belief now. Will you accept it?
Of course, Dan.
And me. You will marry me, won't you? There's nothing to stand between us now.
Well, there are two little girls in England
Who can't wait for me to give them a mommy of their own. And I can't wait to write them to tell them I found the perfect one.
Because she's so like their own?
No, because she's just the opposite of their own. She's her own woman, which Helen never was. I want her to be my woman.
Oh, Dan. Oh, maybe we've both come home at last.
To stay, Susan. To stay.
A little like having been in a maze, isn't it? Twisting and turning, running into dead ends, the feeling of frustration, and a lurking, haunting feeling that maybe there is no way out, especially if the labyrinth is dark enough, as it was for Susan. And Dan, for them, for all of us, when we do find the way out at last, how much brighter the day is. I'll be back shortly.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that.
Once upon a time, there came to pass a new law, and great changes came over the people. They were happy and busied themselves at work they enjoyed. They were kind to the earth, and it gave back to them. No one had to lock doors or put fences around their land. Everyone had enough to eat. The sick and the aged were cared for. The people stood proud and tall.
In the land of make-believe, there were no poor. The Campaign for Human Development is working to make the same thing happen in our real world.
Campaign for Human Development, United States Catholic Conference.
Susan Hollis is now Susan Roberts, and they do live in suburbia again. As a matter of fact, Lillian Freiberg found them the house at a steal. Living in the city would have been very expensive anyway, because there are 3 children now. Susan brought him something even more than a new marriage and a new life. A brand new son. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Larry Haynes, Joan Shea, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
Go back 21 years?
Yes.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid to be young again? Afraid to have another chance, another lifetime?
How would a thing like this work?
You agree to go back for the express purpose of rectifying an unfortunate action that you committed under stress. You are given an opportunity to do it.
And then, do I come back here to the present?
That's difficult to say. You're going back there. Here won't happen for another 21 years. So, where here is going to be will depend on the new life you'd make for yourself.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Eat out at Wyatt's Cafeterias tonight. There's one in your neighborhood.
It's the goodest. It's cheaper than eating at home.
Eat at your nearby Wyatt Cafeteria. When we got a lot of wash we gotta do, and all the skirts and shirts are dirty through and through, that's when we're glad for Fab. Clean, so clean, lemon fresh and too. Fabs are seen a bouillon do. White, so white, razzle dazzling. Bright, so bright, you're gonna wanna sing. Oh, Fab, we're glad there's lemon fresh and borax in you.
KRLD, Dallas.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
The Eddie Cantor Show.
You'd never think arithmetic was something you'd enjoy. But when it's done a certain way, it's fun for every girl and boy. 1Z, 2Z, I'll kiss you, Z. 2Z, 3Z, you kiss me, Z. 3Z, 4Z, kiss some more, Z. Let's start counting higher. 4Z, 5Z, let's get live, Z. 5Z, 6Z, hug me quick, Z. 6Z, 7Z, this is heaven, Z. My heart's on a flyer. Keep the kisses going while the numbers climb. Love will keep on growing, and we'll have one swell time. 7Z, 8Z, you're my date, C. 8Z, 9Z, 8 is fine, C. 9Z, 10Z, start again, C. 1Z, 2Z, I love you, Z. Keep the numbers going till the song is done. Love will keep on growing, and we'll have lots of fun. 7Z, 8Z, you're my date, C. 8Z, 9Z, 8 is fine, C. 9Z, 10Z, start again, C. 1Z, 2Z, I love you, Z. If I love you, Z, you love me, Z. Just you try, it's awful easy. It's a game that you can't lose, Z. 1Z, 2Z, I love you, Z.
We now take you to the home of Eddie Cantor, where we find the great comedian seated at his desk, surrounded by a huge pile of fan mail.
Harry Bonzell, look at all these letters.
Yeah?
Requests. Nothing but requests.
Gee.
The May Company requests $84. Saks Fifth Avenue requests $200. And here's a bill for $1,500 for Ida's new Silver Fox. Why, only last year I bought her a mink coat.
Well, Eddie, maybe she's tired of the mink coat.
Tired? A mink wears the same coat all his life and never complains she's tired. Harry, you know, I'm not the only husband that complains. All women are the same.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, they spend the morning looking, the afternoon buying, so it can be delivered in the evening so they can return it in the morning.
No, Eddie, listen, has Ida always been so wild about shopping in department stores?
Ever since I married her. I'll never forget when our first daughter was born. I brought her in to Ida and said, look, darling, this wonderful pink little bundle just arrived. She looked up and said, Eddie, we'll keep it 5 days, and if it doesn't match the drapes, we'll send it back.
Oh, no. Well, look, Eddie, why don't you talk to Ida about all these bills?
I did, and I really laid the law down.
Oh.
I showed her bills from the beauty shop, bills from the milliner, bills from the furrier, from the dressmaker, and finally we agreed to cut down on expenses.
You did?
Tomorrow I'm giving up smoking.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Eddie, there must be some way to cut down your expenses.
Well, I don't... Yeah. Harry, how much am I paying you a week?
Me and my big mouth.
Now, Harry, quit stalling. How much money do you find in your pay envelope every week?
I don't know. My wife never lets me peek.
You mean she never lets you peek?
No, she just counts it next to my ear and lets me listen to it rustle.
Well, I'll soon put a stop to that.
You will?
Next week you can listen to a jingle.
Oh, no.
Harry, hand me the rest of the mail.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, Harry, look.
What?
A letter from Jack Benny.
Oh, no.
It's probably a check for the rent. You know, he rented my house in Palm Springs 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
Well, at last I'll be collecting something. Let's see now. Where's that check?
Well, go ahead. Read the letter, Eddie.
Dear Eddie, you can stop shaking the envelope. There's no check inside. When I sublet your house in Palm Springs, we agreed that you would leave the house exactly as it was when I first saw it. Now, I remember distinctly seeing a box of Kleenex in the bathroom on the day you left. Last night, quite by accident, I counted the Kleenex and found 2 sheets missing.
What? By accident?
Now, under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't complain, Eddie. But it so happens that my own personal Kleenex won't be back from the laundry till Monday. And another thing, he says here, I haven't had a good night's sleep since I moved into your bedroom. I find that your Beauty Rest mattress is much too small for my money. Unless something is done about this immediately, I will be forced to transfer my account to my Simmons mattress, Beverly Hills branch. Sincerely, Jack Benny.
Yeah,
here it is. Well, same old Jack. Harry, throw the rest of the mail away. It's probably all bills.
Oh, no. Hey, wait a minute, Eddie. Here's a strange-looking letter. It's from South America.
South America?
Uh-huh.
South America? Let me see it, Harry.
Yeah, here.
Oh.
What?
Harry.
What?
Oh.
What's the
Harry.
matter?
This is wonderful,
Eddie,
Harry.
what is it?
It's marvelous.
Well, what is it?
I'm rich.
Rich?
I'm rich, Harry.
What?
Harry, look. I'm a millionaire.
A million?
I've inherited a 100,000-acre plantation in South America.
Inherited from whom?
From my grandfather, Don Eduardo Gonzalez Cantor.
Well, wait a minute, Eddie. Now, you know very well that your grandfather was no South American.
But, Harry, he was. Believe me, he was a pioneer. My grandfather was the first gaucho to wheel a pushcarto across the Rio Amazonas.
Eddie, are you kidding? Did you really inherit a plantation?
Certainly. Look at the letter.
Well,
the lawyer. It says the lawyer is coming over to have me sign the papers. Harry, do you realize what this means?
Yeah.
I'm rich.
Well,
I'm rich, Harry. I don't have to... I'm a member of the South American aristocracy.
I can't believe it.
I'm a descendant of Don Eduardo Gonzalez Cantor, the richest man in South America.
I can't believe it.
Why, the blood that runs through my veins is over 2,000 years old.
That I believe.
From now on, Harry, it's Senor Eduardo, the playboy.
Yeah.
Every night I'll dive into a swimming pool filled with champagne.
Oh, no, Eddie, you can't swim.
Who cares? Think of the fun I'll have floating around with my mouth open. South America, here I come. Aye, 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 aye. Have you ever danced in the tropics? In that hazy, lazy-like, kind of crazy-like South American way. Aye, 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 aye. Have you ever kissed in the moonlight in the grand and glorious, gay, notorious South American way. The Latin scheme of love is like a dream of love. A Latin stream of love is in their veins. They'll buy a jewel for you, or fight a duel for you, or drive a mule for you across the plains. Aye, 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 aye. There is melody in their music, while the gauchos sing it. Come on and swing it, South American way.
Eddie, listen, I just thought if you're going to South America, you'll need some different clothes, you know.
Oh, no, Harry. I expect to get everything when I'm down there. Some huaraches, sombreros, serapis, muchachos.
No. Wait a minute, Eddie. A muchacho is a boy.
Oh. I guess I'm expecting too much of South America. Oh, but I can hardly wait to get down there, Harry.
Hey, this...
What, come in?
Oh, Eddie, this looks like your Spanish lawyer.
Eddie Cantor, she is who?
She is me. Are you the lawyer from South America?
Yes, I am her. I bring you bad news. Your grandfather, she has passed away. And she leave you?
She leave me, yes.
Your grandmother.
My grandfather left me my grandmother?
See, and then your poor grandmother, he passed away.
Yes, but what about the plantation? I had a letter telling me I inherited the plantation.
Oh, forgive you, I forget.
Yeah.
Your grandpeoples, they leave you a 100,000-acre coffee plantation, 1 million pesetas, and a large herd of cattle.
Oh, that's wonderful. Tell me, how many head of cattle do I have?
Oh, I am sorry. I could not count the heads of cattle.
Why not?
They were facing the other way.
Look, Mr. Lawyer, I don't want any mistakes. Are you sure it was my grandfather who died?
Oh, see, we checked. Your grandfather, when she passed away, he have a birthmark on his back and a mule on his nose.
No. You mean he had a mole on his nose?
Oh, not after the mule kick him in the kisser.
Look, senor, will you let me sign the papers now? I want to take my whole cast down to South America. Do they like American broadcast there?
Oh, see, especially those programs with that South American flavor.
Yeah. Which programs?
John's Other Enchilada. And Fibber, Magee, and Tamale.
Look, senor, we're wasting time. Will you let me sign the papers, please?
Oh, muy bueno. Sign here.
All right. Eduardo Cantor. There. Now, what about your fee?
Is $4 and expenses too much?
Why, not at all. Here's $4. How much are your expenses?
$1,100.
$1,100? Oh, well, what do I care? I'm a South American millionaire. Here is the $500. Here's the $1,100.
Gracias.
Gracias to you. Tell me, have you had a good time here in Hollywood?
Oh, no. Last night I have a date with a beautiful woman. She take me to the Trocadero, but she no dance with me. She take me to Ciro's, but she no drink with me.
But, senor, if she didn't dance and drink with you, what did she take you for?
$1,100. Adios.
Adios. Harry, I'm a millionaire.
Isn't it wonderful?
Everything is set now. Look, the papers are signed.
Yeah, and Eddie, listen, you better take me along with you. I'll be a great help to you. I know the language, you know.
You speak Spanish?
Oh, see. 2 years in high school. Here, get a load of this, Eddie. Now, listen.
Yeah.
Mi organo del olfacto está verde.
Oh, that's wonderful, Harry.
Isn't that?
What does it mean?
I have a green nose.
That's fine. That's what you know. That's fine.
Isn't it good?
That'll be a great help in South America. We go into a restaurant. I'm dying to eat. I don't know how to read the menu. The waiter says, "What would you like, sir?" And you say it, Harry.
Mi organo del olfacto está verde.
I have a green nose with mustard. With mustard, maybe?
A little come in handy someplace.
Sure. For example, a beautiful senorita throws her arms around me and asks me if I'd like to kiss her. And you say, "Tell her, Harry." What do you say?
Mi organo del olfacto está verde.
Fine. She's puckered up her ruby lips. I'm purple with emotion, and you're standing there with a green nose.
Yes, Eddie?
Harry, it's all set.
Oh, swell.
I've sent down for my plane tickets, and I'll be leaving for South America on the Clipper tonight.
Oh.
Now, the only thing I have left to do is to take some rumba lessons,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, rumba lessons?
Sure. They'll expect it of Don Eduardo Cantoro. After all, part of me is South American.
Well, then how come you can't do the rumba?
That's not the part of me that's South American.
Oh.
Come on, Harry. I've already phoned the best rumba teacher in town. Now, I'll take it. Hello? Cantor speaking.
How do you do?
Say, Russian.
Yes?
Russian, have you had any luck getting me a ticket to South America?
Cantor? In checking over, I have discovered you need an extra ticket, as you will carry 150 pounds excess.
My baggage doesn't weigh 150 pounds.
But I do.
All right, but make sure the tickets are for the Pan American Clipper.
To make sure,
Yes?
I made sure.
Yes.
I had the stewardess take me into the hangar where I looked things over.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, looking over the plane.
Oh, the plane. The plane. Oh.
Stop clowning, Russian. I'm in a hurry to start packing.
Cantor, be sure and pack your long underwear.
Yeah, but Russian, the only Clipper stop is Cuba. That's in the West Indies, where it's warm.
Later it gets cold.
Yeah?
You see?
Yeah?
When you leave the Indies and fly over the Andes, you change your undies.
Russian, you can do me another favor.
Yes?
After you pick up the tickets, get me a list of South America's famous hot dishes.
I have it right here. South America's hottest dishes.
What are they?
Maria Montez and Cama Miranda.
No. I mean hot dishes like tamales, enchiladas, and tortillas. Do you know what they are?
Dubiously. Once I had a meal of tamales, enchiladas, and tortillas. And after finishing, I rushed to the telephone and ordered my dessert.
After all that hot food, what kind of dessert did you phone for?
The fire department.
Russian, keep trying to get those tickets, and I'll see you later. Until then, adios.
Adios?
Yes, that means goodbye in Spanish.
Los Angeles traffic.
Los Angeles traffic?
That's goodbye in any language.
Goodbye, Russian. Come on, Harry, let's go for the rumble. Vanzelli.
Yes.
This must be the place.
Uh-huh.
I'll knock on the door.
Okay.
Come in.
Lena Ramai. Well, Lena, I'm ready for my rumble lesson.
But the man on the phone said he was a Spanish gentleman.
Si, I am she. I am Don Eduardo San Pedro Alvarado San Fernando Labre.
What?
I am of the Labre muchachos.
You look more like the La Brea Tarpey.
All right, Lena, I'll confess. I'm Eddie Cantor, and this is my good friend, Harry Von Zell.
Oh, this is amazing. Marvelous. Wonderful.
Why are you staring at me?
It isn't every day I see a man with a green nose.
Huh? Oh, I'm glad somebody called you. Look, Lena, I came up here to take some rumba lessons.
Very well. I'll teach you to do the rumba in 6 lessons for only $5 a lesson.
Oh, that's reasonable. Here's $5 for the first lesson.
Okay. Now, put your arms around me.
Yeah?
Bend over at the waist.
Yeah?
Take 1 step forward.
Like this?
Yes. Now for lesson number 2.
Wait. So fast? What do I do for lesson number 2?
You give me another $5.
Okay, here you are. I'm ready now for lesson number 2.
Okay. Put your left foot before your right one.
Yeah?
Put one hand on your hip.
Yeah?
And the other one in your pocket.
In my pocket?
Yes, it's time to pay for lesson number 3.
No! Harry. Yes, Eddie? Harry, reach in my pocket and take out $5.
Well, why don't you do it yourself?
If I make a move, lesson number 4. All right, Lena, let's continue.
I'm sorry, your Roomba lesson, she is finished.
Finished? But I'm supposed to get 6 lessons and you only gave me 3. Are you afraid my money won't hold out?
No, I'm afraid you won't.
Oh, what a sense of you. Isn't it cute, Harry?
Yes.
No wonder I enjoyed seeing you in that MGM picture, Adventure with Clark Gable.
Yes, Gable's back and Garson got it. Gable's back and Garson got it.
It's too bad you didn't get him. You should have. You were wonderful, Lena. In that picture, you looked so exotic. Just like Dorothy Lamour.
Dorothy Lamour? She has nothing on me.
Dorothy Lamour, she has nothing on herself. Lena, are there any tips that you can give me on South America?
Well, you'll find that romance down there is so different from here.
It is?
In South America, on a moonlit night, young couples have their dates on a balcony. Here, they don't make love on the balcony.
Oh, no? You've never been to Low State on a Saturday night. Lena, what makes you think those South Americans are so different?
Well, down there, they're not so hurry.
No.
Here, what you got. Hello, good looking. What's cooking? Here's some nylons. What size you wear?
Oh.
In South America, when a caballero goes out with a señorita, he takes his time. He romances her. He makes pretty speeches. But with a man like you, it's different. You try to kiss the girl the first night.
Yeah, well, a man like him has to with him. They don't show up the second night.
Shut up, Bonzel. Lena, you know you haven't helped me a bit. You didn't teach me to rumba, and you certainly didn't teach me to speak Spanish.
Forget about the rumba.
Yes.
Forget about the language. In South America, the only thing that matters is love.
Yeah.
Eduardo.
Yes.
Would you like me to give you something with a real Latin flavor?
Yes.
I'll sing.
Oh, I
see. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando. Un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando. Una flecha en el aire, cielito lindo, lanzó Cupido. Y esa flecha volando, cielito lindo, bien mi herido. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ese lunar que tiene, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo que a mí me toca. Ay, 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 canta y no llores.
Isn't she cute, Harry?
Cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones.
Bravo! Oh, Harry, isn't she wonderful?
Oh, mi organo del olfacto esta verde.
Harry?
Yeah?
Harry, it was nice of you to come over here and help me pack.
Listen, you know, Eddie, I still think you should have told off that Lena Romai. Taking you for $30 and not giving you a rumble lesson, nothing.
Who cares what's money? This time tomorrow I'll be on my South American plantation, a millionaire, rich.
Well...
Harry, go upstairs in my closet and help yourself to all my suits.
Oh, no, Eddie.
There, help! Go, you can let it out in the back. Go ahead, Harry. Aye. Have you ever lived in the tropics? And that's...
Buenos dias, Senor Cantor.
Oh, my little Spanish lawyer. What are you doing here?
Oh, I come to your house to make long-distance call to South America.
A toll call?
Oh, see, I told them you pay for it.
Well, that's all right. How's everything going with my inheritance?
Oh, perfecto. Except for a few small things.
Yeah.
I think I told you about your plantation.
Oh, yes, my 100,000-acre coffee plantation.
Well, your grandfather didn't exactly leave you 100,000-acre coffee plantation.
What did he leave me?
One percolator.
One percolator? Well, how about my cattle?
Oh, the cattle you got.
A large herd of cattle?
Oh, no, one small tea cattle.
Wait a minute, this is impossible. My coffee plantation is a percolator, my cattle is a tea cattle? Wait a minute, senor. Didn't you say my grandfather left me 1,000,000 pesetas?
Oh, he's typographical error. You know inherit pesetas.
What did I inherit?
Potatoes.
All right, send me the potatoes. I'll sell them.
Oh, nobody will buy them.
Why not?
They are mashed.
No!
And don't ask about the gravy.
Why shouldn't I?
You gave me $1,100?
Yes.
I got the gravy. Adios.
Oh, no. How do you like that? Everything happens to me. No plantation, no money. I'm completely broke. I've got to start economizing. Harry.
Yeah?
Harry, where are you?
Here in your closet, Eddie. I was just trying on the suit you promised me.
Take it off. Take it off.
What do you say?
I can't. I'm not going to South
Eddie,
America, Harry.
What's the matter with what happened to your inheritance? You told me you were going to be a South American gentleman.
South American gentleman is typographical error. Now, Beverly Hills bum. Hi. I lost my ranch in the tropics. Got kicked by Grant Pater below the equator, the South American way. I thought I owned the most beautiful coffee plantation, but no coffee I will sip. I am just a drip. My hacienda, she blew away. A Latin scheme of love was like a dream of love. The Latin stream of love was not for me. I'm no caballero now, got no sombrero now. A Cesar Romero now, I'll never be. I know that I won't see that South American scenery. I'll have to look at Vanzelli with his pot that he got the all-American way.
You've been listening to The Eddie Cantor Show with Harry Von Zell, Bert Gordon, and Eddie's special guest, Lena Romai. Right now, let's join the dancing party in progress at the beautiful Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel in Los Angeles, California, and listen to the music of Jimmy Greer and his orchestra.
I'm glad I waited for you, but then what else could I do? Yes, there were one or two I used to date with, but they always knew I used them to wait with. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too. That favorite dream of mine has just come true. I'm glad I waited for you.
Jimmy Greer presents his lovely lady of song, Miss Jean Taylor. Miss Taylor, who could tell me anything and I'd believe it, chooses for her lyrics, I can't begin to tell you. All right, Bill.
my world would end if ever we were through. I can't begin to tell you how happy I would be if I could speak my mind like others do. I make such pretty speeches whenever we're apart, but when you're near, the words I hear refuse to leave my heart. So take the sweetest phrases the world has ever known and make believe I've said them all to you.
Now the mood of a favorite American pastime set the music. Jimmy Greer and the orchestra and coffee time.
Cantor Show and this brief musical visit to the Biltmore Bowl in Los Angeles, California, for the music of Jimmy Greer and his orchestra, has been a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca pudding dancery.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers, it's morning. George Cooper is in the dining room eating breakfast, and Liz is hiding in the kitchen with Katie the maid.
Why are you afraid to see Mr. Cooper this morning? Is it something about money? Shh, that's a dirty word. Oh, dear, what is it this time? Well, to put it in a nutshell, George wants to go over our Christmas list this morning, and I'm supposed to buy the presents with the money I'm supposed to have been depositing in our Christmas Club account at the bank each month. Well, don't you have enough? Well, not quite. You see, Katie, I missed a few months. How many? 12. I just got a letter from the bank yesterday. Was it a statement? No, it was more of a question. It said, what happened? Oh, Miss Cooper, why don't you just go in and tell him the truth? Tell him the truth? Katie, your brakes are slipping. You know how George is about money. You'd think it was made out of gold or something. Now, I'll just stay right here with you until he leaves for work.
Liz, will you come here?
Oh, trapped. Well, I'll just have to rely on the old standby. I'll lay down a smooch screen. You know, that always sort of takes his mind off things. Coming, baby. Good luck.
Hey, what were you doing out there, Liz?
Well, I was just making sure that my little husband gets enough to eat for his breakfast.
Oh, I had plenty, thanks.
Well, that's good.
Look, Liz, I had a couple of minutes, and I thought it might be...
Oh, you great, big, adorable thing. Oh, where'd you ever get such beautiful blonde wavy hair, George?
I got on a deal. It came with my head.
Ooh, you're so witty. Give me a great big kiss, honey.
Where'd you learn to kiss like that?
It's a gift.
Oh, that reminds me. We just have time to go over the Christmas list.
Oh, I had to open my big fat kisser.
Now, here's the list.
Yeah, it's a long one, isn't it?
Well, we don't have to worry about that as long as we have that old Christmas Club money salted away.
Yeah.
No charge accounts for us. No worrying about how to pay next January. We can show them the color of our money, that beautiful green.
Something tells me there's going to be a white Christmas. George, you know something? I don't think we have enough money in the Christmas account.
What? Well, Liz, you haven't been skimping, have you?
Oh, no. Every month I put in the same amount.
That's pretty good.
Oh, it was nothing. But what I meant was, I like our friends twice as much as I thought I did. They're so wonderful. Why don't you give me some more money, and then I'll have enough, twice as much for everybody.
You know, that's a funny thing. I've been thinking about our friends, too.
You have?
Yeah. And I think half as much of them as I thought I did.
Oh.
I think we should take half the money in our Christmas fund and pay bills with it.
Oh, no.
Well, what's the matter with that?
Well, George, let's be practical about this now. I scrimp and save all year long to get that money together, and now you want to throw it away on bills.
Well, after all, Liz,
What about the Christmas spirit?
Well, it's
Stockings
true.
on the fireplace.
Well, it's just that this
was the night before Christmas, and all through the house.
Liz, I was
Up,
only...
down, or down, Blitzen here, Dancer here, Prancer here, Vixen here, Schmixen here, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
All right. We won't use any of the money for the bills.
Goody.
But I won't give you any extra either. Just use what you have in the Christmas Club account.
Goody dipped in pickle juice. Katie. Yes, Mrs. Cooper? I just figured out how to send presents to everyone, and it won't cost us a cent. We'll make fruit cakes. Oh. But Mrs. Cooper, that's a lot of work. Well, I'll help you like we did when we baked the cakes for the church bazaar. We'll do it together.
Yes, ma'am. I'll bake the cakes and you lick the bowl.
Oh, I love you, Katie. Well, that takes care of everyone on my list but two. George and, one other. Katie, do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Merry Christmas.
Gosh, just what I've always wanted, a fruitcake all my own.
Hey, don't rub it in.
Oh, I won't. What are you going to do about Mr. Cooper?
Oh, I don't know. I could always suggest that we don't exchange presents, but it would be just like him to be a stinker and not give me anything. I'll have to get some money some way. I wonder if I could get a part-time job.
A job? You?
Well, you don't have to use that tone. I'll show you I can get a job. Where's the paper?
Oh, Mr. Cooper took it with him. Why don't you go next door to Mr. Woods? 4 of his 11 children have paper routes.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll be right back, Katie. If you want me, I'll be in the classified ad.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks, Mr. Wood. I wonder if you...
Mrs. Cooper, jump out of the way.
What's the matter?
The children are ready to leave for school. Stand back.
Well, I don't see what all... Oh!
Goodbye, Bob, Madeline, Adele, Lucille, Ruth, Lucian, Jessie, Walter, Jeff, Joanne.
My goodness.
Do you mind if I don't speak for a minute, Mrs. Cooper? My lips get so tired. 11 of them just went by.
I only counted 10.
Oh, no, I'm sure that all 11... Goodbye, Hugo. Oh, you were right.
Do you go through that every morning?
And every night, too. Although the morning is the most hazardous.
What's hazardous about it?
Well, I haven't found out who it is, but someone's got a sharp propeller on his atomic beanie.
Well, I guess having 11 children does have hazards.
Well, I can't blame anyone but myself.
True.
To think that 2 words caused this whole thing.
2 words? What were they?
I do.
Well, you certainly did.
True. Well, Mrs. Cooper, what did you come over for?
Oh, I wanted to see a morning paper. I'm looking for a job.
Mr. Cooper lost his?
No. I'm trying to earn some money for Christmas. I spent the money I was supposed to buy presents with.
Oh, no, wait a minute. My oldest girl, Adele, has just taken a new position. Perhaps you could get her old job.
What is it?
Babysitting. Do you think you could do that?
Well, I don't know about the baby part, but I certainly know how to sit.
Good. I'll call the Pearsons this afternoon and see if they'll give you the job.
Thank you. Well, I'm all ready to go to work, Katie. How do I look?
Oh, you look fine, Mrs. Cooper, but I don't know what you got so dressed up for.
Well, I want to make a good impression. I never babysitted before. Babysatted. I never sat on a baby. I'm so nervous.
Well, how old is the baby?
Adele Wood wrote the details down, see? He's 5 years old. His name is Tommy Pearson, and don't bend over when he has a bean shooter in his hand.
Where does Mr. Cooper think you're going?
Well, I told him I was going to a lecture at the Women's Club with Iris Atterbury. Just to make it look good, I even asked George to come along. Naturally, he said no.
Oh, you're a tricky one, Mrs. Cooper.
I know my way around. Well, so long, Katie. I'll go in and say goodbye to George. Well, goodbye, honey. I'm leaving for the lecture now.
Goodbye, baby. Have a nice time.
I hate to go alone. Are you sure you won't reconsider and come with me?
No.
Oh, come on.
Well, okay, I'll go with you.
Huh?
I'll go with you as far as the door. I left my pipe in my overcoat.
Oh, George, you're so clever.
Well, it wasn't that fun.
Oh, yes, it was. You have no idea. Well, goodbye, dear. Iris will be waiting for me.
Mr. Cooper, is there anything I can get you? You've been pacing around the house like a caged lion.
No, it's funny. I don't know what to do with myself when Liz isn't here. She ought to be home soon.
Home? She's only been gone 20 minutes.
Oh, really? Say, if Liz is out with Iris, Mr. Atterbury must be alone. I'll call him and see if he wants to go to a show.
That's a good... Oh, no, that's a terrible idea. Don't do it.
Well, why not?
Well, I just feel it wouldn't be good.
Oh, nonsense.
I can tell about these things. I'm psychopathic.
Hello? Goodbye.
May I speak to Mr. Atterbury, please?
Well, just a minute. Is this George?
Yes. Who's this?
Iris.
Iris? Well, why didn't you go to the lecture?
What lecture?
The lecture at your club.
Well, there's no lecture at the club. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the lecture that was left an hour ago to go to with you.
Well, I don't know what that... Oh, that lecture! I forgot all about it. I better rush. She's probably waiting for me at the club. I'll put my shoes on. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Nice try, Iris, but the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, and she left me holding it. Well, the cat forgot to tell me I was her alibi. Where do you suppose she is, George?
I don't know, but when she gets home, there's going to be a question and answer session, and she better know the answers. Trouble ahead. But maybe Liz can get George in a good mood with an extra special Jell-O treat like a luscious banana mold. It's quick as a wink to fix in any of those 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Well, suppose you choose shimmering red strawberry Jell-O this time. Just prepare it as usual, and when slightly thickened, fold in 2 medium bananas sliced. Chill until firm, and garnish with extra banana slices and whipped cream. It's pretty as a picture and tastes so rich and fruit-like, because all 6 Jell-O flavors have that wonderful locked-in goodness. Fresh-tasting flavor that makes you think of the berry patch and the orchard. And that's why Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. And now, back to the Coopers. Liz Cooper has taken up babysitting to earn money for George's Christmas present. Well, right now, she's just getting home from her first night on the job.
Thank you for driving me home, Mr. Pearson.
Oh, you're very welcome, Mrs. Cooper. After all, it's after 1 o'clock. I'm sorry Tommy gave you so much trouble.
Well, it was my own fault. I shouldn't have bent over. I didn't dream a bean shooter could shoot that far. Good night.
Good night.
Gosh, I didn't know I'd be out this late. I better tiptoe in so I won't wake George. Now, if I can just get up...
Liz!
You! What are you doing up?
I'm waiting for you.
Oh, you were worried.
Yes. Tell me about the lecture, dear. What was it about?
Oh, the usual thing. Let's go to bed, George.
What was it about, Liz?
Don't separate your words at me, George Cooper.
Liz, the lecture must have had a subject. What was it?
Finance.
Good. As a banker, I'm interested.
As a subject picker, I'm stupid.
What did he say about finance, Liz?
You wouldn't be interested, George. It's elementary.
You mean things like inflation, the fiscal year, and the devaluation of the British pound?
Oh, George, you're so smart. Those are exactly the things he talked about. He told us all about that fiscal business.
What did he say about it?
About what?
That fiscal business.
Oh, he said not to put your money in fiscals this year. That's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Did he say why?
Yes, because the frost ruined them all.
He certainly knew what he was talking about.
Oh, thank you.
What did he say about the British pound?
It's being invalidated.
Devaluated.
Oh, yes, that's it. And it won't be long before the pound only weighs 8 ounces. You see, George, it makes it lighter for the English people to carry their money around.
I see. How did Iris like the lecture?
Iris? Oh, she fell asleep.
No, Liz.
No?
Iris was home all evening. I happen to know there was no club meeting and there wasn't any lecture.
Boy, have we been wasting each other's time.
Elizabeth, where were you tonight?
Well, I'm sorry, George, I can't tell you.
Oh, fine. My wife stays out till 1:30 and then can't tell me where she was.
Oh, George, if I told you, it would spoil everything.
I'll bet it would.
Now, George, you're not going to be stuffy about this, are you?
No, I can take it. Who is he, Liz?
Who's who?
This other man, my rival.
Rival? Oh, George!
Never mind the act. Who is he?
Oh, this is wonderful. Georgie, you're jealous. Georgie, you're jealous.
I am not.
You are, too. If your eyes were any greener, you could stuff them with pimentos. Georgie, you're jealous.
Liz, for the last time, who is he?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Mrs. Cooper, did you sleep on the couch in the den last night?
No, Katie, that was my righteous, indignant husband, George.
Oh, didn't you tell him you were babysitting?
No, it's so funny, Katie. He thinks I have a secret lover.
You, a secret lover?
It's not that funny.
Sorry.
I just think it's a cute, harmless situation, and I'm going to enjoy it for a while. I'll get it. Hello?
Liz, girl. This is Iris.
Oh, hi, stool pigeon.
It wasn't my fault, girl. You should have tipped me off.
I guess I should have.
Well?
Well, what?
Who is he?
Who is who?
The other man in your life, the one you were out with last night. I'm all ears.
You do pretty good in the nose department, too. Well, I was going to tell you, but now it's none of your business.
Oh, come on, Liz. Tell me.
I can't talk now. George will be down any second.
Well, I'll talk. You just answer yes or no. Is he 6 feet tall with curly black hair, big blue eyes, and flashing teeth?
No.
Too bad, girl. Is he short, fat, and bald, but lousy with money?
No. Now, Iris, will you please?
I know he's ugly and broke, and you're in love with his mind.
Iris, for the last time, there isn't anybody.
Well, this is a fine way to treat your best friend. Go ahead and be closed-mouthed. I'll find out anyway. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. Well, Katie, the word is getting around. I haven't had this much attention since the 5th grade when a little boy and I were caught in the cloakroom.
Really?
Yeah, nobody would believe we were dusting our erasers.
Mr. Atterbury, I'd like to ask your advice.
Come in, boy. Come in. Iris told me all about your difficulties.
It's been 4 nights now. Every night Liz goes out. Another man is in love with my wife.
It's a problem, boy.
Has that ever happened to you?
With Iris? Ha-ha! No such luck.
Oh, what can I do, Mr. Atterbury?
There's only one answer, George boy. Fight fire with fire. Do the same thing yourself. Pretend you're in love with another man. I mean woman.
Say, that might work.
I've never seen it fail yet, and I've seen hundreds of movies. Now, if you're not good at pretending, really get yourself a date. It's a wonderful excuse.
Okay, from now on, it's George Cooper, philanderer.
Where's George, Katie? I'm ready to leave again, and he's not blocking the door or shouting, "Who is he?"
Well, he was around someplace.
Here I am. What's the matter, Liz?
Oh, nothing. I'm leaving, George. So long.
No. So long.
Don't you care?
Care about what?
I'm leaving. I'm going to meet your rival.
Well, goodbye.
My lover.
Well, what are you waiting for, Liz?
Don't you care?
Well, yes, but I can't be sore at you when I'm doing the same thing.
Well, of course not. If you're... What do you mean you're doing the same thing?
Well, I happened to run into an old girlfriend today, and I asked her if
What? Oh, you're being so smart, pretending you have a date. Ha ha.
You don't believe it, huh?
No. Oh, you're such a rotten actor. Ha ha ha.
Well, it so happens I was just going to call her and say I'm picking her up.
You got your finger on the hook.
No, I haven't, see?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, Helen?
What?
Is this Helen?
No, this isn't Helen. This is Geraldine. Helen has a deeper voice than mine.
This is George.
She doesn't even recognize your voice.
Oh, George. What's going on?
Where would you like to go tonight, dear?
Oh, I get it. Any place you'd like to go, darling.
Oh, Helen. You shouldn't say things like that.
Oh, well, I'm just a devil.
Well, all right. If you just want to take a ride in the country. It is a full moon tonight. Just you and me.
Gad, what a disgusting thought.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
George, who is she?
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to know?
I'll tell you who mine is if you tell me who yours is.
No, I didn't realize this was so much fun.
I'll stay home if you'll stay home.
What? Would you want me to stand Helen up?
I'd like you to knock her down. For the last time, George, are you going to tell me who she is?
No.
All right. Good night. I'm off to see my lover. And he's young. A lot younger than you are.
Well, that's nice.
And he's handsome and dashing.
Good.
And he's loaded. He's a big operator in beans.
Anything else?
Yes. Why don't you ever put the cap back on the toothpaste?
Huh? Well, what's that got to do with anything?
I've been saving it up until I was mad at you. Goodbye.
Well, good night, Mrs. Cooper. I'll try to be home early.
All right, Mr. Pearson.
What's the matter? You sound blue.
Oh, I won't bother you with my personal problems.
Well, I'll pay you for all 5 nights when I get back. Sorry I haven't had any small bills before now.
That's all right. Goodbye, Mr. Pearson.
Oh, there you are. I've caught you.
George.
Yes, George. I followed you here.
Oh, darling, you do care.
Yeah, so this is Mr. Big Bean Operator. Come on, put up your dukes.
George!
Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Cooper?
I guess that takes care of your lover.
Oh, George, my lover is 5 years old.
What?
I've been babysitting to get money to buy you a Christmas present.
Oh, gosh, this is awful.
Well, it's worse than you think. He hasn't paid me yet. You just punched yourself right out of a Christmas present.
Yes, Lucille?
What are we sticking around the city for, boy? Let's get out where the West begins and trap some cattle rustlers like the Western programs do. Let her go, partner. Howdy, partner.
Don't call me partner, stranger.
Don't call me stranger, partner. Although I've never had a stranger partner.
Now, look, smile when you say that.
Oh, I've never had a stranger partner.
What be your name, gal?
Hop along, Lucidity. I'm a
tracking down some rustlers called the Jello family. I'm looking for strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, or lemon.
Well, what about lime?
He couldn't have done it. He's too green.
How about lemon?
Yaller, through and through.
Hey, what was that for?
I don't know. Thought it was time for some gunshots. Well, don't just stand there. Start beating your gums, son.
Well, with Jell-O, the goodness is locked in and can't get out until your first delectable spoonful.
Let's keep it Western, Bub. You mean the goodness is corralled in and can't break or tether till your first delectable spoonful is a bloomin' on the sage with roundup time in Texas. Yippee-I-O-ki-yay. Watch it, partner. If you out-yippee me, you'll find yourself so full of holes I can use you for a strainer.
Yeah, you don't mean that.
Yeah, you're headed for the big corral up yonder.
Now, wait a minute. When I get there, will I be able to look for the big red letters on the box?
I reckon.
Will there be Jell-O to make me think of the real ripe fruit itself?
I reckon.
All right then, gal, go ahead and shoot. What a wonderful way to go. Will there be all 6 delicious flavors all?
Oh, yeah, like that. I missed him. Good night, Bob.
Good night, Annie. Before long, all over America, folks will be sitting down to Thanksgiving dinner. And they'll feel happier if they've helped to bring individual aid to the people abroad who are still suffering from hunger and privation. CARE, a non-profit organization, makes it possible for you to send more per dollar than any other way. For instance, for $10, CARE will send a 22.5-pound food package overseas. You simply send your money to CARE, New York. Give your name and address and the name and address of the recipient. You'll receive a signed receipt upon delivery. Remember, through your help, those hungry men, women, and children can have their Thanksgiving, too. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by Jell-O.
Oh, it's log cabin syrup for my mind, with that real Northwoods flavor, so fine, oh so fine. Blended cane and pure maple, it's tops on your table, that real maple flavor, the pancakes a favor. It's log cabin syrup for my mind.
Yes, Log Cabin is the syrup with that delicious Northwoods maple flavor. It's America's most popular quality table syrup. Enjoy it on waffles or pancakes for Sunday night suppers as well as at breakfast.
It's log cabin syrup for my mind.
Listen to Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Copen. And starring tonight 2 of radio's foremost actors, Ralph Bell and Charlotte Holland, in Killer at Large.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we drop in on a very clever gentleman. A gentleman who perfected an ingenious plan to be rid of people he disliked without ever having to suffer for it. I call his story Killer at Large. My friend, Mr. Jeffrey Andrews, is temporarily confined to a hospital. So we're going there to meet him. He's just been given a routine checkup by a new staff physician, Dr. French.
Well, Dr. French, how am I?
You seem to be in fine physical shape, Mr. Andrews.
Guess you'll have to be letting me go soon, eh?
I certainly hope so.
Well, I've had a good rest, but I look forward to getting back in the harness again. I'm Andrews First, you know.
Andrews First?
That's the name of my business. You see, my name is Andrews.
Yes?
So I named my firm Andrews First. And all my advertising carried the line. When you think of building materials, think of Andrews First.
Oh, yes. Very clever.
Used to drive my competitors crazy with my advertising. Yes, I pulled off many a smart deal, and I always let the world in on it. After all, what's the use of doing something smart if no one knows about it?
Well, the urge to boast is certainly human.
For instance, you probably don't know why I'm here. Haven't had a chance to study my case yet, I suppose.
No, not in detail.
Oh, then sit down. I'll tell you. It's really one of the cleverest deals I've ever swung. Now, tell me, have you ever wanted to get rid of someone?
Get rid of someone? You mean, kill them?
Exactly. Kill them.
No, I don't believe I have. Why?
Because most people have at one time or another. But they don't do it. They're afraid. Afraid of the law and of being punished.
That's what the law's for. To restrain people's violent impulses.
Exactly. Unless you happen to be smarter than the law, as I was. Because, you see, I figured out how to get rid of not just one person, but of two. Two people I disposed of and can't ever be punished for it.
That's an unusual achievement.
You disapprove? But I'm going to tell you how I did it. As I said, what's the use of being clever if people don't know about it? And since the law can't touch me, why not? To make it clear, Doctor, I'll go back to the very beginning. To that evening when I arrived home from work to find my wife Judith and my best friend and personal physician at that time, Alex Hearn, deep in conversation. They jumped apart guiltily as I entered the room and closed the door.
Oh, Jeff, it's you.
Yes, I left the office early. Hello, Alex. How are you?
Fine, Jeff. And you?
Oh, a little tired. I've been working late quite a bit recently.
Yeah, so Judith was saying. So what's this about you buying a share in a new invention that's going to make you richer than Rockefeller?
I've picked up a half interest in a new system of television, Alex. 3-dimensional television. In color.
Sounds big.
Big. It's colossal, man. It's still in the blueprint stage, but we'll iron the bugs out soon. But what were you two plotting so busily when I came in?
Plotting? Well, dear, we were just talking. Nothing serious.
I was giving Judith a little professional advice, that's all.
Oh, don't you feel well, darling?
It's nothing, Jeff. Nothing at all.
Whatever it is, I want to know about it.
Well, it's just that I've been having headaches lately. That's all.
But why didn't you tell me, Judith?
I didn't want to worry you over nothing, dear.
It's really nothing serious. I've given Judith a prescription that will help her. Well, I think I better run along now. Got another call to make. You take care of yourselves now, both of you.
As Alex left, I knew from his manner he and Judith had not told me the truth. They were keeping some secret from me. Could Judith be seriously ill and they didn't want me to know? Or was it possible Judith and Alex were... No, that couldn't be. A thing like that might happen to other couples, but not to Judith and me. And yet, they were concealing something, and I had to know what. So I took steps to find out.
Mr. Andrews, I'm from the Apex Detective Agency. I have here the report on your wife you asked for.
Yes, please sit down.
Thank you.
What have you learned?
Your wife left the house at 11:30 this morning. She caught the noon train into town. From the station, she went directly to the Union Department Store.
Whom did she meet there?
Oh, she didn't meet anyone, Mr. Andrews. She just looked around, then had lunch in the restaurant. But afterwards...
Yes, go on.
Well, she made a telephone call. A few minutes later, she's picked up at the entrance by a man in a dark green car.
You got the license number, I hope?
Yes, sir. The car belongs to Alexander Hearn, who lives...
Never mind. I know his address.
We've handled hundreds of such cases, Mr. Andrews. I suppose you'll want me to keep following it till I get all the necessary evidence.
No. I know what you're thinking. It's not so.
Yeah, and naturally I sympathize, Mr. Andrews. Of course, it's a shock to learn your wife is deceiving you, and...
Why, you... Stop! You're joking me. It isn't so. Do you hear? My wife loves me. There's nothing between them. Nothing!
I didn't mean anything. I just thought you'd want me to...
Get out of here. There's nothing between them. How easily I'd said that. And yet, why should Judith meet Alex secretly in town? Where had they gone after they had eluded the detective? I wanted to trust her, but what was their secret? I had to find out. That night, when I returned home, I casually questioned Judith. What did you do with yourself today, darling?
Oh, I got so bored I went into town for some inexpensive window shopping.
Oh? Why didn't you phone me? I'd have taken you to lunch.
Well, I knew how busy you were, dear, so I ate by myself.
What did you do after lunch? Taking a show?
No, just window shopped. Then came home on the 4 o'clock train.
Sounds like a lonely day. You, should have taken someone with you.
Well, I didn't decide to go until the last moment. Anyway, I like to window shop alone. Jeff, you look so strange. Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. Just a little tired.
Oh, poor darling. You're working much too hard these days. You must stop it, Jeff. Really, you must.
I settled down, pretending to read, but my mind was spinning tormentedly. I didn't decide to go until the last moment. Anyway, I liked to window shop alone. How easily her answers had come, as though she'd rehearsed them. But they were lies, all of them. Could the detective have been right and I wrong? No, I couldn't believe that. I had no proof. I had to have faith in Judith. I made myself believe I was doing her an injustice, but the very next evening, I found Alex at the house again. He and Judith were walking in the garden, speaking together in low tones, so secretly they didn't even notice me.
Now, Judith, you must listen to me.
No, Alex, I won't.
I tell you, we can't go on like this.
But if we're careful, Jeff may never find out.
But he's bound to. People will begin to notice and talk. Sooner or later, Jeff will know that something's wrong. And the longer we wait, the worse it'll be in the end.
I know. Oh, Alex, I can't bear to hurt him.
Oh, Judith, I understand how you feel, but it can't be helped. Now, I have a plan worked out that can't fail.
A plan, Alex?
2 psychiatrists who are friends of mine will sign the papers, and Jeff will be quietly committed to a private sanitarium. We'll make him think it's just for a short rest. He'll never suspect a thing.
Oh, Alex, I couldn't.
But we can't go on hiding the truth from him like this. Believe me, Judith, it's the only way out.
All right, I'll do whatever you say. But we mustn't let Jeff suspect what's happening.
And I had faith in her. I thought I was misjudging her when all along she and Alex had been scheming to railroad me into a sanitarium. Oh, it was a clever plan. Alex could manage it through his professional connections, and Judith would become administrator of my fortune. I almost let them know I'd overheard them. And then I got control of myself. There was a better way to handle the situation. I had to think about it and decide what to do. So I slipped quietly away. And a little later, I took Judith out for a drive as though I suspected nothing. But as I drove, I pondered how best to punish them.
What are you thinking about, Jeff? You've hardly said a word all evening. Jeff, I'm speaking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm afraid my mind was on business.
You really are working too hard these days.
Oh, I'm not working that hard. Too bad we couldn't persuade Alex to come with us tonight. He's always such fun when he forgets he's a doctor.
That's because he puts his work completely out of his mind when he gets a chance to relax.
I suppose it would be better if I were like Alex.
Of course not, dear. I like you just as you are, Jeff. Silent moods and all. I wouldn't want you changed. She
lied. I knew she was lying. By now, I found it impossible to believe a word she said. I had too much evidence to the contrary.
Of course, Mr. Andrews, it's a shock to learn your wife is two-timing you.
But if we're careful, Jeff may never find out.
I have a plan worked out that can't fail. 2 psychiatrists who are friends of mine will sign the papers, and Jeff will be quietly committed to a private sanitarium.
I like you just as you are, Jeff. Silent moods and all. I wouldn't want you changed.
How easily she said that. How smoothly she continued her deception. Bitter rage burned inside me, and deliberately I stepped hard on the throttle. We went faster and faster until Judith became frightened.
Jeff, why are you going so fast? We're doing more than 60, and there are a lot of curves in the road.
Oh, don't worry, Judith. I'm a good driver.
Yes, but darling, we're almost up to 70. Now, Jeff, please slow down. We'll be killed.
Too bad Alex isn't with us. He'd enjoy this.
Now, Jeff, please, darling, slow down. There's a crossroads ahead, then a curve. Jeff, you'll kill us both.
I kept my foot hard on the throttle. I knew there was a curve ahead, and behind it a 300-foot drop into a canyon. I made up my mind. I'd drive over the cliff and end everything for both of us. If only I'd had Alex in the car, everything would be perfect. He deserved to die, too. At the thought, my mind cleared abruptly. How stupid it would be to kill myself and leave Alex unpunished when I knew perfectly just how to make him pay. I slowed the car as I planned all my moves. They were going to try to commit me to a home, were they? All right. I'd fall in with their plot. I'd actually help them by pretending to be unbalanced. I'd make it easy for them, and in a few days, a week perhaps, we'd see who was the cleverer. We'd see. Alex, I tell you, there's millions in this new system of television, maybe billions.
Darling, you're speaking so loudly. Everyone in the restaurant is watching.
Well, let them. What does it matter? Nothing can stop me now, man. In 5 years, I'll be one of the wealthiest men in the world. With my genius for organization...
Jeff, Judith tells me that last week you didn't go to your office at all. You just sat around the house and wouldn't say a word to anyone.
Oh, well, you know how it is, Alex. Sometimes a man feels a little blue. All geniuses are like that. Now, when I set up my new television network, I'll revolutionize world communication. I'll have a monopoly no one will be able to buck. And furthermore... I went on talking, seeing Alex's eyes narrow as he watched me. He saw in me all the symptoms of the manic depressive, the exaggerated ideas of importance, the extravagant dreams of wealth. Soon others would notice, my business associates, my friends, the servants. And when that time came, I could count on a visit from Alex, bringing his psychiatrist friends to look me over. Yes, that visit would be coming very soon now. Very soon.
Jeff, darling, Alex has come to see you. He has 2 friends with him.
Hello, Jeff, old man. How are you?
Oh, just fine, Alex. For the last month, I've been working on the plans for my television network. It's going to be the biggest thing of the century.
Jeff, I want to talk to you, and I want you to meet some men I brought with me.
Oh, Alex, I've no time to talk with strangers.
They're 2 doctors, close friends of mine.
Oh, what do they want? With my plans taking up all my time,
They're here because of your new project, Jeff. You see, Judith has been afraid you're working too hard these days.
I'm probably just being silly, darling. But I would like you to have a thorough examination before really starting on your new enterprise. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, I haven't time to bother with such things. You know, I have too much to do.
Please, Jeff.
Oh, well. All right, but it mustn't take too long now.
They're waiting in the hall. I'll bring them right in.
At last, my patience was being rewarded. Alex and Judith's scheme was working perfectly, and so was mine. Alex brought in his friends and introduced them as Doctors Carlton and Marshall. Without waiting for them to question me, I plunged into an excited description of my plans. As I went on and on, I saw them look at each other and nod slightly. Then, as though they were satisfied, Dr. Marshall brought the conversation to a close.
That'll be enough for the time being, Mr. Andrews.
I should like to continue this discussion another time.
But, Doctor, I haven't finished telling you of my plans yet.
You need some rest, Jeff.
Yes, dear, you look so tired. Let me take you to your room.
Well, all right, Judith, but I can't rest long. I have too much work to do.
Alex, watch him carefully. There should soon be a definite change. The elated mood should give way to despondency. After that...
I couldn't help overhearing Dr. Marshall's words as Judith led me out of the room. Alex, watch him carefully. There should soon be a definite change. And he was correct. I knew the right symptoms just as well as he did. So the next day I became depressed, refused to speak, claimed that I was being persecuted, and even pretended to cry in self-pity. And the following morning, Alex and his two friends were back again.
Good morning, Mr. Andrews.
You remember Dr. Marshall, Jeff? And Dr. Carlton?
Jeff, say hello to your guest.
No. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to anyone.
Huh? The other day, you were highly enthused about your new business venture. Don't you want to tell me more about it?
No. No one cares about my plans. I'm alone, all alone. Everyone's against me.
Jeff.
Do you feel this way often? I mean that everyone's against you and life isn't worth living?
Yes. How did you know?
Well, that's because I'm your friend. You can tell me all about it.
You don't know what it's like. To be all alone, to have no friends, to know that everyone hates you, wants to hurt you.
Yes, I understand. Well, I'll see that no one hurts you. Wouldn't you like to go someplace where you'd be safe? Where you'd be surrounded by people who were your friends, wanted to help you?
Yes, I'd like that, but there isn't any such place.
I think I know one. But we've talked long enough for now.
Shall I have Judith take him in the garden?
Yes, I think it will do him good.
Judith, perhaps a little fresh air would make Jeff feel better. Why don't you take him for a walk in the garden?
Yes, of course. Come, give me your hand, darling. We'll go out in the sunshine for a while. That's it.
I'll call you when we're ready.
Yes, all right, Alex.
I let Judith lead me into the gardens. Through the library windows, I could see Alex and the two psychiatrists. Alex wasted no time getting them to sign the papers that would commit me to a home from which he and Judith would see I never emerged. But he didn't know that the signing of those papers meant my scheme had succeeded, not his. After a few minutes, Alex came to the door and called.
Judith, will you bring Jeff in now?
Yes, all right. Come along, dear.
All right, I'll come.
Oh, Jeff, we've been talking things over, and Dr. Marshall knows a place where you would be very happy.
Yes, Mr. Andrews. Small rest home upstate. You'll be able to get a good rest there among friends.
Anything, I don't care.
No reason you shouldn't go up today. Alex can drive you up this afternoon.
I don't care when we go. Nothing makes any difference to me.
And, darling, in a little while you'll be home again. Feeling so much better.
Come, Jeff. Judith and I will help you pack.
Yes, give me your hand now, Jeff, and we'll go with Alex to your room and pack your things.
And we'll go with Alex to your room to pack your things. My best friend and my loving wife. And they couldn't wait to get rid of me. But I was smiling to myself in triumph as Judith opened the door to my room.
Come in, dear. Now, you just sit down and we'll take care of everything.
Now, you must have courage, Judith. It's almost over. I think 2 bags will be enough for now. If Jeff needs anything later, you can take it to him.
Yes, Alex. Jeff, dear, what suits would you like? Jeff, what are you looking in that golf bag for?
Just something I've been keeping here. I've got it now.
Jeff, a revolver.
Yes. And fully loaded.
Well, what do you want the gun for, Jeff? Here, give it to me. I'll take care of it for you.
Stay where you are. That's better. I want to talk to you. I've been waiting quite a while for this moment.
What are you saying?
Oh, come, Judith. You don't have to pretend anymore.
Jeff, let me have that gun.
I want you to stand still or I'll shoot.
Alex, he means it.
Yes, I do mean it. Your little plot's been an extremely clever one.
Oh, little plot? What do you mean?
The idea of having me committed so you two could be rid of me. But you must admit I did help it along by my cooperation.
Jeff, what are you talking about?
It's no use pretending anymore, my dear. I've known everything for weeks. Ever since I overheard the two of you talking in the garden one evening.
You heard us talking in the garden. Then that was why you almost killed yourself and me that night when you were driving so fast.
Yes. I changed my mind because that would have left dear Alex still alive.
Jeff, you don't understand that conversation you overheard.
My best friend and my loving wife. Well, you'll be together without me, all right. But we'll be in different worlds.
You're mad, really mad.
Of course I am, my dear, of course. Haven't two reputable doctors signed papers testifying to the fact? Which in the eyes of the law relieves me of responsibility for my actions.
You aren't going to...
But I am.
Oh, no, Jeff.
Yes, my dear, yes. I'm going to give you both what you deserve. Death.
Oh, no, Jeff, no. You're wrong, darling. You must
There's
listen
nothing
to
to listen. But I shall be as considerate as possible, my dear. I shall punish Alex first.
No, Jeff. We have been keeping a secret from you, but it's not the secret you think. You're wrong about the whole affair.
I don't think so, Alex.
Jeff, put that gun down. Jeff! Jeff!
But... Jeff, you should have listened. You
killed him.
Yes, Judy. And now it's your turn. I shall be lonely without you. I loved you so much.
Jeff, darling, you mustn't kill me because you're wrong. I still love you, I do.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't.
Jeff, you've misinterpreted what you heard. Really, you have.
I think not,
No,
Judy.
Jeff, please give me time enough to explain everything.
Forever
so
would not be time enough, my dear, and I would rather not think of you dying with lies upon your lips.
But they're not lies. No, Jeff, no, put down that gun. Dr. Marshall, help!
No one can help you. You see, the door is locked. It'll all be over long before anyone can get here. Now look into my eyes, Judy.
Dr. Marshall, Dr. Colton!
What is it, Mrs. Andrews?
Break the door down quickly!
Come on, Crosby. It's your fire.
They can't get into this room in time, my dear. Now look into my eyes. It's because I loved you so much that I have to do this. Now, goodbye, Judith. So, Doctor, that's how I did it. I pulled the trigger just as Dr. Marshall and Dr. Carlton broke the door down. Too late to save Judith. And you see the beauty of my plan, of course. It was perfectly safe. I was certified as being of unsound mind, so I couldn't be punished. Oh, naturally, for the last 2 years I've been confined here in this institution, but I haven't minded it, really. I've been gradually responding to treatment. I've been careful not to respond too fast, you see. And soon you'll be letting me go as cured. I'll be free as air. Now I ask you, Doctor, wasn't that rather clever?
It might be considered so, Mr. Andrews. But why have you told me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll report it?
The police will never believe it. Besides, they could do nothing if they did. No, Doctor, I'm in the clear. I'll start a new life and take up my plans where I left off. That television invention is still waiting to be developed.
Hello, may we come in?
Doc Marshall said it'd be all right for us to speak to Jeff today. Well, hello, old man. How are you?
Judith. Alex. Oh, no.
Darling, I'm so glad to be able to see you again at last.
No. You're not real. You're dead.
Mr. Andrews.
Send them away. They've no right to come back. I killed them. They're dead.
Mr. Andrews, calm yourself, please. I'll take care of them. I'll send them back where they belong. Please, both of you, come outside.
They have to go back. They have to stay in their graves. The dead must stay buried.
Yes, of course, Jeff. We won't bother you again. Come, Judith.
They can't be allowed to disturb me with the dead. I won't stand for it. I tell you, I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it.
Oh, Alex, he still isn't well.
We'd never have come, Dr. French, but we thought he was almost well.
Yes, so did we. But we were wrong. Just a temporary improvement. He still believes that you were plotting against him and that he killed you for it.
But you understand the truth, don't you?
I think I do, yes.
Well, he overheard us talking about his mental condition and trying to decide what to do about it. And he completely misinterpreted what he heard. And then he tried to shoot us and had to be brought here.
Of course, Mrs. Andrews. But I'm afraid we'll never be able to make him believe the truth.
Oh, Doctor, no.
You see, in his mind, he's killed you. As far as he's concerned, you're dead. I'm afraid you must never see him again. He'll live out his life here, believing he has committed a murder for which he cannot be punished.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Well, Jeff's idea looked like a good one for a while, didn't it? But I don't advise you to try it. You might wind up the way Jeff did. In fact, my advice is to forget the whole thing. You'll be much happier. There's no such thing as the perfect crime. Which brings me to my story for next week. Death has two faces. It's about a gentleman who discovers a new way to die, in which he lets someone else do all the work, and he... Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, with a title role played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in our cast were Ralph Bell, Charlotte Holland, Nat Poland, and Chester Stratton. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Reynolds Aluminum Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The Reynolds Metals Company, makers of Reynolds Aluminum, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly, transcribed with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Take a look at your kitchen shelves, all stocked up for Thanksgiving, and see how brightly they gleam with Reynolds aluminum foil packaging. It will help you realize that you reach instinctively for the foil packages when you shop as your best assurance of quality. Cereals, cookies, dried fruits, dehydrated soups, butter, margarine, cheese. You'll find that your favorite brand of each of these is kept at its best in Reynolds aluminum foil. That's a major reason why you buy it. Even the breadcrumbs for that turkey stuffing comes packaged in foil, and the plum pudding has its bright foil label. And, of course, right close at hand is your favorite Reynolds Wrap, the original and genuine, the pure aluminum foil. With Reynolds Wrap, you keep leftovers fresh just as famous brand foods are kept, with the unequaled protection of Reynolds aluminum foil. It's a well-known fact that some people catch diseases much more easily than other people. For example, there are people who are so susceptible to spring fever that they even have it in November. People such as Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee and Molly.
My goodness, dearie, all you've done this morning is yawn. I hope it's not the company.
No, it's just me, kiddo. I got no more pep than a teaspoonful of flat ginger ale.
Well, I certainly don't know why you should be tired. You went to bed early and had 10 hours sleep.
How was I laying when I went to sleep?
On your back.
How was I laying when I woke up?
On your stomach.
I thought so. It's that rolling over that wears a guy out.
You know, dearie, much as I hate to say it, there are times when I think you must be the laziest man in America.
Oh, no, not me. I guess I never told you about old Henry Burwanger, a fellow that I'm a human dynamo compared to from Peoria.
You mean he was lazier than you?
Oh, Henry never even brushed his teeth until somebody asked him a question he could answer no to.
Yeah?
Then he'd stick the brush in his mouth and shake his head back and forth, see?
Well, I'm sorry you picked today to try for his championship. I need your help around the house.
What kind of help?
Well, I just finished a new batch of preserves, and you could put the jars up on the pantry shelf.
Oh, gee, kiddo, it ain't healthy to work indoors on a day like this. It's too stuffy.
All right, the yard's full of leaves. You could rake them up and burn them.
Gee, kiddo, it ain't healthy to work outdoors on a day like this. It's too chilly.
I give up, if those aren't the flimsiest excuses. Come in. Oh, good morning, Dr. Gamble.
Good morning, my dear. And a passing glance at you, leadhead.
Hi, jelly tummy. Which would rhyme if there wasn't a lady present.
Would you like a cup of coffee, Doctor? There's still some on the stove.
Oh, thanks, Molly, but I just had some at the McGregor's house. I dropped by to see how Mrs. McGregor felt after her operation, and she insisted I stay for breakfast.
Oh. Say, I thought you operated on her 3 months ago.
It's almost 4 months.
Well, then why are you still calling on her? Does she have complications?
No.
Adhesions?
No.
Well, then what does she have?
The best pancakes in town.
I might have known. You're the only doctor I know who spaces his house calls, so he always gets there just at mealtime. Who keeps your appointment book, Duncan Hines?
I know more good places to eat than he does, my boy.
You had any other calls this morning, Doctor?
Yes, I got a frantic call from Clarence Bobbitt that he'd gotten something in his eye. So I stopped by there and did what I could to relieve his pain.
My gosh, what a panty waste that Bobbitt must be. Gets a speck of dust in his eye and yells for a doctor right away.
I didn't say he got dust in his eye.
Oh?
He had an argument with his wife and got a well-aimed fist in it.
Well, what was the argument about?
Well, they found a $10 bill hidden under the rug, and both of them claimed it.
Who got it?
I did, for treating his eye. And now the Wistful Vista garage will get it.
The garage, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter? That old bucket of bolts you drive falling apart again?
No, it's running fine, but it needs a polish job. Too bad they don't make cars out of blue serge.
What you mean?
Well, my pants get shinier all the time, and it doesn't cost me a penny.
Do they really charge $10 for polishing a car?
Yes, and I hate to pay it.
You don't have to pay it. Polish the car yourself. You're a big, strong boy.
Oh, not me. That's a chore, son.
Okay, if you're scared of a little work.
Heavenly days. Listen to who's talking about being scared of work.
Have you ever polished your own car, McGee? It's a big job.
Ha! Only seems like a big job to you on account of you ain't the type of guy that works like I'm one that loves to.
Oh, the lightning will strike any minute now.
I still say you couldn't polish a car.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll bet you buck I can polish. I bet you buck I could do it blindfolded.
Are you serious?
Sure.
Then put your money where your mouth is.
Huh?
Well, there isn't enough money in town to fill that wind tunnel.
Oh. You're betting me a buck I couldn't polish my car with a blindfold on?
Right.
It's a bet. This will be the easiest buck I ever made in my life.
McGee, are you actually going through with this?
All the way. Bring me the car polish and some rags out of the storeroom, kiddo. And bring an extra rag to blindfold me with.
All right, dearie, if you insist.
Winning this bet from you is going to be a cinch, Fatso. I ought to call the Poultry Raisers Gazette and tell them about this.
The Poultry Raisers Gazette?
Yeah, I got myself a 300-pound pigeon, boy.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Jambalaya.
Hold still, McGee. I want to put an extra knot in this blindfold.
Well, put all the knots in it you can tie, Elephant Boy. I'm going to win this bet fair and square.
Oh, sure. Well, can you see anything?
No. Not a glimmer. Boy, I might as well be standing in a coal mine at midnight trying to hit a black cat with a handful of licorice.
Good. Do you have the polish and the rags, Molly?
Right here, Doctor.
Well, then I'll take our hero by his hot little hand and lead him to his doom.
Oh, yeah. Doom my clavicle. I said I could polish my car blindfolded, and I meant it. You've lost a buck, Pudge Pot.
We'll see about that. Careful going down the steps. There's 5 of them.
There's 6 of them.
Well, it was worth a try.
You know, it isn't too late to call the whole thing off, dearie.
What? Call off the cinchest bet I ever made in my life? Don't be knave, Tootsie. Don't be knave.
I remember the last cinch bet you had.
What was that?
$5 with more tubes that you could take off your vest in a phone booth without unbuttoning your coat.
Well, that was one of those.
You put the splints on his arm that time, didn't you, Doctor?
Yes, I did. I ran across the bill in my file the other day. Still open.
All right, don't stand here post-morteming my bets. Just lead me to my car, Fatso. It's parked right at the curb.
You're almost on top of it now. Stop, put your hand out.
Oh, yeah, there it is. What part of it am I hitting?
The front fender.
Good. I'll start with that and work back.
All right.
Let's have the polish, kiddo.
Here you are. I opened the can for you, dearie.
Thanks. I'll just grab a rag and get to work. My gosh, why'd you bring such a big rag? All I needed was...
Gee, let go of my skirt.
Oh. I'm sorry, Tootsie.
I've worn it for 8 steady years, and I admit a rag describes it very well. But you can't use it with me in it.
No.
Here, use this old towel.
Well, now watch closely, Fatso. See how an expert does it. First, I put some on a rag. Then I spread it around with my special smooth circular motion that covers.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hey, what's going on here?
Good morning, Mr. Wilcox.
Good morning, Harlow. This eager little extrovert claimed he could polish a car blindfolded, so I'm letting him make a grease monkey out of himself.
Yeah, don't listen to him, Junior. I guarantee that when I finish, this buggy will be smoother than a politician's tongue.
Well, looks like a slow job, pal. I hope you're through by day after tomorrow. Mighty important day, you know.
Oh, of course. Thanksgiving Day.
Ah, what a great occasion it'll be. This year, we have a special extra reason for being thankful.
What's the special reason? Asked little Fibber, feeling somewhat like Abbott speaking to Costello.
Well, this year, for the first time in many years, you can have all the Reynolds wrap you want. That wonderful aluminum foil that ensures a perfect Thanksgiving dinner.
Even with a blindfold on, I should have seen that one coming.
Yes, your grocer has plenty of Reynolds wrap now, in the standard 25-foot rolls or the new jumbo economy 75-foot rolls. I even wrote a little poem about the ways it can be used on Thanksgiving. You care to hear it?
What could I say to stop you?
Nothing.
I thought so.
Well, I call it Be Thankful for Reynolds Wrap.
Thankful for Reynolds Wrap?
Yes. It goes like this. Be thankful for Reynolds Wrap, in which you can roast your turkey, including the gizzard and the liver. It keeps the meat from shrinking and also keeps in all the delicious flavor.
Well, I'm glad Thanksgiving is 2 days off. This would kill my appetite.
When you bake your Thanksgiving pies, there's a sure way to take the trouble out. Just put Reynolds Wrap under the plates to catch the rich juices when they dribble out.
Yeah, you could use a blindfold, too, Junior, around the mouth.
Now, wait a minute. When dinner is done, you can keep the leftovers fresh in Reynolds Wrap, and they'll make many a tasty dish, such as turkey croquettes and turkey soup and large portions of turkey hish. Well, that's it, pal. Not bad, eh?
But, Junior, I can answer that best with a poem of my own.
Yeah?
Poets are supposed to suffer and write on busted pine tables because they can't afford mahogany. But when Wilcox is the poet, it's the people who have to listen that suffer all the agony.
Okay, goodbye, pal.
Goodbye, Harlow.
You better get back on the job, McGee.
Don't worry. While you were gabbing, I was rubbing away. The fender's done, and I'm ready to start on the door.
Careful, dearie. Don't drop the polish.
I won't. Hey, somebody must have left the door of the car open. I got my hand on the seat cover, but I never knew the seat had a bulge in it like a watermelon with a vest on.
McGee, take your hand off my stomach.
Oh. Sorry, Doc. My mistake. Pretty natural one, too.
The door's behind you, McGee.
Okay. Oh, I got it now. Here we go.
You know, I'm not sure about that circular motion. Why don't you rub it up and down and get more of it?
My dear, I'd appreciate the courtesy of you letting me do this in my own way. Have I ever tried to tell you how to do a job?
Yes.
Really? Well, you must have been doing it all wrong. What was the job where you got the benefit of my greater knowledge and experience?
Well, I was learning to drive the car.
Yeah?
We were going down Oak Street behind a bus, and I couldn't get around it.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
You told me to pass him on the right, and I started to, and he cut into the curb, and I cut into a fire plug, and you grabbed for the wheel, and there was a glass crash, and the Bon Ton department store got its picture in the paper for the most interesting window display. Us.
Well, now and then something just goes wrong that you can't...
Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Doc. Hello there, kid.
Hello, Mr. Old-Timer.
Good morning, old-timer.
Hi, boy, and before you start asking questions, I bet Doc I could polish a car with a blindfold on, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, it's an interesting hobby, Johnny. Personally, I'd rather collect seashells.
It ain't a hobby. It's a tough job of work. But when I'm through, this car will have such a polish that you can see your face in it.
If you don't mind, I won't bother.
Yeah?
It's been 40 years since looking at my face was a treat.
Okay, I ain't forcing you.
But I'm glad to see you working so hard on that car, Johnny.
Good.
Reminds me of the love and care Papa used to take of his favorite car, his old manly steamer.
Wasn't it a Stanley steamer, old-timer?
No. Papa built this steamer himself, and you had to be real manly to ride in it.
Oh, he built it himself?
Yep, out of a bathroom water boiler, a pot-bellied stove, and a surrey without no fringe on top.
How did he operate this contraption?
The stove was in back of the surrey with a boiler sitting on it full of water. Papa would build a fire in the stove, wait for the boiler to get up a head of steam, and off he'd go. When he wanted more speed, he shook down the ashes.
You mean he actually rode in that thing?
Sure did, daughter. Every Sunday he'd climb up on the driver's seat right over the pot-bellied stove. It was a pretty picture to see him sitting there in his best hat, his best coat, and his asbestos pants.
Just drove on Sundays, huh?
Yep. Spent the rest of the week cutting down trees for fuel. Luxury type car, and he only got 3 miles to a cord of wood.
I bet he had a lot of fun, though.
Yep, and he tried to make money with it, too, Johnny.
Yeah?
Never will forget the time Papa entered the Manly steamer in an auto race.
Well, how'd he do?
How'd he do, son? Nice to see you, too. Anyway, there were 3 prizes in this race, and Papa won them all.
Won all 3 prizes?
Yep. When they was getting close to the finish line, the Manly steamer blew up.
Yeah?
The water boiler finished first, the pot-bellied stove finished second, and Papa and the surrey come in third. Come on, kid.
The King's Men and Get Out Those Old Records.
Get out those old records, those old phonograph records, the ones we used to play so long ago. What if they sound scratchy? The tunes really were catchy, especially those that said I love you so. I used to beg you over and over to set our wedding day, to get your portable, having a portable, and melt your heart away with all those old, old records, those old phonograph records, the ones we used to play so long ago, long ago. Put on the record, wind up the crank, not too tight, set down the needle, turn it on, listen to the tunes out loud. Those old, all the ones about records, those old, all the ones about records, the ones getting on the keys and all that on the old wind-up thing. What if they sound? Barney Google was great cheap. The two, all the ones about sweet cheap. And spare, got a jing jing boo. I love you too. I used to beg you over and over and set our wedding day. Meet me on the back portable, bring my portable, and melt your heart away with all those old, they were wonderful records. Those old, play them over at records. The ones we used to play so long, so long, so long, so long, so long ago, so long ago.
Nice going, boy. Oh, my back. Ache's bad enough to be busted in half.
Care to quit, my boy?
And let you win the $1? Oh, no. I've been polishing this car almost 2 hours now, and I'm going to finish the job if it fractures my sacro and permanently injures my liliac.
Well, you're almost through, aren't you, dearie?
All but the right rear fender. My gosh, will I be glad to get this blindfold off. I feel like something was raised by a family of gophers.
There is a certain resemblance now that you mention it.
Well, you won't have the blindfold on much longer, dearie. Just be brave.
Don't worry. The thought of taking a buck from old hard loser Gamble, Wistful Vista's leading tightwad and well-known bad bet maker, will sustain me. My dear, but I wouldn't do this again for all the tea and bags. My arms are about to drop.
Good afternoon, Molly. The doctor.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
In case you didn't notice, I'm here, too. And if you'd like to know what I'm doing...
You're polishing the car because you could bet Dr. Gamble you could do it blindfolded.
How'd you know?
Simple. I thought of the most ridiculous thing a man could do, and it had to be right.
Oh. One of your snippy days, huh?
Hey, look, Molly, do you mind if I duck in the house and phone my office?
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Don't let him take that blindfold off or the bet's off.
You're stuck and you know it, boy. What's new, Homer?
Yes, we haven't seen you since the election, Mr. Mayor. Been busy, have you?
Oh, yes. Just the usual after-election headaches, Molly. Some of my campaign people worked very hard to get me reelected, you know. And
It must have been an uphill fight all the way, boy.
Yes. You know how it goes in politics. I made a few promises to my workers here and there, and now that I've been reelected, I have to pay the piper.
What'd you promise him, Latriff?
What did I promise? Who?
The man who played the bagpipes, Mr. Mayor. You just finished saying you had to pay the piper.
Oh. I'm afraid you misunderstood.
You must have put on some pretty flashy parade. You hired a guy just to play the bagpipes for you. After the Scotch vote, were you?
No. Just a moment, please. There seems to be some confusion here. I didn't hire any bagpiper to lead any parades for me at all. Do you understand that?
Probably just had the man march up and down in front of the poles playing his pipes.
Yes, that's... No.
I just love to hear bagpipes, Mr. Mayor. Oh, is my Uncle Dennis crazy about them?
Yeah, remember the year we bought him bagpipes for his birthday, Molly, and put them up in his room?
Yeah, and he was out celebrating and came in late and found them there.
Yeah. And he come running downstairs for my shotgun, screaming there was an octopus in his bed. Oh, boy, that was fun.
I'm sure it was. However, in my case, bagpipes had nothing to do with my re-election as mayor of this city. I simply ran on a managed platform.
Now, I wouldn't sell them short, Mr. Mayor. That's mighty exciting music.
Betcha. When all the guys got to run on is your record, Latrivia. There's nothing like a burst of bagpipe music to distract the voters.
I should say so. Beat their ears with those bagpipes a while, and they don't know who they're voting for.
Yeah, but please, Molly Magee, will you just listen to me for a moment, please?
You listen to him, Molly. I'm blindfolded.
Now, this whole thing is all confused.
Yeah?
Look, I didn't mean I was actually going to pay a man for playing the bagpipes at all. You see...
Well, if that don't knock the shine off the polished job. Trying to welch out on paying the poor guy, huh?
No.
Every day hires a man to walk the streets blatting his brains out on the bagpipes and then won't pay him.
I didn't hire a man to blat the bags out of his drain pipe. Drain the snags out of his fat knife. What? Yay! Look, when I thought I had to pay the paper, pay the beaver, serious paper, I didn't mean I had to pay the piper at all. Big pie the flag pipe level at all. A big pie to the flag of... I didn't pay them. You were the one. I was...
Pay the piper.
Magee?
Yes, boy?
I'm taking a party of friends out to Dugan's Lake duck hunting in the morning. I'd like you to join us.
Oh, swell, boy. Where'll I meet you?
Out at the lake.
Yeah?
And when you come through the marsh, Magee, quack like a duck so we'll know it's you.
Okay, fine.
We'll be waiting for you. Good day.
Don't you go, dearie. You're liable to... Oh, did you talk to your office, Doctor?
Yeah.
Did your little cheater take his blindfold off?
Not a peep, Doctor. He's just about finished, though.
Yep. Just polished the last hunk of fender. Boy, I bet you I got the cleanest, shiniest car in town. How's it look?
Absolutely beautiful.
Probably better than the job Doc's going to pay 10 smackers for. Well, how about it? Do I win, Fatso?
You win, McGee.
Good.
Never thought you could do it. Take off the blindfold and see how it looks.
Yeah. My gosh, I'm so used to it, I forgot I was still learning. Now, off it comes. Ooh, like that. Oh, boy, that is a honey of a job. Boy, my back will be sore for a week, but it's worth it. If I can prove Hey.
Yes?
That's not my car. That's your car.
I know it. Yours is parked over there.
Why, you big fat double-crosser, you. Well, that's why you put the blindfold on me in the house.
Stop beating.
Why?
You won the bet, and I'm happy to pay off, especially since it saves me $9.
And you, kiddo. You. The wife I took for better, half or worse. You helped him bamboozle me.
I did that. I thought you deserved a little lesson for not helping me with the household chores.
Huh?
Anyhow, there's no harm done.
No harm done? You call it no harm when for a measly buck I busted my back and made myself a flunky for this lunkhead who ain't got the... Hey, wait a minute.
What now?
Is that the stuff you brought me to polish Doc's car with?
Yes, that large can. There's no label on it, but it was where you always keep the wax.
Oh. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry, George. This is a dad-ratted chain, you know what? With the blindfold on, I couldn't see what I was using.
What do you mean? What's the matter?
That ain't car polish.
Huh?
The filling station asked me to give that stuff a try. That's a new kind of paint remover.
What? Paint remover?
Yeah. You spread it on and leave it on for 24 hours, and then all the paint peels off. I'd have known.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Get the hose. Get me some soap. Get a scrubbing brush.
You had me blindfolded, I...
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Thanksgiving time is homecoming time, and it's good to come home to a comfortable house, insulated against winter cold as against summer heat. You can give your home that extra comfort easily and so inexpensively that your fuel savings quickly pay for it. You do it with Reynolds aluminum reflective insulation. Do the job yourself in a single weekend. You can buy 1,000 square feet of Reynolds reflective insulation, enough to put over the ceiling of an average 6-room house, for about $40. And you can take it home with you. It comes in rolls of 250 square feet that you can carry right under your arm. It's aluminum foil on craft paper, clean to handle, pliable, quickly stapled in place. It costs much less than ordinary bulk insulations. Put in Reynolds aluminum reflective insulation. Your family will thank you. See your building supply dealer or write us for literature. Write to the Reynolds Metals Company, Louisville 1, Kentucky.
The doctor's still trying to wash that stuff off his car.
Well, let him. I ain't going to help him.
Oh, this is terrible. I never dreamed it was paint remover in that can.
It wasn't. That's the same polish I always use, kiddo.
What? You mean...
Why, sure. You don't think I'd let old Fatso put one over on me, do you? Look at him scrub. Good night.
Good night, Al.
The Reynolds Metals Company, pioneers of progress through aluminum, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Reynolds Aluminum also brings you Mr. Peepers, starring Wally Cox on NBC television Sunday nights. See your local paper for time and channel. And don't forget to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This program was transcribed. Tonight, play Two for the Money with Herb Schreiner on NBC.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe up next.
He was aboard the yacht when it exploded and sank, and everybody called his death an accident. That is, everybody except the corpse himself. He said it was murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Restless Day.
It had been a long, hard Saturday night that topped off a long, rugged week. When I finally got to bed dog-tired at 5 a.m. Sunday morning, I was planning to stay there until I'd caught up on all the sleep I'd lost and gained a running head start on the coming week. And by 3 in the afternoon on the day of rest, I figured that job was only about half done. But whoever it was that started riding my doorbell had a different idea. I held out until the buzzer stopped, but it was only a change of tactics, so I gave up. All right, I know when I'm licked. Just a minute.
Thank heaven you're in, Mr. Marlowe. I don't know what I'd have done otherwise. Sorry.
Sorry.
Here, read this story on the front page.
What?
No, down here.
Oh, yacht explosion, death label accident. Huh?
Yes.
Mystery blast which destroyed the Rollins yacht at Santa Monica Friday night, and in which Benjamin Rollins, noted cosmetics manufacturer, was killed, was established today by police investigators as accidental. That's all right. The explosion which shattered and sank the 50-foot pleasure boat was caused by a leaking fuel line. Rollins, known to be a chain smoker, is believed by witnesses to have continued on page 7.
Never mind, Marlowe. I'll tell the rest.
Right. Think you'll make it?
There are two frightening things wrong with that story.
Well, go ahead. Frighten me.
First, the explosion was no accident. That fuel line was repaired a week ago. Second, Ben Rollins was not killed.
Yeah, shaking my faith in the American press. How do you know all this?
Because I am Benjamin Rollins.
Yes, well, look, fella, you better dial 116 on the phone and tell the police all about it, huh?
No, that's exactly what I can't do. Someone's tried to murder me. If they find out I'm still alive, I'll be a target for a second attempt.
Wait a minute. I need two things right now. One, a cup of coffee. Would you like some?
No, milk, if you please. My doctor insists.
Okay, come on. The other's a good, solid explanation of why everybody thinks you were aboard that yacht.
Well, first, they believe my body was lost in the explosion. You see, I intended to spend the night there because Lucille, my wife, and I quarreled. But I got a call, and I had to go out of town on business at the last minute. I went out to the boat, but only to pick up some papers. I was in a hurry. I must have left the lights on. I'd lost my hat in the wind on the way back. It was found in the water. Apparently, I didn't secure the dinghy because that was adrift offshore. Mind you, I read all this in the paper when I got back this morning.
Back from where?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Figures.
I came in on the California Limited. You can check on that. Marlowe, I must know who tried to kill me before they know they've failed.
That could be tough. Have you got any ideas?
Yes, I have. It might be any one of 3 people.
3?
For instance, Walter Pittman, my ex-partner, threatened to kill me less than a month ago in New York when I won another court decision from him. Then there's my business manager, a fellow named Slater. I almost fired him last week, the arrogant fool. It's always when I get cross this comes.
I see.
And I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Rollins herself would no doubt rather have me dead than alive. That's quite a lineup for a mere cosmetics chemist, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, you haven't been running lipstick experiments with somebody else's live equipment, have you, Rollins?
Oh, certainly not. I've been working so hard I haven't time for my wife. Say nothing of another woman. Oh, Marlowe, I'm frightened. I must get to the bottom of this. I'll pay you double your usual fee. Will you help me?
Okay, Rollins, it's a deal. If I hurry, I might get in on your funeral. Under the circumstances, that should make somebody due for a very big surprise. Shave and a shower later, and I checked my wheezing client's credentials, settled him down in my apartment with orders to answer the phone, but not the door, and drove out to Santa Monica, where the not very late Ben Rollins had made his home. I had a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of people close to Rollins. That is, close enough to kill. I decided that Arthur Slater, the business manager, was my best bet for an opener. He had been described as soft-spoken, efficient, and somewhat arrogant. But after I found his cottage on Seaview Drive and walked up to the door, I heard someone inside offering a similar description, but with more color.
Mighty routine, Arthur Slater. If you think for 2 minutes you could throw little Angie over any time you feel like it after all the promises you've made, you're wrong.
That's just about enough, Angie.
Not by half, brother. I know which way the wind is blowing, and it's a nice big wind. Nobody kicks me out, and I mean nobody. So think it over, Mr. Big. Oh, get out of my way.
Yes, ma'am. Cute kid. Friend of yours, Slater?
Who are you? Another insurance investigator?
That's right. My name's Marlowe. May I come in?
Yes, certainly. All the others did.
Thanks. Who knows? I may be the last. Slater, I've got 3 reasons for believing that yacht explosion was no accident.
Not an accident? What reasons are you talking about?
For one, Walter Pittman.
Pittman? You mean Rollins' ex-partner?
You know him, huh?
Well, only by name. I never met the man.
All right, then. Let's talk about reason number 2, Lucille Rollins. How do you feel about it, Slater?
Well, you must be out of your mind, Marlowe. She and Ben fought constantly, yes.
Slater, I asked how you felt about Mrs. Rollins.
I don't like her. And now, what or who is reason number 3?
You are. You had an argument with Rollins last week. He practically fired you.
And you think I'd kill him over that?
Could be.
Look, Marlowe, Ben Rollins drove himself like an overloaded truck. He had a cigarette cough, nervous shakes, and bad dreams. To me, bureau drawer eyelashes and glue-on fingernails simply aren't that important. So we had frequent arguments. Now, do you have any more smart reasons you'd like to discuss, or would you care to leave?
Just one thing more. Why does your girlfriend think you're a little stuck up these days?
You're becoming a bit too personal, Marlowe. Get out. I'm not compelled to answer any of your questions. There's an established legal procedure.
Skip it, Slater. If I need to, I'll be back. And I'm fairly chummy with boys in blue myself, so I'll get the answers if I want them. Good night, big shot. Arthur Slater was like a billiard ball, hard to rub the wrong way. And if he did have an angle, he was playing cagey. So as long as I was in the neighborhood and the trail was hot, I figured I'd have a talk with the Spitfire, Angie. It wasn't hard to trail her. The corner newsboy had heard her get into a cab. The cabbie swore he'd never forget her. Swore again. So finding her apartment was less trouble than unfolding a $5 bill. When I pulled up across the street from the place, I noticed a big car as big as the average garage and older than last year's college graduate parked in front. It was a black Pierce Arrow and someone with a mouthful of cigar hugged behind the wheel. The cigar was pointed at me as I crossed the street. When I went up the stairs to Angie's door, it was still pointed at me. But I forgot about that when the apartment door opened. Angie was relaxed. There were little glints of gold in her green eyes. And the warm lights behind her shimmered on soft waves of hair, a shade of burnished copper. Maybe she was a Spitfire, but at the moment, her damper was down.
Yeah? Well, Buster, you got your mouth open. You might as well say something.
Angie, who do you think murdered Ben Rollins?
Murdered? My mistake, chum. Good night.
Just a minute. This is business, honey.
Who are you, anyhow?
Philip Marlowe. You ran over me on your way out of Slater's place a few minutes ago and dented my ego.
Well, sue me. Who are you working for, Shaman?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I will tell you this, sweetheart. The explosion on that yacht was no accident. So I'm checking up on wives who'd rather be widows.
Lucille Rollins? None. She was rolling in dough either way. She hated her job, but she sure didn't have to kill to quit. Get your compass fixed, Marlowe.
Wrong way, huh? Well, suppose Lucille were in love with Pittman, maybe.
Pittman? Who's he?
Shot in the dark. Tell me something, Angie. Your boyfriend Slater has picked up a lot of push lately. How come?
Some big deal they've been working on at the plant. And he makes me sick. Gets the first sniff of a success, and suddenly all his hats are too small.
Especially his old hats, honey. And you can't blame the guy if he's really on his way up now, can you?
Listen, Mac, I'll tell you, him, and the whole world something. Nobody is going to put little Angie on the skids. If there's a heave-ho pulled around here, Mr. Hotshot Slater himself will get it, and right in the neck. So if you happen to be snooping for him, Marlowe, you can putter right back and tell him so. Now beat it.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, by the way, what's Angie stand for?
Angelica. But don't count on it, brother. Don't count.
As I went down the front steps, the cigar and the black Pierce Arrow lined up on me again and followed me as I crossed the street and got into my car. It was still pointing at me as I drove away, but after all, the street was public property and the guy could smoke a cigar if he wanted to. Well, by the time I knocked on the front door of the Rawlins home, I was braced for a deluge of tears and a session of red-eyed hysteria. So I was caught off balance by the handsome blonde woman of 35 with a wry, crisp waistline who was cool, calm, and well-collected in green slacks. She introduced herself as Lucille Rawlins.
Sit down, Mr. Marlowe. You said you're a friend of Ben's?
That's right, Mrs. Rawlins. I stopped by to offer my condolences. But apparently condolences aren't much in order today. No tears, huh? Not even crocodile tears.
I'm not a hypocrite, Mr. Marlowe, that's why. I'm merely stunned and confused over this terrible accident, and I'm not sure yet how I feel.
Yeah, it was an accident, all right. Especially since that leaky fuel line that caused it was repaired a week ago.
It had been repaired?
Oh, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Who are you, Marlowe?
I'm a private detective, and I know a lot more than that. I know, for instance, that the insurance on the boat alone will keep you in pretty doodads for several years. And that's only a drop in a bucket.
Mr. Marlowe, I think you'd better leave.
And I think you better climb down off that high horse and listen. Because I haven't even started yet. Ben was a hated man by Pittman, by Slater, and maybe by you. And I can prove he didn't die accidentally, baby, so I'd like some nice straight answers, huh? When did you see Pittman last?
I've never seen Walter Pittman. I don't even know what he looks like. Ben and I were married 2 years ago. He broke with Pittman long before that.
But you're pretty chummy with Arthur Slater.
That's a lie. Why, we hardly spoke until a week ago.
You picked a poor time to get friendly, baby.
Listen here, Marlowe. Mr. Slater, I ran into each other purely by accident one afternoon last week. I happened to stop in at a small bar in downtown Los Angeles. Mr. Slater was there at a table talking with some man, a stranger to me. When he saw me, he came over. He seemed upset. So upset.
Is there anyone else here now?
Well, no. My maid went out to the movies.
I heard something, a noise. Sounded like it came from the service porch. Come on, let's have a look.
Well, I don't know what anyone... Hey! The lights went off.
Somebody turned them off. You better... Lucille, look out! The bullets which had been intended for Lucille had only traveled the width of the kitchen, but miraculously both had missed. Whoever had thrown them moved out fast, because when I got through the service porch and into the backyard, nothing stirred, except the restless ends of a pepper tree. But a second later, a heavy, clanking motor roared on the side street. I got to the fence just in time to see a boxcar on rubber tires skid around the corner. It was a black Pierce Arrow. I went back to the house, found the master switch, and turned on the lights. Lucille, her face strained and bloodless, stood in the kitchen door and watched me. A hole had been punched in the back screen door, and on the floor was a strange object which had been used to unhook the lock. It looked like an oversized bobby pin wearing rubber pants, which didn't mean a thing to me. But to Lucille, who stared at it like it was a centipede she just found in a cream puff, it meant plenty.
Ben.
What?
It's like Ben himself was here. Like he wasn't killed at all.
What are you talking about? What is this thing, anyway?
I don't know. Part of some new invention he was working on. For the last month, Ben carried 2 or 3 of these things with him everywhere.
Look, Lucille, where's your phone?
Right there.
Oh.
But, Marlowe, you don't suppose... Who are you going to call?
Friend of mine. He'd better be in, too. Go.
Marlowe. What's the matter, Marlowe? Busy?
Yeah, busy. He's either talking to someone or he's gone out after leaving the phone off the hook. And either way, Lucy, that makes my friend very busy.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it may have taken a little detective work finding a much-wanted man last week, but an unprecedented number of listeners seem to have turned Philip Marlowe. For Jack Benny's largest audience this season found him here on his opening show on CBS. Tomorrow night, Jack will be back with Mary, Dennis, Phil, Rochester, and Don for more of the fun that's made the Jack Benny Show the #1 comedy in radio. You'll find him right here on CBS every Sunday at 7 Eastern Standard Time. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Restless Day.
When I left Lucille Rawlins, the feminine target for the night, I headed for Angie Gordon's, where I'd first seen the man with a cigar in his face, who I suddenly figured might be Walter Pittman. And as I drove, I felt like my brains had spent the night playing leapfrog in a squirrel cage. Because any way I call the dice, every one of my clients suspected of murdering him suspected somebody else. And just to keep things from making any sense at all, I suspected my client. I pulled up near Angie's and saw the Pierce Arrow parked, lights and a man with cigar out. When I got close to the bungalow door, I knew that the lady was at home.
Now, look here.
And that she was receiving a gentleman caller, more or less.
Tell me your name is Smith, which incidentally I don't believe. And then you start asking a lot of very personal questions. How cozy.
Now, please, you do not understand. There are certain things about the death of Ben Rollins that I must know. Things that mean a lot to me.
How much a lot?
Well, $100 maybe.
What? Now, don't tell me that's all you could stuff into that briefcase there in your hand.
Listen, girl, I must know whether that explosion on the boat was an accident or not.
The police let it go as an accident?
Never mind that. You are Slater's girl. You must know something about him as well as the other one who was here. Now, you tell me. Please.
Stay away from me, you big lug. I don't know anything. Let go of me.
You heard the lady. Let go. How do you know my name?
I read tea leaves. And while we're all asking questions, do you mind telling me why you were throwing bullets at the chinaware on Mrs. Rollins?
I did no such thing. I don't even know Mrs. Rollins.
You're a liar, and it's dull as the sauerkraut. The gun in your pocket will prove it.
I have no gun in my pocket. Here, look for yourself.
All right, I will. But if it's all the same to you, I'll start with your briefcase.
Well, give me that.
Why? So you can get to the gun first?
No, because All right, Mr. Smart Man. Go ahead and look. See for yourselves that there's absolutely nothing there that concerns you.
Stand still, Marlowe. And don't look so astonished, friend. It's called a gun.
Why, you little...
Skip it, Marlowe. This isn't my idea of returning a favor, but it is good business. You see, baby, little Angie sells out to the highest bidder. And no matter how I add things up, that isn't you.
So exit Pittman, huh? Briefcase and...
What are you staring at?
That little gadget there. Must have fallen out of Pittman's briefcase.
What is it?
Twin brother of an item I found a little while ago, rubber pants included.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
Nothing, baby. Just tell me how long I sit here.
As long as you like. Now, you see, Marlowe, I just can't afford to let you get to Pittman ahead of me.
Yeah. That good business you were talking about.
Uh-huh. After all, a gal's got to make a living. One way or another, Marlowe. Doesn't she?
There was room to debate Angie's point, but no time. So I skipped her invitation for a drink. Both promised and threatened to see her again and headed for my car in the only direction left. The residence of the local pivot man, Mr. Arthur Slater. When I got to within a block of the place, I parked and then approached slowly, keeping to the shadows all the way. But the house turned out to be as dark and quiet as the inside of a coffin. I was about to leave when some noise a dozen yards behind me said that I was no longer alone. I turned quietly and got ready for what I figured would be a reunion with my old buddy, Walter Pittman. But I was wrong. Sneaking through a nearby clump of orange trees with all the deftness of an ox with bunion trouble was no one else but my client, Ben Rollins. When I called his name out loud, he ran toward me, arms and legs flailing the wind like a Kansas scarecrow caught in a tornado.
Marlowe, I've been looking all over for you.
Rollins, why aren't you back in my apartment where you're supposed to be?
I couldn't wait any longer. I was afraid something had happened to you. When you didn't call, I was sure of it. I thought you might be here at Slater's.
But I did call, and all I got was a busy signal.
Oh, about an hour ago. Why, that was a friend of yours. He wanted to know if you'd play cards with him tonight. Now, do you believe me?
No, for the time being, yes. Incidentally, Rollins, do these mean anything to you, these oversized bobby pins?
Good Lord, the curlers. Where did you get those curlers, Marlowe? They should be in my safe.
Well, I found one at your house and the other in a briefcase that belonged to Walter Pittman.
But Marlowe, these are samples of my newest invention, these hair curlers. They can produce a home permanent wave overnight that'll last for 6 months. It's worth millions to me.
If you live.
Yes. It should be easy to figure out who wanted to kill me.
I'm not so sure. If you didn't even know these were missing, why should someone have to kill you to get hold of them? And second of all, how come the shooting's still going on?
What shooting are you talking about?
Over at your place. Somebody tried to kill your wife there just before I called you. And that brings us right back to your alibi about talking to Ibarra at the time. It's a little too pat, Rollins. Besides, that curler could very easily have dropped out of your pocket.
Why should I shoot at Lucille?
For the best reason in the books, you wanted to kill her. And when that yacht business almost boomeranged on you, you still hadn't changed your mind. And that led to this whole routine with me double-billed as Patsy and star witness both.
You're out of your mind, Marlowe. I couldn't have set that explosion on the yacht as a trap for Lucille.
Why not?
Because it was on account of me that Lucille wasn't on the yacht herself that night.
What?
After we argued, we decided not to spend any more time under the same roof. Lucille said that suited her fine and she'd sleep on the yacht. We let it go at that till about noon on Friday.
And you got small about things and said the yacht was yours, maybe? That you'd sleep on it?
Yes. I was just bickering.
Just a minute, Rollins. I've heard enough, and I think I finally understand this whole screwy deal. I'll know for sure just as soon as I can make one single phone call to your house. We'll get back to Slater. Come on. When I got to a telephone and through to the maid at the Rollins place, I was almost positive that in another minute I'd have both a solid answer for my client and a couple of clumsy customers for the law. When the shaky voice at the other end of the tube told me that Lucille had just left the house in high gear, after mumbling something about a place called Inspiration Point, I stopped being confident and started to worry. And when I tossed the jackpot question at the maid and got the winning answer, that worry became something worse, and it must have showed.
What is it, Marlowe? What did you find out?
Too much to explain now. Where's Inspiration Point, Rollins?
About a mile south of here, straight along the shore.
Good. What kind of a car does your wife drive?
A blue Nash. What's Inspiration Point got to do with Lucille, Marlowe?
Everything. Now, look. You call the cops and tell them to get out there as fast as they can. Do you get me? As fast as they can. Inspiration Point turned out to be an acre of windswept rock that overlooked the cold January sea. After I saw Lucille's empty car, I crept, staggered, and fell down the narrow, winding trail that led from the road to the promontory itself. I was afraid that I was going to be too late to stop what I was sure was a hastily scheduled murder. But a minute later, when I rounded the last crazy turn in the trail, I felt better. Because standing only a couple of yards away from me, her hair slapping wildly against the upturned collar of her coat, and very much alive, was Lucille Rollins. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly I caught the expression in her eyes. I turned to follow the line of her unblinking gaze, and I knew that I hadn't arrived any too soon. Because the lady was being held at the point of a gun held by Arthur Slater. I closed my hand tight around the cold .38 in my pocket and moved closer.
When you called me at the house, you said that my husband was alive and with you. Why did you lie to me?
Because I knew that would bring you running. I had to be alone with you, Lucille, so I could do what I missed doing last time.
Last time? You mean the yacht? You did that?
Yes. But somehow or other, Ben was out there instead of you. So that accident was a waste of time. But this one, the bereaved wife who jumped or fell to her death from the edge of Inspiration Point, won't be.
But why, Slater? Why do you want to kill me?
There's no time to explain, Lucille.
And we'll take time, Slater.
Marlowe, you!
Damn me!
No, you!
Marlowe! Marlowe, he's going to kill me.
Yes, honey, I know. He had to.
And why, Marlowe? Why?
Because he stole your husband's invention to sell the Wall of Pittman. He was going to go into business with him. And now when the cops get here, he's going first to a hospital and then to jail. For grand larceny and attempted murder.
Attempted murder? What about Ben, Marlowe?
Ben was a near miss, honey, nothing more. You'll see what I mean in a minute. When Lucille found out that Ben was still alive, there were a lot of tears and promises to be good from both parties. And it wasn't until an hour had gone by and the police had already booked both Slater and Pittman, who was picked up heading back for L.A., that Mr. and Mrs. Rollins were in any condition to sit down and talk things over, even with the help of coffee and cigarettes in the Rollins home.
Then the whole scheme, Marlowe, was designed by Slater, who, as my business manager, had access to the new curlers.
That's right. Knowing how Walter Pittman felt about you, Slater secretly contacted him to handle the manufacturing end, you see?
Yes, I see.
Well, a few changes in the design, and the whole thing would have been patented and on the market while you and Slater...
pretended that Pittman was a stranger to him.
We're still laboring away at last-minute changes.
And when we learned about Pittman's product, Slater would act as surprised as Ben here.
You're so right, Lucille. That was the plan. Oh, but it fell apart. See, it fell apart when you accidentally ran into Slater in that small bar in downtown L.A., do you remember?
Yes.
When he was with Pittman, the man you described him as the stranger?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well, he realized then that with Pittman's product a success, you would sooner or later see a picture of Pittman, the newly rich inventor, and recognize him as the man you saw with Slater before Pittman's product was on the market.
So that meant that Slater either had to get rid of Lucy or give up his entire plan.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got a match, Mr. No, I'm going to give them up. Well, Marlowe, was Pittman involved in the murder attempt, too?
No. He drew the line at the theft. See, when he found out you had died mysteriously, he turned up here to check on Slater because he couldn't afford to be mixed up in your murder.
I see. But how did you figure all this, Marlowe?
Well, after I had tangled with everybody, I was no place. Angie Gordon was looking for an angle. You, Lucille, were getting shot at.
Poor darling.
Yeah, and Pittman and Slater were not on the same team. At least as far as the business on the yacht was concerned. Nobody seemed to have a clear-cut motive.
But when I told you that Lucille herself was supposed to stay on the yacht that night, you had the answer.
That was the time. After I called your house and asked the maid the jackpot question, which was, who aside from you, Ben, knew that Lucille was going to sleep on the yacht Friday night?
And she said Slater, didn't she?
Yeah. Said something else, too. She also said that you had left for Inspiration Point in a big hurry.
Yes. Then Slater tried to kill me first on the yacht, second in the house here, and finally out on the point.
Mm-hmm. But in the end, it worked out fine, darling. Because the third time was the charm. For us. Well, by the time I was through tying in all the loose ends for my client and his wife, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was dog-tired all over again. When I got into my car and started away from the place, Ben and Lucille were standing in the doorway waving at me and smiling. So as I drove back to L.A., I forgot about the sleep I was missing and thought about them. A couple who couldn't get along until one or the other of them had been robbed, dynamited, and shot at. Yeah, I guess it's really so. As the old bromide has it, the path of true love never does run smoothly. Smoothly. Oh, well.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Dinelli, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorette Philbrandt, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Jack Moyles. The special music was by Richard Arun.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, you up? Hey, Doc.
What? Yeah.
You gonna sleep your life away, Doc?
Yeah, what's the matter? What's the matter, man? All right, what time is it?
7:30. Now, put your pants on. Let's go up the street and get some breakfast. Now, come on.
7:30.
Come on, roll out. It's daylight in the swamps. Come on.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, well, I guess I might as well. Now that you got me wide awake.
Wide awake.
Yes, well, I'm getting there. You sure don't see the sense in starting the day so all fired earlier.
You're putting them on backwards, Doc.
I am not putting them on. I was just about to turn them around.
Oh, sure you were.
I've been putting my pants on for a long time without being told how by the village policeman. Yeah. Now, do you care which foot I put in which leg first?
No, I think you can decide that for yourself.
Yes. Well, say, where's Chester, anyway? Why aren't you hounding him instead of me?
Chester ran into an old friend of his last night.
Huh? Who's that?
I've forgotten his name, but Chester went out to visit him for a couple of days.
Yeah, well, out where?
Out Fort Dodge.
Fort Dodge?
Uh-huh.
You mean he's in the Army?
Yeah, he's got a pretty interesting job, too.
Oh?
He's a mess sergeant.
Mess sergeant?
Yeah.
Oh, well, a couple of days of that, you'll have to go after Chester with a wagon.
Well, he seemed pretty excited about the whole thing.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, the quartermaster's going to be excited, too, when he starts checking his groceries.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Doc. You take more time than a woman. Come on.
Well, I want to look my best. It isn't often somebody buys my breakfast.
Buys it? Now, wait a minute, Doc.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, no wonder you're so rich.
Oh, sure, I'm rich, all right, yeah, and IOUs.
Well, at least you got something to dream about.
Ah, well, say, it's a nice day.
Yeah. It'll get hot, though.
Who's that woman driving the wagon?
It looks like Hank Rutger's wife, huh? Yeah, it is.
Rutger, you mean? Was he that runny little sodbuster out by Cottonwood Springs?
Yeah, that's the one. I wonder what she's doing in time this early in the morning.
Marshall?
Oh, well, she's beckoning to you.
Well, let's go see what she wants. Morning, Miss Rucker.
Morning, Marshall. Doc.
Yes, good morning, Mom.
You're up early.
Yeah.
Been quite some time since I've seen you in town.
Always work to do when you're homesteading. You break your heart and you break your back and you end up with nothing. Even worse than nothing. The years are gone finally and you can't get them back.
How's Hank?
Hank?
Yes, ma'am. Your husband, Hank.
8 years slaving for him, working my fingers to the bone, and you end up with nothing.
Miss Rutger, is there something wrong? Miss Rutger, I said, is there something wrong?
I heard you. Hank's in the back of the wagon there, under that tarp.
What? Here, Doc, I'll pull the canvas back.
All right. Well, he's dead, Matt.
Yeah. Shot in the back. How'd it happen, Miss Rutger?
I don't know about things like this. What you're supposed to do, I mean. So I loaded him into the wagon and come into town. I figured you'd be the one to see.
You figured right, but what happened?
It wasn't me, Marshal. I didn't shoot him.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I don't know his name or nothing. He was a stranger. Stopped by the place yesterday evening just before sundown. Wanted to water his horse. Hank wasn't there. This fella kept looking at me and talking kind of funny. Then he saw Hank coming, and he rode on.
Maybe then he's the one that
Late last night, Hank woke up, heard something outside, thought it was an animal bothering the stock. Went out, and pretty soon there was a shot.
How do you know it was the same man?
Because they come by the house after. but I run him off.
Oh. What does this fellow look like?
I don't know. Like any other man, I reckon. Nothing special. Except for his shoulders.
Oh, what do you mean?
He has the biggest shoulders I ever seen on a man. Mighty powerful.
Look, Miss Rutgers, why don't you go across the street there to the Dodge house and take a room and get some rest, huh? You'll leave the wagon here, and Doc and I will take care of things for you, huh?
I'm all right, Marshal.
You go on now.
Feels strange being alone. Hank wasn't much, I guess. Didn't treat me good, but at least he was always there. A woman needs a man. All right, I'll go now. Thank you, Marshal, for taking care of things.
I'll stop by later, Miss Rucker.
All right, Marshal.
Well, what do you think, Matt?
I don't know, Doc. But that woman's got something in mind she isn't telling us about.
Well, here's our expectant father, the memory expert. And how do you feel, sir?
Lousy.
Oh? Why?
You ever take care of 8 kids while your wife is in the hospital having number 9?
No.
Take my advice. Don't. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. I think my kids are part sponge.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, they drink enough water to irrigate a desert, and mostly in the middle of the night.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about your wife. She and the baby are getting good treatment at the hospital, and thanks to Medicare, there won't be any expensive bills for you to pay.
That's what bugs me, man.
Why?
It's such a bargain. You know no woman can resist a bargain.
If your wife is bargain-minded, better get the pamphlet on Dependents Medical Care Program fast.
Like another beer, Doc?
No, guess not, Kitty. People criticize me enough as it is.
Doc. Oh, there's Matt.
Huh?
Over here, Matt.
Oh, well, maybe I will have a beer after all, Kitty. On him.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Sit down, Matt. You look tired.
Yeah, I am tired. If it gets any hotter, they can have this country.
Any luck, Matt?
No, Doc. I checked every room and house in Dodge, every liver stable. I even talked to some of the homesteaders out south of town. And nobody's seen a stranger who matches Ms. Rutgers' description, if you can call it a description.
Did she remember anything new?
No, not much. I talked to her late this afternoon. She thinks that he had reddish-brown hair, but she's not sure.
Oh, just those shoulders, then.
Yeah, that's all she's sure of.
I guess she'd remember that, all right. Well, Matt, maybe you won't have to look any farther.
Oh, what do you mean?
That man over there at the end of the bar.
What?
We've been keeping an eye on him till you showed up.
Oh. Who is he, Kitty?
I don't know. Tonight's the first time he's been in here. Been staying to himself pretty much, just drinking and not talking. But he's got the shoulders, all right.
Yeah. I think I'll go have a word with him. Evening, stranger.
Evening.
You're new in town, aren't you? I don't remember seeing you around before.
You feel like gabbing, you better find somebody else, mister.
I would if it was a matter of pleasure. My name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal here.
That's supposed to bother me?
It bothers some, others not.
And I'm one of the others.
What's your name?
Logan.
And is that all? Just Logan?
Bull, they call me. Bull Logan.
When did you hit town?
Today. Just going through.
Oh, from where?
Out west, different places. Why? What difference does it make?
None, maybe. You mind taking a little walk with me?
Where?
Across the street. Here, I'll carry your gun for you.
What's the idea? You arresting me for something, Marshal?
No, I'm just asking you to walk across the street.
What's over there?
A woman.
You trying to get me into some kind of trouble?
Logan, if this woman recognizes you, you're in plenty of trouble. Now, come on, let's go. All right, you stand right there, Logan.
I don't know what you're trying to pull, Marshal. But you're all wrong.
That's possible.
Oh, Marshal, I couldn't...
Is this the man, Miss Rucker?
What are you talking about? I never seen her before in my life.
I thought you better take a look at him, man.
I don't know this woman. Now, what is this? What are you trying to set up here?
Shut up, Logan.
The man that shot Hank was real big. I reckon it stuck in my mind because Hank was such a little man. There's such a difference between them.
All right, I'm big. What about it? You claiming you seen me before?
Stay where you are, Logan. He's not going to hurt you, Miss Rucker. Now, take a good look at him. Is this the man who stopped by your place yesterday afternoon, who came back later and shot your husband? Well?
No, Marshal. It ain't him. It's his shoulders, that's all. But other than that, he don't look nothing like that fella. I never seen this man before in my life.
Look, if you're scared of him, don't be.
I ain't scared of him. Why should I be? He ain't the same one.
Well, you satisfied, Marshal?
All right, Miss Rucker. Thanks anyway. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
I'm going back out to the place in the morning, Marshal. There's things to do. And I think that fella's got clean out of the country by now.
All right, man.
Do I get my gun back now?
Yeah, here you are, Logan.
Thanks. Be seeing you. Pleased to have met you, man. Good night. I'll tell you something, Matt. The mark of any civilization is its food.
Oh, is that right, Doc?
Dang tootin' is right. Now, you take France, for instance. Paris. It's Paris, France, you know. Their food is cooked just right. It's seasoned right and it's served right. And by golly, they're civilized. It goes together.
Doc, you've been eating this same grub ever since you came to Dodge. Now, what's wrong with it all of a sudden?
Well, look at the stuff. What's wrong? A plate full of greasy spuds and a few chunks of boiled leather. I tell you, man, it's enough to turn a man's stomach.
It's no worse than usual. Now, go on, finish your supper.
I wouldn't touch another bite of that with a 10-foot pole. No, sir, I'm telling you, Matt, this town will never be civilized until it starts eating decent food.
Well, the way I heard it, the mark of a civilization is how it treats its women folk.
Oh, how it... You think Dodge City rates any higher on that score?
No, I guess not.
No, they're fancy women. They plague till they drink themselves to death. And their farm wives, they work to death. Why, a woman hasn't got a chance out here.
Yeah, so I've been told. By a woman, of course.
She was right. Whether it's the food or the women folk, this town is no goddamn good.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, hello, Jeb.
Well, how are things at the telegraph office, Jeb?
Fine, Doc. I brought this telegram right over, Marshal.
Huh?
It's your answer to that circular you sent out on Bull Logan.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Jeb.
What about this Bull Logan, man?
Well, I thought he might be mixed up in the Rutger killing, Doc.
Well, I thought you'd given up on that.
No, I sent out a bulletin just on a hunch. Yeah.
What is it, man?
Wow.
Huh?
Like he's wanted in California, 2 counts of assault and suspicion of murder. The victim was shot in the back. I should never have let him leave town.
Well, he didn't go far, Marshal.
Now, what do you mean, Jed?
I ran into Ed Perkins on the way over here. He seen Logan just this afternoon.
Where?
Out by Cottonwood Crossing. And he said Bull Logan's gone to work for Mrs. Rutger.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, what are you doing?
Oh, hi, Daphne. Just eating a midnight snack.
What is that mess?
That mess is a liverwurst, salami, lettuce, and peanut butter delight.
Nightmare is more like it. What woke you up?
My stomach was growling. What woke you up?
You. And I was dreaming such a pleasant dream.
Oh? What?
I dreamed all of our savings bonds had matured and we were cashing them in.
That kind of a dream I can appreciate.
We were planning a trip around the world, and you bought me a fur coat, and I bought you that fishing tackle you want. Oh, it was gorgeous.
Well, it doesn't have to be just a dream. Some of our savings bonds are ready to mature now.
Joe, maybe we shouldn't cash them in. They can go on earning interest, you know, and it adds up fast.
I know. That's why we started buying savings bonds, remember? With a bond a month on the payroll savings plan, our money is saved automatically.
Stop waving that sandwich under my nose. You're making me hungry.
Well, fix yourself a sandwich, ma'am. I got all the makings right over here.
All right. Move over, you bond-buying midnight maverick. I'm going to fix myself a humdinger.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Marshal Dillon, Miss Rutger. I'm sorry if I scared you.
No, you didn't. I just couldn't figure who it was. Nobody comes here at night.
It must be kind of lonesome since Hank was killed, huh?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it is.
You managing all right by yourself?
Well, I've had some help this week.
Oh? Some of the neighbors, huh?
No. I took on a hired hand to help out.
Well, you're lucky to find one. The boys can usually make more work in cattle this time of year.
Well, I offered shares on the crop. A woman can't run a place like this by herself.
No, man, I guess not. Yeah, a local man, is he? Somebody from town?
No. Just a stranger riding through.
That's kind of risky, isn't it? Taking on a stranger.
Well...
What's his name, Miss Rutger?
I reckon you already know, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I already know. And did he tell you that he's wanted in California, maybe other places, too?
No.
2 counts of assault, suspicion of murder. Your husband wasn't the first man he shot in the back.
What do you mean?
It is the same man, isn't it, Miss Rutger?
No.
When you said you'd never seen him before, you lied, didn't you? Didn't you, Miss Rutger?
Yes, I lied.
All right, now where is he?
He's out in the barn.
You stay here, and don't you try to warn him.
That you, Martha? I said, is it? Well, Marshal, you're a long ways from town.
You're under arrest for murder, Logan.
So she told you about me after all.
Not yet, but she will. I just got word back from California. Seems you're wanted out there.
Now, don't try it, Logan. You're not taking me now.
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah, he's dead.
I don't know why I said it wasn't him. I reckon I must have been crazy or something. Just seems such a shame, though.
A shame?
What was done was done. There wasn't nothing going to bring Hank back. I was left by myself. Bull here was big and strong. Seems such a waste. Him dead, too.
I see.
I got ground that needs plowing, Marshal. Seed to be planted. Life ain't easy for a woman alone.
I don't know, man. Seems pretty easy the way you go at it. You go on back to the house now. I'll take care of things here.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
850, American.
For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Right you are. Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year after year, at auction after auction, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. American.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday, Jack Benny asked the members of his cast to come to his house at 2 p.m. So let's go back to Friday and find out why Jack called the meeting.
Is everybody here, Rochester?
Oh, but Dennis Day phoned and said he'd be a little late.
That's funny. Dennis is always on time. I wonder what delayed him.
He said that last night was Halloween and some kids took the wheels off his bicycle.
Well, why didn't he take the Sunset bus?
They took the wheels off of that, too.
Well, that's what Dennis gets for living in that kind of a neighborhood. I'm glad the kids around here aren't that rowdy.
Me too, boss.
By the way, Rochester, go out and take the bathtub off the front porch and put it back in the house again. Well, what are you waiting for? Take the bathtub off the front porch.
Okay, but there ain't much gas in the car.
Gas in the car? What's that got to do with it?
The front porch is in Pasadena.
What?
And Pasadena's in Pomona.
You mean the kids?
No, the wind.
Oh, stop being silly and do what I tell you.
Yes.
I'm going to the library and talk to my gang. Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky. I ain't Uh-oh. I better hide these bicycle wheels. Dennis is liable to get sore. I'll put them in the closet. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. La, la. The other months weren't so good either. Oh, well. Hi, kids.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Jackson. Say, I'm glad you're here early. I've got great news for you. You too, Polly. Now, kids, I want to read you a telegram I received this morning. Dear Mr. Benny, I heard your program last Sunday, and of all the stinking... Whoops, wrong telegram. See, where's that other one?
Don't take a chance. Maybe you just read the good one.
No. Here it is. Dear Mr. Benny, since everyone is talking about your programs this season, we are sending our photographer to take pictures of your group. If convenient, please have them all at your home Friday, November the 1st at 3 p.m. Signed, the Associated Press.
The Associated Press? Gee, our pictures will appear all over the country.
Pictures? Gee, I wish you'd have told me I'd have had my sweatshirt pressed. Phil, just be happy the pictures aren't in color so your red eyes won't show.
Say, if the photographer's going to be here soon, I better make my face up. Oh, Don, hand me my purse, will you please? It's on the chair next to you.
Here you are, Mary.
Thanks.
Gee, that smells wonderful, Mary. What is it?
Money.
I mean, besides that.
Oh, it's some new perfume I'm wearing. It's called Get Away From Me, Boys. I'm Going Steady. Now, let me see. My lipstick. Lipstick.
Why don't you turn your purse upside down and empty it, Mary?
Okay.
Mary, empty the rest of it in the hall. This room's filled already. What a lot of junk. And look, 3 Chiswee sandwiches. There's your lipstick, Mary.
Thanks.
There's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis. We're waiting for you. What's taking you so long?
I couldn't get a taxi.
Oh.
So my mother's driving me over in her steamroller.
But, Dennis, I thought it was your Uncle Harry that drove the steamroller.
Not anymore.
Why? What happened?
Well, yesterday something was wrong with the front roller, so he got out to look at it, and some kids played the meanest Halloween trick.
Dennis, that's terrible. Where's your uncle now?
Well, you know that white line that runs down the middle of Wilshire Boulevard?
Uh-huh.
The dark part of it is Uncle Harry.
Dennis, stop making things up like that. Your uncle passed here this morning.
Didn't he look thin?
Oh, hang up and get over here.
Yes, sir.
What a kid. Dennis will be here in a few minutes. Mary, what are you doing with the parrot?
Oh, just playing with her. She's cute.
Yeah, she's smart, too. Last night I taught her name, Polly Benny. Go ahead, Mary. Ask her what her name is.
Okay. Come on, Polly. What's your name? What's your name?
I am the fiddler.
Oh, fine. She got that listening to the radio.
Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker?
Polly want a Chiswee sandwich.
See, I told you.
Say, Jack, how long do parrots live?
Oh, a long time, Mary. Some of them live very long.
How old is this one, Jackson?
63. And she's still got all her feathers.
That's more than you can say, Bub.
Phil, don't be funny. You always have to be a wise guy. Like at Mary's Halloween party last night.
What's the matter? What did I do wrong?
Trying to make jokes about everything. And that costume you wore. Imagine covering yourself with cobwebs and coming as a wine cellar. What an outfit.
Well, at least I spent dough for my costume. That's more than you did.
What do you mean?
You didn't spend a dime. You put on a pair of shorts, stood out in the cold, and came as Little Boy Blue.
Oh, you're just mad because Mary gave me the first prize.
Well, you deserved it, Jack.
Thanks, Mary. They were swell, but they don't quite fit my car.
What was the prize, Mary?
4 wheels off the Sunset bus. But I thought Don Wilson's costume was the best of all. I should have given him the prize.
Well, Don, I'll admit it was original.
Well, thanks, Jack.
Who else but you would have ever thought of putting on an old straw hat and standing out on the lawn holding up a big tobacco leaf? Come to think of it, Don, why'd you stay out there so long?
Well, Jack, I just hated to come in. It was so wonderful watching the moonbeams filtering through that beautiful golden brown tobacco.
Must have been a lovely sight.
And there in the stillness of the night, I could hear a lonely cricket calling to his mate. LS-MFT. LS-MFT.
A cricket said that?
They make that noise by rubbing 2 lucky strikes together.
Gee, I'm 37 and I never knew that.
And then the little boy cricket kissed the little girl cricket.
Gee.
And the little girl cricket must have liked it because she said,
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Don, if anyone besides you told me that, I'd never believe it.
well, you can believe this, Jack. Luckies are so round, so firm, so fully packed.
So free and easy on the cricket.
Hey, that's clever. Don, teach Polly the rest of the commercial.
You do, and we'll have a new announcer.
Say, maybe the Polly could. No, what would happen to all our fat jokes? Don't worry about it, Don. You can always... Oh, the phone. Rochester, will you answer it, please?
Yes, sir. Jack Benny's resident, star of stage, screen, and radio, and will sell 2 bicycle wheels at ridiculously low prices.
Hello, Rochester. This is Dennis. Please tell Mr... Hey, what did you say about 2 bicycle wheels?
Uh-oh, me very sorry. You have a long number. Maybe you have better luck next time. So long, Clyde. Egg foo young.
Rochester. I try talking to Rochester. Only time I talking to Chinese boy.
So sorry. No, Rochester. No bloody here except us chop sueys. Chop, chop. Goodbye, please.
Rochester, stop playing games and give me that telephone. Hello, who is this?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis, and Rochester said you had a pair of bicycle wheels that
Oh, Sally, long number. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny.
Look, Dennis, why aren't you here?
Well, I'm in a music store. I dropped in to buy a copy of a song I'm going to do on Sunday. It's called Rumors Are Flying.
Oh, yes, I heard that song. Does it have a good arrangement?
Oh, it's swell. But what about the bicycle wheels?
Dennis, the song, how does it go?
Do you want me to sing it for you?
Yes.
But what about the bicycle wheels?
Just sing the song, will you, please?
Okay.
What about the bicycle wheel?
Operator, you keep out of it. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's hear the song.
Rumors are flying that you've got me sighing, that I'm in a crazy kind of a daze, a lazy sort of a haze. When I go walking, I hear people talking. They say our affair is not just a passing phase. And they whisper of a flower I keep sending you by the dozen. And they wonder of the hour that I spend with you. It keeps them buzzing. Rumors are flying, and I'm not denying that people are sure I'm falling in love with you. Cause for a change, darling, flowers I keep sending you by the dozen, and they wonder about the hours that I spend with you. It keeps them buzzing. Rumors are flying, and I'm not denying that people are sure I'm falling in love with you. 'Cause for a change, darling, all the rumors are
Dennis, that was swell. Now hurry over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, kids, the photographer will be here any minute. So when he takes the pictures, I'll sit in that big armchair and you all gather around behind me. Phil, you'll be kneeling at my right.
Uh-huh.
Don, you'll be at my left, down on one knee.
Okay.
And Mary.
I'll put the crown on your head.
No, this will be informal. Now, now let's try it. Phil, you kneel on my right.
Okay.
Don, you're here on my left.
All right.
Now, Mary.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now, cut that out! I'm just trying to get an idea of... Well, that's probably the photographer. Come in.
Well, here I am.
Dennis, how in the world did you get here so fast?
Mother's steamroller has an overdrive.
Look, Dennis, stop with that steamroller nonsense and shut the door.
Just a second, Mr. Benny. Goodbye, Mother.
I thought he was making the whole thing up. Now, Dennis, the reason we're all here... Dennis, the reason we're all here is we're going to take publicity pictures.
Gee, I thought today was payday.
Why, what made you think that?
Everybody's kneeling.
That's for the picture. Now, come here, Dennis. You stand alongside... See, that must be him. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name's Johnson. I'm a photographer from the Associated Press.
Good. We've been expecting you. You're right on time.
I know, and I have other calls to make, so let's get on with the pictures.
Okay. Now, kids, everybody gather around. Phil, put down that glass. You're not posing for the man of distinction. Now, come on, everybody.
Just a second. There's something wrong.
Wrong?
Yes, there are 5 of you. I always thought that in a quartet there were only 4.
Quartet? What are you driving at, Mr. Johnson?
The Associated Press sent me over to take pictures of your new quartet. Where are they?
Well, that does it. Come on, Mr. Johnson. Take your camera and get out of here. Out! That's the last straw. I'm going to see my lawyer and get rid of that quartet if it's the last thing I do. Mary, you want to go with me?
Well, Jack, I've got some shopping to do. I'll meet you at his office.
All right, I'll see you there. Rochester, get the car out. We're going downtown. Rochester, my lawyer's office is at Broadway at 9.
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy, why didn't I think of this before? My lawyer will take care of that quartet for me. Gosh, I feel better already. Margie, I'm always thinking of you, Gertrude. I'll tell them. Gee, I'm fickle. Oh, say, Rochester, slow down. There's a fellow sitting on the curb. His clothes are all ragged. And look at his shoes. He's probably been walking for weeks. Let's give him a lift. Say, buddy, would you like a ride?
No, thanks. I'm waiting for a Nash.
Keep going. Funny, I thought he was looking for a... Watch it, Rochester. The light's changing.
Yes, sir.
Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky.
Say, Martha, isn't that Jack Benny?
Where, Emily?
Sitting in that car.
Well, I do declare it is him. Oh, Emily, isn't he handsome?
And so dignified, too. Just look at those big blue eyes.
I think he's adorable.
Oh, Martha, at your age.
Well, I just can't help it. Just looking at him gives me renewed strength. Oh, look, my cane. It isn't even touching the ground.
Oh, Martha.
Oh, Martha, oh, Martha. Loosen up, Emily. Stop being so loyal to Tom Brennerman.
Well, I guess you're right. Jack Benny is kind of cute. Yes. Yes, he certainly is cute.
Don't go yet, Rochester. I want to hear this.
He's so clever, too. I love him on the radio.
So do I.
And Emily.
What?
Did you see him in the horn blows at midnight?
Let's go, Rochester. Come on, let's go. They were two nice old ladies, and I want to remember them that way. Keep driving, Rochester. Gee, Mary, you got here before I did.
Yeah, and I thought I was going to be late. Is this your lawyer's office?
Yeah, H.M. Fisher, attorney at law. Let's go in. There's a new girl at the reception desk. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to see Mr. Fisher.
Do you have an apartment?
Well, what?
Do you have an apartment?
Yes. Yes, I have an appointment.
What?
I said I have an appointment.
What?
An appointment.
Oh, go right in.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. Come on.
And now, look, Mr. Smith, I'm a busy man. I can't stay on this phone all day. I told you I won't settle this case for less than $2 million. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. That's up to you, Mr. Smith. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Fisher.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
No, Benny. Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, please forgive me. It's just that I've been so busy lately and have so many things on my mind.
I understand, Mr. Fisher. I'd like you to meet Miss Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
How do you do?
Haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
That's funny. Your name is so familiar. It keeps running through my mind. Smith.
No. Her name is Livingston.
Oh, yes. How stupid of me. Your name is Smith.
No. Look, Smith was on the telephone.
What happened to Benny?
I'm Benny, Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Fisher, what I came to see you about is...
Pardon me. Yes? Oh, well, send them right here. This won't take long. It seems to be very urgent, a domestic case. Come in.
Mr. Fisher, I want to...
I'll do the talking and you keep your big mouth shut.
My big mouth. Your lips could be stretched over a piano stool.
Now, we can settle this without harsh words.
That's okay with me. I want to divorce this jerk.
Very well, but you'll need grounds.
If I had that, I'd bury him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, please, let's not resort to that. What are your names again?
Mr. and Mrs. Krause.
Very well, I'll file the application. Goodbye. And now, getting back to you, what did you come to see me about?
Well, as I started to say...
Oh, yes, I remember. You two want a divorce.
No, look, that's Krause.
Oh, of course. I had you confused with Mr. and Mrs. Livingston, who just left.
I'm Miss Livingston.
Oh, yes, then you're Mr. Krause.
No, look, I'm Smith. I mean Benny.
Oh, yes, Benny Livingston.
Yes.
And now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've got a quartet on my radio program, and I want to break their contract. Here it is.
Looks like an ironclad agreement, but I've got a very clever idea.
You can break the contract?
Not only that, but with my idea, I can make them refund all your money.
All my money? How? Tell me.
Jack, he can't talk. Let go of his collar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All I have to do is, excuse me. Yes? What? Good. Send them right in. It's that couple who were in here just a minute ago for a divorce, Mr. and Mrs. Fisher.
Your name is Fisher.
I mean Mr. and Mrs. Livingston.
Their name is Krause.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Miss Smith.
Jack, isn't this the lawyer who pleaded a case and got the jury so confused they sent the judge up for 20 years?
So you read about it, huh?
Read about it? I thought I made up a joke. You mean it's true?
Yes.
Hey, come in.
Come, doll face. Carry me over the threshold.
No, lover, you carry me. You're stronger.
Okay. Upsy-daisy.
Oops, not so high. I'll get a nosebleed.
Come. I'm a busy man. Are you sure your minds are made up?
Yes. Me and Stardust don't want the divorce.
Fine. I won't file the application, and good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, where were we, Mr. Livingston?
Benny's the name, Jack Benny. Look, this is Miss Livingston. Mr. and Mrs. Krause just left. You're Fisher, and Smith was on the phone. Now, tell me, Mr. Fisher, you said you knew how to break the contract with my quartet. Now, how are you going to do it?
Now, let's see. Since you're suing them for $2 million...
I'm not suing them for $2 million.
Oh, yes, that was Krause.
That was Smith on the phone.
Well, what are you doing here?
I don't remember. All I know is I had an appointment. An appointment.
Oh, yes. You came in here about a quartet. I remember now. You came in with this girl here, Miss...
Eagle Bottom.
Now, please, Mr. Fisher, about my quartet. You got to break that contract. Here it is on your desk.
Oh, that one. Well, I'm sorry, but that contract is unbreakable. You haven't got a chance. So I advise you as your lawyer...
Now what?
Come in.
I'm going to divorce you if it's the last thing I do, you spongehead.
That's gratitude for you. After we left here, I carried you all the way down the hall so you wouldn't tire your big, flat feet.
Well, you didn't have to drop me down that laundry chute.
Laundry chute?
I hit bottom like a sack of wet wash.
With your shape, how else could you hit?
Look, Mr. Fisher.
I've got the applications right here.
Good. We'll see you in court. Goodbye.
Gee, that's a shame. Gee, and they're such a nice couple. They've got their own shows, too.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about them. This has been going on for 20 years. They'll get back together. But I am worried about the children.
Children?
Yes, that's the tragedy of divorce. Who's going to take care of the little ones?
And I think I have troubles. Mr. Fisher, I'm glad I dropped into your office today. I got a big home, a butler, a swimming pool. And I'm going to do something that'll make me happy, too. I'm going to have their children come home and live with me until their parents make up their minds.
Mr. Krause, that's the noblest thing you've ever done.
Krause?
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. And from now on, the children are your responsibility.
Good.
And the children are here, right here in the next office.
Well, gee, may I see the little rascals now?
You certainly may. Go right in.
Thank you. You? You're the children? Oh, for goodness sake.
Jack, don't stand there. Let's run.
I can't leave now. I'm their mother. Oh, quiet.
Oh, it's only that you're growing old.
I'm not growing old. Come on, Mary, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, America's veterans need homes. Millions have been hit by the critical shortage, but our veterans are by all odds the worst sufferers. They feel the shortage more acutely because they interrupted their lives to go into the armed services. So it is only fair that the veterans' families should get first chance at all vacancies. They'll be grateful for your cooperation. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. F.E. Boone.
At 57, American.
Year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. James Alfred Walker of Durham, North Carolina, has been an independent tobacco buyer for 27 years, and he really knows tobacco. Here's what he said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe tobacco. That smooth, fragrant, fine tobacco that makes a real fine smoke. So it's only common sense for me to pick Lucky's for my own cigarette. Smoked them for 17 years.
Quote, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe tobacco, unquote. Yes, season after season, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Walker can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers are on tonight's program. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 59, out of 59, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the cigarette that means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time when, for our feature attraction, we will present our version of Mark Hellinger's great Universal International picture, The Killers. That's the third one we've killed, and we're just auditioning. Good night, folks. Don't forget to vote Tuesday.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Shirley Temple and Herbert Marshall in Kathleen with Francis Gifford. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I first knew Shirley Temple, she used to come over to my table at lunchtime in the studio restaurant to discuss the state of the world. Her world was concerned mostly with dolls and lollipops. But that was one of the most valued friendships of my life. For with my own grandchildren at home, my main claim to distinction was that I knew Shirley Temple. Well, it's 1943, and Shirley has traded dolls for dates. And since she's become a very lovely young lady, the competition must be rather keen. Tonight she comes back to the Lux Radio Theater to co-star with Herbert Marshall in their Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer success, Kathleen. A very happy event for all her old friends. And with Shirley and Bart, we have Francis Gifford from the current Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, Cry Havoc. The older generation usually seems rather blind and blundering to the younger generation. And in tonight's play, Shirley undertakes to fix up a certain romantic situation that badly needs fixing. New Year's week is a fitting time to renew old acquaintances, and a proper time for us to renew the resolve that we've made for some years past, that the finest plays and pictures of the year will find their places on the schedule of this theater, and that Lux Flakes will continue to present the stars you want to hear each Monday night. If you're a long-standing member of this audience, you're probably also a long-standing Lux customer. If you're new with us, there's no time like a new year to give Lux Flakes the only test that really counts. And using it a very few minutes will cover the whole experiment. In a very few seconds, we'll see the curtain rise now on Kathleen, starring Shirley Temple as Kathleen and Herbert Marshall as John Davis, with Francis Gifford as Angela.
Dear Diary, I have no thoughts to write down for today, so I will just say good night. Good night, dear Diary. P.S. I have got one thought. Mrs. Farrell is a meddling old ostrich.
The foregoing thought for today was written by Miss Kathleen Davis, age 15. Kathleen lives in the big house on the hill, the Davis estate, where for more than a year she and the housekeeper, Mrs. Farrell, have carried on a constant feud. Now, on a certain Saturday afternoon, Mrs. Farrell kneels on the floor outside Kathleen's room. There's a sign on the door which says private, but Mrs. Farrell, ignoring the warning, is peering through the keyhole. Kathleen is right. Mrs. Farrell is a meddling old ostrich.
Oh, you were snooping again, weren't you? Peeking through my keyhole.
You nasty little thing. What do you mean, jerking that door open like that? I might have fallen and hurt myself bad.
Badly, not bad. The adverb, Mrs. Farrell, not the adjective.
I demand to know what you do every Saturday afternoon. Where do you go?
Go ahead and demand. I won't tell.
Well, this Saturday you're in for a big surprise. I'll keep my eyes glued to this door.
They'll look awfully silly.
Now, either you mend your ways, young lady, or I'm going straight to your father.
Really?
I certainly am. I'm going to tell him that after I've devoted years of my life to caring for his motherless child.
Stop calling me a motherless child. My mother died when I was born, and I'm terribly sorry she did. But I can't help it, and I wish you'd please stop reminding me of it.
After all my sacrifices.
Who's sacrificing anything? You've been getting a perfectly enormous salary.
How did you find out about my salary? You've been snooping and spying into my affairs.
Oh, no. That's your trick. I just guessed.
And furthermore, I'm going to tell him that you called me a meddling old ostrich.
I never told that to anybody. You've been reading my diary.
If you were a nice girl with a nice, clean mind, you wouldn't keep a diary.
You get right out of my room, please, you peeping Tom. Oh, but so very kind. And what a relief it is to speak to someone who doesn't treat me like a child.
Just a minute, please. Coming.
It's all right. It's only me, Mr. Schoner.
Oh, hello, Kathleen. Hello. I was afraid it was a customer. Hey, come in the back and sit down. Shall we have some hot chocolate today, huh? I got cookies.
Oh, that's fine. So let me make the chocolate, Mr. Schoner.
Sure. My lady of the house.
Oh, by the way, I brought you something.
Hey, what's this?
It's a fish. Trout.
Trout. For me?
You said last week you liked trout, so I asked my father to catch a nice one for you.
Of course. You told me he's a fisherman. Well, that was kind of him to send me this.
Oh, I told him and my mother all about you.
Yeah?
How I come here every Saturday and what friends we are. And Daddy said, any friend of my daughter's is a friend of mine. Of course, we don't have much, Mr. Schoner, but he's always glad to share with our friends.
Your father I would like to meet sometime.
Yes. Well, I'll start the chocolate, shall I?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, my, I wish Saturdays would come often.
Me too. Oh, tell me, your father's been having good luck with the fishing?
Oh, yes. His boat got most of the trout yesterday.
Here in Long Island Sound? I always thought trout came from mountain streams.
Oh, do they? I mean, did you? Well, I don't know.
Well, anyway, you tell him thank you.
Yes, I will. Oh, we're running out of sugar.
Sure, I'll make a note to get some. Oh, say, that girl in the big house on the hill, your rich friend, how's she getting on?
Well, things have been pretty discouraging up there, Mr. Schoner. I'm glad you asked me about her. She's been on my mind a lot lately.
She still can't find a way to get out so you can bring her here.
No. That Mrs. Farrell watches her like a hawk. It'll never be any different up there.
Kathleen, I think you are much too young to say never. Old like I am. I don't say it.
But how can things get better? Her mother died when she was born. They treat her like a child.
Well, she still has her papa.
Oh, not really. Seeing him once a week, maybe. Having him say, oh, hello there. That's not really having a father. Not the kind I'd want.
That girl, does she ever try to know her papa?
Yes, but it doesn't do any good.
Well, with some people, maybe her father. It's like they are shy.
He's not shy. With his friends, he's a regular man about town.
That girl on the hill, has she an imagination?
Oh, about like mine.
Right.
Well, if she imagines hard enough how things might be, for a little while anyway, that's how things are.
That would take a lot of imagining, Mr. Schoner. Too much.
You see, sometimes with me things aren't so good. The mortgage looks bigger than usual. More and more things in the store get moth-bitten. So then, what do?
What?
Evenings, I sit here. I turn out all the lights. The moon shines only on the nice things I've got. And then I start the music box. I sit and I listen. I look. And soon I'm handsome. I'm rich even. You know, if you imagine hard enough, there's no more second-hand. It's all antiques. Here, give this music box to your friend, will you? Maybe that's the way out of that big, sad house she's always been looking for.
Mr. Schoner, I think you must be the kindest man in the world. But I can't take this from you. You just said it'd help you.
Well, I think she needs it more. Listen how sweet it plays.
Yes. You know, when Mother used to sing me to sleep, her voice was as sweet as that. Sweeter. The sweetest sound I ever heard.
She is pretty, your mama, huh?
Oh, yes. Beautiful. And my father's quite handsome, too. He's such a darling. Can't seem to do enough for me. You wouldn't believe the way he fusses over me, Mr. Schoner. You know, I think he must love me very much.
Kathleen? Kathleen, where are you?
I'm right here in my room.
Oh, well, you certainly weren't here a few minutes ago.
No, I wasn't, was I, Mrs. Farrell?
Where were you?
Out.
Out where?
Just out. And how did you know I wasn't in this room a few minutes ago? I locked the door and I put a sign on it. Do not disturb. How did you get in here?
Never you mind.
For your information, breaking and entering is against the law and very close to burglary.
You haven't heard the last of this, young lady. What's that box you've got there? Where'd you get it?
It's a box. A very special and important and mysterious little box. And it's not supposed to be opened by anyone but me. So please don't open it.
No one's going to open it.
Good. I just thought I'd warn you, that's all.
Don't you speak to me in that tone of voice, young lady. When your father comes home this evening, I'm going to tell him how you spoke to me.
My father? Is he coming home?
He certainly is.
Tonight? Saturday?
Yes. And as soon as he does, I'm going to tell him you sneaked out of the house again.
My father's coming home. My father's coming home. I know just how it will be. Jarvis will knock on the door and say, Miss Kathleen, your father wishes to see you in the living room. Thank you, Jarvis, I'll say. Then I'll run down the stairs and... No, I'll walk. Very dignified. Just at first, he won't see me. I'll stand there looking at him, and I'll think how nice and attractive he is. And then I'll say, hello, Father. And he'll say...
Oh, hello there.
And then I'll say, Father, I'd like to speak to you on a matter of great importance to us both.
Very well, but be brief, Kathleen. My friends are waiting for me at the club, as usual.
You have a friend waiting for you here.
Who?
I'm that friend.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, but you're still a child, you know.
I'm 15. In this dress, I could pass for older.
Yes, that's true.
Father, let me read you the poem I wrote for you. It will make everything clear.
Oh, very well, go ahead.
It's called My Heart Cries Out. I don't ask for the moon above. I just ask for your love. You hardly know I'm alive. Yet to win your love, I always strive. You can hear the birds sing. You can hear the bells ring. So please don't be deaf and keep us apart. Listen to the cry of my heart. Well, Father?
Dearest Kathleen, this isn't only a great poem. It teaches me a great lesson. Darling, I've been blind.
Not really blind, just...
Yes, blind, and deaf to the cry of your heart. Oh, when I realize what I've missed all these years, I can't hold you close enough.
Oh, it's so wonderful, Father.
Kathleen, from now on, we're going to see a lot more of each other. We'll be real pals, shall we?
But you have to go to the office every day and out every night.
I'll close the office. I'll stay home. Money means nothing to me now. You're all that matters.
Oh, Father, it's like a dream come true. Oh, yes?
Your father's downstairs, Miss Kathleen.
Good evening, Father.
Oh, hello, you. How are you?
I'm very well, Father.
Ah, what a pretty dress. Getting to be quite a lady of fashion, aren't you?
Oh, do you like it, Father? I'm so glad. I wore it just...
Come in here a moment, Kathleen. There's someone I want you to meet.
Oh.
Lorraine, this is Kathleen. Miss Bennett.
Will, here's the young lady I've been waiting to meet for ages. How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Bennett?
Oh, charming. I'm such a goose about remembering things. Your daddy told me how old you are, but I went and forgot. How old are you, dear?
I was 15 last April.
My goodness, you'll be a grown-up lady before you know it, won't you?
I don't think it will take me by surprise, Miss Bennett.
I'm a kind of, sort of next-door neighbor of yours, spending the summer at the inn. When your daddy goes to his old office, you and I must have some fun, shall we?
Yes, I'd enjoy having fun. Thank you.
What's that piece of paper you're carrying, dear? The latest watercolor portrait of your daddy?
No, it's...
Oh, let me see, dear.
Please, it's just something...
Why, what have we here? Not a poem.
No, it's nothing.
Why, it is a poem, Johnny. Listen, she has real talent.
Please.
It's called My Heart Cries Out. I don't ask for the moon above. I just ask for your love.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Kathleen, what on earth are you thinking about? That was very rude.
Well, she had no business reading it. It's private.
I think you ought to apologize to Miss Bennett and then go to your room.
Oh, no, Johnny. No, it was all my fault. But I think I know Kathleen's secret. I think she has a crush on someone. Who is it, dear? Clark Gable or Robert Taylor?
I'll go to my room if you don't mind.
Kathleen, I don't... Well, what in the world was that?
She tried to kill me.
Mrs. Farrell, what happened?
She did it deliberately. She hates me. Look at this thing. Look at it.
Mrs. Farrell, did I hear a shot?
This box. There was a bomb in it.
A bomb in this thing?
It exploded right in my hands. She did it. She planted the bomb.
Come here, Kathleen.
You wicked, nasty...
Now let me handle this, please. Kathleen, I want an explanation.
Well, that's what you get for snooping into my things. Look, Father, it's printed all over. Personal, private, do not touch, warning. You see, Father?
Never mind about that.
But that's the whole point.
Was there some sort of gunpowder in this thing?
There were merely the insides of some birthday party snappers.
No birthday party snappers ever made that much noise.
Well, there was a little 4th of July mixed in. But she had no business...
Kathleen, apologize to Mrs. Farrell at once.
Father, please.
I want you to apologize.
Don't you even want to know my side of it?
I know this much, that my daughter did a cruel thing, deliberately. I'll decide in the morning what's to be done with you. Now, go to your room.
Very well, Father.
I understand it, Lorraine. I always thought they were devoted to each other. Now I find out that Catherine's been bombing Mrs. Farrell. And Farrell thinks that's why she hates Kathleen. What am I going to do?
Darling, set your mind at rest. I know just the man.
Man?
The most wonderful doctor, Dr. Montague Foster. I'll give him a ring in the morning.
Doctor? Well, what would I tell him? That Kathleen set fire to the housekeeper and the housekeeper hates Kathleen? What could a doctor do?
Darling, have him come and give her a thorough examination.
Oh, she's healthy enough.
But, Johnny, there's obviously something wrong or she wouldn't be planting bombs. Maybe it's a complex.
Whatever it is, it's beyond me. I tell you, I don't know her at all. She's a complete stranger to me.
But, darling, every child's a complete stranger to every grown-up.
Worst part of it is, Kathleen thinks I'm unfair. She did label that thing private. Maybe I was unfair. There's nothing seriously wrong with Kathleen, is there, Doctor?
Frankly, there's nothing whatever wrong.
You mean not with her diet or anything?
No, the difficulty is with the housekeeper. The woman is obviously Kathleen's mental inferior.
Well, after last night, I'd agree she was anybody's inferior. Could you suggest anything, Doctor?
Yes, I can suggest a sort of companion for Kathleen. A very remarkable woman, Dr. Kent. Dr. A. Martha Kent. She took a doctorate in abnormal psychology.
Well, Johnny, that sounds ideal.
She's going to South America in the fall. But since Kathleen's going to boarding school in September, perhaps Dr. Kent might take the case for 3 months.
Well, let's get hold of her right away.
Dear Diary, Mrs. Farrell is leaving tomorrow. She told me they're going to bring in a lady doctor to take care of me. A lady doctor. Mrs. Farrell says she's coming to find out what makes me so much of a problem. Well, from now on, I'll be a real problem. From now on, it's Kathleen Davis against the world.
Good evening, Mr. Davis.
Evening, Jarvis. Has Dr. Kent arrived yet?
Yes, sir. She's been waiting for you in the library, sir.
Oh. Good evening. I'm sorry I'm late.
Good evening. It's quite all right.
You are Dr. Kent?
Yes. How do you do, Mr. Davis?
How do you do? But you're so much... Well, I expected someone entirely different.
What did you expect?
Hmm? Well, I'm not sure exactly. I'm delighted to see you anyway. Sit down, will you? Here's a comfortable chair.
Thank you.
Dr. Foster's told me all about your very wonderful work, and for you to be willing to take a job of this kind...
You needn't be grateful, Mr. Davis. You're paying me very well. I would like to ask you a few questions about Kathleen.
Certainly. Glad to tell you anything.
Well, when she goes to bed, does she go to sleep immediately?
Hmm? Well, I imagine so. Most kids do, don't they? I know I did when I was a kid.
Then I know nothing at all about her eating habits. She's been on sort of a hunger strike today.
Hunger strike? Good grief. What would she think of next?
Oh, it's an old device. I used it myself when I was her age. She'll eat when she's hungry enough. Is her principal meal in the middle of the day or at night?
Well, you see, I go to the office every day, and I'm not home for lunch.
Oh, of course. But you do see her at dinner, don't you?
No. As a matter of fact, I don't, no.
She eats none of her meals with you?
No. Oh, not that I wouldn't like it, but you know how it is. You get delayed at the office. So she has all her meals with Mrs. Farrell. By the way, is she still here?
No. She left early this morning. The brief talk I had with her convinced me that she knew nothing at all about Kathleen, except a great many things that aren't so.
After the show she put on the other night, I'm inclined to agree with you. Awful fool, that woman.
So maybe you're wiser after all, than not knowing anything about Kathleen. Good night, Mr. Davis. When I've worked out a new plan for her, I'll tell you how you can cooperate in it.
Oh, well, thank you.
Come in. Good evening, Kathleen. I've just been unpacking. Sit down.
I only came in for a second. I'm going right back to my room.
All right.
There's a room in between yours and mine that connects. I thought I'd better show you where your things go. One side is mine.
Of course. I'm glad you came, Kathleen. After seeing the Do Not Disturb sign on your door, I was afraid I'd have to wait until morning to put my things away.
Well, I might as well show you now.
Oh, fine. By the way, Kathleen, after this, when you want to be alone, just close your door, and I'll do the same. That way it'll save us the trouble of putting up signs.
You mean, if I feel like being by myself, you won't bother me?
Certainly not. I like to be alone, too, once in a while.
Oh. Well, this desk is mine, and all those shelves on that side. They're rather personal things and not to be touched except with my permission.
Good. And which are my shelves?
Those.
Thank you. I'd better get my books put away right now.
Could I help you?
Why, yes. If you're not busy.
Oh, no, I'd love to.
Thank you.
You've got a lot of books, haven't you?
Quite a few.
This one looks interesting. May I read it sometime?
Surely.
I'm very fond of reading.
Oh, me too.
Why, look. You wrote this book.
Uh-huh.
A. Martha Kent. What does the A stand for?
Oh, a name I don't use.
What is it?
Well, Angela.
But that's a beautiful name. Angela. Why don't you use it? It's a lot nicer than Martha.
I feel sort of silly being called Angela. I'm not much of an angel.
It's not silly. Why, it just suits you. I'm going to call you Angela. That is, if you'll let me.
You couldn't manage Martha?
No.
All right, then. It's Angela.
Thank you, Angela. Oh, and look, I'm sorry about that Do Not Disturb sign. That was for Mrs. Farrell, not for you. You can come into my room any time you want.
Thank you, Kathleen.
You're welcome, Angela.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Shirley Temple, Herbert Marshall, and Francis Gifford in Act 3 of Kathleen. Frankly now, how do you feel when you're washing dishes? Like this?
Dishes, dishes, dishes. I could scream. Someday I'm going to throw them all away and use paper ones. Well, why not now?
That's a pretty drastic remedy. Here's another one that's easier on the temper, and the dishes, too. Reciting to yourself some poetry you've read.
I am drinking in the breeze. I am sailing on the bay. I am cutting snow-white roses. I am down Calcutta way. I am singing in the Argentine. I am dancing in Bombay. While my hands are doing dishes out here in Iowa.
Dishwashing time is a wonderful time for letting your fancy run free, building castles in the air. At the same time, if you're using Lux, the dishes are getting done fast, come clean and sparkling in no time. Besides,
Those extra gentle suds are so kind, your hands will stay soft and lovely with Lux in the dishpan. Many women have proved what a difference Lux makes. Mrs. Minda Maitland, wife of an aircraft worker, says,
Strong soaps made my hands so rough and red I was ashamed to have anyone see them. Simply changing to Lux took the redness all away.
And Mrs. Muriel Doyle, wife of a naval officer, says,
George was amazed how my hands improved when I changed from strong soaps to Lux for dishes. They're soft and lovely again.
You'll find Lux is thrifty, too. By actual test, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as other well-known soaps. That's important these days when nothing must be wasted. Use all the Lux you need to get rich suds, but no more than you need. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Kathleen, starring Shirley Temple as Kathleen and Herbert Marshall as John, with Frances Gifford as Angela.
Dear Diary, Angela is an angel. I like her so much, and I think Father must like her, too. Oh, Diary, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if... No, that would be asking too much. But there's no harm in trying. I think perhaps I'll go on a campaign to get...
Let us pry no further into Kathleen's secrets. Well, another Saturday has rolled around, and Kathleen has been visiting Mr. Shona at his store. She used the laundry chute to get out of the house. But on her return, she walks boldly in at the front gate to find Angela watching her from the porch hammock.
Oh, hello, Angela.
Hello.
I was out.
So I see.
What have you been doing all afternoon?
That's my secret.
Oh, I suppose you've been wondering where I've been.
No. Oh, by the way, you needn't use the laundry chute anymore, unless it's more fun than the stairs.
Oh, thanks. It's getting to be a pretty tight squeeze.
You'd better go and get dressed. We're having dinner with your father.
We are?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not much to get excited about.
Why, Kathleen, what are you talking about? All this week you've said how nice it was having him home.
Well, I do love him, of course, because he's my father. And it says in the Bible you should honor your father.
Well, that isn't the reason you love him, because the Bible says so.
But there isn't much about him that would make a person love him if he weren't a person's father. Do you think so?
Of course I do. Lots of things.
For instance?
Well, to begin with, he's an extremely intelligent man.
Well, yes, but I wouldn't say he was very good-looking, though. Would you?
Well, I don't know what more you want in the way of good looks. He's tall, he has a good figure, he dresses well, he has nice blue eyes, perfect teeth, an unusually attractive voice. What do you want? A collar ad?
Yes, I see what you mean. I guess he's not so bad after all.
Kathleen Davis, are you kidding me?
They're alone downstairs now, Angel and Father. That was a good idea, coming up to my room early. It'll give them time to get better acquainted. They'll just talk and talk, and after a while, Father will look at her and say,
May I sit here beside you, Doctor?
and she'll say,
Please do.
and then kind of shyly he'll say,
Kathleen calls you Angel.
Yes,
I should like to call you Angel, and you must call me John.
I'd love to, John.
To think we met but 5 brief days ago. Yet in that little space you have crept into my heart.
Oh, and you into mine, my darling.
Kathleen needs a mother's care, and I... Oh, Angel, with all my heart, I beg you to be my wife. Angel, will you marry me?
Yes, John.
oh, jeepers, wouldn't that be something? I wonder what he really is saying to her.
More coffee, Doctor?
No, thank you.
Well, Kathleen went to bed very early this evening, didn't she?
Well, I'm just as glad. She'll have a big day tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what's doing?
You and your daughter are going out for the whole day, alone.
Well, that sounds fine. I'd like that, but you see, I won't be here. I'm driving up to Saybrook tonight.
I don't think you should go.
Oh, but people are expecting me. After all, I have dined at home twice this week.
Yes, you really deserve a gold star on your report card for a big sacrifice like that. I'm sorry I shouldn't have said that, but honestly, Mr. Davis, after 15 years of giving Kathleen only the fringes of your mind and heart, 2 dinners at home just don't let you out.
You know something? You're absolutely right. Tomorrow we take on a picnic.
No, you take it. I'll beg off the last minute. You do see some logic in this, don't you?
Of course I do. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. It's as I said before, since Kathleen has no mother, you have to give her even more of yourself than most fathers.
Yes, I suppose in a way it was selfish of me not to marry again.
Well, it would have been better for Kathleen.
I know that. I didn't realize it before, but I do see it now. And I may be able to set it right.
You're thinking of getting married?
Well, it all seems to tie in, doesn't it?
Well, you're not just planning this for Kathleen's sake, are you? Psychologically, that would be all wrong.
Oh, don't worry. I've far too much respect for marriage to use it to accomplish something.
I don't mean to pry, but do you plan on being married before Kathleen goes away to school?
Oh, it's not as definite as that. I haven't asked her yet.
Oh.
It's all rather sudden.
Oh, I see.
I'm the sort of person who has to be pretty sure of his ground. I don't know whether she'd have me. No, I'll just have to wait and see what develops as time goes on. Kathleen, come on.
Good morning, Father.
Morning, dear. Hurry up now. Get your things together. We're going on a picnic.
We are? Just the two of us?
No, the two of us and a lady. A rather special lady.
Oh, I know this lady, don't I?
You certainly do, and
I think she's super special.
Good for you. You know, you're a very discerning little pigeon, aren't you?
I'm 15, Mr. Davis, and I notice a great deal more than you think I do.
I bet you do at that. You know, I think you and I are going to be very good friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, hello, Kathleen, darling. Isn't it fun about our picnic?
Oh, hello, Miss Bennett.
Oh, come now. Picnickers can't call each other miss. Call me Lorraine, won't you?
Are you coming?
Well, certainly, darling. I just told you.
Are you going to have hard-boiled eggs, do you suppose, in their shells? What do you think, Kathleen?
I really don't know.
Well, you're a funny one, Kathleen. Now that you're face to face with Lorraine, you seem to have lost your tongue. And after all the wonderful things you've just said about her.
Where's Angela?
Why, upstairs, I imagine.
Excuse me, I've got to see her a minute.
Kathleen.
Excuse me. Come in. Angela?
Good morning, dear.
Angel, you're coming with us, aren't you? On the picnic?
Oh, no, dear. I have lots of work to catch up on.
Oh, but I can't go on a picnic with her.
Her? Who?
Miss Bennett.
Oh, I didn't know.
Dearest, darling Kathleen, do call me Lorraine. I won't go.
Kathleen, if your father has asked a guest...
Angel, are you going to let this woman interfere with our plans?
We have no plans for today.
I mean our plans for you to marry Father.
Kathleen!
Are you going to let her?
But this is absurd. There was never any such plan.
Don't you want to marry him?
Well, I never heard of such nonsense.
You said yourself he was good-looking and intelligent. If that's how you feel, then you ought to marry him.
Kathleen, I have known your father for 1 week. Less than a week, 6 days.
Please answer my question. Do you or don't you want to marry my father?
Your father and his guest are waiting.
Well, I won't have Lorraine for my mother.
What makes you think she's going to be your mother?
I can tell. He has a kind of light in his eyes when he looks at her.
You've been seeing too many movies. Now go on.
You're supposed to be here to make me happy. I don't notice you doing much about it.
Kathleen, the sooner you grasp the fact that the world doesn't revolve around you, the better off you'll be. Your father has his life. I have mine. And Miss What's-Her-Name has hers.
I wouldn't give you a nickel for hers.
Will you please stop talking and go get dressed for the picnic?
Why?
Because I say so.
Very well, Angela.
My, haven't we had a super scrumptious day? Oh, you've been a grand picnicker, Kathleen.
Thank you.
I still don't understand why those people didn't put in the salt. Spoiled the whole lunch.
Johnny, we voted not to mention the salt again or the milk. Now, just for that, he must pay a forfeit, mustn't he, Kathleen?
All right, I deserve it.
What shall we make him do? Say the alphabet backwards?
Does he have to?
Oh, sweet. She can't be cross with her daddy even in fun. I know what. To pay a forfeit, we'll make him kiss us both.
Oh, that's not a forfeit. That's privilege.
Kathleen, now stop, dear.
I tried, Angel. I tried to be nice all day long. But that woman is poison.
Oh, come on, Kathleen. Let's bathe your eyes.
You ought to see her. You just ought to see her batting her fake eyelashes at him, gazing up at him like a sick cow. Angel, you've got to help me save him.
What would you like to wear for dinner tonight?
I can't get down there. I'll scream. I'm allergic to her.
All right. You get ready for bed, and I'll go down and explain to your father.
Oh, Angela, what can we do?
Get into bed, darling. I'll bring you some dinner.
Cocktail, darling?
Thank you. To us, darling.
To us.
Oh, John, it's been such a wonderful, wonderful day.
Rather exciting, I'd say. Oh, come in, Dr. Kent.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
No, please come in. Lorraine, this is Dr. Kent, Miss Bennett.
How do you do, Miss Bennett?
So this is Kathleen's adored Dr. Kent. I'm so glad to meet you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, the day has been rather strenuous for Kathleen. She's overtired and overexcited, so she's going to bed right away.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing really serious?
Oh, no, she's not ill.
Why, the poor lamb. It's strange, though. She was sunny and charming on the picnic, wasn't she, darling?
I thought she was.
But, I understand that you know just all there is to know about adolescence, Dr. Kent. You go from place to place looking after difficult cases, isn't that it?
No. I took my Ph.D. in abnormal psychology in June. I'll be with Kathleen only until September. Then I'm going on to Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires? Johnny, that's the place Binky and Helen went on their honeymoon.
Miss Bennett and I have decided to get married in the fall, Dr. Kent.
Oh.
You see, I've made quite a little headway since our talk together last night.
Yes. Well, congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy.
I can't wait to see Kathleen's face when we tell her. Darling, let's go up to her room now.
Oh, please don't. She really is quite worn out.
Oh. Well, tomorrow then.
I think it would be wise to prepare Kathleen for the news.
Well, I imagine she's half guessed it. I gave her a hint this morning, and she seemed very pleased.
I still think, though, it would be better not to tell her in so many words until she's grown used to the idea.
Whatever you say, Dr. Kent.
Well, I really must go now. Good night.
Good night, Dr. Kent.
Good night.
Johnny, did you discuss proposing to me with her? Don't you think I should have been the first to know?
Oh, it was only in connection with Kathleen, planning Kathleen's future.
Oh. The doctor's a pretty little thing, isn't she?
Yes, she is rather, and very bright, too.
Abnormal psychology. Does he sort of give you the creeps?
Angel?
Yes, Kathleen.
Well, was I right?
Do you want some supper?
Angel, don't change the subject. What do you think of Miss Lorraine Bat Your Lashes Bennett?
Kathleen, I met Miss Bennett very casually. She's very good looking and she dresses very well. Aside of that, I know nothing about her. Now, would you like some supper?
After what I've been through today, the thought of food sickens me.
Very well, then. Good night.
I bet you $10 you don't like her either.
Good night, Kathleen.
Miss Lorraine Bennett. Money. That's all she's after, I bet. Money. Oh, I wish I had a lot of money. I could take care of everything. Oh, if I were only rich. An actress, maybe. On Broadway. I'd know how to handle her. I'd get her to come to my dressing room some night after the show. I'd be taking off my makeup, and she'd walk in the door.
You sent for me.
I did. Please sit down, Miss Bennett. I'm going to speak very frankly to you, woman to woman. In my opinion, you're only interested in my father's money.
How dare you?
Don't act, please. Miss Bennett, it so happens that I am now independently wealthy. I'm prepared to offer you the sum of $100,000 to give up my father.
You're very shrewd.
In my profession, one has to be. Well?
I take it.
Very well. Here.
Thank you.
Officer, do your duty. This money is marked.
Oh!
I've got her. Lorraine Bennett, I arrest you in the name of the law for accepting the sum of $100,000 as a bribe on the promise you would give up one John Staunton Davis forever.
Lorraine, no. I overheard all. It isn't true, is it? Tell me it isn't.
Yes, it's true. Now you know.
Oh, the sordidness of it.
Father, dear. Father, dear, look at me. Forgive me, Father.
My darling Kathleen, you've opened my eyes. I want a wife and you want a mother. And as my wife and as your mother, we want someone lovely looking and intelligent and a good sport. In short, someone just like Dr. A. Martha Kent.
Oh, John. John, I'm here. If you want me, I'm yours till death do us part.
Darling, till death do us part.
Oh, what's the good of dreaming? That won't help. Nothing will help. Nothing at all.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will bring Shirley Temple, Herbert Marshall, and Francis Gifford back to the microphone for Act 3 of Kathleen. Now we have a real-life story for you about 14-year-old Marilyn Fisher of Brooklyn, New York. Marilyn's mother, Mrs. Mary Fisher, wrote us,
A couple of years ago, we joined an ice skating club here in Brooklyn. It was lots of fun, but, oh, the costumes, so expensive. I couldn't afford to buy Marilyn the kind the other girls had, so I decided to knit her one. But when it came time to have it cleaned...
Hello, Mom. Can they have my dress back by Saturday? Can they? Oh, you didn't even leave it.
I'm sorry, dear, but it just would have cost too much. But I think we can have it spick and span for you by Saturday. We'll Lux it. I've always used Lux flakes for your sweaters and other knit things, so it ought to come out real nice.
Oh, let's try it right away.
So we did Lux the dress, and it came out beautifully. In fact, I knit Marilyn another one, and we've Luxed both dresses ever since. And let me tell you, they're just as pretty now as when I knit them. Lux is so thrifty, too. Every time we Lux a dress or a sweater, we drop the money we save in a small bank. And pretty soon we'll have enough to buy Marilyn a pair of brand new figure skates.
Yes, that's a true Lux story. Just one of the many ways in which Lux helps women day after day. Remember the famous Lux promise? Anything safe in water is safe in Lux? That's a promise women know they can depend on. When you stick to Lux flakes, you know your washables are safe. If your dealer is out of Lux, try again soon. More is on the way. Remember, Lux is worth waiting for. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Maud Marshall and I will try to coax a few secrets from Shirley Temple after the play. Now, here's the third act of Kathleen, starring Shirley Temple and Herbert Marshall with Francis Gifford. Miss Kathleen Davis seems very sure of herself in the role of Cupid, and she's determined that her father shall marry Angela. Now she's gone to enlist the aid of Mr. Shona. She wheels her bike up to the store and then stops dead in her tracks, for standing at the curb is a moving van.
Mr. Shona!
Watch it, kid, watch it. What's that?
Where's Mr. Shona? Mr. Shona!
Oh. Hello, Kathleen.
Mr. Shona, what's happening? You're not moving.
Yeah, to Philadelphia. My cousin Frankie died in Philadelphia and left me a place there with a bigger mortgage even than this.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid we won't have any chocolate today.
Oh, who cares about that? The awful thing is you're moving. Why didn't you tell me?
How can I tell you when you don't come and see me?
Mr. Shona, things have been happening up on the hill. That's why I haven't been down. That's why I came today, hoping you could help me.
So? Of course.
Mr. Shona, this is going to be a shock to you. I'm the girl on the hill.
No.
Yes.
Well, I thought you were a fisherman's daughter.
No, I just said that for fun. Oh, it doesn't matter now. Look, here's my problem. My father's going to marry a woman I can't stand. I'm crazy about Angela. That's the woman doctor I told you about. And I want her to be my mother.
Oh? Well, this Dr. Angela, has she some feeling for your papa, maybe?
Of course she has. But there's some kind of rule about how a woman can't raise a finger to get the man she loves. Isn't it ridiculous? Anyway, Angel won't do anything, and I'm not going to have my father gobbled up by Miss Lorraine Bennett, whom I simply loathe.
This Miss Lorraine, maybe she's not so bad as you think.
Oh, Mr. Schoner, don't you go back on me, too. Mr. Schoner, if our friendship means anything to you, you can't go and leave me high and dry. You're my last resort. Think of something, Mr. Schoner, please.
Well, how about this? You bring your friend, the one you like, around here, and we three of us will have a talk. Maybe we get an idea.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Schoner. You're a tower of strength. Angel, where are you?
Good afternoon, Miss Kathleen.
Jarvis, where's Dr. Kent?
I believe she and your father went for a walk.
They did. Just the two of them?
Yes, Miss Kathleen. I saw them going toward the swimming pool.
Oh, thank you, Jarvis. You're magnificent, Jarvis.
I do, Pop.
I really feel quite silly making a conspiracy out of this talk with you.
Oh, nonsense. It must be important. Is it about Kathleen?
Yes. You see, this is going to be very hard to say.
Well, come on out with it.
Well, to put it bluntly, Kathleen would like to have me with her permanently.
Well, what's so absurd about that? I've had the same idea myself.
But she's been planning. Well, I'm afraid she's worked out some sort of a campaign to... Well, you see, a girl of that age doesn't realize.
Well, look here. Now, why wouldn't this solve everything? Lorraine and I are planning a pretty long wedding trip. And later in the winter, we may go down to Pinehurst for some golf. We'll be away a lot. It'll be dreary for her to come home from school to an empty house.
Yes,
That would be dreary.
So how about this? You give up that South American business and stay on here. Oh, I know it'll be a sacrifice for you, but I'd be willing to...
Do you know what I think of your offer, Mr. Davis? I think it's disgusting.
Disgusting?
Bringing a child into the world carries some responsibility with it. You've never grasped that fact.
Well, believe me, I feel a great sense of responsibility.
Indeed you do. But not enough to alter one single plan of yours. Not enough to make the smallest sacrifice of your own pleasure and convenience. Not enough to be more than a bit surprised when you learn that your daughter loathes the woman you're going to marry.
Aren't you being a little hysterical?
No, I'm not. That magnificent offer of yours makes me so mad, I'm telling you the truth.
When I asked you to stay on, I was thinking only of Kathleen.
Oh, no. You were thinking how dandy it would be to hand your responsibility over to me. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Davis, but I have a life of my own to lead. You can't foist your daughter off on me. You don't want her. That's obvious. Well, maybe I don't want her either. And here's one big difference between us. I don't have to have her. She's not my child. She's not...
Just a moment. Kathleen? Kathleen, come here, dear.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to listen. I was looking for you. Excuse me.
Oh, Kathleen! Wait, Kathleen!
Dear darling, this is the last time I shall ever write in this book. I'm leaving here tonight for Philadelphia. Mr. Shona will take me in, at least until I can make plans. He's the only friend I have now. The only friend I have in the whole world.
Mr. Davis, Kathleen's run away.
Run away?
This was in her room, this note.
I'll get the car.
No, you'd better call the police. She's had an hour's head start.
John, sit down, dear. She'll be all right. There's no use worrying.
Why don't they call me? It's been hours, not a word.
If you'd only got the car out right away when you wanted to. Why don't we do it now, John?
The police want him here where they can reach him, Miss Bennett.
She has some money. Suppose she's on a train.
Darling, do sit down. You'll exhaust yourself. By the way, are we quite sure she's run away?
There was a note to Angela, to Dr. Kent.
Oh. Exactly what did she say in the note, Doctor?
That she was unhappy. She felt she wasn't wanted.
But why should she have felt that?
She overheard a conversation between her father and me this evening out in the garden.
May I see the note?
I gave it to the police.
Well, what was it she said?
Kathleen was very upset at the thought of her father's remarriage.
Why, she couldn't have been. She didn't even know her own mother. She was very fond of me.
Why'd you say was?
I didn't mean was. I mean is. Of course I mean is. She is very fond of me.
Nobody would have hurt her. Angela, you don't think... I mean, you do think she's all right, don't you?
Of course.
Where did you get the idea that she objected to our marriage?
She told me. That was the reason for running away. The marriage and my leaving.
Oh, John, it isn't true.
Oh, yes, it's true, all right. Angela, what if she got on the train even before we gave the alarm? She could have got off somewhere along the line before they began to watch.
Don't be absurd, John. A young girl alone at night, she'd be noticed right away.
Yes, of course. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, no word. Well, yeah, I'll be here, yes, thank you. Nothing, not a sign of her.
I'd still like to know the contents of the note she left.
You can probably get it from the police.
I remember what it said, Lorraine. She told Angela that all she hoped and prayed for would never come true. That you and I were going right ahead and be married.
And just what was it she hoped and prayed for?
Does that matter now? It was something I was going to tell you later on.
Well, just the same, I'd
like to... It all
to...
seems rather unimportant at this moment.
Dr. Kent, I suppose you've discussed all this matter with Kathleen, her dislike for me.
Yes.
Did it ever occur to you to try to overcome it?
Miss Bennett, I can't go into all that now.
Oh, yes, you can.
Very well. Her dislike for you apparently started the first day she met you.
And her dislike for me suited you perfectly, didn't it? It fitted right in with your plans to reach John through his daughter.
Lorraine, be quiet.
Don't you see, John? Are you blind? This woman is trying to break...
I said be quiet. Kathleen is lost. My daughter is lost. For all we know, she may be sick. Hurt. I can't see this is the time for petty arguments, Lorraine.
Petty arguments? Petty?
And if you don't mind, I'd prefer not to discuss it any further.
I should like to go home, please.
I can't leave the phone now. You know that.
Then I'll drive myself. I'll expect to hear from you in the morning, John.
The car's at the door.
Thank you.
Come on, Chuck. Come on, get a move on. We could have a truck full to unload you.
Okay. Give me a hand with this desk back here, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, look.
Hey, what's the matter?
Holy smokes, there's a girl in there in the back of the truck. We moved her all the way from Long Island.
What are you talking about?
Good morning. Will you help me down, please?
Huh?
Is Mr. Schoner here? Mr. Schoner!
What is this, Kathleen?
Oh, Mr. Schoner.
Kathleen, how did you get here? We didn't have nothing to do with it. Oh, it ain't our fault.
I didn't even know she was in there.
All the way through to Philadelphia?
I had to, Mr. Schoner. I didn't dare take the train, so I hid in the truck last night. Let me stay with you for a while. Please, Mr. Schoner. Please.
Here.
You will, won't you?
But tell me, your papa don't know where you are all night long?
He doesn't care. And don't tell him, Mr. Schoner. If you like me at all, don't tell him. Just let me stay.
Come on in the store. I just got the room fixed up in the back. First you'll rest and you'll have some breakfast.
I have some money. Tomorrow I'll try to get a job or something. I can manage for myself.
Well,
Please, promise me you won't tell him, Mr. Schoner.
Take it easy now. Take it easy. You go to sleep now. We talk later.
Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Davis. Who? Shona. I'm afraid I don't. What? Where?
Is it about Kathleen?
Wait. Hello, are you sure?
Have they found her? Oh, please.
It's all right, Angela. She's safe. Hello. Give me the address. Philadelphia. Yes, I'm...
Oh, she's safe. She's... Oh.
Angela. Paul, wait a minute. Angela.
Well, you awake?
Oh, come in, Mr. Schoner.
You stay right in the bed. You got some rest?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, what's that you got?
The music box you gave me. It's the only thing I wanted to take from home.
Oh. Kathleen, listen. I called your papa. Kathleen, I had to do it.
You told him? After I begged you?
Please don't be mad at me. Oh, he was awfully worried. You didn't know how worried he was, so you wouldn't do this.
Why should he be worried? He doesn't care whether I'm alive or dead as long as he has his Lorraine. He'd rather I were dead.
Oh,
It's true.
I asked him, could you stay here with me for a little while till you get happier in your mind, but he said no.
He's coming to get me?
Yeah. 3 hours you've been asleep now. They'll be here any minute.
They? Father and Lorraine?
Well, he said, we start right now.
Father and Lorraine. Oh, I won't go back. I'll run away again. They can't make me.
No. No more run away.
I will, though.
No. Because it is cruel, and my friend is never cruel. She feels for other people, don't you?
All right. But it's the same as condemning me to death.
You better wash your face. I will go pick something to eat.
Father and Lorraine. Why couldn't it be Angela? Just suppose I should be lying here, just like this. And the door should open. And it wasn't Lorraine. Just suppose it was Angel and Father. And they'd come over to the bed, and Father would be kind and understanding, not angry at all.
You'd have more reason to be angry with me.
Father.
Are you all right, Donnie?
Father. Oh, if this is a dream, it's the realest yet.
It's no dream, darling. We're here.
Angel. Father, I guess it is real, because if I was making this up, you'd be kissing each other.
I think we can take care of that, too.
You mean Angela and you?
I mean Angela and me. And it's very real, Donnie.
Oh.
Come on now, sweet. Get your things. The family's going home.
The family? Oh, jeepers.
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. The other day, I was buying a newspaper when a girl next to me said,
"Oh, darn."
as she dropped a penny. So she stooped to pick it up, and as she bent her knee, pop went a run in her stocking. Was she mad? To save a penny, she'd ruined a pair of stockings worth over $1. But it was her own fault. For only a penny, she could have luxed those stockings 4 times, and they wouldn't have popped so easily into runs. Yes, strain tests made by a famous laboratory proved that luxing cut down runs by more than 50%. Isn't it worthwhile to cut down runs? Yes, maybe cut them in half by luxing stockings every night. Use Lux Flakes for your stockings. Don't waste Lux, of course. Use all you need to get rich suds, but no more than you need. A little Lux goes so far, it's thrifty, and it saves many and many a penny. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
It's always a very happy moment in this theater when we welcome stars like Shirley Temple, Herbert Marshall, and Francis Gifford back to the footlights after a delightful performance. Naturally, the first thing one says to Shirley Temple these days is...
My, how you've grown.
Oh, somebody else has said that, too.
Yes, and I bet they were saying a few years ago, too, when Mr. DeMille was growing up.
Yes, a few years ago. Shirley, have you ever considered a career in the diplomatic corps?
No, sir. I'd rather jitterbug.
Shirley, I know it's wrong to ask a lady her age, but after all, yours is one of Hollywood's most vital statistics. Would you mind?
No, I don't mind. I'll be 16 next spring.
And is it true that you have dates now?
Yes, but not on school nights.
And I presume there must be a boy in uniform somewhere that you write to.
There certainly is. He's a Marine.
If we could get that news first, Bob, Walter Winchell would be green with envy.
Would you object to telling us his name, Shirley?
Not at all. It's George.
And his last name?
Temple, of course. He's my brother.
Maybe you'll be a bigger success as a reporter, CB, if you give us the news on next week's show.
I'm glad to, Bart. Because it's the Universal Picture success, Shadow of a Doubt. And our stars are William Powell and Teresa Wright. The picture was made by that master of mystery, Alfred Hitchcock. So we'll start the new year with a thriller next Monday night.
Oh, I like the picture a lot, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear it on the air. Good night.
Good night. It was a joy to work with you, Shirley.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Happy New Year. And a happy new career to you, Shirley. Ladies and gentlemen, before we meet again in this theater, this year will have joined the past, and a new year become the present. Some of us had deep sorrow in 1943, but hidden in its days, too, were all the little and almost forgotten things that make living a joy. The passing kindness from a stranger, the bits of everyday humor, the long-awaited letter from a son, the thought of a job well done. They fill the old year to the last minute of the last hour. The diary of next year's 366 days is ours to fill as we choose. Some may think they promise only hardship, but there is another way to look at 1944. We have been offered a part in a great adventure, the adventure of deciding the future of the world for 100 years to come. We are both audience and actors as the drama nears its furious finish. And the toast of the times is this: to a new year and to a new world. And now, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in wishing you a happy and victorious 1944. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Teresa Wright in Shadow of a Doubt. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Kathleen was broadcast with the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical As Thousands Cheer. Shirley Temple was heard by arrangement with David O. Selznick. Miss Temple is one of the 7 stars of the forthcoming Selznick International picture, Since You Went Away. Herbert Marshall will soon be seen in the MGM picture, Andy Hardy's Blonde Trouble. Now here's news for young women between 17 and 35 on how they can get valuable nursing education worth thousands of dollars absolutely free. America is critically short of nurses, and so the United States government is offering to pay all your expenses in an accredited school of nursing if you qualify. You will wear the uniform of the United States Cadet Nurse Corps. The cost of your tuition, books, board, and room will all be paid. And besides all that, you will get a monthly spending allowance. All you have to do is pledge that for the duration of the war you will serve your country in either essential civilian or military nursing. The choice is yours. If you're in good health and graduated from high school with a good scholastic record, write to this address for further information. United States Cadet Nurse Corps, Box 88, New York City. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear William Powell and Teresa Wright in Shadow of a Doubt.
Mothers, in spite of food shortages, get the vitamins and minerals your family needs. Get BIMS. BIMS give you all the vitamins recommended by government experts, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Yet Bim's cost only a nickel a day in the family size at your druggist. Remember, it's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Bim's feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a Halloween killing and ended with a black cat's sweet revenge.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Yes, Halloween had come and gone, but tonight was still a good night for any leftover spooks, witches, or black cats as the hallowed eve itself. The rain came down like a million little hammers as I sloshed down the street. It was a tough night to be out, but I had to have a story for tomorrow morning's paper, and the public isn't interested if you get your feet wet doing it. Tonight I was digging in the garbage of Chicago for a yard. The Madison district. Wooden houses that leaned crazily to one side, apartment houses put together with spit and orange crates. Great spot for a cynic. It was on the corner of Martin Street. 2 or 3 shadowy figures stood staring at a big, ugly black cat on the street. It walked around in circles like some demented thing, its yellow eyes catching the light from the street lamp above. An old man was trying to coax it away.
You got to come home with me. I got milk for you. Honest, I have. And a warm fire. You like to be warm, don't you?
Well, that cat's gone crazy, old timer. I wouldn't go near it if I were you.
Yeah, she's been acting like that since they took Nick Corby's body away, almost an hour ago. Won't let anyone near her.
Well, they shouldn't have done it. Nick won't like Tilly standing out here in the rain.
I won't mind too much, Mike. Him being dead.
Come on, Pop. I'll take you home. The cat'll come in after a while.
They killed him, and Tilly knows who done it. Ain't you going to tell me who done it, Tilly?
What's with that old guy?
It'll off. Harmless, though.
What about this Corby?
Went out for a walk with a cat. Somebody heisted him, took his dough, and left a bullet hole in his head. Good exchange, eh?
Cops get anything at all?
Nah, didn't bother much. Asked a few questions and shoveled him into the meat wagon.
I call her and she won't come.
Well. Well, I guess I'll be moving on.
Yeah, me too. Hey, you want to know something?
Yeah, always.
This will give you a laugh. You look just like him.
Like who?
You look just like Nick Corby.
Before or after the bullet? So I plugged up the hole in my head and started walking away. Nothing here for me. Another Madison Street special. Guy robbed and killed. He'll stay dead, and the man with the gun will go on living. I'd gone 5 or 6 yards when I heard someone calling me.
Hey,
mister! Oh, what is it, Pop?
Tilly, she's following you. There she is. You see her?
Well, yeah, so she is. Come here, you scrawny thing.
Oh.
Hey, this ugly old doll's going for me.
Oh, she likes you.
What's the matter, Tilly? Things getting tough?
Hey, will you pick her up and take her to my place?
All right, Pop. All right, where do you live?
Right here, the Martin apartment.
Okay. Up you come, you black banshee.
Oh. 50 steps going down. Here, in the basement. I'm the janitor here. Come in and warm up a bit.
No, thank you. Here's your cat. I've got to get moving.
Tilly don't want you to go. You hadn't ought to. She don't want you to.
You tell her I'm practically engaged to someone else. So long. I'd like to have accepted the old man's invitation to stay in for a short talk with him and the cat, but there didn't seem to be any room for the 3 of us. So I walked back upstairs, flagged a cab, and sank down in the seat. But before the driver could close the door, something jumped at me and landed in my lap. It was the cat. Driver, just a minute.
What is it?
I got to take this cat back. I'll be out in a few minutes.
Hey, look, mister, I'm losing fares. On a night like this, everyone wants a cab. I ain't waiting.
Nice boy. Come on, Tilly. Mike, here, come take the cat.
Oh, she went after you, and I couldn't stop her. She likes you. And when she likes a man, she don't let go of him. That's the way it was with Nick. That's no use. You can't get away from her. Maybe she thinks you're Nick. Oh, you look a lot like him, a lot.
I'll show her my birth certificate sometimes. Mike. Mike, what are you doing with that gun?
Oh, I'm cleaning it. You got to clean them all the time. They don't work. I was a soldier, and I ought to know. You got to clean them and clean them.
Look, Mike, if the cat won't stay with you, why don't you take it back to Nick Corby's wife?
No, I wouldn't do that. Mrs. Corby's afraid of the cat. She even tried to kill her once, but Tilly was too smart. Shh. Mrs. Corby tried to kill Nick, too.
How do you know?
Nick told me. He was my friend. He played checkers with me, and you know what? He didn't call me Crazy Mike like the rest of them. He'd give me his gun to keep for him after that time Mrs. Corby shot at him.
Is that the one you're cleaning now?
No, his is hid.
Mm-hmm. Where does Mrs. Corby live?
Oh, right here in this building. Did you know? Number 18.
Well, maybe I'll go up and have a talk with you. You lock Tilly in the other room. I'll go up and see her.
You ain't gonna tell her, are you?
Tell her what?
That I'm gonna kill her?
Old Mike wasn't going to do any killing with that gun. I hadn't liked the vacant look in his eyes and the tight lines around his mouth, so while we'd been talking, I'd slipped the magazine into my pocket. But it still left him pretty dangerous. So I thought I'd better go up and have a talk with Mrs. Corby.
Who's there?
Mr. Stone.
Oh, come in. I'm so glad you came. Sit down.
Thank you.
Hey, you don't look like a policeman.
I'm not. I'm a reporter.
Did the police send you?
Oh, not exactly.
Oh, I might have known. What's another killing to them when it happens on Madison? Who am I to ask for protection? Who am I to be worried about a crazy man saying he's going to kill me?
Well, maybe I can help.
Can you bring back my husband? Can you bring him back so that he'll pay the rent every month and see that I have something to eat and a dress to wear? Can you bring back the feeling I had of belonging to someone? That's the way it was till the cat came. That's who killed him.
The cat?
Yes. He said he was going out tonight. I told him, go, Nick. Now, don't you go
Or what?
Nothing. She couldn't stand seeing us happy. He put his arms around me. That cat would come whining and scratching at me, hating me with everything in her.
Oh, look, Mrs. Corby, you're upset now.
Always talking and whispering to each other till I go crazy mad. Nick stroking her and the cat purring and mocking me. I tried to poison her. I tried to shoot her. But I couldn't. She's too clever.
Well, the police will get at it, Mrs. Corby, in a few days. The whole thing will blow over.
I told them who did it. They said they'd look into it, but they won't till it's too late. That's the way the cops work around here.
I'm kind of confused, lady. Just who is it you're talking about?
Mike.
Mike? Did he kill your husband? Why?
Because he's crazy, that's why. Talking soft and low one minute and the next a raving maniac. He'll kill me, too, if the police don't stop him. What's that?
It's only the cat at the window.
Get away from there! You sneaking, lying thing! I'll kill you. I will. You hear?
Take hold of yourself, lady. Take hold of yourself. It's only a cat.
A cat? It's a she-devil. A scheming, rotten she-devil. Now you get away or I'll throw this...
She picked up the empty bottle and threw it at the window, and the cat disappeared. For a few minutes, I thought Mrs. Corby had gone out of her mind. I finally quieted her down. She wouldn't let me leave her at first. But when I told her I was just going to bring the police back, she locked herself in the room and told me to hurry. When I got out into the hallway, old Mike was standing by, an empty grin on his face. What were you doing up here?
Just listening. I like to hear people yell.
Well, you come on downstairs. I want to talk to you.
I made some tea for us. I like tea.
Mm-hmm. How did Tilly get out?
I opened the door, and out she came.
Uh-huh. Did you want her to scare Mrs. Corby?
Yeah. Worked good, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mike, tell me, did you like scaring people, or is it just Mrs. Corby?
Here's your tea. I like tea.
Thanks, Mike.
Mrs. Corby don't like old Mike. She thinks I'm crazy. You?
You think I'd be here talking about important things if I thought you were?
Yeah, we got important things to talk about.
Mike, Why do you want to kill Mrs. Corby?
She's a bad woman. Always running around with that Mr. Baydell. You know, the one that plays the music.
And Nick didn't like that?
No, Nick didn't like the music, man. He hit him once, made him bleed all over.
Oh, when was this?
Day before yesterday. They was fighting about Nick's wife. And Mr. Baydell said, I'll kill you for this.
Do you think he did?
On a dark corner, in the rain, when nobody was watching, they'd done it to him. I got to kill her for that. And him, too.
I'll tell you what, Mike. I'll go down and get the police here, and they'll look after it.
You know what? I lost part of my gun, and I can't use it.
Well, you won't need it. I'm going for the cops.
Oh, it takes them too long. I'll do it with Nick's gun. I got it hid for him.
Where is it?
I hid it good. It's under my bed. It's in this box.
Let me take a look at it.
Oh, it ain't here. It's gone.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. What's big? Well, the Grand Canyon is tremendous. Mount Everest is gigantic. And the Big Show is colossal. The Big Show, an hour and a half of the very best in comedy, music, and drama. Tallulah Bankhead is mistress of ceremonies, and your stars for this Sunday's premiere include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Meredith Wilson, Frankie Lane, and many, many more. The Big Show will be heard for an hour and a half every Sunday on NBC, starting this Sunday. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
The old man's face went white when he couldn't find Nick's gun, and I could see a crazy rage coming to a boil. I don't mind telling you that I was scared. And then suddenly there was an explosion that seemed to come from the basement window. Somebody was shooting at us. I pulled Mike down to the floor. For a minute I thought Mike had been hit, but he was only dazed. And maybe scared.
They want to get me before I get them.
Who, Mike? Who?
She don't like me, and Mr. Baydell don't like me.
Where does he live?
Next door, in the rooming house.
Well, I'm going to talk to him. Don't leave this room and you'll be all right. Understand me?
Oh, but where's Tilly? I ain't seen Tilly.
The cat'll be all right. You just stay here. On the third floor of the rooming house, I heard accordion music coming from behind one of the closed doors. I knocked on it.
Come in.
I pushed the door open. I stood looking at a guy in his middle 40s wrestling with an old accordion. One look, and I was sure he wasn't the man of distinction. There was a cloudy glass of muscatel sitting on a dirty table at his side. His tongue was a little thick when he spoke.
A music lover, no doubt.
I see that your clothes are soaking wet. Just come in out of the rain, maybe, a few minutes ago.
Do I detect a tone of authority in your voice? Let me guess. Policeman?
No.
Oh, I'm greatly relieved. They frown so on musicians who've slid from concert hall to bar room, from a Steinway to an accordion. Who are you?
I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Ah, yes, the Star. Your paper was kind to me in happier days. I dare say you want an interview, one of those what's become of stories. Oh, I'm sorry I can't oblige. I'm composing at the moment.
Look, Mr. Baydell, I have a few questions I'd like answered.
Ah, but haven't we all?
Question number one. Have you, in the past 15 minutes, fired a revolver?
That's simple. No.
Mind if I look around?
Not at all.
What's the use? You could have ditched the gun.
Perhaps you would like to hear my newest work.
I'm more interested in Nick Corby at the moment.
Ah, lucky fellow. To be shot down, destroyed without a moment's warning. No remorse. A shot, and one less specimen of misery in the world. You rather think I did it, don't you, Mr. Stone?
From what I'm given to understand, you're a likely candidate.
Poor demented Mikey has been talking to you. You believe him?
I suppose you were composing when he was shot.
I've been rehearsing the answer to that question all evening. I know it so well I could set it to music.
Well, I'll take it straight.
I was with Mrs. Corby when the news came in. In fact, I opened the door for the policeman.
Mrs. Corby will swear to that, I suppose.
Indeed she will. Fine person, Mrs. Corby. Now, Mr. Stone, before you go, perhaps you'd be interested in buying an etude I've recently finished. For $1...
Sell it to the cops. You'll be seeing them pretty soon.
Will you please send one that can play oboe? I've written a variation in A minor for accordion and oboe that goes like this.
I don't know. I seem to have the knack of getting mixed up with offbeat characters. They fascinate me like a stage door fascinates some Johnnies. And I get to know what makes a guy tick, even if it means ducking a couple of bullets. There wasn't much doubt in my mind that either old Mike or Mr. Baydell had helped Corby out of this world. And even though they were interesting characters, they were both dangerous, and it kind of burned me up that the cops hadn't done anything about them. Mrs. Corby wanted protection, and she was entitled to it. So I hopped into a cab and went down to headquarters. Sergeant Kelly was playing four-handed canasta all by himself. Hi.
How about some canasta?
How about a little murder?
On a night like this?
Now, this is an old one. 3 hours ago. Nick Corby.
Oh, him. Boys just finished on him.
You got the report?
Not a written one, but I know all the stuff. Shot through the temple, very close range. He was robbed. Bad spot, that Martin Avenue.
What kind of gun was used?
45. Should have seen that neat, round little hole in his head. Looked like a bomb crater.
Mrs. Corby feels her life is in danger and asks for protection. How come she didn't get it?
Swanson told me about her. She's nuts. Talked about a cat killing her. Then some harmless old guy she wanted pulled. Some old drooler. She's nuts.
Well, she asked for something she's entitled to. And that harmless old man, somebody took a couple of shots at him.
Why didn't somebody tell us?
Well, I'm telling you now. You're going to send some boys down right away? You guys are going to get a blasting from my paper if you don't.
What are you all worked up about?
A guy was killed, that's all, and a couple of nuts with guns are on the loose, that's all.
Our boys questioned them and couldn't see no reason for doing more than they did. Now, be reasonable, Stone.
You going to get someone down there, or do I start writing?
I'll do what I can.
Good.
And Randy.
Yeah.
If you're going to start writing, be sure you spell my name with 2 L's.
When I got back to Mike's place in the basement, he was gone. While waiting for him, I rummaged around a bit just to keep busy and see what I could find. I didn't even hear the door open, but then...
You won't find it.
Oh, hello, Mike. What won't I find?
What you're looking for? Old Mike knows.
What do you know?
He knows who killed Nick. He knows for sure now.
Who was it?
Mr. Baydell. He done it.
How do you know it was him?
I found the gun in his room. Nick's gun with 3 bullets missing. 1 for Nick and 2 for me. That's how I know.
Let me see it, Mike.
I got it hid good this time.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll give it to the police when they come, won't we?
No. Nick wants me to do it myself.
He wouldn't show me the gun or tell me where he'd hidden it. And the look on his face told me that whatever was left of his brain was concentrating on what he was going to do. I ran next door and back upstairs to warn the musician. He was gone. The landlady told me, try the bar on the corner. The storm had got a new lease on life, and I was glad to close the door of that bar behind me. The place was empty, but for the bartender and my friend with the accordion.
Live one. What'll it be?
A little conversation with Shostakovich over there.
Tell the gentleman I have nothing to discuss with him. He is not a patron of the arts.
You heard him.
Mr. Baydell, you've got to get out of here.
Then tell the man what my terms are for conversation.
You gotta buy him a drink.
Oh, he's had enough.
A small subsidy of 50 cents may buy you a piece of posterity through my compositions.
Yeah, better buy him a drink, mister. He gets stubborn.
All right, then. Make it quick.
Thank you. I will now dedicate to you...
Look, Mr. Baydell, any minute now that door may open and you...
How dare you interrupt me in the middle of a presentation?
Well...
Humor him, or you'll get no place.
I'm very sorry. Go ahead. Bartender, keep your eye on that door.
The piece I've selected for you is a bit of American minstrelsy. 2 lovers stood on the corner. Above them, the street lamp shone. A shot rang out through the dismal night, and the dead man lay alone.
Oh, that's just great. Now listen to me. Mike found the gun in your room, the one that was used to kill Corby with.
That's why they call him Crazy Mike. His retarded mentality makes his hallucinations so very powerful, and all with no aid from Bacchus, the god of wine.
But don't sell a guy like that short. They kill a lot quicker than the ordinary person.
Listen to that storm. A fine night for death. A fine night for sweet oblivion. Did he show you the gun?
No, but I know he's got it.
And he found it in my room?
Yes.
Sweet, faded traitress. She put it there.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Close it up, boys. Nothing doing tonight. Probably be another power failure before long anyway.
All right, if you're smart, you'll come with me to police headquarters. It'll go a lot easier with you if you don't wait to be picked up.
No, I may be better served this way. Mike is looking for me?
Yeah.
Then I shall walk home slowly, and perhaps on the same corner, under the same streetlight, complexities may become peace, and the struggle ended. Yes, I like it this way.
Look, mister, you're a sick man, a very sick man.
On the contrary, I can't remember when I felt better. Good night, sir.
10 more minutes, and I close shop.
I'll stay till then. Good night again, Mr. Stone.
The guy was mad. Didn't I say something about Halloween? Well, I had the two spooks, Crazy Mike and Mr. Baydell. I had the black cat, too. All I needed for the repeat performance was a witch and a broomstick. I got back to Mike's basement rooms, thinking I'd stay with him till the boys from headquarters got there. Mike!
Mike ain't here. Who are you?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, Kelly told me he'd be around.
Well, I'm glad you got here. Did you take Mike in?
I couldn't find him. I'm waiting here. Figure he'll show up.
He's got a gun. He's planning to use it.
Kelly's upstairs talking to Mrs. Corby now.
Well, one of you guys better get down to the corner bar and keep your eye on the accordion player named Baydell.
Yeah? Who's he?
That's the guy Mike is going to kill.
I can't leave here. Maybe you better tell Kelly to go after Baydell and you stay with Miss Corby. He'll be plenty happy to get out of there. She's driving him nuts about that black cat.
Have you seen the cat?
No. I heard her meowing outside and went out and looked around, but she was gone.
Kelly let me into Mrs. Corby's room. He was looking pleased with himself.
Hello, Stone.
Oh, you.
Well, we're getting places on this thing, aren't we, Mrs. Corby?
Well,
I convinced her to give me some of the real facts, didn't I? And it comes out that she don't think Crazy Mike done it. Do you, Mrs. Corby?
Mr. Baydell?
How do you know?
Mike found the gun in his room. 3 bullets fired.
Where's the gun?
Mike's got it. He's looking for Baydell to give him the rest of the bullets in the head.
That's not so good. We got a man at Baydell's room waiting for him to come home.
He's at the bar on the corner.
I'll go get him. You stay here with Mrs. Corby.
All right.
Well, Eddie, it looks like your worries are all over.
now you promised to take the cat, too.
There we go again with a cat. Okay, we'll take her. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep the door locked, Stone.
Okay. You didn't tell me about your boyfriend before, Mrs. Corby.
I tried to shield him. I knew they wouldn't do much to old Mike.
Why did he kill him?
Nick made fun of him. And, Mr. Baydell wanted me for himself.
He told me he was with you when the police came to tell you about the shooting.
He'd come in about 2 minutes before they did and made me say it. He came up the fire escape through this window.
Well, it'll be over in a few minutes.
It will if they take the cat away. If they don't, Oh. Who's that?
You're doomed, lover. Open up.
Don't let him in.
I've got to. I've got to hold him for the police.
Your persistence would have done you well in the musical field, young man.
You're not doing so bad yourself.
I saw a rather heavy-set gentleman searching for me. You sent him, no doubt?
No doubt, and he'll be back.
And Mike, where's he? He disappointed me keenly. I waited and waited for him on the corner. By the way, has my true love told you all?
Yeah.
Did the sweet, tone-deaf person tell you that she was insanely jealous of her husband's relations with a black cat?
Don't believe it, Mr. Stone.
How come, Baydell? 15 minutes ago, you were ready to let Mike get you. Now you're singing a different tune.
Mike disappointed me. I would gladly have paid on the street corner. But in a stinking jail? No, I'd rather not.
Don't listen to him. He's crazy.
You're wasting your time.
Did the lady tell you that she came in through the fire escape 3 or 4 minutes after the shot was heard?
Well, let it go. I'm not the judge or the jury.
Oh, very well. Then let us sit here and just listen to the story.
I'm frightened.
It's only thunder.
The lights.
The lights are out.
Now cut the hysteria. It's only a power failure. They'll be on in a few minutes.
Oh, quiet, please. The beauty of darkness was never more necessary than now.
What's that?
Probably the police.
Who is it?
Just Mike.
Oh, the cat. Take it away, Mike. Mike, please, take it away.
The lady's rival.
Hi, Mike. Come on, old-timer. Give me that gun.
Stay where you are. Don't move. None of you. can't see in the dark, but I'll shoot at the first thing that moves.
The cat! She's looking at me. Oh, Mike, take her away.
Mike, the police are downstairs. They've come to straighten everything out.
Nick didn't call me crazy. Poor old Mike, he can't see in the dark room, but Tilly can. Can't you, Tilly? Tilly will show me where he is so I can shoot him.
Mike, I'm afraid of her. If she touches me...
Don't bother you, Mrs. Corby.
Mike, I'm coming to that window, and you'll give me that gun.
I got a bullet for you, too, if I have to. Stay where you are. Tilly. He was there with Nick when it happened. You can see him. You just walk over to him, Tilly, and I'll see your eyes in the dark. Tilly. Then I'll know where to shoot.
She's coming down.
I watched with a horrible fascination as the cat landed on the floor. She looked around the room carefully, her yellow eyes flashing with hate.
Don't let her touch me. Don't. I can't stand it.
Easy, Mrs. Corby. You'll excite Mike.
No. She's going to spring at me. I can't stand it. Mike, take her away. I did it. I killed him. Isn't that what you want to know? Now take her away. Take her away.
Mike fired straight at Mrs. Corby, but somehow his shot went wild. And then it was all over. Kelly'd been working his way up the fire escape, and he got Mike from behind.
Okay, old-timer. Let me have the gun.
We evened up for him, didn't we, Tilly? We evened up for Nick.
Come on, Pop.
I'm coming. Just a minute now. You listen. Hear that? Tilly's happy now. She's happy now. We got her all right.
She made me do it. That cat. She hated me, and she made me kill him.
The boys took over, and there was nothing left for me to do. Mrs. Corby turned out to be the missing witch in my Halloween ball. She'd taken the shots at Mike and then planted the gun in old Baydell's room. I walked the broken-down musician home. I felt I owed him an apology. I'm sorry about tonight. Everybody makes mistakes, and I picked tonight to make one of mine.
I made a bigger mistake than you did, Mr. Stone.
What was that?
When Mike was at the window, I should have shouted, "Here I am."
But he would have killed you.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Stone.
Good night, sir. Yeah, I've got a talent for getting mixed up with weird characters. 3 out of the 4 were wacky, off their rockers. Old Mike, Mrs. Corby, Baydell, the accordion player. And the 4th character, of course, is me. And you know what? I'm not so sure about him either.
No.
Am I, Tilly girl? I would have sworn that cat said something. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and edited and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's script was written by Lou Rusoff with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mrs. Corby was played by Lorene Tuttle. Mike was Will Gear. Others in tonight's cast were June Foray, Tudor Owen, Ken Christie, Lamont Johnson, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers adventure drama Breakthrough. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Here is a special listening note for all of you who enjoy following along step by step with Randy Stone as he covers the Night Beat. Starting next Friday, November 10th, Night Beat will be heard exactly 1/2 hour earlier over most of these stations. Next week, in this time period, you'll hear the premiere of a new series starring Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague. Remember, next Friday, Night Beat will be heard 1/2 hour earlier. Consult your local papers for the exact time.
Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has always tried to get along with her fellow faculty members, regardless of whether they're male or female.
One thing that school teachers of either sex have in common is the fact that he, she, or them was, is, and are underpaid. But there is one definite advantage held by the men. When a male school teacher hasn't enough money to go to the movies, he can stay home and look at the pictures on his Esquire calendar. I've overcome that advantage to some slight extent by making my own calendar. I've used 12 snapshots, one for each month, of Madison's bashful biologist, Philip Boynton. There they are, right on my bedroom wall. January, Mr. Boynton in his up-to-the-minute raccoon coat. February, Mr. Boynton on Valentine's Day with a big red heart-shaped box under his arm containing flies for his frog McDougal. Then March, Mr. Boynton in +4s, a striped blazer, and a 3-propeller beanie. Last Friday morning, when I tore the page for March off my calendar, there was Mr. Boynton with his arms around me, so I knew it was April Fool's Day. My landlady, Mrs. Davis, knocked on my door a moment later. Come in.
Good morning, Connie. Many happy returns of the day.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. Happy April Fool's Day to you. Oh, what time is it anyway? I'm still sleepy.
It's almost 7, Connie. I've been up for hours planning little tricks to play on people.
Well, I hope you're not going to be as naughty as you were last year, setting firecrackers off in our yard to make everybody think it was 4th of July.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yes, until one of your pinwheels joined me in the shower.
Well, let's see now. I came up here to tell you something rather important. Oh, dear me. Whenever I talk to my sister Angela, I become almost as absent-minded as she is. We had quite a conversation on the phone this morning.
How is Angela?
Fine, thank you. But she's so flighty. Why, right in the middle of our telephone conversation, she forgot that she was talking about completely. I'm worried about her. It's like I was telling my brother the other day. We've got to do something, I said.
You've got to do something?
About what?
I was just repeating what you said to your brother.
Which brother?
I don't know. Your brother Victor, I guess.
I guess so. Well, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Mrs. Davis, you came in here to tell me something. Now try and remember what it was so I can take a shower and get dressed and forget about it.
Oh, yes. One of your students is waiting for you in the living room, Walter Denton.
Walter Denton? What's he doing here so early?
All right, Connie, I'll tell him. Poor thing. She's got so much on her mind she can't concentrate.
Hi, Mrs. Davis.
Walter, what are you doing here?
You just left me here, Mrs. Davis. Oh, and you went in to see Miss Brooks.
Oh, that reminds me. What are you doing here so early?
Well, it's a big secret, Mrs. Davis, but I'll tell you if you promise to keep it strictly confidential.
I promise.
You won't forget now.
I won't forget what now?
To keep it confidential.
To keep what confidential?
I guess it's safe with you. Look at this newspaper column. The one called Dorothy Daly's Daily Advice to the Heart Sore.
Oh, I read that all the time.
You never read a letter like this one, though, I'll bet. Listen. Dear Dorothy Daly, I teach English in high school, but my chief interest lies in a fellow teacher of the opposite sex whose initials are PB. No matter how I try, I can't seem to make any progress with him. I'm attractive without being ravishing, intelligent without being stuffy, cheerful without being a Pollyanna, but mostly I'm without PB. Can you help me? Signed, CB.
Well, I certainly sympathize with that young lady, but... now, wait a minute. Connie Brooks. Walter, do you think the CB in this letter could be the CB I think the CB could be?
I'm positive it is. Look who she's stuck on. PB, Philip Boynton.
Oh, but, Walter, PB could stand for anybody. Why, it could stand for Paul Bunyan.
Mrs. Davis, you're closer to Miss Brooks than any of us. Does she know anybody named Paul Bunyan?
No, not that I know of.
Then there you are. She's got to be CB.
But, Walter, do you honestly think Miss Brooks would write a letter like this to a public newspaper?
Oh, sure. Mrs. Davis, haven't you heard the famous epigram, love in its desperation turns to many strange devices?
No, Walter. Who said that?
I did. Well, look, Mrs. Davis, we won't embarrass Miss Brooks by mentioning it in front of her, but we've got to try and help her. Listen to Dorothy Daly's answer to Miss Brooks. Dear C.B., come out of your shell. Improve your personality and don't be afraid to be the life of the party. Then watch your Mr. P.B. sit up and take notice. Yours for nailing them down before they can wriggle off the hook, Dorothy Daly. Well, there's our problem, Mrs. Davis. We've got to give Miss Brooks a personality.
I never noticed that she didn't have any.
Now remember, Mrs. Davis, not a word to a soul. Of course, I've told Harriet Conklin so she can tell her father he has to give a party tonight which Miss Brooks can go to and be the life of.
Tonight? That's pretty short notice, isn't it?
That's why we had to wake her up so early. This new personality's a rush job. Oh, careful, here she comes. Hiya, CB, how's everything? Okay?
Well, no, WD, it's NG.
NG?
I didn't get enough SLEEP.
What?
Sorry, SLEAP.
Oh, sleep.
If you'll excuse me, I'll get some breakfast for us. I'll call you when it's ready.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Now then, Walter, what's the crisis?
Crisis? Oh, there's no crisis. I just thought it would be nice to have a little chat.
In the middle of the night? Now, look, Walter, this April Fool's business leaves me pretty cold. So if you're playing any pranks...
Oh, this has nothing to do with April Fool, Miss Brooks. It's just that I've been making a study of personalities lately, and I've come to the conclusion that we should all come out of our shell.
Good, but let's not come out until 8 o'clock in the morning.
Now, there's nothing like parlor magic to make anybody the life of the party. For instance, have you seen the disappearing quarter trick? Look, I hold this quarter between my thumb and third finger like this. Then I make a few magic passes, and presto! Where's the quarter?
On the floor.
Well, I haven't practiced enough yet, but a trick like this you could learn easy.
I could learn it easily.
I knew you'd go for it. Now, here, take the quarter in your left hand.
Look, Walter, making money disappear is no trick for a school teacher. Let's get some way to make some appear, then we'll have something.
Breakfast is ready.
Oh, come on into the dinette, Walter.
Just sit right down. You sit here, Walter.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis.
Drink your juice first, and I'll bring the rest out in a minute.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Well, that's funny. This is orange juice.
What's funny about that?
The last breakfast Mrs. Davis prepared for me began with marinated olive juice.
Odd recipes, all right. Oh, say, I just thought of another great party trick. It's called the spoon in the empty glass trick. Here, I've got 2 spoons right here. Now, I place the back of one behind the front of the other, and by means of leverage, plop it right into the empty glass. So. Wasn't empty.
It is now. Of course, my lap isn't as empty as it was.
Don't let it upset you, Miss Brooks. One of the truest things ever said is the quotation, a damp garment should not dampen the spirits of the wearer.
Who said that?
I did.
Here we are. Now, Connie, I want to surprise you. Close your eyes before I put this food down in front of you. Go ahead now. Please close them tight.
All right, Mrs. Davis, they're closed.
There. Now, before you open them, guess what we've got for breakfast.
Salmon patties fried in Cointreau?
No, I ran out of Cointreau. Try again.
Wheat cakes and raviolis?
No, dear. I guess you better give up. Open your eyes.
Why, what's this? Plain scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee?
That's right, Connie. April Fool!
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Want to win $49,000 in cash? That's right, $49,000 in cash. The first prize offered by the makers of Palmolive soap in their big, exciting 49 Gold Rush contest. Second prize, $4,900. And there are 4,949 other cash prizes. What a chance to win $100,000 in cash prizes, and it's easy to enter. Simply finish this sentence, I like Palmolive soap because, in 25 words or less, That's all. Just 25 words or less to finish the sentence, I like Palmolive soap because. Then mail your entry right away along with the Palmolive soap wrapper. Easy, isn't it? And remember, thousands will strike it rich in this big 49 Gold Rush contest. Enter as often as you like. Get entry blanks and complete rules from your dealer, or send your entries on plain paper with your name and address and dealer's name and address, plus one Palmolive wrapper for each entry. Mail to Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. You better write that down. Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday. Get Palmolive soap right away to help win a lovelier complexion and try for your share of the $100,000 in cash prizes. Well, Walter Denton's moving full speed ahead in his efforts to aid CB take Dorothy Daly's advice concerning PB. Let's look in now on another of the conspirators, Harriet Conklin, as she speaks to her father in the principal's office.
So all you have to do, Daddy, is to invite this party to the party when she comes by this morning.
But I don't see any reason for it, Harriet. I'm getting sick and tired of this constant round of parties. One mad whirl after another.
Daddy, the last party you gave was on Thanksgiving. Oh, this is vital, Daddy. I can't go into embarrassing details, but we've got to bring somebody out of herself. Oh, you've just got to invite Miss Brooks to our party.
Miss Brooks? But she has a party every day, all day long.
It only seems that way because of her pleasant exterior. Believe me, there are days when her heart is sorely beset beneath that gay surface and lies in her bosom like a dead thing. That must be Miss Brooks now.
Well, I won't go through with it, Harriet. I absolutely refuse to have any...
Daddy, you promised Mother you'd go on a diet, didn't you?
Yes, but what has that got to do with...
If you don't invite Miss Brooks to our party tonight, I'll take that bar of fudge out from under your desk blotter and show it to Mother.
Come in, my dear.
I was told that you wanted to see me, Mr. Conklin. Oh, hello, Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Daddy has something he wants to tell you.
Yes. I've been coerced into having a little party at our place tonight, Miss Brooks. And if you have nothing else to do, we'd like you to come.
Well, thanks, Mr. Conklin. I'd love
Of course, if you can't come, we may just drop the whole thing.
Daddy, I think I'll change the blotter on your desk right now.
No. That is, I'm sure it'll be nice to get together.
All right, Mr. Conklin. Then if that'll be all, I'll see you tonight.
I'll be looking forward to it. Dismissed.
I'll walk out with you, Miss Brooks. Thanks, Daddy. And next time, try the ones with the nuts in them.
Quiet, girl.
You know, Miss Brooks, there's nothing like a party to bring a person out of her shell.
You too, Harriet? I'm beginning to like it in here.
Now, the next thing you have to do, Miss Brooks, is to meet us in the music appreciation room as soon as lunch period gets here.
The music appreciation room?
You know the old saying, music has charms to soothe the savage breast.
Yes, but I've been dating very few savages lately. Look, Harriet, what in the world is this all
I've got to get to my French class now, but I'll see you at lunchtime. And remember, if you want PB to eat out of your hand, you've got to cooperate, CB.
SOS.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. Mind if I walk down the hall with you?
Not at all, Walter. I'm just going to the music appreciation room to meet Harriet. But don't ask me why.
I know why, Miss Brooks. Because tonight's party is an everybody who comes must do something party. And we've got something swell doped out for you to do.
For me to do?
You'll find out about it in a minute. Hey, here's the music room, Miss Brooks. Let's go in.
That'll be all for today.
Well, he came a long way to practice.
Very clever. Very clever. I'm sure he'll make a fine musician if he concentrates on his violin and stops telling jokes.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Well, we're all set.
We are?
Did you bring it, Mr. Pringle?
Got it right in this case, Walter.
Good. You know, Miss Brooks, tonight's an everybody who comes must do something party.
Yes, I know, and I think I know what I'm going to do, too.
What?
Stay home.
Oh, don't
be ridiculous, Miss Brooks. You know how well Miss Enright plays the piano, don't you?
What has Miss Enright's playing the piano got to do with me?
But plenty. She's coming to the party tonight, and you know how she likes to show off in front of Mr. Boynton.
But we're going to see to it that you're the life of the party. Well, come on, Harriet. We got some more arrangements to make.
Okay, Walter. You just put yourself in Mr. Pringle's hands completely, Miss Brooks.
That's right. If you put yourself in Mr. Pringle's hands now, who knows? You may wind up in Mr. Boynton's arms later. I'll see you tonight, CV.
I don't know what this is all about, Mr. Pringle.
Take it easy, Miss Brooks. All the children want you to do is learn a very simple little specialty for the party tonight. Now, tell me, do you have any musical education at all?
Well, when I was a little girl, I played in our Girl Scout band.
Really? What instrument?
The tuba. I didn't keep at it, though. It did something to my lips.
You must have started too young. It's a difficult instrument to master.
Yes, for months after I gave it up, I couldn't drink a malted without swallowing the straw.
Well, what I've got in mind for you won't offer any difficulties, I'm sure. Now, this is a ukulele. It's the only instrument upon which a novice can pick out a simple tune in no time at all. Now, here, just place one finger on this fret. So. Now, this one here. That's right. Now, play a chord. Go ahead, try it.
Well, all right, I'll try. Washington at Valley Forge, 'twas bitter cold, and up spoke George. Bo-do-de-o, do-do-do-de-o. Take my lips and do your duty. Everybody calls me cutie.
Why, Miss Brooks, that's wonderful. Let's sing some together.
All right, Mr. Pringle. Paul Revere on his midnight ride rode through town and loudly cried, Bo-do-de-o, do-do-do-de-o. Shake my hand and call me Max. I've got a charge account at Saks. His ukulele gaily, how he strums it, bum-bums it, dancing, dancing. Then he hollers, black bottom. Crazy words, crazy tune. You'll be driving me crazy soon with that bo-do-de-o, do-do-do-de-o.
Miss Brooks! What's the meaning of this, Mr. Pringle? And what are you doing in Mr. Pringle's music room during lunch period, Miss Brooks?
I just dropped in for a melody burger. I wanted to see if I remembered something.
Leave this room at once. As for you, Mr. Pringle, aren't you supposed to be at lunch during this period?
Yes, sir. I was just going, sir.
Well, put that ridiculous-looking instrument down and get out.
Yes, sir. Come on, Miss Brooks.
Naturally.
Yeah, it's disgraceful. Carrying on in the middle of a school day and with a ukulele. My dog has fleas. Boom, 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 hold that tiger. Boom, 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 hold that tiger. Boom, boom, hold that tiger. Boom, boom, hold that
tiger. Well, what do you think of the party so far, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it's very nice, Miss Brooks, but I'm a little worried. Everybody's supposed to get up and do something, aren't they?
Well, that's the idea.
Gosh, there isn't anything I could possibly do to entertain anybody.
Oh, I don't know.
Of course, I did make a speech some months ago to my biology club, but they're all men. I couldn't repeat that in front of mixed company.
Oh, why not, Mr. Boynton? What was the subject of the speech?
Well, I'd rather not mention it, Miss Brooks. It's a little racy.
Well, I'll just listen with one ear. What was it?
Well, it was called The Primitive Urge of the Sturgeon to Swim Upstream.
That's funny. I always thought the sturgeon didn't need any urging. Look, Mr. Boynton, I'm as nervous as you are about getting up and doing anything, but maybe we could do something together.
Like what, Miss Brooks?
Well, I just happened to have with me tonight this ukulele.
Oh, a uke. I haven't seen one of those things since my college days.
It's really very simple to pick up. It all came back to me in a flash. See, you just put one finger here. That's right. Now this one here, so. Now try it. Strum it, Mr. Boynton.
All right. I'll see you in my dreams. Hold you in my... Don't be bashful. Hold that pucker. You're the best since Sophie Tucker. Where in the world did that come from?
I don't know, but this is a brand new Boynton. Where did you go to college, on the Keith Circuit?
There you are, Mr. Boynton. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello, Miss Enright.
And dear Miss Brooks, may I join you?
You have.
There seems to be room on this couch for 3. Don't you think so?
Only if I sit in the middle. There we are.
Miss Brooks is so possessive. You don't ever want to share Mr. Boynton with anyone, do you, dear?
The property has only been optioned. It is not ready for subdivision.
Excuse me, Brooks, but Mother says if anybody wants cake and coffee, it's on the table. Just help yourself, please.
Oh, I think I'll get some. Mrs. Conklin certainly knows the way to a man's heart.
I like the overland route myself. You run along, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, can I bring you ladies something?
Just yourself, dear Mr. Boynton.
Yes. How about you, Miss Brooks?
No, thanks. Not right now.
I'll be right back in a minute.
Well, no doubt you've got your specialty all prepared, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
I didn't imagine it would be. I'm going to play the piano myself.
That should be lovely. It's obvious from your build that you've moved enough of them.
That's very funny. I wonder how funny you'll feel when I get up and read this letter in Dorothy Daly's column.
Letter?
Yes, I've got the clipping right here. It's signed C.B., and it says, Dear Dorothy Daly, I teach English in high school, but my chief interest lies in a fellow teacher of the opposite sex whose initials are P.B.
P.B.? Wait a minute, Philip Boynton?
Exactly. It goes on to tell how C.B. can't make any progress with P.B. at all and pleads for advice.
Oh, but Miss Enright, you don't think that... Why, I didn't write that letter.
I know you didn't. I did.
You?
A little April Fool's joke, Miss Brooks. But, of course, when I read it, I won't mention that detail. And even if you do, it'll just look like a natural attempt to cover your embarrassment.
But, Miss Enright, even you wouldn't... Why,
Attention, folks, attention. We come now to that part of the party we've all been looking forward to so eagerly. The part where everybody must get up and do something. First, I'd like to introduce Madison's beloved English teacher, our Miss Brooks.
Enjoy your brief moment, my dear. I'm going to follow you on with this juicy little tidbit.
What do you mean, brief moment? I'm loaded with entertainment.
Come on, Miss Brooks. What are you going to do for us tonight?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I thought I'd do a few medleys of songs on the ukulele, then a few recitations, and maybe a parlor trick or two. First, the songs. Washington at Valley Forge 'twas bitter cold, and up spoke George. So much for the songs. Now I'd like to recite for you.
Just a moment, Miss Brooks. You've been on for over an hour.
Please, Miss Enright. Miss Brooks isn't finished.
Thank you, Harriet. Under the spreading chestnut tree, the village smithy stands. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. As you can see, I have here in my hand an ordinary deck of playing cards. And now I'd like to show you a fascinating parlor game. Mr. Conklin, do you have a phone book I could borrow?
Yes, Miss Brooks. There's one right here on this table, but don't you think it's a little late to phone anyone? It's almost 12 o'clock.
Oh, I'm not going to phone anyone. Walter, get a piece of paper and a pencil, please.
Okay, Miss Brooks.
Well, I think this is the most...
Please, Miss Enright. You're interrupting Miss Brooks.
Thank you, Walter. Now, the idea of this game is to guess which name in the phone book I'm thinking of. We'll start with the A's. If you get a feeling that I've said the one I'm concentrating on, just call out. Ready? Go. Abbott, Abernathy, Ackerman, Addison. Pasco, Peyton, Penniman, Primpachek. Zimmerman. Zimmerman A, Zimmerman B. Hasn't anyone got a feeling yet? Mr. Boynton, how about... Mr. Boynton, Where are you?
Mr. Boynton went home, Miss Brooks.
He went home? When?
Right after Mr. and Mrs. Conklin went to bed. He said he didn't want to disturb you, so Miss Enright drove him home.
Miss Enright Well, that's the last straw. You know, of course, Walter, that it was Miss Enright who wrote that Dorothy Daly letter.
Miss Enright?
That's right, Walter. She signed my initials, but it was her letter that Dorothy Daly answered in her column.
Boy, what a dirty trick. I'm sorry you were so embarrassed, Miss Brooks.
If you think I was embarrassed tonight, just wait, Walter, till you see to me tomorrow when Dorothy Daly answers the letter I wrote her.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream Shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I had a date with Mr. Boynton on the following day, and I couldn't wait to find out if Miss Enright had told him about the Dorothy Daly column. Sure enough, it was the first thing he mentioned when he came by to pick me up.
That letter in the paper, Miss Brooks, it certainly has me puzzled.
Puzzled, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, I know, of course, that you're CB, but who in the world is PB?
Mr. Boynton, I thought sure you'd guess. PB is an old flame of mine, a fellow named Paul Bunyan.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Men, here is actual, factual proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves by using Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream. 1,251 men tried the Palmolive Lather way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 out of 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream way.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Cancer causes a death every 3 minutes, and unless the present cancer death rate is reduced, 18 million living Americans will die from it. This will affect, on the average, 1 out of every 2 families in the United States. You can help stop the further spread of cancer by helping the American Cancer Society to provide more surgery, X-ray, and radium treatments. So give generously to the American Cancer Society today.
Stay tuned now for Life with Luigi, which follows over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, everyone. This is Edwin C. Hill, and I bring you exciting news. Tonight, Orson Welles takes over the direction of the Campbell Playhouse and offers you as his first production America's bestseller, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, with a great star, Margaret Sullivan. Exciting news indeed, for I am here to welcome the white hope of the American stage as the director and star of the Campbell Playhouse, who writes his own radio scripts and directs them and makes them live and breathe with the warmth of his genius. There is no time to adventure into the story of his life, and that's too bad, because it is a tale that combines the best features of Baron Munchausen and Alice in Wonderland. If ever a boy was born for an actor, he was. At 13, he was directing the troopers in the Todd School for Boys at Woodstock, Illinois, where he produced 30 plays. At 16, he was playing leading parts in Dublin at the famous Gate and Peacock and Abbey theaters. His American career is really too recent and too well known to recount here. He's been the leading man with Catherine Cornell. With John Houseman, he founded the Mercury Theater and has operated it with magical success. He had 4 hits last year on Broadway, which beats Noel Cowell's record From Here to Kalamazoo. And he's generally recognized today as being the most gifted stage director and actor of our time. His radio productions have attracted universal attention. His broadcasts of the War of the Worlds last month, which I dare say you remember, made radio history and a national sensation. Why did a fantastic story of an utterly imaginary invasion from Mars produce this totally unexpected result? The result, Mr. Welles, of course, greatly regretted. It was because, as in all his radio productions, Orson Welles is a master of realism, over the air, in radio, unique, exciting. He shocked you. He sent the cold shivers racing up your spine. But that is not the thing he does best, or best likes to do. He loves to tell a story, a great human story, welling up from the heart, brimming with deep and sincere emotion, and lively with comedy. And such are the stories, thrilling, delightful, amusing, he will bring to the Campbell Playhouse. And because of all his gifts, his genius at playwriting, his ambition, his dynamic direction, his amazing character acting, he has been selected by Campbell's as the ideal man to conduct the Campbell Playhouse. And so tonight, Orson Welles makes his bow as the outstanding program director of the air. And I have the very great pleasure of presenting him now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. It's a great big chance for me and a great big challenge. I've faith in radio, and the makers of Campbell's Soups have enough confidence in me to give me the direction of the Campbell Playhouse. Let's hope nobody is mistaken.
Mr. Welles, could you tell us something of your aims, perhaps something of the kind of thing you hope to do with the Campbell Playhouse?
Well, everybody likes a good story, and I think radio is just about the best storyteller there is. The Campbell Playhouse is dedicated to the radio production of good stories. Stories from everywhere, from the stage, from moving pictures, and from literature. Next week, for example, we're doing a comedy, Call It a Day, and then Campbell's annual Christmas present to America, Lionel Barrymore in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And after that, there'll be Counselor at Law, a very human portrait of present-day people, Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis with Helen Hayes, William Archer's The Green Goddess, Hector MacArthur's hilarious 20th century. In other words, all kinds of stories, mostly modern, and all of them chosen for their suitability to this medium. That's about all, except I'm going to try to tell them just as well as I know how.
Oh, I know you'll ring the bell.
You know, the makers of Campbell's Soups don't believe in all this talk about the radio audience having the average mentality of an 8-year-old child. They think the radio listeners are the same people that go to the pictures in the theater and read books. They reason that even the most popular radio entertainment should be addressed to the adult citizenry of America. I can only hope that what I do with the Campbell Playhouse will prove how much they mean it and how right they are.
I know it will. And now, just before you ring up the curtain on the first act, will you give us a word or two about the play?
Gladly, Mr. Hill, but if you'll pardon me, it's not a play, it's a story. You see, I think that radio broadcasting is different from motion pictures and the theater, and I'd like to keep it that way. The Campbell Playhouse is situated in a regular studio, not a theater. We have no curtain, real or imaginary, and as you see, no audience. There's only one illusion I'd like to create. The illusion of the story.
But the star, too, is important, Mr. Welles. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I'd like to say how very fortunate I am in having with me tonight the loveliness and the magic gift of Miss Margaret Sullivan. For Miss Sullivan is my first choice for a great part, and a great part it is, too. The most coveted of the season. The Scarlett O'Hara of 1938. The heroine of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling novel, Rebecca. Rebecca is going to be made into a movie by David Selznick. It ought to be one of the 10 best. It's this year's contender for the 5-foot shelf. Your best bet for anything from a weekend to a desert island, and it's a book you should read. The ideal Christmas gift to yourself. Miss du Maurier has flattered me with her confidence in permitting the Campbell Playhouse the great privilege of making for radio the first dramatization of her book. I'm meeting her for the first time tonight, before this broadcast is over, by special shortwave communication. She'll speak to us from London. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Miss du Maurier, the Campbell Playhouse is obediently yours.
The Campbell Playhouse presents Rebecca, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. The things we have tried to forget and put behind us would stir once more. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay again. I see the house, the gray stone shining in the moonlight of my dream. The terrace slopes to the lawns, and the lawns stretch to the sea, like a sheet of silver under the moon. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And there in the library, the door stands half open, as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning. I wonder what my life would be today if Mrs. Van Hopper hadn't been a snob.
Mandalay, my dear. Why, even you must have heard of Mandalay. That's Max DeWitter at the table next to us, the man who owns Mandalay. They say he can't get over his wife's death, an appalling tragedy. The papers were full of it, of course. They say he never talks about it, never mentions her name. She was drowned, you know, in a bay near Mandalay.
Oh, Mrs. Van Hopper, I know he can hear you.
Nonsense, my dear. Go up to my room quickly and find that letter from my nephew. You know, the one written on his honeymoon with the snapshot? Bring it down to me right away.
Oh, Van Hopper, I don't
Go
really...
on, my dear. Do as you're told. Don't argue. Hurry.
When I came down, she had him sitting beside her on the sofa. He looked like no other man I'd ever seen. A man out of a long, distant past.
Oh, there you are, my dear. This is Mr. DeWinter. Mr. DeWinter's having coffee with us.
How do you do?
You know I recognize you, Mr. DeWinter, just as soon as you walked into the restaurant, and I thought, why, there's Mr. DeWinter, Billy's friend. I simply must show him those snapshots of Billy and his bride taken on their honeymoon. Look, here are the snaps. Here they are sunbathing at Palm Beach. He met her at that party where I first met you at Claridge's in London. But I dare say you don't remember an old woman like me.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. Excellent snapshots. Bride's very pretty. I don't think I should care for Palm Beach.
Well, of course, if one had a home like Mandalay, I'm told Mandalay's like fairyland. There's no other word for it. I wonder you can ever bear to leave it. Mr. DeWinter is so modest he won't admit it, but he has one of the loveliest homes in England. They say that the Minstrel's Gallery at Mandalay is a gem, and the gardens are simply the most perfect.
The next morning, Mrs. Van Hopper woke up with a sore throat and a temperature. At noon, I went down to the restaurant alone. I expected it to be empty. Nobody lunched generally before 1 o'clock. He was sitting at the table next to ours. I sat down looking straight before me. I unfolded my napkin and knocked over the vase of flowers on my table.
You can't sit at a wet tablecloth. Come on, get up. Waiter, I said you'll have lunch with me.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, you're being polite, but really...
I'm not being polite. I'd like you to have lunch with me.
You're very kind.
You don't believe me? Well, never mind. Come on, sit down. We needn't talk to each other unless we feel like it. Tell me your friend. She seems a good deal older than you. What is she? A
A relation? Have you known her long?
No, she isn't really a friend. She's an employer. You see, I'm what's called a companion. She pays me £90 a year.
I didn't know one could buy companionship. What do you do it for?
£90 is a lot of money.
How old are you?
19.
And you're not afraid of the future?
No.
Haven't you any family?
No, they're dead.
Well, then we've got a bond in common, you and I. We're both alone in the world. I have no companion. I shall have to congratulate Mrs. Van Hopper. You're cheap at £90 a year.
You forget. You have a home, and I have none.
An empty house, my dear, can be as lonely as a full hotel. The trouble is that it's less impersonal.
I remember the feel of the leather seats in his car as we drove in the afternoons along the Mediterranean. I remember still my ill-fitting flannel suit and how the skirt was lighter than the coat. I remember now, glancing at my watch, I would think to myself, this moment now at 20 minutes past 3, this must never be lost. Never.
You're a very silent companion. What are you thinking?
I wish I were a woman of about 36, dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be in this car with me if you were.
Mr. De Winter, you're going to think me impertinent and rude, I dare say. But I would like to know why you asked me to come out in the car day after day. You're being kind, that's obvious, but why do you choose me for your charity?
Because you're not dressed in black satin with a string of pearls, nor are you 36.
You know, it's not fair. You know everything there is to know about me. That's not much, I admit, because I haven't been alive very long and nothing very much has happened to me, except people dying. But you, I know nothing more about you than I did when we met.
And what'd you know then?
Well, that you lived at Mandalay and that you had lost your wife.
Yes. My memories are bitter. I prefer to ignore them. Something happened to me a year ago that altered my whole life, and I want to forget my existence up to that time. Those days are finished. They're blotted out. I want to begin living all over again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been so kind to me. I didn't mean to remind you
Curse your puritanical, tight-lipped little speeches and your talk about kindness and charity. I asked you to come with me because I want you in your company, and if you don't believe me, you can leave the car now and find your own way home. Go on. Open the door and get out. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Please, drive me home.
Well, suppose you're young enough to be my daughter. I don't know how to deal with you. Forget all I said to you just now. That's all finished and done with. Don't let's ever think of it again. My family used to call me Maxim. I'd like you to do the same. You've been formal long enough. What do you want? Something the matter?
I've come to say goodbye. We're going this morning.
Come in. Shut the door. What are you talking about?
It's true. We're leaving today. I was afraid I wouldn't see you. I felt I must see you again to thank you.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, Mrs. Van Hopper only decided today. Her daughter sails for New York on Saturday, and we're going with her.
She's taking you with her to New York?
Yes, and I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Well, why in heaven's name go? Sit down with me while I eat my breakfast. Have you had yours?
Yes, I really haven't time. I ought to be downstairs now, getting the tickets.
You can sit with me for 5 minutes.
Oh, I shouldn't.
So, Mrs. Van Hopper's had enough of Monte Carlo. Now she wants to go home. So do I. She to New York, I to Mandalay. Which would you prefer? Take your choice.
Please don't make a joke about it. It's unfair.
If you think I'm one of those people who tries to be funny before breakfast, you're wrong. I repeat, the choice is open to you. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
Do you mean you want a secretary or something?
No. I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
I don't understand. I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What the devil do you mean?
I'm not sure. I don't think I know how to explain. I don't belong to your sort of world.
What is my world?
Well, Mandalay. You know what I mean.
You think I'm asking you to marry me for the same reason you thought I took you out in the car. To be kind, don't you?
Yes.
One day you may realize that philanthropy is not one of my strongest qualities. Are you going to marry me? My suggestion doesn't seem to have gone too well. I'm sorry. I rather thought you loved me.
I do love you. I love you dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I should never see you again.
So that's settled, then. Instead of being companion to Mrs. Van Hopper, you become mine. And your duties will be almost exactly the same. I also like new library books and flowers in the drawing room and someone to pour my tea. Oh, I'm being rather a brute to you, aren't I? This isn't your idea of a proposal. We ought to be in a conservatory with you in a white frock with a rose in your hand and a violin playing a waltz in the distance. Poor darling, what a shame. Never mind. I'll take you to Venice for our honeymoon and we'll hold hands in a gondola, but we won't stay too long because I want to show you Mandalay.
Mandalay.
Now then, am I going to break the news to Mrs. Van Hopper, or are you?
Oh, no, you tell her. She'll be so angry.
I'll tell her. I'm not afraid. You wait for me here.
When he had gone, I looked around his room. There was a book on the table near his bed. I picked it up. On the title page was a dedication. Max. From Rebecca. May 17. Written in a curious, slanting hand. The ink had run too thick, so that the name Rebecca stood out black and strong. Rebecca. Rebecca.
We pause now on our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca. In just a moment, we will resume the story. But first, here is my associate of long standing, Ernest Chappell, with an important message.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The time was, and it was not so long ago, when chicken was a rare and special treat. What magic the words chicken for dinner conjured up in our young minds, and how we looked forward to these great events. With proud gusto, Father would dexterously separate wings and legs and then carve tender white slices from the breast, while each of us silently prayed to be granted his special favorite part. And then on the second day there came another treat. The remaining meat and the carcass went into Mother's soup kettle, to be simmered slowly, seasoned gently, and served forth as a supper-time delight. Today, if you have wistful memories of that glorious old home chicken soup, then Campbell's chicken soup is just made for you. Because Campbell's chefs follow faithfully the good home recipe, only changing it to make an even better soup. They use, for example, all the good meat of the chickens, fine, plump chickens they are, too, such as you'd choose proudly for your own table. Such chicken soup with snowy rice and tender chicken pieces is a special treat indeed, but one you may enjoy on any day. Your grocer has Campbell's chicken soup, and it's yours for the asking. Remember, Campbell's chicken soup.
Now we return to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We came to Mandalay in early May. There it was, the Mandalay I had expected, lovelier than I'd ever dreamed, built in its hollow of smooth grassland and mossy lawns, the terraces sloping to the gardens, and the gardens to the sea. A servant was standing on the steps waiting, an old man with a kind face.
Well, here we are, Fritz. Everything well?
Yes, thank you, sir. Glad to see you home, sir, and hope you've been keeping well. And Madam, too.
Yes, we're both well. Thank you, Fritz. Rather tired from the drive wanting our tea. Hello, Jasper, old man. Earth, who are all these people? All the servants. I didn't expect this.
Mrs. Danvers' orders, sir.
Danvers? I might have guessed it. Come on, darling. Mrs. Danvers was Rebecca's housekeeper. She simply adored her. They're all curious to see what you're like. You won't mind, will you?
No.
Soon be over. My dear, this is Mrs. Danvers.
Mrs. Danvers took me to my room. She was a tall, gaunt woman dressed in black, with prominent cheekbones and great hollow eyes that gave her skull's face, parchment white, set on a skeleton's frame. Her eyes never left mine.
Mandalay is a big place, madam. Not so big as some, of course, but big enough. And a show place. Mr. De Winter lets the public in to see it once a month.
You can't see the sea from here, can you?
No, not from this room. You can't even hear it. You'd not know the sea was anywhere near. Not from this room.
I'm sorry about that. I like the sea.
Mr. De Winter gave special orders in his letter that you would have this room, madam.
Oh, then this was not his room originally.
No, madam. He's never used the rooms in this wing before.
Oh, he didn't tell me that. I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years, Mrs. Danvers. Longer than anyone else.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Mrs. Danvers, you must have patience with me because this sort of life is new to me. You must just go on running things as they always have been run. I shan't want to make any changes.
I'm here to carry out your orders, madam. I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction. Can I do anything more for you now?
Oh, no, thank you. No, I'm sure I have everything. I shall be very comfortable here. You've made the room so charming.
I only followed out Mr. De Winter's instructions. Of course, the most beautiful rooms are in the west wing, overlooking the sea. The bedroom is twice as large as this, and the windows look down across the lawns into the sea.
I suppose Mr. De Winter keeps the most beautiful rooms to show to the public.
Those rooms are never shown to the public. They used to live in those rooms when Mrs. De Winter was alive. That big room I was telling you about that looks down to the sea, that was Mrs. De Winter's room.
Next morning there was a heavy mist. It poured in through the open window. When I came down to breakfast, Maxim had already gone out.
Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Fritz.
Mr. De Winter told me to tell you, madam, that he'd gone out with Mr. Crawley. Mr. Frank Crawley is Mr. De Winter's friend who manages the estate. Mr. De Winter said to tell you they'd be back for luncheon at 1.
Thank you. Oh, Fritz.
Yes, madam?
It seems rather cold this morning. I wonder if you'd please light the fire in the library for me.
The fire in the library is not usually lit until the afternoon, madam. Mrs. De Winter always used the morning room. She always did her telephoning and correspondence in there after breakfast. There's a good fire in there. If you should wish to have a fire in the library as well.
No. I wouldn't dream of it. I'll go into the morning room. Thank you, Fritz.
If you will allow me, madam, I will show you the way.
This was a woman's room. Graceful, fragile. The room of someone who had chosen every particle of furniture with great care. That is strange and startling kind of perfection. I opened a drawer at hazard, and there was a letter addressed to Mrs. M. De Winter.
Mrs. De Winter. Mrs. De Winter.
Who is it? What do you want?
Mrs. De Winter.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Mrs. De Winter has been dead for over a year.
It's Mrs. Danvers, madam. Mrs. Danvers. I'm speaking to you on the house telephone. It's about the menu. It's Mrs. Danvers speaking, madam.
After lunch, it was still raining. Frank Crawley and Maxim were in the library working. I got a raincoat out of the flower room and started out across the garden down towards the sea. Soon I was in the woods. The dog ran on ahead. The woods came right down to the water. At the fringe was a long, low building, half cottage, half boathouse. There was a buoy anchored there in the cove, but no boat. And there was Jasper wagging his tail at a solitary figure on the beach. As I drew near, I saw that the figure on the beach was a man with the small slit eyes of an idiot and a red, wet mouth.
Good day. Dirty island.
I'm afraid it's not very nice weather. Jasper, come here.
Digging for shell. No shell here. Been digging all day.
I'm sorry you can't find any.
That's right. No shell here.
Come on, Jasper, good dog. Come on.
He won't go.
Why not?
He ain't your dog.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog. I want to take him back to the house. Come on, Jasper. Come along, good dog.
She ain't been here lately.
What do you mean?
The other one. You're not like the other one.
What do you mean? What other one?
Tall and dark, she was. She give you the feeling of a snake. By night she'd come down to the cove. I seen it. I looked in on her once here in the boathouse. And she turned on me, she did. If I catch you looking at me through the window, I'll have you put in asylum, she said. I won't say nothing, ma'am, I said, and I touched my cap like this here. She's gone now, ain't she?
I don't know what you mean.
She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She won't come back no more.
No, she'll not come back.
You won't put me in asylum, will you? I never said nothing, did I? I never said nothing, ma'am. I never said nothing. I never said nothing.
Where did you get that piece of string?
I got it for Jasper. He ran away. I found it in the cottage on the beach.
Is the door open?
I pushed it open. The string was in the other room where the sails were.
Oh, I see. That cottage is supposed to be locked. The door has no business to be open. Did Ben tell you the door was open?
Ben?
Oh, never mind.
Maxim.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry I went down to the cove, if you didn't want me to go.
What makes you think I didn't want you to go down there?
Maxim, how should I know? I'm not a thought reader. I know you didn't want me to go. That's all. I could see it in your face.
See what in my face?
I've already told you I can see that you didn't want me to go.
You're quite right. I did not want you to go down to the cove. Will that please you? I never go near the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't want to go there either, or talk about it, or even think about it. There. I hope that satisfied you.
Please, Maxim, please.
What's the matter?
I don't want you to look like that. Please, Maxim, let's forget all we said. I'm sorry, darling. Please let everything be all right.
We ought to have stayed in Italy. We ought never to have come back to Mandalay. I was a fool to come back.
The weather that May was wet and cold. From the terrace I could hear the murmur of the sea below me, low and sullen. And every morning a heavy fog would come rolling in from the sea. I could not forget that cottage on the beach and the white, lost look in Maxim's eyes. Somewhere at the back of my mind, a frightened, furtive seed of curiosity grew slowly and stealthily. Frank Crawley was in the library taking tea with me, waiting for Maxim to get home. There were things that I had to know.
You'll be down to the cove, then?
Yes, Frank. Frank, in that cottage down there, are those all Rebecca's things?
Yes.
I wondered. Why is the buoy there in the little harbor place?
The boat used to be moored there.
What boat?
Her boat.
Oh. What happened to it? Oh, was that the boat she was sailing when she was drowned?
Yes. It capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't someone have got out to her?
Nobody saw the accident. Nobody knew she'd gone. She often sailed alone at night.
How long afterwards was it they found her?
Oh, about 2 months.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe. About 40 miles up channel.
How did they know it was she? After 2 months, how could they tell?
Maxim went up to Edgecombe to identify her.
Oh. Frank, I know what you're thinking. You can't understand why I ask all these questions just now. You think I'm being morbid and curious, but it's not that, I promise you. Only when I go to call on all these people, his friends, I know they're looking me up and down and thinking, what on earth does Maxim see in her? Always I know that whenever I meet anyone new, they say how different she is from Rebecca. Frank.
Yes?
There's just one more thing, one question I must ask you. Will you promise to answer it quite truthfully?
I'll do my best.
Tell me, was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. Yes, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life.
Here it is, madam. This is it. One moment while I turn on the light. Come in, madam.
Was this her room, Mrs. Danvers?
Yes, ma'am. This is her room. Now you're here, let me show you everything. I know you want to see it all. You've wanted to for a long time. It's a lovely room, isn't it? The loveliest room you've ever seen. I haven't touched a thing. There are flowers on the dressing table, and that's her bed. It's a beautiful bed, isn't it? Here's her nightdress. This was the nightdress she was wearing for the last time before she died. Would you like to touch it? Feel it. Hold it. I did everything for her, you know. You look after me better than anyone, Danny, she used to say. I wouldn't have anyone but you. See? Here's her wardrobe. What's the matter, madam? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. I didn't expect to see all the things this way.
I believe Mr. De Winter liked her to wear silver mostly. But of course she could wear anything. She looked beautiful in this velvet. Put it against your face. It's soft, isn't it? Scent is still as fresh as though she'd just taken it off. These are her slippers. Put your hands inside the slippers. They're quite small and narrow, aren't they? When they found her, the rocks had battered her to bits so no one could recognize her. You know now why Mr. De Winter doesn't use these rooms anymore. He hasn't used these rooms since the night she was drowned. I come up every day and dust them myself. If you want to come again, you have only to tell me. Sometimes, when Mr. De Winter is away and you feel lonely, you might like to come up to these rooms and sit here. They're such beautiful rooms. You wouldn't think she'd been gone now for so long, would you? You'd think she'd just gone out for a little while and would be back in the evening. Do you think she can see us talking to one another now? Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder if she comes back to Mandalay and watches you and Mr. De Winter, you sitting in her chair in the library before the fire, stroking her dog, talking to her husband.
Stop it! Stop it!
It's no use, is it? You can't do it. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she is dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Mandalay to her? Why don't you go?
What do you mean?
Why don't you go? We none of us want you. He doesn't want you. He never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again with her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. Come here now to the window. Let me show you something. When the window's open, you can hear the sea down there. Look down there. Look.
Let me go.
Don't be afraid. I won't push you. But there's not much for you to live for here at Mandalay. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore. Why don't you try? Go on. Go on. Don't be afraid. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on.
And so we end the second part of our presentation of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling book, Rebecca, with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. In a few moments, we shall return you to the Campbell Playhouse.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Edwin C. Hill again bidding you welcome to the Campbell Playhouse on behalf of the makers of those fine Campbell soups. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of Rebecca, the best-selling novel by Daphne du Maurier, and starring, as I've said, Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. And also, we shall hear from Miss du Maurier herself, direct by shortwave from London. But first, I bring you a message. For many years, I've been interested in the human side of the news. As a newspaper reporter for all those years, I've found that there's a very human side to business. And that is what I want to speak about for just a moment or so. All of us are familiar with businesses which provide us with something to eat or drink or wear, or we buy a radio or a suit of clothes or a can of soup. But the actual thing we buy is about the only contact we ever have with the people who make such goods. But the character of those people is of vital importance. If the manufacturer of a product is honorable in the conduct of his business, his product will be as trustworthy as his word. For in business, as in every walk of life, honesty pays real dividends. Honest enterprise is the only kind which has a chance to win and to hold the patronage of intelligent and discriminating buyers, whether it's a matter of a piano or a spool of thread or a trip to Europe or a can of soup. And that, as I see it, is the human side of business, of the products that last over the years, that serve you well and merit your confidence. I know the Campbell kitchens, the Campbell men, the Campbell soup. The fact that these soups are used more and more every year in most homes and are sold in more than 460,000 grocery stores throughout the land is no accident, believe me. It's due to the human side of this business, its aims, its policies, and its character. And now to the Campbell Playhouse, where we resume our story, Rebecca.
Go on. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Why don't you try? Go on. Don't be afraid. Jump. Go on.
Mrs. Danvers was close behind me now, her hand on my arm. And before me was the open window and the white mist coming in from the sea.
Go on.
I shut my eyes. The mist lay upon my lips, rank and sour. My head began to swim. Then suddenly the mist had parted. There was a flash in the sky.
Hey there! Ship ashore! The rocket! Ship ashore! Ship ashore! Ship ashore!
Later, I went down to the beach. There was a large ship on the reef, half a mile offshore, with her bows pointed toward the cliffs. There were a number of small boats around her, and the Coast Guard cutter lying alongside.
I hear the rocket. There's just two of them on. Both broke the windows.
You look like a Dutchman, I'd say.
German or Dutch? Good thing there's no sea running. That shallow water she's in. Is she fast? I don't know yet.
There's a diver come over from Cantor. He be going down to see if she'd broken her back.
She's on a reef. She's a-goner.
Have you seen Mr. De Winter?
Not today, ma'am.
Have you seen Mr. De Winter?
Mr. De Winter? Yes, ma'am. He was one of the first down here after the rockets went.
He were down by the cove, had the dog with him.
Do you know where he is now?
He went off to Kerrith 20 minutes ago with one of the crew that were injured.
Oh, thank you. Good day.
Good day, Mum.
Good day, Mum.
I went back to Mandalay the long way through the woods. The fog had cleared. I looked down and saw the stranded ship offshore. The diver must have come up, for I saw a little group of people on the deck of the boat alongside, leaning over, staring into the water.
There's a man waiting to see you, madam. He says it's important. He asked for Mr. De Winter first, and then for you. He's in the library.
Who is it, Fritz?
He says his name's Captain Searle, madam, the harbour master from Kerrith.
Oh, yes, I'll go in and talk to him.
Yes, madam.
Mrs. De Winter?
I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet.
I know. I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either. The fact is, I've got some news for Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him.
What sort of news, Captain Searle?
Well, Mrs. De Winter, it isn't very pleasant for me to tell you either. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter around here. It's hard on him and hard on you that we can't let the past lie quiet.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, we sent the diver down to inspect that ship there on the reef. Well, While he was down there, he came across something else. The hull of a little sailing boat lying on her side, not broken up at all. He recognized it at once. That boat belonged to the late Mrs. De Winter.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there as it is? It's not doing anybody any harm, is it?
The cabin door was tightly closed, and the ports were closed, too. The diver broke one of the windows with a stone from the seabed and looked into the cabin. And then he got the fright of his life. There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor. Now you understand why I have to see your husband, Mrs. De Winter.
It's all over now. The thing has happened.
What thing?
The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I.
What are you trying to tell me?
Rebecca has won. I remember her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remember that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she'd win in the end.
Maxim, what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?
Her boat, they found it. The diver found it this afternoon.
I know. Captain Searle was here and he told me. You're thinking about the body the diver found in the cabin.
Yes.
It means she wasn't alone. It means there was someone out sailing with Rebecca at the time, and you have to find out who it was.
There was no one with Rebecca. She was alone. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman I identified wasn't Rebecca. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage down in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin and took the boat and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Oh, darling, we can't lose each other now. We've got to be together always, with no secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please.
There's no time. We may have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I've told you they found the boat. They found Rebecca.
What will you do?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Anyone at all?
No.
No one but you and me.
No one but you and me.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? The time we wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks, all these days.
You were so aloof. You never came to me like this. You were strange with me. Awkward, shy.
How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca? How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, I felt you were saying to yourself, this I did with Rebecca, and this, and this.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It was true, wasn't it?
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought I killed her? Loving her? I tell you, I hated her. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other. We never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She knew how I loved Mandalay. She knew how to hurt me most. She stood there that night in the cottage in the cove, smiling at me. I'm going to have a child, she said. It will grow up here at Mandalay, bearing your name. That's a joke, isn't it? And when you die, Mandalay will be his. You can't prevent it. Have you ever thought how hard it would be for you to make a case against me in a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me? We've acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well, haven't we? They'll be happy, won't they? All those smug friends of yours, all your blasted tenants, thinking it's your child. It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter, they'll say. I'll be the perfect mother, Max, just as I've never been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess. None of them will ever know. She turned and faced me, smiling. Then I killed her. She was smiling still. I fired at her heart. She didn't fall at once. She stood there, looking at me, that slow smile on her face, her eyes wide open.
You have heard all the testimony in this case, gentlemen. You have heard how the body of the deceased was found in the cabin of her boat. You have heard the testimony of the boat builder. You have heard Mr. De Winter's story. You have heard how on the night of the tragedy, Mrs. De Winter went down to the cottage where she was in the habit of staying. Gentlemen, how do you find?
The verdict is suicide. Suicide without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased.
Court is adjourned.
It was almost dark when we started for Mandalay. He held my hand in his. He didn't speak for a long time. I must have dozed, for I woke suddenly with a start and heard the first sound of thunder in the air. The air was hot against my face. No rain fell.
What is it, darling?
Maxim, don't drive so fast.
I want to get home. I'm worried. I have a premonition of disaster.
When everything's over, I don't understand.
I want to get home. I want to get back to Mandalay.
What time is it?
Almost 9.
It's funny. It's almost as though the sun was still setting over there beyond those hills. Can't be, though. It's too late.
The wrong direction. You're looking east.
Why, yes. It's funny, isn't it? It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it? Not in summer.
That's not the northern lights you're looking at. That's Mandalay.
Maxim, what is it?
I don't know.
Maxim, look. A fire. Maxim, it's Mandalay. It's burning. Mandalay is burning. We have both known fear and loneliness and very great distress. But we have come through our crisis. Of course, we have our moments of depression. But there are other moments, too, when time, unmeasured by the clock, runs on into eternity. And catching Maxim's smile, I know we are together at last. No barrier between us. We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay. I see the gray stone shining in the moonlight. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And in the library, the door stands half open as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning.
So ends our story. the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Daphne du Maurier's novel Rebecca. In a moment, I shall bring you Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles in person, and Daphne du Maurier on the long-distance phone from London. In the meantime, here's a man with a message worth hearing. A man who keeps one eye on the dining table and the other on the pantry. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. May I remind you once again of that grand dish, Campbell's chicken soup? Remember what I told you about it and make it a point to try it soon. Because until you taste your first glorious spoonful, you're really missing something. Imagine a rich golden broth slowly simmered from plump and perfect chickens, simmered with all the patience and skill of the most particular home cook. And imagine an abundance of selective rice, white and fluffy, drifting all through the broth, every grain saturated with its delicious flavor. Then add tender pieces of chicken meat, each a delight to your taste, and you have a picture of Campbell's chicken soup. But only tasting can really tell you how good it is. Why not plan to have Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow? You'll please the family and, incidentally, make a busy day a little easier for yourself.
And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the star of Rebecca is standing beside me at the microphone. I'd like to tell her that one of my favorite characters in modern fiction was tonight forever endowed with the personality of Miss Margaret Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wells. I hope that the novelist approved of me, too. I want you to know how much I've appreciated playing once more with the Campbell Playhouse tonight, especially in this story, which is one of my favorites.
Yes, it is a grand story, and I do believe the most important factor of radio entertainment is a good story.
I quite agree, too. You know, two things I like very much are good stories and good soup. And when I tell you my idea of a great soup is Campbell's chicken soup, that, Mr. Wells, is no story.
I'm glad you feel that way. Nice of you to say so.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wells, I'd like to ask you a question.
It's very kind of you.
Can you tell me the name of the character?
Will you repeat that question?
What is the name of the character I just played?
Well, that's the major literary mystery of the year. Seriously, she hasn't any name. And our audience, Miss Sullivan, is probably just as curious as you are. And I haven't the answer.
Well, Mr. Maurier must know it. She's phoning us from London in a few minutes, so we'll ask her.
You know, Miss Sullivan, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Until rehearsal started for tonight's performance, I had never, to put it very bluntly, had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Yes?
And, well, now, in 6½ minutes, Miss Sullivan, you'll have gone out of my life. The point is, I am the director of a theater, the
Mercury Theater.
The Mercury Theater. Yes. Thanks. What I started to say was that I'd like to know you better. What are you doing next year?
Are you speaking as a director?
Yes, Mrs. Hayward, as a theater director, if you can be tempted.
Have you a script for me?
I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll forgive me for trying to date up one of the nation's
books. Thank you very much, Miss Sullivan, and thank you, Mr. Wells, for your production of Rebecca. It's been very nice speaking to you both.
Well, Miss Sullivan, I'm afraid that doesn't answer your question. Hello, Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Is London off the air, Mr. Chaplin?
Yes, it is, Mr. Wells.
Pardon me, Miss Sullivan, but all we can salvage from the silence overseas is this cryptogram just brought in to Mr. Chappell by carrier pigeon. Would you care to read it?
Inter-office memo from Daphne du Maurier to Margaret Sullivan. The name of the heroine of Rebecca is Mrs. Max de Winter.
Thank you, Miss Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Miss Beatrice Lilly interrupts her rehearsals of Noel Coward's new musical to be my wife and call it a day. This is a discreet account by Miss Doty Smith of some indiscretions committed one bonny day in April by a nice family who might just as well be living next door to you, and you, and you. It is a composite case history in 3 stages and 6 symptoms of that perilous and delightful malady known so well to you, and you, and you, and me as spring fever. Until then, my sponsor and I and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain most gifted and attractive young actresses. I'm sure you sympathize, and I hope Miss Sullivan understands.
We are ready with London, Mr. Wells.
Thanks. Are you ready, London?
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Moyer.
It's nearly 3 o'clock here in London. It's not often that an author has the chance of hearing the voices of her own characters speaking to her from across the Atlantic Ocean. I've enjoyed it enormously.
Thank you. And Mr. Moyer, may I present Miss Sullivan?
How do you do, Miss Sullivan? I'd like to thank you and Mr. Wells for your splendid interpretation of Mr. and Mrs. De Winter.
Thank you. It's been a great privilege. Mr. Marlowe, there are 2 questions I'd like to ask you. Your descriptions of Mandalay are so vivid that America is curious to know if there is anywhere in England a house on a state like Mandalay.
When you next come to London, Miss Sullivan, get into a train at Thurdington Station and travel west. When you've been 250 miles, get out of that train and walk southeast for half an hour. You'll come to some iron gates, a lodge, and a narrow, twisting drive. If you ever find your way to the end of that drive, you may discover Mandalay.
One thing more, Mr. Marlowe. Can you tell us the name of the heroine of Rebecca? You haven't named her.
Obediently yours.
Tonight's broadcast was Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. Featured were Mildred Natwick as Mrs. Danvers, Ray Collins as Frank Crawley, and George Coulouris as Captain Searle. Frank Reddick was heard as the idiot, Alfred Shirley as Frith, Eustace Wyatt as the coroner, and Agnes Moorhead as Mrs. Van Hopper. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
The makers of Campbell's Soups invite you to join us again next Friday evening at this same time, when Orson Welles will present his production of Dodie Smith's delightful excursion into the private lives of a typical suburban family. Call It a Day, one of the most successful comedies of its type, which was originally presented on Broadway by the Theater Guild. Our guest on this program will be the always charming and amusing Beatrice Lilly, with Jane Wyatt, a young lady who is marching quite swiftly along the road to motion picture fame out in Hollywood, and Gene Dante, who created the part of Anne in the original New York production of Call It a Day. This is Edwin C. Hill speaking for Campbell Soups. I thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
No richer grazing lands could be found in the United States than the broad plains of Texas. But the cattlemen were confronted by many difficulties in getting their herds to market. Hostile Indians, rustlers, and the dangers of the trail itself. It was not until the Lone Ranger started his great fight for justice that the honest ranchers could face the future unafraid. It was his strength and courage that made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Black River! Cattle's waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver, away!
For several hours, a gang of men had been digging around the supports of the bridge across the Black River. Then strong ropes were attached to the timbers and hitched to a dozen draft horses.
Got the ground all loose. It shouldn't be more than the horses can manage.
We'll see. Maybe we'll have to dig a mite more.
They're all hitched now. Who's got the bullwhip?
Here.
Stand back. Now give me room.
Get along there! Get up!
The support's cable, little Jack.
Get up there! Get along there! Get!
It's going. Keep the horses pulling, Jack. Don't let them settle back.
Get up there! Get up!
Keep them pulling together now. Once more.
Get up there! Get along there!
There she goes. Good. That's done it.
Unhitch the horses now. We done our job.
Look at the bridge. Look at her floating right downstream. Keep on going. She'll go right past Turner's ranch, and he'll know we done our job before we can get back to tell him.
Yep. Turner will be downright glad to see the ruins of the bridge. Now all we got to do is take the horses back and help Boss Turner collect cash. Come on, boys. Let's get going.
Cantor, look. What's that coming down Black River?
Oh, that looked like part of bridge.
I thought the bridge was built to stand any kind of flood water. That is the bridge.
Huh?
I'm going out there and have a look at it. Here, Silver.
You go in water?
Yes. We'll see if we can't drag those remains to shore. Here, take one end of this rope.
Hitch the tree?
Yes. I'll take the other end and tie it to the bridge. We'll at least anchor it. Come on, boy. That's it, Silver. Right in. That's it, boy. Come on, swim for it, fellow. We're nearly there.
Rope goes down.
We'll make it all right. There. All right, Cantor, all the way.
On down.
Back now, Silver. That's it. Come on, Silver, old boy. Back to shore. That's the way. Is it holding, Cantor?
All right.
Come on, Silver. There.
And he's strong.
But not strong enough to tear the bridge away. What happened to it? That bridge has always been important to the cattlemen west of here.
That's right.
Cantor, if there's no bridge, the cattlemen will have a hard time getting their livestock to the market. Unless the Turner Ranch. He has a bridge of his own there. If he won't let the cattlemen use his bridge, he'll be cut off from the market. I wonder if by any chance Buck Turner had a hand in the destruction of the bridge.
Nothing to worry about now, boys.
Not unless the cattlemen find out that me and the others uprooted the bridge, and then there'll be a plenty for us to worry about.
How'll they find out? They can't prove it no matter how much they suspect.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Turner. I sure as thunder hope so.
You ever see me wrong?
Well, no.
All right, then. All we got to do now is to sit by our bridge and collect the 2 bits a head for every steer that's brought across.
Turner.
Well?
You say there ain't no risk.
Sure not.
That ain't going to affect you when it comes to squaring up with me and the boys, is it?
Sure not. I made a deal, didn't I?
Yeah, you made one.
Promised that I'd split half with you and your 2 pals. Every time a head of cattle crosses my bridge, I give half the 2 bits to you.
Well, I wouldn't want you to forget that part of the deal.
Of course I wouldn't forget it.
And me and the boys was saying we'd feel a sight more comfortable if we could be around here and help come.
It wouldn't do. It'll never do, Jack. You're too well known around. Why, shucks, anyone that's seen Jack Harper and his 2 pals working on my ranch would know there was something wrong. It'd be too much for anyone to think you three work for cowhand pay.
You want we should hang around town, is that it?
That's it.
All right, then.
Besides, you'll hear all the talk if you're in town. And there'll be plenty of talk when it's found that everyone has to pay me to move his cattle. There'll be plenty of talk around town.
Why, it's the doggonest thing ever. I seen the bridge was down. Then I went to the Turner spread. I had to use his bridge. And what do you think that maverick wanted?
I know what he wanted, Carvel. 2 bits a head to cross.
Yeah, and me with 5,000 head. I didn't have the cash.
Now, what'd you do?
I didn't cross, that's all.
I don't reckon there's a chance of fording the stream.
Not a chance, Bates. Hey, boys, all of you. Listen, everyone in this cafe, I got things to say.
Fire away, Cowell.
How many of you men have found out about the Turner Bridge? How many of you can afford to pay 2 bits a head to cross your cattle? I say it's highway robbery. Why, there ain't a man of us can pay that cash and come out even when we sell our stock.
No. And we can't keep the stock. There ain't pasture enough to carry it through another year.
No. Boys, we gotta do something.
Rebuild the bridge.
That'd take too long. The market wouldn't wait that long. It's move the cattle now or not at all. Boys, Turner's always been scheming for himself instead of for the good of everyone.
That's right, Carvel. If any of us owned the bridge, we'd tell the rest to go on and use her. That's the way folks have got to live in this part of the country.
Not Turner, though. I say make him let us cross our livestock. We'll gang up and make him.
Hold on, Carvel.
All right, Sheriff. I'm glad you heard me.
I heard the last of what you said, Carvel.
Well?
It won't do.
What do you mean it won't do?
I mean the Turner owns the land and the bridge, and no man can trespass on his property without his permission. Dad Ratted, Sheriff, you're in cahoots with Turner. Yeah. Nope, I ain't in cahoots with no man, Bates. You know better than to say that. Then look at things as we do. I look at things as the law says. I admit that Turner's a polecat if he won't help the rest of you out. But if he wants to be one, that's his privilege. That's why this country is what it is. A man can be as big as he wants or just as small. The law will protect him as long as he don't break no laws.
I wouldn't put it past him to have torn down the government bridge.
That calls for proof.
What are we to do?
I ain't a cattleman.
We can't go round the river. It'd take weeks of travel.
Can't ford?
Not when she's as high as it is now.
Then I guess you'll have to pay what Turner wants, or wait till the bridge is rebuilt.
We can't do that either.
Do without marketing this season.
And we'll all go broke. This'll be a ghost town. Everyone will have to leave here.
Boys, you got an ugly problem on your hands, and I'm downright sorry about it. But I'm warning you. If I have to do so, I'll send for Texas Rangers to keep you off Turner's land unless he gives permission to let you on.
The cattlemen were helpless. It was impossible for most of them to pay what Turner demanded, and the others refused to sacrifice the principle at stake. Tonto reported the men's attitude to the Lone Ranger, and
nothing will make those men change their minds, Tonto.
Not right.
They'll never pay Turner for the use of his bridge. They'll kill their cattle first.
Cattle all die for food, and soon.
I wonder if there isn't some way. It's certain that the bridge never went out without help. I'm fairly sure that Turner had a hand in helping it.
You proved that?
I don't know how.
Well, Tonto find track of men near old bridge.
Yes, there were men there, but how can we prove it? Even if we did find the men and found they were hired by Turner, it wouldn't bring the cattle across Turner's bridge. And that's the thing that has to be done first.
Wait.
What is it?
Someone come this way.
I'll stay with the horses so they won't make any sound. Heading toward the Turner ranch. Tonto, whoever that rider was, he's crossed the bridge. I'm going as close as I can on foot and see who went there.
That ain't right. We done our work. We want our pay.
We made an agreement, Jack, and I'll stand by it. I'll pay you half of what's paid to me.
But hang it, all the way things stand now, there's nothing to be paid you.
All right. And you get nothing.
Now, that ain't right. All our work and nothing for it. Maybe you think it was easy working on the bridge.
What about me? Think it's easy for me to sit here by the bridge all the time?
Well, your men take turns with you, though.
Even so, I've got to keep on the job so there's no cattle can come across while there's no one here.
Yeah, but the other boys, they want pay, too.
Tell them what I told you. And look, tell them not to worry. I've been checking up on things, and there ain't no way but for the men to pay me.
They won't.
I ain't worried none, Jack. They're sore as they can be. They're saying right now that they'll kill off their stock sooner than pay what I demand. But they'll think better of it. First thing you know, one rancher will bring his cattle across, and then another. And once it's started, it'll keep on. Those men ain't fools.
They're cussed stubborn and set in their ways.
You wait and see. Inside the next week, there'll be cattle moving over our bridge. Tell the boys to wait and be patient. We'll come out on top. You just wait and see how we go.
Tonto, get ready. We're breaking camp. You hear him? I heard enough. I know who Turner had smashed the bridge. Who that? Jack Harper. He's never been known to work, but always has plenty of money. He's one of the men. There were two others who worked with him.
What do now?
We'll saddle up. I'll tell you while we ride.
You find way get cattle over?
I think so. Steady there, Silver. We're moving in a minute. I want to talk to Ben Carville. He's one of the main cattlemen. If we can get him to help us, we may be...
You know him?
Well, I know enough about him to feel sure that I can persuade him to do what I want.
Here come fella back again.
Let him come. I'm ready for him now. The first step in our plan is to capture Jack Harper. I'll meet you at our old camp. Come on, Silver. Hurry, old boy. Harper, I want to speak to you.
Who are you?
Come on, Silver. Rein up there, Harper.
The masked man.
We've met before.
Yeah, and I've been hoping we'd meet again. I got a score to settle with you.
Rein up, Harper.
Like fun I will.
Don't make me rope you. You'll spill hard.
Just you close in on me, I'll drill you.
You've missed 4 times. You've only got 2 shots left. And that's 6. Your gun's empty, Harper. You want to fall, huh?
No. Not the rope. Oh, there. Whoa. No, don't rope me. I'm a-stopping. You got me. What do you want? What do you want of me?
There's something we're going to talk over, Harper. Matter of a bridge that you ripped down.
I don't know nothing about any bridge.
No, we'll see about that. You're coming with me. We'll get the rest of your gang later on.
No, wait. Hold on. You can't prove a thing. There ain't a thing.
I'm not concerned with trying to prove anything.
Well, what do you want?
Harper, I'm not going to say another word about you wrecking a bridge. You can put your mind at rest on that score. All I want of you is your company for a few days. After that, I think matters will adjust themselves.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger captured Harper, he rode into town under cover of darkness and waited outside the cafe. Finally, the doors swung open and 2 men stepped into the street.
I ain't waiting no longer. We'll see Harper tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be time.
1 minute.
What the?
Huh?
Walk straight ahead and get to the saddle.
What's this? Mask?
Keep your voices down. I don't want to rope and gag you two.
Say, what do you mean? Ouch!
Move along.
All right. Stop taunting us with them guns.
I don't want any trouble with you. If I have to go back without you, I won't promise that Jack Harper will be in good health.
I know who this is now.
Mount up.
No use argue fire now. We'll get the chance later.
We'll see about that. Start.
Come on.
I did sleep later this morning, Sarah. There's nothing to get up for.
Oh, what a way to talk.
Eat your breakfast, Ben Carville, and start thinking what to do about the cattle. I never see you lick before.
No, Sarah.
Biggest rancher in this county, and you're beat by a swindling, scheming crook like Turner.
It ain't that he's beat me, Sarah. It's the doggone law that's beat me. Why, the sheriff's ready to call in Texas Rangers if he has to.
A fine thing.
If I had my way, we'd go and hog-tie Turner and then take the livestock across the bridge. 10 years ago, that's what had been done. But now, shucks, there's laws.
Well, then find some other way. What if you do have to pay 2 bits a head for cattle? Pay it, you'll still come out a shade ahead.
Oh, it ain't that.
That'd be better than going broke or something.
Sarah, I can afford the 2 bits a head. I got the cash, but a lot of the men don't have. They'd think I was a fine breed of polecat to market my cattle when they're stuck with theirs.
They haven't got the cash?
No. And if they try to get Turner to take cattle instead of cash, he'll swindle them something fierce.
No, he won't.
Huh? What's that?
I came to see you, Carville.
Who the Sam Hill?
Eat your breakfast. I'll talk while you're doing it. This is going to be a busy day.
What you talking about? Who are you?
Now, one thing at a time. I'm getting at the problem of cattle. You'll have to move yours today.
As if I wouldn't give my lower teeth to do that. Maybe you got notions of where I might move it to. Now, who are you?
Should you move it? East, of course, to the railroad, to market. You want to sell, don't you?
Does a fish want to swim? Of all the fool questions, of course I want to sell. But I'm hanged if I'll pay Turner.
Yes, you will.
Is that a threat? By ginger, if it is, then the law will be on my side for a change. Go on, threaten me.
I'm not going to threaten you. I'm just going to tell you why you're moving cattle.
Can't be done. By ginger, maybe you got something there. You hear that, Sarah?
Why, it sounds like it might work.
It will work, and we're starting it right now.
Ben, your breakfast.
Feed it to the hogs. This is my busy day. I got cattle to move. Hank, Pete, Slim, snap to it. We're moving east today. Come on, saddle up. Don't ask questions. Get things going. We can't sell while the cattle's on this side of Black River. Now hurry up. Move that cattle.
One, 22, 23. 1001, 1002, 1003. 2,999 and 3,000. 3,000 head even. Is that what you count, Carville?
That's right. At 2 bits a head, Turner, I figure it comes about $750.
Right.
Well, there's the cash. I'll take a receipt if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all. You ain't riding herds?
No, my boys can handle it without me.
There's the receipt. I don't see why everyone feels I'm so ornery for charging for my bridge, Carville.
Let's not get talking on that.
It cost me cash to build the bridge.
It was worthwhile, wasn't it? You got to use the land on the other side for nothing.
Even so.
Turner, all I got to say is just this. Out here, men stand by one another. When a man's in trouble, all the others help him out. That's how we get along.
Where I come from, men pay for what they want.
Maybe so. It's all how you look at it. I'll head back now. I suppose you won't charge me for going back across your bridge.
Nope, have that crossing on me. So long, Carville.
Bye.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah?
You might tell the rest that if they don't cross this week, I'm doubling the price on them.
I'll tell them. I got a notion they'll be crossing, though. Go along there.
Not bad. $750 as easy as rolling off a log. Redskin coming. Where do you think you're going, Redskin?
Me come here. You got cash.
Hey, sure I got cash. What about it?
Half go to Harper fella.
Where is he?
Him send Tonto.
You a Tonto?
You give cash plenty quick.
Now, hold on. Don't be so quick about things. How do I know he sent you?
You not give it, Harper get mad. You give it.
Hey, did he tell you to rough about it? Put that gun away.
Half a cash.
All right. I'll give it to you. But you better be doggone sure that Harper gets it. Yeah.
I'm good. Get him up, Scout.
Lone Ranger's camp, not far from the bridge, Jack Harper and his Confederates were being held prisoners. But neither the masked man nor Tonto were on hand to guard them.
I'm getting loose, boys. I think I'll get the ropes off.
The sooner the better.
Sooner the better is right. I don't like the way that Lone Ranger is treating us.
That's the trouble. If he'd come out with an open threat or tell us point blank what's on his mind. But he won't. Just keeps us here saying almost nothing about the reason.
How you coming, Jack? We got to call on Turner.
We'll call on him all right enough. I'm getting loose.
Good thing our horses are still here.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I'm getting them. There.
One hand free.
Great work, Jack.
Where's the other hand? I'll have you all loose in no time. I got a knife here.
Hurry it up. The Redskin or the Lone Ranger might come back.
Hold still now. There's your hands. Now get your own knife out and cut your feet loose.
Sure thing.
Here. There. Now you're loose.
That does it.
Now don't spoil it all by being too eager. Let's look around first.
I'll get our shooting irons. The Lone Ranger left them here by the tree.
Right. You, fetch the horses.
I'll get them.
I don't see no sign of the Lone Ranger.
His guns.
Swell. Now let him show himself. I'd like the chance to drill that critter. We got scores to settle with him now, and when we do, we'll settle them for keeps.
Here's the horses.
No use waiting longer. Let's get going. We gotta see Turner. I heard cattle crossing that bridge, and that means we got cash a-coming to us.
Let's go get it.
And shoot the Lone Ranger on the way. I just hope we see him.
Come on.
Get up. Get up.
The three outlaws found Turner in the living room of his ranch house.
You come, Turner.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Heard cattle crossing the bridge.
Sure, there was a cobble stuck. Nice lot of it.
Yeah, sounded like it. Now, what about our cash?
Your cash?
You know what I'm talking about.
Give it to the Indian.
What Indian?
Hold on, Harper. What are you trying to put over on me? You got your half of the cash?
What?
You're loco, Turner.
You sent a redskin to collect.
We done nothing of the sort. We're here to collect it now, and we want it pronto. Hand it over. Half of what you got from Carver.
Why, you double-crossing
No go. You ain't backing down on us.
Hold on. What that redskin look like?
Big critter dressed in buckskin, riding a paint horse.
That's him, Jack.
Did you get his name? Was it Torno?
Yeah.
That's a friend of the Lone Ranger. I see it now. The Lone Ranger had us hog-tied. He held us so he could collect the cash from you. What'd you give the cash to the redskin for?
Well,
Are you looking for us?
Quit the...
Don't go for a gun, Harper. You're covered.
You and that redskin.
I see you got out of the rope.
How'd you get across my bridge?
By just telling the guard there that we had cash for Jack Harper. Here, cash. Just a minute. Before we hand this over, I must know exactly what it's for.
It's, Harper's.
Mine is right. Turner owed it to me.
For what?
None of your business.
Well, then we'll take it with us.
You can't do that.
Unless we know just why this cash is being paid to Jack Harper and his men, it will not be paid.
All right. I'll tell you why.
Jack, don't do it.
No, it's all right. There ain't no one here but your own men, and they know all about things. If you gotta know, Mr. Lone Ranger, it's to pay us for pulling down the bridge.
That's going
Now
for
let
you.
him try and prove that. Who'll believe it without proof?
I guess your own admission is proof enough, Harper.
Yeah? Well, go on and make someone believe what I said. I'll hand that money over and...
Not so fast.
Sheriff.
Happened that I heard that confession.
Yes, and so did I.
What is this? Every cattleman from the west side of Black River's here.
You bet we are.
It's a frame-up.
You can't touch us. We deny everything.
We've been framed.
You crooks can save a lot of breath by saving what you got until you come to trial.
You're trespassing. You come on my land without a warrant. This ain't legal. Sheriff, you know the laws.
Yep, Turner, I know the laws, and I enforce them as I see them.
And you can't come here without a warrant. Let me see your warrant.
Oh, I reckon we got a right to be here.
I know you ain't. You ain't paid to cross my private bridge.
No, we ain't paid no toll.
Then you can't come
see,
here.
Turner, Carville paid it for us. Part of that cash that there's been so much talk about was for us.
That's a lie. Carville paid for his cattle and the men to handle it.
Mm-hmm. And we was all some of the men.
You and Bates and...
All of us. You didn't notice us when we crossed with 3,000 head of cattle, but we crossed all the same. The fact that we're here sure proves it.
The whole thing was framed.
Well, Harper, I reckon you're right on that score. It was the Lone Ranger's idea, and it worked out slick.
You can't get away with it.
Turner, if I had my say, I'd throw the four of you in jail. But that wouldn't do the folks that owns the cattle no good. The way I figure the law, and the way the Lone Ranger figures it, is that sometimes a crook can do better out in the jail than he can in.
Well...
Now, being as you and these men arranged to tear the bridge down, it's up to you to see that it's rebuilt. Meanwhile, you'll have to let the cattlemen use your bridge. And you won't make no toll charges on it.
It'll cost me plenty of cash to fix that bridge.
Well, of course, if you'd sooner go to jail, the government will pay for fixing it. As for Carville's money, I'll see that he gets that back.
What's your choice? Jail or the bridge?
There ain't no choice.
That's the way we figured, Turner. Leastwise, that's how the Lone Ranger figured.
The Lone Ranger? Where's he at?
Looks like he slipped out.
I'll get him. This is twice he's got the best of me. I'll get square.
It's twice, Harper, that you've escaped a jail term. You might not be lucky again.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great home brighteners, Lin-X Clear Gloss, Lin-X Cream Polish, and Lin-X Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder on Mad Mountain, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the murder on Mad Mountain by the aid of a dog lost in the snow. But first, let me tell you something. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings new beauty to your walls. With Lin-X Clear Gloss, the transparent finish that gives lustrous, durable protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Lin-X Clear Gloss, a favorite in thousands of American homes, flows on easily without brush marks, drying to an attractive gloss that wears and wears, and looks beautiful for a long, long time. What's more, it resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. And Lin-X Clear Gloss keeps dirt on the surface so that it's easily wiped away. Keep your home looking lovely with Lin-X Clear Gloss, available at your paint, hardware, or department store, headquarters for all three great Lin-X home brighteners, and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour.
And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we open our story today, we find Nick and Patsy in a train which is crossing the hump of Mad Mountain in a raging blizzard.
This is a pretty thrilling experience, Nick, riding over the mountain in a blizzard like this. We're just as snug and cozy inside the train here as if we were in our own homes.
It may be thrilling, Patsy, but it's pretty dangerous, too.
Dangerous? What's dangerous about it?
Well, up here on Mad Mountain, there's always the danger of a snowslide sweeping down on us and pushing the whole train down into the canyon. Or we could run into extra heavy drifts and get stalled. In fact, that's where Mad Mountain got its name, from the trouble it's always caused the railroad.
Well, I don't care. I'm enjoying it just the same.
Wonder how much behind schedule we are.
Here comes the conductor. I'll ask him. Oh, conductor? How late are we going to be?
Well, I can't tell you, miss. Depends on how long this storm keeps us.
Say, conductor, didn't you used to be on the New York to Miami run in the Pennsy about 10 years ago?
Why, yes, I did. Left there 11 years ago next March.
I thought so. I used to ride with you often in those days. Is your name Bonner? Robert Bonner?
Gosh, what a memory. Sure, I'm Robert Bonner, but I don't remember you.
Takes a detective's trained mind to remember names and faces, Mr. Bonner. Nick's a great one for that.
Nick? You don't mean you're Nick Carter?
Guilty in the first degree.
Well, don't that beat all? After 11 years. I would say, Mr. Carter, I'm sort of glad you're riding with us this trip.
You want me to help you find the tracks again if the train runs off them?
It ain't the blizzard I was thinking of, bad as it is. That opera star we got hitched on the rear of the train.
You mean that private car we saw at the terminal belongs to a real opera star? Who is she?
Her name's Pauline Hall, and she's a stuck-up, highfalutin queen of them all.
Well, why are you worried about her?
Well, after we hitched her car on, I went back to see if everything was okay. Orders, you know.
Sure, I know.
Well, out she comes, wearing more jewels than the Russian royal family. She waves her hand at me and she says, "Conductor, please see that no one is permitted to enter my car at all. I'm not to be disturbed before we get to Sacramento in the morning." A fuzzy little chow dog of hers stands there blinking at me. Collar around his neck studded with diamonds.
Well, a chow is a high-class dog, Mr. Bonner.
And then, as if there ain't enough trouble for me trying to keep everything straight around here with a blizzard blowing down my neck, I get this telegram from the chief. Says I gotta take care of the dame and her sparklers as if they were my own. Says the stuff she's carrying is worth about 100,000 cash.
That's a lot of jewels to be lying around loose.
Yeah, maybe she won't be disturbed in Sacramento in the morning either if that dumb engineer of ours don't use more sand. We was an hour behind crawling up the other side. Now we ain't even crawling.
Why, Nick, we stopped. We aren't moving at all now.
Sounds as if we're in trouble.
Yes, sir. We are in trouble. Engineer's whistling for a flagman. Got to get him out fast. Won't he like that on a night like this?
What do you need a flagman for up here in the mountains?
Well, the second section, this train's right behind us. And this snow, she could plow right into us before she knew we were here. Hey, Carney, wake up, you.
What's the matter now, Bob?
Get your flag and get going. We're stuck.
Oh, look, on a night like this...
There's no time to argue, Carney. Now, you get ready and start on your way back. And you'll be sure to get back a full half mile, too, before you set up your flares. Be watching, so shake it up.
I suppose I gotta climb out and wade around that opera star's car. She won't let me go through.
You bet she won't. When you go by her car, don't cuss so loud you wake her up either. I don't want to be hauled on the carpet for disturbing her nibs.
Snow must be up to my waist by this time.
Yes, and watch out you don't fall over into the canyon. There ain't much room to spare between the track and the edge of that cliff, you know.
Of all the doggone dirty jobs on a railroad, this being a flagman.
He doesn't look very happy.
No, and I ain't very happy either. That doddering old throttle pusher up there in the cab was a real he-man. We wouldn't be stopping for a little snow. Well, ain't nothing to do now but wait. Hope the second section don't jam into us.
What's the engineer trying to do now, Bob?
Well, sounds like he's signaling to the other section. That dumb flagman of mine set the flares going like I told him to. They ought to stop the rest of this drag. Then there wouldn't be no need for all that tooting and whistling.
Well, why don't you look and see if you can see the flares, Mr. Bonner? They'd certainly show up across the snow, now that it stopped snowing.
Well, that's just what I'm going to do. You want to come, Mr. Carter?
Wait till I get my coat on and I'll be right with you.
You ready, Mr. Carter? Take a look out the platform. They have the car here. Now watch out. We'll open up here. There we are.
Hey, mighty cold out here. Must be near zero.
Yeah, very near. Hey, That's the other section, Mr. Carter. They got the signal.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
Good gosh, it sounds like... It is. That's an avalanche.
Look out. Sounds like a big slide.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that was awful close. Too close for comfort.
Yes, sir, indeed. Missed us, though. Went right by us.
And what about the flagman? You suppose that he might have been...
Carney. He must have been right in the path. I better see if he...
I'll go with you. Come on.
Now, once you step along this edge of the canyon, Mr. Carter, 1,000 feet drop to the state highway at the bottom.
Don't worry. I'm watching.
And look at the Queen's car here. Not a light in it. Not a peep out of the old girl. I'd have thought the noise of that slide would have woken the dead.
Didn't you say she had a maid and a porter with her, too? Funny they're not awake.
Yeah. Probably she's got them both so scared. Don't dare make a sound while she's asleep. The dog, too. Didn't hear a peep out of him either.
Hey, Bob, look ahead there.
Yeah?
That slide cleared off a place about a quarter-mile wide.
Yes, sir. Only missed us by about 100 yards.
Wait a minute. I've got my flashlight here. Let me see if we can see anything of Carney anywhere.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. There ain't no use looking for him. Not after that.
Here, listen.
I don't hear nothing.
There it is again. And it's down there over the edge of the canyon.
Here, flash your light down there. See if it...
I can't see a thing. Must have... Hey, Bob, look there. The flagman.
Carney.
Yes. Caught on that little tree down there. Must be 50 feet down the side of the slope.
What's he doing down there?
He must have slipped and fallen over the edge on his way back.
Yeah, but... Hey, that's not Carney making that noise.
No, it isn't, but... I can't see anything else down there that's making it.
No wonder they named this Mad Mountain.
Well, go get a couple of porters and some rope.
All right.
We'll have to get Carney out of there quick if he's still alive.
Just a little more now, boy. Take it easy. Oh, pull. Yeah, pull. Here, let me help you. Now, all together. Yeah. Right. No more. There. That's it.
Now, give me a hand with the body.
Mr. Carter, is he dead?
Yes, he broke his neck when he fell.
Poor Carney. Many's a long ride we've had together.
You two porters stay here with the body for a bit.
Yes.
Bob, you and I have a job to do. Come on, quick.
A job? What do you mean? Hey, where you going?
If it's what I think it is, we got a real job on our hands. You got a key to the Queen's private car?
The Queen's? Well, no. What do you want that for?
You know what I found down there when I was getting Carney's body?
No, I ain't got any idea.
Well, that chow dog of hers is caught in a clump of bushes just below where Carney stopped now.
Yeah, I'll bet that darn dog got out of the car and chased Carney, and Carney fell over the edge trying to get away from him.
Certainly hope you're right, Bob, but I don't think so.
Well, what do you think did happen then?
I'll tell you in a minute. Here's the end of the Queen's car.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got a key that'll fit this door. Now, they have a special lock on it. I can't wait to take it now. Watch out.
Hey, we can't go busting into private cars like that.
We can this time. Now I can unlock it from the inside.
Well, what do you think you're going to find in here?
Come on in. Shut the door.
All right. I don't see what...
Look here, Bob. Look.
Hey, what are those stains on the rug there? That ain't... Hey, what's that?
I came from in here.
Well, that's her porter all tied up.
Yes. And he's been drugged, too.
Well, I don't understand.
I thought so. See there?
Oh, look at all that blood.
Yes. And the Queen put up quite a struggle for her life, but she lost.
Well, I'll say there was a fight here. Look at this room, everything upside down.
Yes. And everything valuable gone. Nothing left but some toilet articles. Where's the maid's compartment?
It's over here. Oh, gosh almighty. She's dead, too. Strangled to death, looks like.
Those purple marks around her neck couldn't mean anything else. Oh, what a smell.
What is it, Mr. Carter? It smells like perfume.
Yeah, see there? Broken perfume bottle. Got smashed in the struggle. Whew. The smell is so strong, it's sickening.
Oh, I'm going to catch it for this.
What's in the other compartment?
I wouldn't know. I just hope it ain't more bodies.
Well, we'll see. Aha, just as I suspected. See those cigarette burns on the dresser and the empty bottles? 2 men hid in here, waited until the time was right, then killed the Queen and her maid and stole the jewels.
How do you know there was two men?
Two different brands of cigarettes here.
Oh, yeah. Where do you suppose they got aboard?
Probably hid in here before the car left the junction.
Well, do you suppose they're still on the train?
See if the front door of the car is unlocked.
Oh, sure. Yes, Mr. Carter, it's not locked.
Well, they probably went out that way, and they're somewhere on the train now. Bob, they must have figured that nobody would enter this car before it reached Sacramento.
Uh-huh.
They were all set to drop off at one of the way stations before that. But undoubtedly, the snowslide interfered with their plans. And in this deep snow, there's no place they could go without being in danger of their lives. Yes, I feel sure they're still on the train.
Well, can you find any clues to tell us who they are?
Well, I hope so.
Well, could you take some fingerprints, maybe?
It would take too long to fingerprint everybody in the train. No, we've got to find some other way to do it.
Yes, but how?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
But I think I've an idea.
Well, what do we do now?
Bring Carney's body in here. Let the passengers think he was killed in the slide, but don't let them know he was murdered.
Murdered? Do you say Carney was murdered, too? I thought you said his neck was broken.
It was. But the back of his head was crushed in, too. And that was no accident.
Oh, poor
That's
Carney.
what led me to believe that there might have been trouble here in the Queen's car. Bob, as I see it, the Chow made trouble for the killers when they started their work. So they took it outside to get rid of it, but they ran into Carney.
Uh-huh.
They killed him and threw him and the dog into the canyon. And so long as the killers think that Carney and the dog are both dead, we'll let them keep on thinking so. At least until I can rescue that Chow.
Are you crazy, Mr. Carter? That mud ain't worth risking your neck for.
No. I have an idea. Maybe he can tell us who the killers are.
Oh, what the heck? Chows can't talk.
I have an idea. Maybe this one can. At least I'm going to find out anyway.
So Nick thinks he can make the Chow talk. At least enough to tell him who killed the opera singer and stole her jewels. Will the dog still be alive by the time he can get down to rescue it? And will it tell him what he wants to know? We'll see in just a moment. There is no more attractive background for your furniture than lustrous, well-kept floors. And Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors looking their best, whether they're wood, tile, or linoleum. Yet it takes only a jiffy to apply and dries without rubbing to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains the highest possible content of genuine Carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. When the most used parts of your floor show wear, you needn't re-wax the whole floor either. And Linex self-polishing wax is so resistant to dirt and water that it keeps the soil on the surface, where it's easily wiped away with a damp cloth or mild suds. In addition, Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The Underwriters Laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle, have proved this fact. So get it now. Linex, L-I-N-X. Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick planning to rescue the dead opera singer's dog, which is caught on a bush on the side of the canyon, in the hopes that it might some way reveal the identity of the murderers of his mistress.
But where did Nick go, Mr. Bonner?
He wouldn't tell me, Miss Bo, and he just told me to come to the baggage car, get all the extra rope we have, and wait till he got back.
Now, I wish you wouldn't try to rescue that dog tonight. It's too dangerous in the dark on a freezing night like this.
I tried to tell him that, but he wouldn't listen to me. Just said that the dog was going to help him find the killers. Crazy talk.
Perhaps it isn't so crazy, Mr. Bonner. Nick has a way of knowing what he's talking about, but I wish
You
he
got
would...
that rope for me, Bob?
Look, Mr. Carter, now why don't you let me take the baggage and mail crews and search the train for these killers?
That'll be useless, Bob. Those crooks are only 2 out of several hundred people on this train. How could you tell them from the others?
Well,
Furthermore, once you let the passengers know there have been 2 murders on this train, you'll see what happens.
Oh, gosh, Nick, you're right. We might have a panic on our
I
hands.
guess you're right, but I don't like it just the same, risking your neck for a fool dog.
I like dogs, and this one's hurt and probably freezing by now.
Nick, what were you doing in the train just now? I thought you said you weren't going to try to spot the killers.
I wasn't, Patsy. Not exactly.
Well, then what were you doing?
Looking for something.
Well, did you find...
Maybe. We'll see later. Now, if you'll let me have that rope.
Sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, you stay here. I don't want any of the train crew or passengers to know what's going on.
Well, okay, whatever you say.
If Mr. Bonner's not going with you, I am.
Well, now that the storm's over, I guess it's safe enough. But you better dress warmly, Patsy. It's mighty cold out.
Well, look, Nick, there's an extra trainman's outfit here. That's heavy enough. Could I use that, Mr. Bonner?
Sure, if you can get into it.
I can get into it all right with plenty left over.
Patsy, I want to get that dog while he's still alive. Hurry up, will you? Let's get going. I'm glad that wind died down. Not quite so cold now.
That's right. Is this where you found the brakeman? Oh, yes, I can see the marks in the snow. Is the dog here too, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He was caught in a small bush just below where the brakeman was.
How are you going to get down to him?
I'm going to tie this larger rope to the rail here if I can find it under this snow.
Oh.
Yes, here it is. This rail is cold. That should be a knot that'll hold it. Yeah. Now, I'll let myself down the side of the canyon with it.
Mm-hmm.
You keep hold of this smaller rope. When I've tied the dog to it, you pull it up.
Okay.
I can climb back up the other rope myself.
It's a good thing we have the headlight from the locomotive on the second section to help us. Gosh, it's bright.
Yes, even though it's at least a half mile down the track, it's light enough for us to see by. All right, are you ready?
Well, gee, Nick, suppose your hands get so cold you can't pull yourself back up.
Don't worry, they won't, Patsy. I'll be getting enough exercise, so I'll keep warm. It's you I'm worried about. Are you warm enough?
Oh, sure. This outfit I've got on keeps all the cold out. I'm okay.
All right, then. I'm off. I'll let you know as soon as I'm ready to have the dog pulled up.
I'll be waiting. Take care of yourself, Nick.
I'm all right.
Careful, Nick.
Here he is, Patsy, and he's still alive.
Oh, good.
Oh, poor little fella. All right, steady, Billy. We'll have you up where it's nice and warm in no time. There we are. Now, let's put this little rope around your belly. There we are. Hold still. There. Now, I'll tie it around your forelegs so it won't slip. There. I don't want to lose you now. You're too valuable to me.
You ready, Nick?
Just a minute. Hey, take it easy, will you? You'll be all right. There we are. Now we'll have a nice ride. All right, pull him up, Patsy. Careful.
Okay, coming up.
I'll just pull myself up with you so I can keep my eye on you and be sure you won't slip out of the ropes. Don't fight it, boy. Don't fight it. Easy now, easy.
You okay, Nick?
Yes, we're both coming along all right.
Oh, the poor little fellow. He must be frozen.
It probably is. There. I'm not too warm myself.
All right, boy.
You untie him, will you, while I get this rope off the track?
Okay.
Yeah, take it easy, pup.
Yeah, now just
I don't blame you for being mad. I'm mad, too.
You're all right now. You're all right. There you are. Can you stand up? Oh, Nick, do you suppose any of his bones are broken?
I hope not. Let me see. No, I think he's just suffering from exposure. He's hardly more than a pup.
Oh, I'll carry him back to the dining car. We'll get the chef to fix him something hot.
Some good hot milk with a little brandy in it ought to make him feel like a new dog. And something hot wouldn't hurt us either. Come on.
Oh, look, Nick. He feels much better than he did. Why, he walks around almost normally now.
Yes, a little something warm to eat fixed him.
Here, and that rub down you gave him.
Oh, what are you planning to do now, Nick?
Let me have that small piece of rope, will you? Want to make a leash for him.
You're not going to take that poor pup out for a walk, are you?
Take him out? No. Take him for a walk? Yes.
But why?
Patsy, have you forgotten we're on the trail of two murderers?
Of course not, Nick, but...
There. That's not much of a leash, but I think it'll serve the purpose. All right, Bob, you ready?
I sure am, ready for anything, but... Say, do I smell trouble?
You might. We'll know pretty quick now.
Well, may I come too, Nick?
Not this time, Patsy. Just wait here and cross your fingers for luck.
Okay. Where are you going?
To the smoking compartment of the first car. I want to show the dog something. Easy now, Bob.
Right.
The smoking compartment's just ahead here.
Okay.
Quiet, boy, quiet. You'll get your chance in just a minute.
I remember back some 20 years ago, we were held up for 4 days in a slide on a railroad up in Cantor.
Yeah. Somebody's always been where it's worse
Now,
than
listen,
it is
Bob.
now.
I'm going to let the dog loose when we get to the door of the compartment. I'll follow him in, and you stay back of me.
I don't want to seem to brag. I was just going to say...
Shut up. This is bad enough now without you making it worse.
Hey, Bob, you hear that? Yeah, but what? Quiet. I'm letting him loose.
Of course, you don't want...
Way down. Button your lip.
Ready, Bob?
Yeah.
All right, here goes. We stay here until I say so.
Guys just can't keep their trap shut when they're... What's the devil? Hey, take them off me, will you? Take that thing, don't you? Also, never much welcome, Mike. Get out of the way, Pete. I can't concentrate on hitting you.
your hands up, now.
You ain't got no right to come in here that way.
Don't try to get your gun or I'll let you have it right.
I got my hands up.
That's better. I don't like shooting. All right, Bob, take their guns away from them.
Yeah.
Be sure you get all of them. And see what else they have on them at the same time.
Sure, Mr. Carter, sure. I'll give them a good going over.
Carter? You ain't Nick Carter.
I certainly am.
Wouldn't you know, Pete? We pull a job way up here in the mountains, and Nick Carter has to be on the train.
Oh, shut up. You ain't got nothing on us, nothing.
No, I think I have plenty.
Prove it. You want to search us?
Find anything interesting, Bob?
No, nothing. Just these 3 guns. Nothing else. Yeah, you say we ain't done nothing. I told you got no right.
You and your pal murdered the opera singer and are made in their private car tonight. You slugged the brakeman and threw him over the cliff. You stole all the singer's jewels. You call that nothing?
This guy's nuts, Pete.
Yeah. Go on and prove it, copper. But get me a doctor first, will you? My leg's all bent up. Look, I'm bleeding.
I'll get you a doctor after I get your confession.
We don't know nothing about it, do we, Mike?
No, we don't know a thing. It wasn't even there.
All right, very well. We'll all sit right here and wait until you two decide to give us the information we want.
All right, Flatfoot, sit. You can wait till next year, but you won't learn nothing from us.
Okay. I'll wait.
Oh, look, copper, I gotta get a doctor.
Hey, Bob.
Huh?
You know how quick hydrophobia sets in after a dog bites?
No, I don't. Pretty quick, I think.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, there's no cure for it after it does set in, is there?
Oh, sure. Don't believe there is. No cure.
Oh. How long would you say it is since the dog bit Pete here?
It must be about 10 minutes now, I'd say.
10 minutes, huh? And it only takes hydrophobia about 5 minutes.
Yeah, all right. I'll tell. Only give me a doctor.
You'll get a doctor when I get your confession.
Okay. We killed him, Mike and me. We hit in the old dame's car before I left the yard.
Where are the jewels?
We made a bundle out of them and threw them clear off the cliff. They're down near the state road at the bottom. Get me a doctor, will you? I'm dying.
You're not dying. Not yet.
Yeah, I am. I got hydrophobia, sure. Get a doc, will you?
You're a fool. You can't get hydrophobia from a dog bite unless the dog has hydrophobia before he bites you. And this dog is as clean and healthy as a dog could be. You're no more danger from those bites than I am.
You mean I ain't gonna get sick from the bites?
Not in the slightest.
Hey, Trickster!
That dirty double-crossing rat out of...
You ought to keep quiet. Bob,
Yeah.
see if you can find a doctor. And take the dog back to Patsy. He's done a good night's work. And bring some rope to tie up these cheap thugs.
Sure, Mr. Carter. Come on, Pooch. Come on, fella. Come on.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Carter, is it?
Why, yes. Hey, where are you?
I'm here under this seat. Is it safe to come out now?
Yes, indeed. Come on out and join the party.
Thank you. It's much more comfortable out here.
Yes.
Mr. Carter, may I ask you a question?
Why, certainly. Go right ahead.
How did you know these were the men who killed somebody?
Oh, very simple. When I walked through the train a while ago, I noticed that the tobacco smoke in this compartment was scented heavily with perfume. Perfume these thugs got spilled on them when a bottle of perfume broke in the opera singer's car during the fight.
Oh, that is wonderful, Mr. Carter. Wonderful.
Well, I couldn't be absolutely positive just from the perfume. And I couldn't know which of the 6 men in the compartment were the ones I wanted. And knowing that the men were armed, I had to be sure.
Yes, of course.
So I brought the dog in here, knowing that a chow would never stop hating the men who killed his mistress. And he supplied me with the additional evidence I needed. Then it was a very simple matter, as you heard, to get their confession.
And the jewels, will you get those too?
I shall notify the state police as soon as I can contact them. The snow slides and the marks I made going down the side of the cliff after the dog will mark the place closely enough.
That's wonderful. That dog's a smart dog, isn't he?
Well, a lot smarter than these 2 crooks. He'll never go to the electric chair. That's more than I can say for them.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a worthwhile thought. These are busy times for streamlined efficiency in everything we do. And American homemakers everywhere are learning how much time they save when they preserve the natural beauty of their furniture with Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes in one easy process. Linex Cream Polish requires no tiresome rubbing, and in one quick, easy application, removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation, it banishes messy fingerprints, and helps conceal ugly scratches. Linux cream polish dries hard, too, leaving no oily film to attract more dust and make more work for you. So by all means, keep your treasured furniture lovely the easy way with Linux cream polish. Remember to ask for it at your dealers. If he hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linux home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them and you get them as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? What thrilling story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you a simple little story which begins when the milkman arrives at a customer's house to find the young wife tied up in the kitchen of her home and her young husband shot to death in his bed.
The local sheriff couldn't seem to make head nor tails out of the case. But when Nick took hold, he picked up a small clue here and another one there and got the right answer.
An answer, I may say, that was somewhat unexpected.
Is it an exciting case?
Well, tracking down a murderer is always exciting to me.
Well, what do you call the story, Nick?
I call it the two-pillow murder.
For the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
And that's all for now. So long, everybody.
So long.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The Two-Pillow Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, CBS Radio presents Gangbusters! Gangbusters, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories, has asked the Honorable Edward L. Dowd, First Assistant Circuit Attorney of St. Louis, Missouri, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Circuit Attorney Dowd.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Let's begin tonight's case on a cold winter morning a year or so ago in the city of St. Louis, Missouri. The proprietress of a small, unkempt confectionery store on South Broadway had just opened the place for the day's business and was tidying up the tiny soda fountain.
Morning, Annabelle.
Told you no last night, Wally. The answer's still no.
Crying out loud. You think it was a fortune? You could stake a guy to a couple of hundred.
Why?
Now, Annabelle, be reasonable. I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
Why does a guy in your position need to come looking for handouts? You know where to get it. Why don't you go out and make it?
The heat's on, Annabelle. The town is hotter than a $2 pistol shooting blanks.
Don't blame me. I didn't make the heat.
These guys have really been burning up the town. Remember that clothing store man?
Yeah.
Them. That was them. Of course, I'm not saying it was their fault the guy got shot. Somebody comes in and heists the place. A reasonable thing to do is give him the money. He fought them, so what does he get?
A nice funeral.
And the hotel clerk, I hear that was them, too. So you can see why all the heat is on, Annabelle. So I figured to get out for a while. I'd take a ride to KC and take things easy for a couple of weeks.
I should give you the 200. Have to come looking for you in Kansas City.
You won't have to come looking for me, Annabelle. I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
Then go borrow from a bank.
Listen to me, Annabelle, heart to heart. A guy with a little heat on him can't even walk in the streets in comfort anymore. The first thing he knows, he's downtown with the law nagging the life out of him. You can't work under these conditions.
My heart is bleeding for you.
This mob has been burning up the town with one blast after another, and the pressure is coming down on the cops from all over. It's a risk to stick your head on the street while this mob is still operating.
What mob? Who are they?
How should I know who are they?
I thought you knew everything, Wally.
I never heard of them. What do you say, Annabelle?
No is no. Worm's a redhead, the papers say. You know of any redheaded heavy men around town?
No. Annabelle?
I got an idea, Wally. Have a chocolate malted on the house.
No, thanks. Much obliged.
My chocolate malteds aren't good enough for you, but you'll take my 200.
I ain't even had breakfast yet.
What's wrong with a chocolate malted for breakfast?
Annabelle, please.
No.
We've been friends for years.
I know. I want to keep it that way. If I give you the 200, that's the end of our friendship. Come in.
Yeah, I'm in already.
What'll it be, mister?
Cup of coffee. Hello, Wally.
Red, how are you?
We don't have coffee. How about a nice cherry phosphate?
Nah, never mind.
A malted?
No, skip it.
What are you doing around here, Red?
Seeing the sights.
Yeah?
How about a hot chocolate? That I can make you.
Nah, forget it. How you been, Wally? Busy?
No, not too.
I was told I could find you around here, Wally.
He's around here too much.
Gotta do something with my time.
Are you looking to make a connection?
That depends.
You like milk? I give you plain milk.
I want coffee.
You want coffee, you have to go elsewhere.
Red, it's a good deal.
Yeah, it's been good so far. Come on, let's go get that coffee someplace. We'll talk about it, huh?
This ain't a restaurant I'm running. If I carried what everybody asked for, I'd have $1 million worth of stock.
It's all right. I'm not to put out none.
Well, go if you're going. Got plenty to clean up around.
Come on, Wally.
I'll see you, Annabelle.
Yeah, don't do me any favors. No.
Police department.
Sergeant Rickard, robbery squad.
Now, hold on, please. I'll connect you. Robbery squad, Sergeant Rickard.
Here's Annabelle.
Yes, Annabelle.
You were looking to get a line on a redhead?
Yeah, so?
Maybe I just saw the one.
What's his name?
Red. His name is Red.
That's not much help.
This friend of mine was in the store crying about the heat around town because of all these heistings. Then this Red walks in. He and Wally are sidekicks from way back, I think. He wants to know if Wally would like to make a connection.
What'd Wally say?
He didn't say. They left together to talk it over.
For where?
How should I know for where? Did I follow him?
Okay, Annabelle, thanks. Keep your ears open now. In the meanwhile, we do some checking around.
Let me have a cigarette with you, Wally.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, tell me, what's the deal?
Wait a minute. Take it easy, I'll tell you. First, I want to know, is there any heat on you?
Heat on me?
Yeah.
You guys got all the heat in this town. You're running wild and the lid is on everybody.
Are you still a good man at the wheel you used to be, Wally?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Downtown, for instance. Can you wheel a car in there and get it out?
Yeah. What's a touch?
Jewelry house.
Just jewelry?
There'll be some cash involved, enough. But plenty of ice.
I don't like a jewelry deal. You break your back to get the scum and you can't turn it over for 20 cents on a dollar.
Well, it shouldn't make any difference if there's enough of it.
No, I guess it shouldn't.
And it's only a three-handed job.
Oh?
Yeah, that's all. A fair-sized score split up only 3 ways wouldn't be bad, huh?
What happened to the other two in the mob?
What other two?
Papers have been saying you were four-handed altogether.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Wally, we were four-handed, but 2 of the boys pulled out.
Yeah? Why?
They thought there was too much heat for the fireworks. They started to cry, so Mac gave them the kiss-off.
Who's Mac?
You wouldn't know him. They've been his jobs.
What kind of guy is he?
After this one, I'll have had enough myself.
Cowboy?
No, not exactly. He ain't wild. He's got a head on his shoulders. Maybe that's his trouble, too much head. He thinks he's a mastermind.
I don't like that kind of deal. Every hand should have a say-so.
Not with Mac, they don't.
What does this guy think he is? I don't know him. I don't know what he can do.
Don't get so independent. You told me you were behind the six. You can't get dough by being independent.
All right, I'll talk to him anyway.
I'm talking to you for him. Are you in, aren't you?
Okay, Red, I'm in.
Good.
Come on, let's go see this car.
Take it easy, will you? Give me a chance to drink my coffee. Besides, we can't meet him till tonight.
What's the matter? You have to make an appointment?
He's a late sleeper.
All right. Go ahead, drink your coffee.
Wait out here, Johnny.
Yeah, sure, Rick.
I won't be but a few minutes.
I'll see you.
Hello, Annabelle.
Ah, hello yourself, Sergeant. Now, what'll it be?
Oh, small lemon lime.
Small lemon lime to a sergeant.
Where does this Wally live, Annabelle?
I don't know, he never said.
We've been checking around. We got no address for him in the cards.
Don't cry to me, Sergeant. That's your job to keep track of these heats, not mine.
You got no idea at all?
Oh, no idea at all.
When you see him again, try to fish it out of him, huh?
Fish it out of him yourself. Here he comes. Oh, one lemon lime.
Hi there, Annabelle.
The answer's still no, Wally.
Forget I even mentioned it, Annabelle. Hi there.
How are you?
What'd you do? Get it from that red-headed friend of yours?
Head away, yeah. Got some telephone change, Annabelle?
Yep, sure. He looked familiar, that redhead. Think maybe I know him from someplace. There you are.
Maybe you do. He's been around. Excuse me, I gotta make a call.
Who's stopping you? See what I mean about the redhead?
Yeah, I see.
You gonna pick Wally up? A few days in jail might do him some good. Maybe it'd help his color.
Maybe it would. How much for the lemon lime, Annabelle?
Still a nickel. No inflation around here.
There you are.
Thank you. Call again.
Let me know what you hear, Annabelle.
I'm all ears.
Okay, I'll see you now.
Hurry back, mister.
Johnny?
Hey, Rick. Wasn't that Wally that went in the store?
Yeah.
Did he make you?
No, I don't think so. He remembers me from someplace. Probably thinks I'm a steady hanger around Annabelle's. He went to use the phone.
What are we going to do when he comes out? Collar him?
No, there's nothing we could hold him on yet. We don't even know if this redhead is one of the outfit.
I wouldn't make any bets he wasn't.
I want to see that redhead before we make a move. If he's right, I want to grab him good. What
Rick,
we do it?
He's coming out.
Okay.
Here he comes, this way.
Let him pass. Okay, Johnny, stay with him.
Right.
If he makes a meet with a redhead or if you find out where Wally lives, check with me.
Okay.
All right, on your horse.
So long.
Back to Gangbusters in a moment. The Sunday daytime listening is truly outstanding at the Star's address. Tomorrow, don't miss World Music Festivals, visiting the Edinburgh Festival, where Bruno Voltaire conducts the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. And remember, too, that Sunday daytime on most of these same CBS radio stations, Leopold Stokowski conducts in the 20th Century Concert Hall, and Michel Piastro directs the Symphonette, all on CBS Radio. And now back to Gangbusters and Circuit Attorney Dowd.
Well, while St. Louis detectives were beginning to make headway in their investigation, the holdup mob had recruited another member. And late that night in another part of the city, Wally was being escorted up the stairs of an apartment house by his connection, Red.
Like I said, Wally, you might not like the guy, but you gotta grant him a brain.
Just don't want anybody telling me my business, that's all. I don't go for that kind of garbage.
Okay, don't get excited. You haven't even met him yet. That way.
Just don't want him telling me how to do my job.
Take it easy, will you? Okay, right here.
Should I push the bell?
Nah, never mind. I got the keys. Mac. Come on in, Wally.
Yeah.
Hey, Mac. In here, Red. He's in there, Wally. Say, how you like the setup here, Wally, huh?
That'll do.
Yeah. Mac, meet Wally.
How are you?
Hi.
Just a second.
He's nuts about solitaire.
So I see.
I tried a lot of things. I can't find a better way to pass the time.
Have you tried knitting?
Wally.
Yeah, I tried knitting. Nothing there. Well, we'll let this go for a while, huh?
That's nice of you.
It don't look like I could win it anyway, not with that deal. Sit down, Wally.
Yeah. Thanks.
Right here.
Yeah. Red says you're okay, Wally. Says you're a good wheelman.
The best, Mac.
Okay. Now, this is going to be a nice little score. Not the biggest in the world, but tidy.
That's the way I like 'em, tidy. When?
Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Depends on the weather.
What's the weather got to do with it?
This is a congested district. If it's raining or snowing, traffic will be heavy and slow, plus there'll be a lot of extra taxicabs in the area.
It's a good angle.
The gate will be rough enough without any handicaps, so let's wait for good weather.
It's okay with me.
You see, Wally, all the angles.
Now, the Mark is the Four Brothers Jewelry Company. That's on the third floor of the tower building.
It's a rough deal getting out of that neighborhood.
Can you do it?
I can do it.
It's my idea we should have a small, fast car. A big one might be a little trouble to handle in traffic. But I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, you leave it to me.
A small car would be better, don't you think, Wally?
Small car it'll be.
Now, here's the layout. Forget about the elevator. We'll go up the stairs. The office is around here, in back, like this.
Yeah.
There's this entrance here. The door's made of glass, so we got to work fast. We got to get in, get it, and get out. We got no time to play.
Who wants to play?
There's a counter here, which stretches from one side practically to the other. It's a display case. None of the good stuff is in there. In back of the counter is a vault. That's what we want to get in.
How much do you figure?
Maybe 5,000-6,000 in cash, maybe 50,000 in ice.
It's not bad.
It's all right for me.
Off to the side here, there's a little office. Now, that's where the owner has his desk. And besides the owner, we'll find another guy there, a salesman. Neither one of them look like the hero type. We won't have any trouble.
You got this, Mark, pretty well cased.
I should have. I've been there twice. I've been trying to make up my mind whether to buy a watch they got.
It's a great setup, Wally, huh?
They'll recognize me when I come in. I'll tell them I want the watch. They're relaxed. We go to work.
How about the bug? All those jewelry houses got alarms.
That won't be no problem. The only one I could spot was in the boss's little office. Now, he'll be in front writing up the sale on the watch, and if there are any more, we'll just have to be quick enough to keep them away from them.
I'm for being quick. Back to Gangbusters in a moment.
Now, Red.
Yeah?
You're going to take the boss. Your job is to watch him, keep him quiet, keep him away from the bugs.
Okay.
And Wally, you do the same thing with the salesman, and I'll clean the vault.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You're going a little fast for me. You said I was to handle a salesman.
That's right.
I was under the impression I was a wheelman in this deal. That's a big enough job. I don't belong on the inside at all.
It's not necessary to stay with the car. It can sit.
Yeah, well, it can sit without me. I don't do two men's work.
Wally.
Not without two men's cuts. I don't do two men's work without two men's cuts.
Will you listen to me?
I knew there was something screwy about this deal. No wonder your other two left you like that.
Wally.
You gotta grant me it takes 3 on the inside.
Okay, I'll grant you, but I'm a wheelman.
You've done inside work?
Sure, I've done inside work, but not while I was the wheelman. I won't have any part of it.
Now listen to me, will you? You came in, and you're in.
Yeah. We'll see if I'm in.
Oh, Wally, be reasonable.
Who's being unreasonable?
Now, look, I don't get tough often, but I'm going to get tough now. You're in, Wally. You made a deal and you're in. Well, you're not going to be feeling so good.
Wally, cooperate, huh? It ain't going to be so tough.
Well, okay. If I wasn't on such a spot for dough, I'd tell you all what to do.
Good, Wally. I knew you'd come through first. You see, Mac?
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
This is gonna be tomorrow. I better start scouting around for a car for the get.
Yeah, a small car, Wally.
A small car. Red will get in touch with you. He'll let you know whether it's tomorrow and what time.
Yeah, you be at Annabelle's at 11. I'll phone there.
Okay, Annabelle's at 11. I'll be there. Now, we got a good deal, boys. An awful good deal. Now, let's see if I can win one of these games for myself.
Robbery squad, Sergeant Rickard.
Hello, Rick. Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny.
Wally must have lifted himself a Chevy coach. I saw him on the corner of Grand and Locust.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, looks for sure like he's in a deal now.
Yeah, where'd he park this car?
In a public garage on Market Street. On Market Street near the civil courts.
Okay, Johnny, stick around there. I'll be right out.
You think I ought to have one of the boys stay behind Wally?
No, that won't be necessary. He's going to use that car if they pull anything. That's all we have to watch, the car. I'll be right there.
What? Yeah, that...
Hi, Annabelle.
Oh, Wally.
How's tricks, Annabelle?
I got no tricks. What do you want? 200 again? The answer's still no.
Nah, I don't want you 200. Just fix me a chocolate malted.
Chocolate malted with vanilla or chocolate malted with chocolate?
With vanilla.
Chocolate malted with vanilla. How come yesterday you wanted 200, today you don't? Beginning to get insulted.
My connections came through, Annabelle.
You would take my advice, which you won't. You wouldn't go looking for trouble.
I'm not looking for trouble. Who needs trouble?
Oh, every time I got a...
I'll get it, Annabelle.
Why should you get it? Is it your store?
I'm expecting a call. I'll answer.
Go on, then. Answer before they hang up.
Yeah.
And don't give my phone number to any more Toms and Dicks. What do you think this is?
Hello?
Wally?
Yeah, this is Wally.
Red. Max says we do it today at 3 o'clock.
Okay, I'm ready.
You got the car okay?
Yeah, Chevy, just a ticket. I got it parked in the garage on Market Street. I can pick you two up about 2:30.
Now, Max says no. Max says for you to drive downtown yourself, park the car in Del Mar near the building. We'll see you there.
Okay.
It will take care of the hardware. Just bring the car and yourself.
I got you.
So long.
Much obliged, Annabelle.
Much obliged for what?
For use of the facilities.
Anytime. Ask me for anything except money. 1 chocolate malted with vanilla.
Happy days, Annabelle.
Happy days yourself.
Got over to Washington, Rick. Maybe we can pick him up there.
Well, I'm afraid it's no use, Johnny. We lost him.
Lousy traffic. Same thing last night. It's a cinch Red took him to meet the mob. We got fouled up in traffic.
That's okay. We know where to put our hands on them now. Wally, at least. He can lead us to the others.
They're liable to start shooting again. That's what I'm worried about.
From the way he was headed, I guess the job is someplace downtown.
Maybe he was just headed to pick up the others.
Maybe, but these guys are pretty slick, Johnny.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd all ride together in a hot car. I think the rest will meet him. I'll pull into phone. We'll get a few more squads on the job and cruise around downtown. Maybe we can spot that Chevy.
All right, step lively, boys. We go in, we get in, we get out. Waste no time. You set, Red?
I'm set.
Wally?
I'm set.
Okay, each of you handle your man. I'll clean the ball. Keep your eyes open. This is the place, boys.
Looks nice.
Yeah.
Hello there. Well, how are you today? Fine. I think I'll take that watch I was looking at.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, that's a fine watch.
I brought my friends over to see it.
All right. Here we are. Solid gold case, 21 jewel Swiss movement. A beauty and a bargain. How do you like it?
Yeah, it's swell.
I kind of like one myself. I can show you something similar. Some other time.
I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to put a deposit on it and pick it up next Monday. I'm kind of short.
How much of a deposit did you have in mind?
Oh, say $25.
Well, I think that'd be all right. Let me check with the boss. Mr. Burgess.
Some watch, all right.
Yes? Front, please, Mr. Burgess.
All right.
Watch is guaranteed, isn't it?
Absolutely guaranteed. If anything goes wrong with it, just bring it in. But you must remember, a fine watch is a delicate piece of machinery.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Can I help you? Miss Burgess, this gentleman would like to leave a $25 deposit on the watch and pick it up on Monday.
How do you do?
Hello.
Hi, nice place you got here.
Thanks. Well, I think that'll be perfectly all right. All we have to do is...
Okay.
Do as you're told and you won't get hurt.
Well, please, what?
Stand still.
All right.
Lock the door.
Yeah, I got you.
Go on around, boys. Keep them covered.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now, just don't try to be heroes and you won't get hurt. All we want... Hey, you.
Me?
You, move away from there.
Yes, all right.
Hey, boss, come here and have a look.
What's the trouble? We gotta move.
There's a bug right under the counter. This guy was standing not 6 inches from it.
You?
Oh, no, not me.
Go on, you. Move over there.
All right, I'm moving.
You. Did you hit the alarm button?
Oh, I know. I didn't touch it.
You sure?
I'm positive. Sure had his chance.
Now tell me the truth. If any cops come storming in here, I'm gonna kill you, I swear. Did you hit that bug?
No, I didn't.
Okay, you're smart. All right, boys, get them tied up. By the time you finish, I'll have the vault clean.
We covered a lot of blocks, Rick. Don't look good to me.
Well, we take one more turn around it. Wait a minute.
What?
There's a Chevy parked up there.
Where?
Next to the alley.
That's the baby.
Nobody with it, huh?
It must be inside someplace.
Hold it, hold it.
Central District, cars 4, 5, and 6. At the jewelry office, 3rd floor, tower building. The hold-up alarm is ringing.
That's it.
Let's go.
At the jewelry office, 3rd floor, tower building.
That's in the middle of the block. Let's get them.
How you doing, boys?
They'll be tied in a minute. I don't know what you fellas expect to get.
Shut up. Make it good and tight.
Yeah. Hey, look, there's cops coming in the hall.
Why, you hit that bug, didn't you?
Please.
Get up.
Here they come.
Get up. Go on, get up.
All right.
Open up there.
Yell to him. You hit the alarm by mistake.
We're police officers. Open up.
Tell them we're customers. Tell them it was a mistake.
Take it in.
Hey, they're breaking in. Watch it.
The lock. Get the lock, Sergeant.
Get your hands up, coppers, or I'll kill this guy.
No, don't.
Drop those guns, police officers.
Get him, Sergeant.
Let go of me.
Give me that gun.
Let me go,
All
copper.
right, get your hands up.
Okay, don't shoot.
Get those hands up.
All right, don't shoot.
Get him up.
You, turn that man loose.
I'll kill him.
No.
Let him go. All right, take it easy.
You all right, mister? Yes. Yes, I think so. Jack is tied up over there.
Go look after him.
Yes, I'd better. It's all right, Jack. It's all right.
Are any of you bums hurt?
They all look okay to me, Rick.
Now sit down there, all of you.
Listen.
He said sit down. What a mess.
Don't cry. It won't do you any good, Wally.
Sure, plenty of truth in that. Well, now we're going to take a little inventory. Let's see what we got here.
They're not such a tough-looking bunch, are they, Rick?
No, not now, they're not. Take their guns away, and they're just a bunch of crumbs. Just plain crumbs.
That, gangbusters, listeners, was how this gang of hold-up artists and killers was captured in the act of committing a robbery after a terrific struggle and gun battle. All were tried in the circuit court at St. Louis, Missouri, and convicted. They are now in the Missouri State Penitentiary at Jefferson City in execution of their sentences.
Thank you, Circuit Attorney Edward L. Dowd of St. Louis, Missouri. Now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week as a public service to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention all citizens. Be on the lookout for Clarence Dye, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for armed robbery. Listen carefully to his official description.
Clarence Dye, alias Jock. Age 43. 5 feet 10 inches. 140 pounds. Medium build. Brown hair. Blue eyes. Fair complexion. May seek work as a welder or cook.
This man has scars over his left eyebrow, a blue scar over his right eyebrow, and a tattoo of initials CD on his right forearm.
Caution, Dye is probably armed and should be considered extremely dangerous. He reportedly has stated that he will not be taken into custody alive and will attempt to kill any officer arresting him. Attention all citizens, maintain vigilance for Edwin Sanford Garrison, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid confinement for the crimes of burglary and robbery. If you have any information concerning these fugitives, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Mason Adams, Amzie Strickland, and Eric Dressler in leading roles. The entire production was supervised for CBS Radio by John Ives. Gaylord Avery speaking. Tomorrow night, Eve Arden raps for attention, and the merriment's on again at dear old Madison High. Yes, she's back. Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks. Funnier than ever before, with the help of Bashful Boynton, her biology-teaching heartthrob, Mrs. Davis, Eve's pixelated landlady, Osgood Conklin, the terrible-tempered principal, and the rest of the riotous gang. Remember, class convenes with our Miss Brooks tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Be sure to beat the school bell to your seats. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Radio 59 WROW, the news station for the Tri-Cities.
Chevrolet spotlights the news. Chevrolet reminds you that your local authorized Chevrolet dealer offers fast delivery, favorable deals on cars and trucks. See him for the happy details. Now Chevrolet brings you Robert Trout with the latest news from the CBS newsroom.
A satellite makes an appropriate holiday gesture at a distance of some millions of miles. Some details after a word from Chevrolet.
Corvair, Car of the Year with a professional driver at the wheel, starts the grinding mobile gas economy run. 2,061 miles through heavy traffic over icy mountains. Corvair bulls forward in America's greatest test of car operating economy. Corvair. In the 1960 mobile gas economy run averages 27.03 miles per gallon. See your Chevrolet dealer now and get the deal of the year on the car of the year. The economical Corvair by Chevrolet.
In the middle of this Easter Sunday afternoon, the Pioneer 5 satellite, whirling through the space between the planets, completed 5 million miles, as appropriately it passed over Easter Island in the Pacific, so named because it was discovered by a Dutch admiral on an Easter Sunday 2¼ centuries ago. Officials of the Federal Space Agency say that one of Pioneer's 2 radios is still sending back information on the conditions the satellite is meeting in the space between the Earth and the planet Venus, a long-distance record in communications. But the Air Force's newest satellite, the Discoverer 11, which went up from Vandenberg Base in California Good Friday, is not having so successful a career. Discoverer, for some reason, ejected the 300-pound capsule of instruments in a way that sent the capsule into orbit close to the mother satellite, both whirling round the Earth. The Air Force surface vessels and planes that had been waiting near Hawaii to try to catch the capsule as it parachuted down had to give up the try when it became clear that the capsule was still up there, and that in these strange days the scientists have destroyed the truth of the old saying that all that goes up must come down. In 1960, not all. Through the states of the South, this Easter Sunday has followed the pattern of recent months in which a week of some racial violence has ended in a calm and peaceful weekend. In North Carolina, there were scuffles both Friday and Saturday as Negro integration leaders from many southern states held a strategy conference. For an account of some of their decisions, here from station WTOB, Winston-Salem, is CBS newsman George Thomas.
Negro students from 13 southern states and the District of Columbia have organized a temporary Students Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which will meet in May in Atlanta. Purpose of the temporary group will be primarily to deal with finance and communications between Negro students participating in lunch counter sit-down demonstrations throughout the South. The committee stressed that they will seek a permanent student nonviolent organization. One of the keynotes of the conference here was a resolution stressing the desirability of remaining in jail rather than accepting bail in the event of arrest during the demonstrations. The new committee is entirely composed of students with the exception of two coordinators who act in an advisory capacity. They're the Reverend Martin Luther King of Atlanta and the Reverend James Lawson of Nashville. The group will seek, quote, to identify ourselves with the African struggle as a concern of all mankind, end quotes. Now back to CBS News in New York.
Some business office sports activity this Easter Sunday afternoon reported from Florida baseball training grounds. The Detroit Tigers have traded Harvey Keene to the Cleveland Indians for outfielder Rocky Colavito. Keene last year won the American League batting championship with a .353 average. Colavito, hitting 42 home runs, batted .257. The death of 22-year-old University of Wisconsin boxer Charles Moore this morning forces the university to consider the future of collegiate boxing. Wisconsin is the only Western Conference school that still has an intercollegiate boxing program. The boy's father, absolving boxing, has told how his son loved the sport from the age of 10. Saturday night, a week ago, he was knocked down for the first time in his career. The Middle West went through the worst Easter weather of the nation, ranging from tornadoes to a snowstorm. Tomorrow, the St. Lawrence Seaway opens for its second season 3 days late because of the ice. And now a word from Chevrolet.
This is Art Baker speaking for Chevrolet in behalf of your local authorized Chevrolet dealer, who reminds you that for economical transportation, it's the 1960 Chevrolet and the compact Corvair. Remember, Chevrolet brings you the news each weekend on CBS Radio.
I don't care how much silver you may find in this valley. I'm not staying 1 minute longer. And if you value your life, you'll leave with me.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, hey boy.
You have breakfast in dining room this morning?
Yes. Would you bring my paper in when it arrives?
Yes, sir. Oh, the gentleman in there want to see you.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, one sitting at the table by the door. See?
Oh, yes.
You know him?
No, I don't think so.
His name, Mr. Denton. He checked in hotel last night, asked for you this morning. Must be very rich man. Give hey boy a big tip.
Well, if that's true, he might be just the man I'm looking for.
Oh, how's that?
Well, my coffer is a little low, hey boy. I need a wealthy employer willing to pay a decent fee for my services. You think that's why he's looking for me?
Oh, maybe so.
All right. Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Denton?
Yes, I'm Wade Denton. Who are you?
Paladin.
Oh, sure, Paladin. Just the man I'm looking for. Sit down, sit down.
Thank you. Oh. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Denton?
Right to the point, huh? Good. I like that. I'm that way myself. I can't hold of these people always have their jaw going. Ruffles me. All business, what I like in a man.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Denton.
Well, sir, I'm in silver, Paladin. I got 2 mines over in Virginia City, and they're good ones, too. They're mighty good. And I think I know where there's another rich strand just ripe for the mining in a whole new territory. Nobody knows about it but me. It's in a little hidden valley over in Arizona that my dad showed me when I was just a boy when we first come out here. And I never did forget it. Now, if I remember right, that's just the kind of land that's loaded with good ore.
What does this have to do with me, Mr. Denton?
Well, I want to hire you to take me out there, Paladin. I can't go there alone. It's rough country, and I hear there's been trouble with the Apache. I want you to help me find this hidden valley.
I see. How much are you willing to pay?
Well, money's no object. Name it.
How about $1,000 before we leave? And another $1,000 when we get back to San Francisco.
That's fair enough.
All right, Mr. Denton. I'll help you look for your valley.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
Our trip to Arizona was uneventful until we ran into a vicious storm shortly after crossing the territorial border. Travel was nearly impossible, and we soon became lost in the swirling rain. Fortunately, we found a line cabin stocked with firewood, and it was a welcome relief from the biting cold of the storm.
How long you think this will last?
I know, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm glad we found this cabin. This won't freeze.
You better stoke up the fire. I'll get some rations ready.
Hey, I'm getting hungry now that you mention it. Hey, what's that?
Well, it sounds like somebody trying to get in.
Well, that's a girl. Hey,
close the door.
Oh, sure. What's the matter with her?
I don't know. Take the gear off that cot, will you?
Yeah. I wonder what that devil's doing out in this weather.
She's been hurt. There.
She bad?
By the looks of these scratches and bruises, she had an accident of some kind.
Any broken bones, you think?
No, I don't think so. She seems to be more exhausted than anything else.
Now, what do you suppose a young woman like that be doing way out here in the middle of nowhere?
We'll find out when she wakes up. Denton. Hey, Denton, wake up.
What's the matter?
Wake up. It's morning. It's time to get up.
Oh, I don't think I could ever get used to sleeping on the floor. Hey, storm's over.
Yeah, the fire's out. You better get it started and keep it warm in here for the girl. I'm going out and check the horses.
Has she been awake at all?
Not yet.
Yeah. Looks like she's coming out of it.
Yeah. Miss.
Who are you?
No, we're friends, miss. Don't be frightened.
I don't know you.
You came here yesterday afternoon and asked me to help you. Then you fainted.
Yesterday? Oh, I remember. Oh, this your house?
No, my friend and I stopped here to get out of the storm. What happened to you?
That crazy horse stumbled in a rabbit hole, threw me down and ran off like a scarecrow.
You feel all right?
Guess I do. Maybe a mite sore. Not as sore as I'm going to be when Papa gets through beating me for losing that horse.
You live around here?
Not far, I reckon. I got lost in all that rain. I expect I can find my way now that it stopped.
No. We'll see that you get home all right.
You will?
Of course. Oh, this is Mr. Denton, and my name is Paladin.
Well, howdy.
Miss?
Did I stay here all night with you men?
Well, you sure did. What's your name, miss?
Prunella. Prunella Hartsook.
Well, Prunella, we're going to fix up something to eat, and then if you feel all right, we'll take you on to your home.
Well, ain't that the nicest thing? What'd you say your name was?
It's Paladin.
Mr. Paladin. I don't see many men folk excepting my papa and my brother, but I reckon you're the prettiest man I ever did see.
Like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavorful, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
After breakfast, we left the cabin with Prunella riding double with me. She directed us to a small valley, nestled snugly in a deep canyon hidden from the normal traveler. There was only one way down the steep canyon walls, a narrow, shale-like path winding precariously to the bottom. As our horses picked their way down, Wade Denton became more and more excited. Finally, as we neared the cabin where Prunella and her folks lived, Denton could contain himself no longer.
Paladin, this is it. This is the valley we've been looking for.
You sure?
Positive. I thought so on the way down, and now I know it. I remember looking up and seeing these here canyon walls when I was a boy. Oh, this is it, all right, I tell you. It was our lucky day when Prunella got thrown off her horse.
Well, I doubt that she feels that way.
Oh, you're sure enough wrong, Miss Paladin. Well, if I hadn't got throwed, I'd never met up with you.
Sure is mighty stuck on you, Paladin.
Well, you don't have to remind me, Denton.
Look, there's Ma out by the well. Howdy, Ma, I'm back. Ain't you going to say nothing, Ma?
Mr. Hartsook, Prunella's come home. There's 2 men with her.
Oh, he's kind of an angry-looking fella, isn't he?
Get down off the horse, young'un. Who are these people?
Well, that one's Mr. Paladin, and he's Mr. Denton.
What you done to my daughter?
We tried to help her.
That old horse threw me yesterday, Papa, and I got lost in the storm. They took care of me.
Well, she came to our cabin. She was hurt.
That's the truth, young'un.
For the truth, Papa. I reckon Mr. Paladin just about saved my life.
He didn't harm you?
No, sir.
Ma,
Yes, sir.
what do you think?
She ain't smart enough to lie.
Boy, put the shotgun down and come on out.
Shotgun?
That's my son, Lige.
What's the shotgun for?
Just in case Prunella said you done her harm.
They didn't do that, Papa.
We believe you, young'un. You folks can get off your horses if you mind to. Strangers ain't usually welcome here, but seeing you help my daughter, you're invited to visit and rest a spell.
Well, now we do thank you, mister. We're cramped up a bit from that ride down the canyon. Aren't we, Paladin?
I guess it wouldn't hurt to stretch our legs before we leave.
Ma,
Yes, sir.
oh, suppose you could boil up some coffee for these strangers?
I reckon I could, but I ain't got enough drinking cups to go around.
The young'uns can wait their turn.
All right.
There's water in the trough for your horse.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hartsook. Come on, Benton.
I tell you, I can't believe it, Paladin. I've been thinking of this valley for years, and now here I stand. Ought to be a fortune in silver ore under those hills.
You may be right, Denton, but I think you're going to have some trouble claiming it for your own.
Here's your coffee, Lige.
Thanks, Ma.
You folks care for more?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, I will, too. About the best flavored coffee I ever tasted. What's your secret, Mrs. Hartsook, eh?
Ain't no secret. I made it same as I always have.
I want to add my compliments, too, ma'am. It's very good.
I'm obliged for your word.
Ma says it's better when you boil the grounds with an eggshell. Folks are lucky she did it that way today.
Eggshell, huh?
Well, I'll have to tell my wife.
Eggshell.
And Pruny makes good cooking, too. Ma learned her how. Pruny's going to make somebody a good wife.
Well, I'm sure she will, Lige. You have a very nice sister.
She's sure grateful to you for saving her life.
Well, that isn't exactly the way it was, Lige.
You, folks enjoying your visit?
Oh, yes. We are, Mr. Hartsook.
I was just talking to Prunella outside. Mr. Paladin, she got a real deep feeling for you. Be right nice if you was to stay on for a while.
Well, that's nice of you, but Mr. Denton and I have to be leaving very soon.
Huh? Oh, Paladin, that ain't so. We've got business in these parts, if you remember.
Denton, you found your valley. My bargain with you has been fulfilled. Now, if you want to stay on, that's fine, but I have to be leaving now.
Oh, wait a minute, Paladin.
Just a little
You've got another $1,000 coming when we get back to San Francisco.
I'm giving up that part of our deal.
Well, I can't stay here by myself.
Well, then you better come with me. You know where the valley is now. You can always come back. I'm leaving, Denton.
You ain't going nowheres.
What?
That shotgun Lige is pointing at you. That says you stay here.
Well, what's he doing?
What's going on, Mr. Hartsook?
It's like Paul says, Pruny's got a hankering for you.
A hankering? You don't point a shotgun at a man's back for that.
We've been looking for a man for Prunella. She wants you, so that settles it.
Settles what?
You and Prunella. You're going to get married.
Mother, I'll never finish these curtains.
Couldn't I finish them home on my machine?
Would you? With the headaches and muscular aches and pains I've had lately, I don't do half I should.
Nobody feels very ambitious with those discomforts. Better do something to get relief.
But how?
I'd try Doan's pills.
Right. Doan's pills are an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Mr. Hartsook forced me to surrender my gun and also the Derringer. Lige kept me under constant surveillance with his ever-present shotgun while Mrs. Hartsook made preparations for the wedding. Prunella was to wear the same wedding dress her mother had worn. Denton thought it was all a big joke and was happy to have his freedom. He spent the better part of the day exploring the valley for silver ore, and it was late afternoon before he returned to the house.
Here comes your friend. Where's he been all day?
Well, he's an explorer, Lige. He has a keen interest in this little valley.
What for?
Well, maybe he'll tell you, Lige, now that he's had a chance to look it over.
Hello.
Well, you look disappointed.
Well, mistaken about this valley, Paladin. There ain't no silver ore anywhere that I can find.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So we might as well head on out.
No, you forget, Denton. Lige still has that cannon pointed at me, and the rest of them are inside getting ready for the wedding.
They're just joking. How can you get married without a preacher?
Pa's gonna marry him.
Well, he can't do it. He's not a preacher.
Don't matter. Went to church regular when he was a young'un. Knows how to do it. Reckon that gives him the right enough.
You folks come on in. Prunella's ready.
Mr. Hartsook, you can't be serious. You can't force a man to marry your daughter if he's not willing to.
You're wrong, Paladin. I've seen it happen many a time when I was back in Missouri. You'll be grateful to me when you get used to the idea. Prunella'll make you a good wife. Now, you just come on.
No, wait a minute. Now, we can talk this out.
You heard, Paul. Get on inside.
All right. But it won't be legal.
Legal enough for Prunella. Oh, we're going to have a best man, Mr. Denton. Since Lige has to hold a shotgun, you'll stand up as best man.
Oh, if you say so, Mr. Arch.
I say so. Come on. And there she is, Paladin. Ain't she pretty, though?
Let's get on with it, Mr. Hartsook. I got to get the barn ready for the sleeping quarters.
The barn?
You stand over there next to the bride, Paladin. You stand right there, Mr. Denton. All right. Now, according to the good book, I'm going to join these two up in holy matrimony. Ain't no use in spilling words all over, so I'll get right to the point. Do you, Prunella Hartsook, take this here Mr. Paladin to be your lawful and forevermore wedded husband?
I sure do, Papa.
And do you, Paladin, take my daughter, Prunella, to be your lawful and forevermore wedded wife?
No.
What?
I said no.
Well, now, you listen here. Lige.
The gun's right in the middle of your back, Mr. Paladin. Now, Paul, ask him that question again.
Yeah. And do you, Paladin, take Prunella to be your lawful and forevermore wedded wife?
Answer him.
No, I do not take Prunella to be my lawful wedded wife or anything else.
You darn fool. You want to get blowed clean in half?
I'm not going to say yes. Lige can pull the trigger if he wants.
Papa, make him marry me.
Oh, marry him anyway, Paul. What's the difference?
I can't marry him if he don't say yes. It ain't legal.
Papa!
Shut up, Prunella.
You started this whole mess anyhow, wanting to marry an outsider.
Now, Mr. Hartsook, that ain't fair. Pernelli's got to have herself a man.
Nobody asked you, woman. Now hush up, I'll wallop you a good one.
Should I shoot him, Paul?
What good did that do? He ain't gonna do nobody any good, dead.
Just the same, he riles me.
Well, you leave him be. If the darn fool don't know a good bargain when he sees one, then he don't deserve to profit none by it.
Then what are we gonna do with him?
We're gonna let him go, that's what. Go get his guns and horse.
Oh, Paul.
Do it, Lige.
Well, all right.
I want to marry him.
Well, you ain't going to.
Oh, Papa.
Brunella, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I really didn't. Brunella.
Here's his guns.
All right. You folks is free to go.
Mr. Hartsook, I will...
Get out of here. And don't never come back to this valley again.
Oh, you can count on that, Mr. Hartsook. You have our word.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hartsook. Come on, Denton, let's go.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Peggy Weber, Vic Perrin, Bill Idelson, and Lawrence Dobkin. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel. Gunsmoke is next on the CBS Radio Network.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired. For this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
We call this one Hook, Line, and Murder. It began when California and I took off for a peaceful week of fishing, hunting, and just loafing around. We made camp on the Big Chama River in New Mexico, where the trout were fat and the mountain timber country full of game. The second day saw us paddling down from our camp in a canoe we bought from the Navajos.
Hoppy, this looks like a good spot. Huh?
Don't get so impatient, California. Wait till we strike that bend up there. We'll form a deep pool. That's where the big rainbows will be.
Oh, Hoppy, can't we stop here and fish a spell?
Oh, all right. No use in making you die a fisherman's itch. We'll pull over to that bank and ford the stream as we float down, huh?
That does it. Hot diggity trout, look out. Hey, did you hear that, Hoppy? Trout, look out. I'm a poet.
Yeah. I hope you're a better fisherman than you are a poet.
Howdy, kid.
What? What's that? Oh, howdy. No, we're just starting. Grab that bush and pull us up to the bank, California. There.
Mighty Black. Me and my partner own this ranch here. All this is our land.
Along Cassidy's my name. This is California Carlson.
Howdy. You say you own a ranch here? Ain't it too skimpy grazing? Looks like this country's mostly wood.
Are you kidding? Why, we got 1,000 acres of land and cows. Why, we got more than we can count. Better than 300 at the last tally, and reckon we got over a dozen horses. Good ones, too.
Join us at a bit of fishing, Mr. Black?
No, thanks. I can't stand to see them poor little fellers wiggling on that cruel hook. Ripping and tearing their poor little mouths apart.
Well, you don't mind if we go on fishing, do you?
No. Make yourselves home. Our ranch is always open to strangers who are peaceable.
Well, that's us. All we want is peace and quiet.
Say, you see my partner, name of Andy Silman. You tell him to get home and help with the chores. He's loco over that awful sport, like you are, too. He's been gone 2 days now. That's all he does. Fish.
We'll tell him we see him. Push off, California.
Hey, our ranch house is downstream a mile or so. You get tired of killing those poor curs, drop in. I'll buy you up some java.
Thanks a lot. We may do that. So long.
Well, we may as well get down to that pool. All our gabbin's ruined this spot.
Yeah. Grab a paddle. There's another pool up ahead. Let's drift into it.
Now to let that little fly sink down in the middle of that pool. Now we'll... Hold on, Hoppy, I got a big one. Oh, look at my pole bend.
Wait a minute. It looks more like your snag, partner. Yeah. That's a snag. Keep pulling. We'll drift down to where we can cut it loose.
Now, wouldn't that burn you? Doggone, I thought I had a big one in the line.
Careful now. We're coming over the spot. You got a big one. Only it's not a fish. It's the body of a man.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Hook, Line, and Murder. Trying to enjoy a peaceful vacation up on the Big Chama River in New Mexico, Hoppy and California set out from their camp bent on catching trout. But after a meeting with a rancher, Whitey Black, who reported his partner missing for 2 days, trouble rises from the stream itself, and California makes the biggest catch of the day, the body of a dead man.
Hoppy, you think this fellow is Whitey Black's missing partner?
Looks that way, California. We'll know for sure in a minute. There's a landing up ahead, and behind it must be the ranch house Whitey told us about.
I hope he's home.
He had plenty of time. We were fishing slow. Yeah. There he is, running down to the landing. Hello there.
Hello yourself. Coffee's a-boiling.
Can use some of that.
Afraid we got bad news for you, Whitey.
Well, what's that? Ain't you staying for some java?
Grab hold of the landing there, California. I'm afraid it's worse. We found...
Angie! Well, what happened? Where'd you find him?
Easy, fella. We found him upstream a mile or so.
Yeah, and he weren't drowned. He was shot.
Oh, no, not Andy.
He is your partner, then?
Yeah. Here, I'll get him up on the landing.
There.
Well, this might have been an accident. My guess is something else, Whitey.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
Who was his enemy? Who'd want to kill him anyhow?
Oh, nobody'd want to kill a poor old gent like Andy. I bunked with him for years. I worked with him. I tell you, he had no enemies.
You're overlooking that 30-30 slug in his head. Wasn't any friend that put it in there.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder.
Wonder what?
I'm just wondering if that range hog, Jack Queen, had anything to do with this. He's been acting mighty queer lately, making us big offers for the place. Acting tough when we turn him down.
Well, I'd say this Queen could bear looking into.
Maybe he could, but it wouldn't be exactly healthy. Queen's the biggest rancher in that basin below us. His range borders are that he's no prize as a neighbor. But I reckon I'll just have to brace him. Well, here we are in Pine City, Cassidy. I'll take Andy's body to Jenkins' funeral parlor. Beach at the Navajo Saloon. That big one on the other corner. Then we'll ride to see Queen.
All right, Whitey. Come on, California.
Hoppy, you sure we ought to get mixed up in this thing? Sounds awful unrestful somehow. Bracing hombres like this Queen.
Probably turn out to be nothing. Come on, let's go inside.
I don't know. I get a feeling fishing would be easier.
Worry wart.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but have you seen Gladys?
Sorry, friend.
No, Gladys?
No, Gladys. Haven't seen her at all.
Shame. Wonderful girl, Gladys. She know you're looking for her?
Her? Hoppy. Now he thinks we're looking for her.
Yeah. Better go home and sleep it off, stranger.
Name's Jocelyn. I'll find her and tell her you're looking for her. Oh, Gladys!
Wow, what a head he's going to wake up with her. Bartender?
Yes, sir, fellas. What'll it be? I'm Frank Adams. I own this place. You name it, I got it.
Sarsaparilla.
Thought you'd catch me, didn't you? Everybody thinks I won't have the drink, but I... What did you say?
Sarsaparilla.
Straight.
Ain't got any. Want a man-sized drink? I got it.
Ever hear of an hombre named Billy Bonney?
Billy the Kid? Sure, who hasn't? Now, there was a man.
Last time I saw him in a bar, he was ordering milk.
No. Well, all right. I'll look and see if I got any sarsaparilla. Milk. Doggone it, I knew there was some reason my pat guy was able to get Billy the Kid.
Hoppy, I don't think he likes men who drink. Huh?
No. I wish Whitey'd hurry. I could use some fresh air. This place smells.
It sure does, doesn't it? My name's Gladys, strangers. Jocelyn tells me you're looking for me.
Miss Gladys, you've got it wrong.
Huh?
We weren't looking for you. And the name's Along Cassidy. This is California Carlson, my partner.
Okay, so you weren't looking for me.
Gladys, I want words with these hombres.
What? Oh, it's you, Queen. You better keep a civil tongue in your head or I'll show you I can shoot as well as dance.
Shut up. You pull that top gun of yours on me, and I'll quit you to an inch of your life. Now, mosey.
Queen.
A gun. That was a nice draw, Cassidy.
So you know my name, and I'm a gun whiz. So I'm holding a handful of reasons why you should apologize to the lady for your manner of talking.
Lady? Cassidy, I'll be real good to you and let you put up the gun with no hard feelings.
You have 10 seconds. Want to try for none?
No, wait. I apologize, Gladys.
You didn't mean what you said? You're a vile-mouthed skunk.
I didn't mean what I said. I'm a vile-mouthed skunk.
Are you really? Well...
Cassidy, I came in to give you a piece of advice. Stay out of Whitey Black's affairs. And here's another. Stay away from my girl. You won't always have this advantage.
One thing before you go, Queen. Why'd you kill Andy Silman?
Cassidy, you're pressing your luck. Gladys, I'll see you later. Come on, men.
I saw it, but I don't believe it. The mighty Queen crawling like a yellow hound dog.
I had my shotgun ready to blast. At this range, I'd have counted for a few. Don't take kindly to Queen's talk to Gladys.
Well, thanks, Frank.
You really Queen's girl, Miss Gladys?
Only in his opinion.
Gladys, a beautiful lady, rescue me from the substratum of my iniquity.
Jocelyn, you're drunk.
Am I? That makes me very happy. Any other state would have meant my entire day's work had gone for naught.
Oh, take your little hammer and go break up rock.
I shall, as soon as I see my friend Queen. Where is that kindly savage, pray tell me? He owes me some salary yet.
He just left, and that's what we're doing. Come on, California. I'm worried about Whitey. He should have been here by now. What with Queen in town, anything may have happened to him. California. There he is, lying between those buildings.
Well, then no good bum. Getting drunk on us, leaving us shut.
He's not drunk. He's been slugged. Whitey, come out of it, man. Come out of it.
Oh.
There, that's it. Who did this to you?
It was the Queen. They offered me $10,000 for the ranch. I turned him down. And he slugged me.
$10,000?
Did you brace him about Stillman?
Yeah. He just laughed at me and slugged me again. Hey, what did you fellows do to him? He was sure sore about something you did.
We stepped on his toes a little over a girl. His girl, he says.
Gladys? Well, what do you know?
Now, let's get back to your ranch, Whitey. You can make it. That's only a bump. I'm curious about a man and his little hammer.
I don't get it, Harvey. I just don't get it. $10,000 for that scrubby bunch of cows and a lot of useless land? Queen must be plumb loco.
Maybe. That's why we're taking this ride. I'm hoping we'll cut the sign of a certain hombre who should be up here. I have a hunch he has the answer to all our questions, including who shot Andy Stillman.
Well, I can guess that last without no strain. Who's the man we're looking for?
Well, we're in luck. Coming down the trail now.
Jocelyn, the stumble bum from the Navajo Saloon. Look at him. He's still drunk, sleeping on his horse.
No bum ever talked with the words he used. And only one kind of man uses a little hammer to break up rocks. That's a geologist.
Geologist? And where'd you get this little hammer stuff?
Gladys gave it away. Hello, Jocelyn.
You better yell loud or he's passed out.
Jocelyn, look out. He's falling off. He's hurt. Jocelyn, can you hear me?
Queen, go. What go?
What go? Did Queen shoot you? Did you find gold in this ranch?
Save your breath, California. He's not with us anymore.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Hook, Line, and Murder. Investigating the murder of Andy Stillman, Hoppy in California discovered a geologist named Jocelyn was working for Jack Queen. They meet Jocelyn on the Stillman Black Ranch, but find him mortally wounded. His dying words hint at the discovery of gold.
Well, howdy, Cassidy. Carlson, come on in. What's the trouble? You're kind of upset.
There's been another killing, Whitey, just north of here.
Killing?
That's right. A man named Jocelyn, a geologist working for Jack Queen. Shot with a .30-30 like your partner.
I don't get it. What was this hombre doing on my property?
Prospecting for gold, apparently. May have found some. We backtrailed Jocelyn, found out where he was shot. Killer was in some brush to one side. In that brush, we found two things. A silver concho like those Queen wears on his vest and a gold watch with a busted chain.
Yeah, and on the back of it was written John Queen for mother. Huffy, you know, it's so hard to think of that polecat having a mother. I wonder if...
Well, looks like Queen's the man, all right. Let's hightail it in to see the sheriff. We'll string Queen up pronto.
No, you stay here, Whitey. There's a little too much evidence that points to Queen. I'm taking Jocelyn's body into town. We'll make some more inquiries. California, meet me back at our camp upstream later this afternoon.
Sure, Hoppy. Say, Whitey, I'll take some of that java now, huh?
Oh, good. Now, tell you what. I'll even let you have one of my Havana cigars.
No, thanks. Just a coffee.
Oh, take one anyhow. Don't want it now, smoke it later. Man, there ain't nothing like a good black cigar.
Glad to see you again.
Still not looking for you, Miss Gladys.
Huh?
But I am. I'm always looking for you.
Yeah, for all the good it'll do you.
But, Gladys, this place is making more money every day. With the railroad heading this way, more settlers will come out, and business will get even better.
Wait a minute. Did you say the railroad was coming this way, Frank?
Well, you see...
Where will it pass? Through the mountains north of here?
No, it isn't exactly heading direct for here. It'll pass through Parkville. That's about 50 miles south. But we'll get the increase in business anyway.
Oh, I see. For a minute, I thought you'd answered a problem of mine.
Sorry if I didn't. Thought you knew about the railroad.
Well, thanks for the information.
Hey, you aren't leaving already, are you?
Sorry, I have to get back to my camp.
Let him go, Gladys, and pay some attention to me.
Frank, do I have to tell you again?
But I'll get money. I'm not dumb. Just wait.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Harvey, that's Queen and his men. Better get them along, Gun.
Hold it. We can't fight them all.
Cassidy, like a word with you.
Sure. Stay here, California. Well, what's the word?
I thought I told you to stay out of Whitey Black's affairs.
Seems I recall you making a statement like that.
And you turned a batch of evidence into the sheriff that fixes to get me hanged. What's going on around here?
You tell me. You're the one offering 3 times the value of this range.
I was offering, not anymore.
Oh? Since when?
No reason not to tell you. I had that geologist Jocelyn working for me. He spotted gold up here, so he said. Then I found out he was lying. There ain't no gold here at all.
So you don't want the ranch. You know, you just handed me a good reason for both killings.
Huh?
Stillman is the first step in getting the ranch when you thought there was gold here. Jocelyn is the payoff for causing you so much trouble for nothing.
You make it sound logical, but it's sure a lie. It had nothing to do with the killings, neither of them.
What a mess. Gold, only there isn't any gold.
Cassidy, we may as well have this out right now. I think it good that you stuck up for me with the sheriff. But there's the matter of what happened in the saloon. You ready?
You have a lot of men behind you.
They've orders to stay out of this. I don't want to hurt you, but I got to find out if you're really a better man with a gun. Now say yes or crawl.
Yes.
Then start counting. On 3, we'll pull.
Very well. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, fire!
Satisfied, Queen?
Satisfied, Cassidy. I just had to know. All right, men. Whee! Hockey, that sure was a close call.
Didn't miss. His bullet sliced an inch off my sombrero. That Queen is no slouch with his gun.
Well, I was thinking of his men. Thinking and watching.
Thanks, but it wasn't necessary. Queen is a tough hombre, and I don't doubt that he cut plenty of corners. But I'll give you a hunch. He's a lot squarer than some ranchers I know.
Which means he ain't our killer for sure? Nuts. I'm still going fishing. I want to try out that new pole Whitey give me.
New pole?
Sure. Oh, it's a dandy, too. Belongs to his partner. He give me a cigar, too. Awful nice fella, that Whitey.
Wait. Did you see someone's fishing gear in that ranch house?
Why, sure. I just told you Whitey give it to me.
Well, that wraps it up. The last piece. Only... Yeah, that must be it.
Hoppy, you ain't been chawing no local weed, have you?
No, but I think I figured the answer. You'll do no fishing tonight, partner. Get your horse and hightail after Queen and his rider.
Huh? Oh, Hoppy, you really are daffy. You better lie down.
Now, listen close. Listen. Here's what you're to do.
Who's that?
It's me, Whitey. Cassidy.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, what do you want?
In, for one thing.
Well, I kind of bushed. Can I wait till morning?
No.
Oh, all right. Come in and get over it. Oh, what's so terrible important?
The answer to the murders. Who did them and why?
You think you know, huh? Well, it's no secret. Queen did them.
No, it wasn't Queen, Whitey. It was you.
Me?
Queen had no real motive.
Oh, no? Just a gold mine.
There never was any gold. It's all a plant to make Queen pin the frame right around his own neck by trying to get this place.
You got just lots of funny notions, ain't you?
A few. Enough to know you were just the killer. Your partner had the brains. It was her idea. Come on out and join us, Miss Gladys.
Didn't I tell you to stay in that room, Gladys?
Shut up, Whitey. How'd you figure it out, Hanson? Get a tip?
You should wear less perfume. It all just fit. If you could have stolen Queen's watch and concho, that almost had to be you. You sicked Jocelyn on Queen, then had Whitey kill Jocelyn after he'd served his purpose.
Jocelyn was a lust. He'd have talked us into jail.
The payoff came when Whitey made the mistake of giving Andy Silman's fishing tackle to my partner, California. You see, Silman was supposed to be out fishing when he was killed. Yet his tackle was here in this ranch house all the time. So Whitey had to be lying.
I see. Yeah, that was a stupid blunder, Whitey. Looks like Handsome and I'll just have to get along without you.
What's that? You double-crossed me?
Yes, Whitey.
You've already made arrangements with the railroad people?
That's right. A man named Anderson's all ready to complete the deal.
You both got it all figured, ain't you? Well, I'll stop that.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, God! Look at my arm! Breaking it! Drop that gun! Oh.
The rope will hurt worse, Whitey.
So will a bullet from this gun. Hold it, Handsome.
Why, Miss Gladys, you wouldn't double-cross me, would you?
Hope you haven't laid any bets on it. Extra weight cramps my style. I'm leaving you both here on the floor when I go out.
You'll have witnesses. Queen and his men are outside with my partner. Where was it you were going?
Queen? Why, you. I guess I'm going where I always knew I'd go. But I'll take you first for company, Handsome. Bye.
Now, back to Hop Along Cassidy.
Boys are loading that pair in the wagon to take to the sheriff. But that Gladys is sure cutting.
Yeah. I wish you hadn't shot her, California.
Oh, she'll be all right. That shotgun was loaded with bacon rind.
Bacon rind?
Sure. Found it out back where Whitey kept it in case of sneak thieves. She ain't hurt, but she'll sit mighty uncomfortable for a while. By gum, I think I'll smoke that cigar Whitey give me. Kind of celebrate, huh? Yeah, here it is.
One thing. What was all that talk about the value of this ranch and the deal with the railroad?
Ever hear the old saying about not being able to see the forest for the trees?
Sure. What's that got to do with it?
The one thing this ranch has too much of, timber. With the railroad striking so close, this timberland will be priceless. An army travels on its stomach, a railroad on its...
On its ties. Railroad ties. Of course.
That's it, but only the start. The railroad will build a sideline to this ranch so the ties can be gotten out. And then the owner of this ranch will control the whole lumber industry for the new towns and business that will follow the railroad. Ah, that Gladys was shooting clear of the moon.
Well, I should reckon. I owe you plenty for clearing me, Cassidy.
Just pay me back by giving these small ranches around here a break, huh?
I sure will. I'll even help them. Even a tough egg like me can learn something from a man like you, Cassidy.
California, what's the matter, partner? You're all green.
This,
The cigar, Whitey.
Hoppy, I think I'm gonna die. I never should have took up smoke.
Well, Hoppy in California bring an end to hook, line, and murder by catching a murderer instead of the fish they started out for. In Hoppy's next tale of action and adventure, he sets out to blast an old Indian legend about a ghost cat which roams the range, killing cattle and causing a lot of trouble. Don't miss being with Hoppy on the trail of Phantom Panther. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Hook, Line, and Murder was written by Herb Purdom, with original music under the personal direction of Albert Glasser. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of the famous series which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story, the eighth and the last in this series, is called The Signalman.
Lights out, everybody. This is the witching hour. The hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on the sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
Hello, below there.
I was calling to a man who stood beside a railroad track at the bottom of a deep and rocky ravine. One would have thought that, considering the nature of the ground, he would have looked up to where I was standing. But instead he turned and looked down the railroad line. I called again.
Hello, below there.
Because the terrible glare of the setting sun was in my eyes, I put my left arm across my face and waved to him with my right. He looked up, and I saw in his face an expression of intense horror. He regarded me fixedly without moving. I shouted,
Is there a path by which I can come down and speak to you?
He continued to stare at me. Gradually, the expression of horror seemed to pass from his face, leaving it a gray, empty mask. When he spoke, his voice seemed to come from a grave.
Why do you wish to speak to me? No reason. Just want to talk. If you have no reason, then please go on your way. Well, I do have a reason. Let me come down and talk to you.
He motioned with his little rolled-up flag to a narrow path about 200 yards distant, which descended the rocky wall of the ravine. I carefully made my way down it. The ravine was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. The man's post at the bottom was in as solitary and dismal a place as I'd ever seen. I could see the railroad tracks running into a dark, gloomy tunnel at one end of it. So little sunlight ever found its way to the spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell. And so much cold wind rushed through that it struck chill into me, as though I'd left the mortal world. Hello, I'm afraid I'm intruding.
Well?
I'd better explain. You see, I'm a reporter for the London Times. You know the Times.
Yes, I know the Times.
Well, I'm a new man. I was assigned to do a series of stories on people who work at little-known occupations in the city. And strolling along, seeing you down here, I thought, here is a story.
And that's the reason that brought you down here?
Yes. Perhaps I'd better ask you a few questions, hadn't I? For instance, how far down are we? I've never seen anything quite like this before.
52 feet.
Is that considered deep for railroad cutting?
Deepest in the country.
52 feet, And how long is the tunnel?
3/4 of a mile.
I see. And that red signal light in front of the tunnel, is that part of your job? I mean, do you have to see that it stays lighted all the time?
Don't you know that it is?
Don't I know it is? Oh, look, you've been staring at me ever since I called to you. Staring as though I were something to be afraid of. I'm just a newspaper reporter, that's all.
I thought I'd seen you before.
Seen me? But where?
There. By that signal light.
But I've never been here before. The part of London I've never visited. No, you may be sure of that.
Perhaps I may. Yes, I'm sure I may. I beg your pardon for being so unfriendly. It's just that... Well, I made a mistake.
That's all right. I shouldn't have come down, I suppose. After I saw this unusual ravine in the tunnel and your job down here, I felt I had to come down and talk to you.
I think I'm glad you did. I have very little company. This is a world here different from other men's worlds.
I can believe that. May I ask, what exactly is the nature of your job? I mean, besides keeping the signal light burning and flagging the trains, what do you have to do?
Not very much. I operate the telegraph in my hut over there. Turn this iron handle now and then. That's all.
And you're down here all the time?
Yes.
Don't you ever get a chance to take a few minutes off and get up there and top in the sunlight?
Very seldom. I daren't leave the telegraph. By the way, I have a fire in my signal house. Wouldn't you like to come in and warm yourself?
Indeed, I would. This wind cuts right through me.
We'll hurry along. There. This will be better.
Yes.
I'll just put a little more wood on the fire, poke it down.
How do you stand that wind? I'm about frozen.
I've been here 8 or 9 years, maybe 10. I'm used to the wind. It never changes. Here, take this chair close to the fire.
Oh, thank you. Tell me, don't you ever feel cut off from the world? Almost as though you were marooned and isolated down here?
Yes, I do. This is a world in itself. Down here, as wide as the tunnel is, and as high. Those are the boundaries of my world. For 1 hour, sometimes less, the sunlight falls into it, and at night I see the bright stars, as other men do. But that is all our two worlds hold in common.
But why did you ever take such a job?
Because I... Oh, excuse me, a message.
Certainly.
6:15, Roxborough, 10 minutes late. Received message. All's well.
Do you know, after talking to you, I feel as though I've at last met with a completely contented man.
I believe I used to be so at one time. But now, I'm worried. Worried.
About what?
I don't know. It's difficult to explain.
Perhaps I can help you.
I've been thinking of that. I've been wondering.
Tell me.
I've got to tell someone. And yet, give me some time to think it over. Say until tomorrow night, perhaps then.
You mean you'd like me to come back?
Yes. If it wouldn't be too much trouble.
I'll be here. About the same time. But why not now? Why can't you tell me now?
I want to think it over in my mind first. I want to be sure. Meanwhile, let me light your way to the path.
Oh, yes, of course.
Don't forget your pad and pencil.
Thank you. Oh. Dark, isn't it?
Yes, be careful. Everything gets damp and slippery down here at this time of the night.
Oh. I didn't think 52 feet would make such a difference in atmosphere.
There's the path, and let me ask one favor of you.
Yes?
When you reach the top, don't call out.
Very well.
And tomorrow when you come, don't call out. Tell me, what made you cry out hello below there tonight?
I don't know. Did I cry something to that effect?
Not to that effect. Those were the very words. I know them well.
I suppose I said them because I saw you below.
With your left hand across your face and your right arm raised.
The sunset was in my eyes.
That was the only reason?
What other reason could I possibly have?
You had no feeling that the words and gesture were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?
No, of course not.
I see. Well, good night, then. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes. Yes, tomorrow night. That night, I slept poorly. Or rather, I didn't sleep. Because the man's face was constantly before me. And there was something in the eyes of fear, a wordless crying, agony of spirit that fevered my own brain and wouldn't let me rest. All night long, I watched the face, and behind it was the sun going down in flames beyond the ravine, and a figure which I recognized as myself, one arm shading the eyes, the other waving and standing in the ravine and shouting, "Hello, below there!" In the morning, my landlady awakened me. She said I'd been crying out in my sleep all night. Throughout that day, I worked with one eye on the clock, counting the hours until my appointment with the signalman. At last it came. The sun was going down again as I made my way down the path into the dank and unworldly ravine. He was waiting for me at the bottom with his white light. I didn't call to you. It's as you asked.
I'm glad you didn't. I was waiting for you. Come along. We'll go into the hut and talk. It's warm there.
Good.
I'm glad you came. At times during the day, I feared you wouldn't.
I promised you.
Yes. I've made up my mind to tell you the story. The whole thing. Sit down.
Thank you.
But before I do, tell me, do you believe that I am in my right mind?
Yes. Yes, I believe that.
All right. Do you remember yesterday evening the fact that I took you for someone else?
Yes.
That's what's troubling me.
The mistake, you mean?
No. There's someone else I took you for.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Well, does he look like me?
I don't know. I've never seen his face. You see, the left arm is across the face, always. And the right arm is waved violently this way. It's as though he were trying to signal me. For God's sake, clear the way.
Well, where do you see him?
I may as well start at the beginning. One moonlight night about a year ago, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry out, "Hello, below there!" It was just as you called last evening. I jumped up and looked out of the door and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving, just as you did last night.
One arm across the face, the other waving toward you?
Yes, the voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, "Look out! Look out!" And then again, "Hello, below there! Look out!" I caught up my lamp, turned it on, and ran toward this figure. "What's wrong?" I said. "What's happened?" It didn't speak. Stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the arms across the eyes. I ran right up to it and had my hand outstretched to pull the arm away when it was gone.
Gone? Where?
I don't know. I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards maybe. I stopped and held my lamp over my head. And all I saw were the wet stains trickling down the walls. I ran out faster than I'd run in, searched the area with my light, and then came back here and called Burnham and said the alarm had been given. Anything wrong? They answered, "All's well. Disregard alarm message."
Well, don't you suppose you could have imagined seeing him?
Yes, but you forget. I also heard him.
Yes, but listen to the wind whistling through the tunnel. It sounds almost human at times. It's possible to
Let
imagine...
me finish. You haven't heard the rest. Within 6 hours after the appearance, 6 hours, mind you, The 2:40 train came through the tunnel, slowed down and stopped. The engineer signaled me, and I hurried up to the cab. What's the matter?
Don't know. One of the conductors signaled for a stop. Everything all right here?
Yes, just got the all clear signal.
Here comes the conductor now. Hello? What's wrong back there? What did you pull the cord for?
An accident.
Where's the signalman around here?
That's me.
You have a shack nearby?
Right over there.
What happened, man? A woman was killed. Killed how? She was passing between the coaches. I suppose she slipped, was caught between the couplings. But how? Nobody seems to know, sir. She was crushed horribly. On account of the other passengers, we've got to get the body off.
Have them take her to my shack.
You
have them take her. From the shock when one morning, just as day was breaking, I looked toward the red signal light and saw him again.
Did he cry out this time?
No. He was silent.
Did he wave his arm?
Yes, the right one. The left, as usual, was across his eyes. He seemed to be pointing down into the tunnel. He leaned against the shaft of the light like a statue over a grave.
Did anything happen? Any accident, anything?
Not immediately. He was there. I saw him. Then he was gone. I waited for the hours to pass, and when 6 hours went by and nothing had happened, I began to feel relieved. By nightfall, I had almost forgotten it and was able to read quite calmly as the hours passed. I was sitting here reading, the door open, when I heard a train. It was the midnight express from Brighton. I recognized the whistle. I got out my flag, stepped to the door. I could hear them for miles beyond the tunnel entrance. I listened to the wheels, filling the night with their driving, pounding, rhythmic beat. And I thought of the people on the train, the tired, worn-out picnickers and weekenders returning from Brighton. It made me feel responsible for them, as though I were their guardian and keeper. I listened to the rhythmic beat of the wheels. The train was nearing the tunnel mouth. I listened to the regular, powerful beat of them, and then suddenly I realized that they weren't regular. There was no rhythm. Only the terrible raging cry of a machine that has suddenly broken through its own power and is heading for destruction. It was the worst wreck on the line. They brought the dead and dying in here. They laid them at the place where he stood waving to me that very morning.
And this was the second accident after you'd seen him?
Yes. And the thing that is worrying me now, it came back again a week ago. Oh. Ever since, he's been there now and again by fits and starts.
Standing by the light?
Yes.
What does he seem to do?
The left arm is over the face. The right arm is waving. He seems to be trying to say, for God's sake, clear the way.
Can't believe it.
I have no peace or rest from it. It calls to me for many minutes together in a frightful manner. Below there, look out, look out. It stands waving to me.
Well, have you seen it tonight?
No. Not yet.
Well, will you come to the door with me and look for it now?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Do you see it?
No. It's not there.
Then let's go back.
It wasn't there now, but it may be there a moment from now. What troubles me is, what does this spectre mean? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on this line. Some dreadful calamity is about to happen. It's not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before. But what can I do?
Nothing that I can see.
If I telegraph danger, I can give no reason for it. I should get into trouble and do no one any good. They would think I was mad. I would wire danger, take care, and they would answer what danger, where? And I would have to wire back, don't know, but for God's sake, take care. And they would, of course, discharge me. What else could they do?
Yes, I see.
When it first stood under that light, why didn't it tell me she is going to die? Let them keep her at home. When it came the second time, why didn't it tell me how the accident could have been averted? It came on those occasions only to show me that its warnings were true. Why doesn't it warn me plainly now? Why doesn't it tell me what is going to happen so that I can change it?
Listen, there's nothing you can do. Or rather, you're doing the only thing that any sane, normal person would do, and that's nothing. The important thing is to keep your balance now. Don't get worked up to the point that if you need to act later, you won't be able to.
You're right. Of course you're right.
You're doing your job as well as it's humanly possible to do. You're not responsible for the future. You're responsible only for the present. What happens at this switch now? You've got to look at it that way.
I know. Only I can't forget that something is going to happen.
I don't doubt that. But if you keep your eyes open at all times, you may be able to prevent it.
I pray to God I may.
It's easy to say, but try not to think about it too much.
I try. But it's the responsibility that crushes me. Because of this specter, because of this knowledge of things that will happen along this line, I am responsible for every child, every mother, every person that rides upon it. I know that something is going to happen. I ought to warn them, but I don't know how to warn them. And when they die, if they die, their deaths are on my shoulders.
Look, would you like me to spend the rest of the night with you? Perhaps it would help keep your mind off things.
No, thank you. I'll be all right. You don't know what a blessing it's been just to be able to tell you the whole story.
Would you like me to come back tomorrow night?
Would you mind?
No.
And when you write your story about me, about this job...
Yes?
If you could tell the whole story, everything I've told you, it would help lift this awful responsibility from my shoulders. People would know then. They might think me mad, but they would know. And the weight would be from my spirit.
Yes, I'll write that story tomorrow. Everything. You needn't be afraid that I'll skip anything. I'll bring it along with me and show it to you before I turn it in.
It would mean so much.
Yes. Now, I think it's best that I go.
Good night, then. And you will come back tomorrow?
Oh, yes.
Can you find the path?
Easily. I'm beginning to know it by heart now. Good night. I went to bed immediately after returning to my lodgings. If I had slept unsoundly the night before, I slept little, if any, this night. They were the same dreams, the man's face, his eyes with their deep inner secret and pain, and in the background the sun going down over the ravine, and the figure, no longer my own, with one arm across the eyes and the other waving toward me, crying in a low moan, "Clear the way, clear the way." In the morning, when I came to work, I felt tired, almost feverish. Could hardly wait until sundown when I would again visit the signalman. I wanted to show him the story as I'd written it. At last, the hands of the clock pointed to 6:30, and I left the office on my way to the ravine. About half an hour later, I arrived at the top of the cutting. I glanced down, and there, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw a man, his left arm across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for I saw that this man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men standing at a short distance to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. with an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there alone in his state of mind the night before, I descended the rocky path with all the speed I could make and ran up to the crowd.
What's the matter here?
Signalman killed.
When?
Just a little while ago.
Not the man belonging to this post?
Aye.
Not the man I know?
You will recognize him, sir, if you are a friend to him. The body is over here. There. You see?
Oh.
How did it happen? He was cut down by the engine, sir, just as he was lighting that red lamp. No man on the line knew his work better. But somehow he wasn't clear of the outer rail. He had the lamp in his hand ready to light it as the engine came out of the tunnel. His back was toward it, and she cut him down. Ah, here's the engineer now. Tom, show him how it happened.
Yes, how did it happen?
I'm a reporter from the Times.
Well, sir, coming around the curve in the tunnel, I saw him at the end. There was no time to check the speed, but I always knew him to be very careful. Only this time, he didn't seem to pay any attention to the whistle. I finally shut it off when we were running down on him and called out to him.
What did you say?
I shouted, "Hello, below there! For God's sake, clear the way!"
No.
Yes, sir. That I shouted. Oh, it was a terrible thing, sir. I never left off calling to him. Finally, I put my left arm across my eyes so that I wouldn't have to see, and I waved this arm to the last. But it was no use, sir. No use. No use.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. Once upon a time, many centuries ago, in the Aegean island of Samos, there was a certain slave, and we are told that he was born in Phrygia about 620 B.C. He was brought to Athens as a boy, and there, the story goes, he was sold to a man named Ladman, who took him thence to his island home. Now, Samos, just off the coast of Asia Minor, is a small but prestigious piece of real estate, remembered down through the ages as birthplace of the mathematician Pythagoras, the home of Anacreon, dominion of the infamous conqueror Polycrates. But students for more than 2,000 years have recalled and revered the island of Samos, mostly because there resided there a humble slave, whose master quickly learned of the lad's gift for storytelling, and whose freedom was therefore eventually granted. And further, we're told that the former slave traveled far and wide, reciting his charming tales wherever he went, and even spent a wonderful while in Lydia, in the court of Croesus, as the king's advisor. What happened after that, little is recorded. Some say the one-time slave of Ladman of Samos lived an adventurous life and died at Delphi. Of course, you know the spellbinding storyteller of long ago by the solitary name for which he is world-renowned, Aesop. But this is the rest of the story. History is no better, no worse, no more reliable, and no less than the historian who records it. And so it is, because rest of the stories must be based on historical consensus, that we investigate all of the original sources from which the details of Aesop's life have been derived. We have investigated them all, and what we have learned in the process is most intriguing. The earliest recorded mention of Aesop anywhere, inscribed a century after he was presumed to have died. Herodotus is the reporter of the fact in this case, and while he refers to Aesop as a slave, he presents posterity with scant information otherwise. The first known collection of Aesop's stories was published fully 100 years after that. The compiler was one Demetrius Phalereus, but not one syllable from that early anthology has survived. Now, more centuries pass. Plutarch, in the 1st century A.D., embellishes Aesop's still vacuous biography with an allusion to his tenure in the court of Croesus, and it's only thereafter that the tales with which we are now familiar begin to surface in manuscript form. By the Renaissance, scholars are presented with so many different versions of Aesop's life experiences that they're beginning to conclude the one fact with which most serious scholars of today agree, that in all probability, Aesop the storyteller never existed at all. That's right, that he was merely an invented name, an imaginary author to whom a wealth of ancient folk wisdom was conveniently ascribed. What that means is that the final and most remarkable of what we now call Aesop's fables was Aesop himself. He was himself a fable. Now that you know the rest of the story.
Well, here we are again at the end of another week of trivia. And here we go with the Trivia Minute. The name of the state Illinois comes from the French version of an Indian word which means men or warriors. In 1673, French explorers Josh Marquette and Louise Jolette arrived in the region. They were exploring the Mississippi River, searching for a route to the Pacific Ocean. Illinois had two different state capitals before Springfield. Kazinskia from 1809 to 1819, and Vandalia from 1819 to 1839. Three rivers form part of the boundary of Illinois: the Mississippi River, the Ohio River, and the Wabash River. The Chicago River is dyed green on St. Patrick's Day. The flow of the Chicago River was reversed on January 1st, 1900 to empty into the Mississippi instead of the Michigan. The river's flow was reversed to prevent epidemics of waterborne disease, especially cholera. It took 8 years and 8,500 workers to put the system in place. In 1999, the system was named a Civil Engineering Monument of the Millennium by the American Society of Civil Engineers. And that was the Trivia Minute. I certainly hope you had a great week, and I hope you have a great weekend, and that you enjoyed the streams this week. And until I see you next time, have a great weekend, and God bless.